No, don't do this. A hoarse voice broke through the darkness. Can you line up properly? One at a time. In the gloomy tree hollow, Chen's voice was rasping, steeped in exhaustion and fear. Before him stood a crowd of young women, their fair, alluring figures filling his vision. These had once been the untouchable campus belles and national goddesses of various universities, dream lovers who haunted countless men's fantasies. Now every pair of eyes was fixed on him with naked greed. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat and surging hormones. That's it. I barely felt anything, and it's already over, an extraordinarily beautiful girl complained. Finally, it's my turn. Another girl, no less lovely, shoved impatiently to the front, her eyes blazing with ravenous desire. Chen, I'm not satisfied yet, give me more. That's right, you're the one who gathered us here, so you're responsible for making sure we're all— The chorus of grievances drilled into Chen's ears. In his current state, it was utterly impossible to meet their demands. Outside the hollow below the giant tree, hordes of zombies were howling without rest. The colossal tree they clung to was like a lonely island trapped in a sea of corpses. Within the hollow, a scene of human nature collapsing was unfolding. The cause of all this had to be traced back to a month earlier. At that time, Chen had been on a flight to Modu, heading to attend the 2032 World Comic Convention. 1 second, he had been dozing in a cabin 10,000 meters above the ground. The plane jolted violently. When he glanced out of the window, the earth had exploded. Everything was being sucked into a yawning black hole. The next instant, his body lost all weight, and a bone-piercing gale slashed across his face like knives. Chen's eyes flew open in horror. The cabin beneath him had vanished completely, and he was plummeting at terrifying speed. What the— This had to be a hallucination. It had to be some hallucination brought on by overindulgence the night before. The thought had barely flashed past when the scene below froze his heart mid-beat. On the ground, a colossal tree hundreds of meters tall thrust skyward, its massive trunk bearing a gaping scarlet maw. Countless serpent-like roots writhed and spread across the earth, dragging the giant tree as it strode over the land. No way, this isn't a dream. Since when do trees walk? At that moment, an icy voice exploded in his mind. Civilization test game officially initiated. Earth has been integrated, generating new terrain and topography. All things have been fully datafied. Disasters will strike in waves, and lurking demons and aberrations will spawn at any time. If you wish to survive, you must band together or keep migrating. Warning: whether you once wielded immense power or possessed boundless wealth, all authority, money, and resources will be reshuffled. From now on, strength is king. Warning: lords have been selected for all organizations and groups. Lords may bind any object as territory and will obtain a class talent that matches their greatest expertise. Chen shuddered. A phantom data panel materialized in his mind's eye. Congratulations, Chen. You have been chosen as a lord. Please bind a territory as soon as possible, or your members will be randomly transported and reduced to others' contract beasts or slaves. You may also forego becoming a lord and struggle to survive on your own. Transmission of members will begin in 60 seconds. Chen snapped, fully awake. This was no hallucination. He had been pulled into another reality and turned into some so-called lord. Detected: Chen has not bound any territory. Transmission will commence in 60 seconds. 59. The icy countdown tolled in his skull like a death knell. Chen wanted to scream curses into the void, but the wind stuffed his mouth, reducing his rage to muffled hope. Others might begin with luxury cars or sturdy rafts, or at worst a safe house. He, however, had started out plummeting from 10,000 meters, destined to hit the ground as a broken corpse. 58. 57. At the same time, messages were flooding through the regional channel in Chen's mind. I bound a fortress-class talent, extraordinary strength. Any girls want to join me for one last wild revel? Don't be stupid, lords. Binding mobile transport is the smartest choice. I bound a bus, my whole class of 50, and I'm the only girl. I'm going to be their queen. Help. Time was too short. I could only bind a children's train. My talent is nursery rhyme singing. There are zombies all around, swaying to the beat. I'm afraid if I stop singing, they'll rush in and tear me apart. I gave up being a lord and bound a broadsword. Talent: mastery of blade arts. Killing zombies is like slicing vegetables. It's exhilarating. I gave up too and bound a bed. Talent: lethargy. As long as I sleep, my body enters a state like death, minimal consumption. I don't care about any test. I just want to sleep even if I die in bed. Just then a blood-red message caught Chen's eye. Warning: there's a tree spirit. Run. Its vines drain people dry. I've already been reshaped by it. The message cut off in a strangled scream. I've become part of its form. The transmission ended abruptly. Chen's pupils contracted as he looked down at the giant tree below. Was that monstrous thing the tree spirit? On the ground lay a village. Dozens of blurred human figures had blocked the tree's path and were now impaled from behind by its vines, which burst out through their mouths, leaving corpses in grotesque contortions. 27 seconds. The damn tree spirit was charging directly along his falling trajectory. To move faster, the 100-meter tall tree had even severed itself at the roots, leaving only a stump several dozen meters high. Is that cursed tree really mutilating itself just to devour me? 21 seconds. His whole body tensed. He would rather die in a fall than suffer such violation. 19 seconds. Gritting his teeth, he folded his body into a tight ball, pulling in his instinctively spread arms, imitating a wingsuit diver, and using his life itself to accelerate. I choose my own way to die. If I must die, I'll die with dignity. Chen was determined to smash into the earth before the vines could seize him. 15 seconds. Yet fate seemed intent on opposing him. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, a sharp whistling split the air. A vine shot out with lightning speed, wrapping precisely around his ankle. 12 seconds. Rage flared in Chen's heart, burning away every last shred of fear and despair. Why? The game might have discarded him, but could he not even decide how he died? Even at the final moment, was he to endure such humiliation? 9 seconds. Chen roared his last curses in his heart. Yet the stabbing agony he expected never. The strange vine only jerked once, hurling him straight into the scarlet maw on the tree's trunk. 6 seconds. Chen felt himself ensnared by countless fine root tendrils sliding through a tunnel as soft as fur. At last he came to rest in a hollow space wrapped entirely in those roots. Suddenly he laughed freely and without restraint. He was already inside the belly of the tree's spirit, with death close at hand. If he was to be killed, let it be done quickly. 5 seconds. Abruptly, a clear yet urgent girl's voice rang in his mind. Hurry, bind me as your territory. You don't want your members becoming other people's slaves, do you? Chen froze. The voice came from a violet crystal suspended before him. Who are you and why are you helping me? Quickly, there's no time. He stared at the crystal, then thought of his certain death. In the end, he chose to gamble. With a thought, he selected bond. 0. Successfully bound eternal heart as territory. Commencing member transmission. Master, quickly. Drip blood onto the crystal and use the eternal tree to catch your people. No sooner had the words fallen than a teleportation gate opened in the air where Chen had been falling. One fair, delicate body after another tumbled out like dumplings dropped into boiling water. The crystal had even called him master, so it could hardly mean him harm. Chen bit his fingertip, letting blood drip onto the crystal's surface. Following the guidance of that voice, he felt himself merging with the giant tree. Countless vines moved in perfect accord with his will, catching every falling body with unerring precision. And those bodies were all peerlessly beautiful women from Earth, whose beauty could topple nations. These are my people. Chen's heart trembled violently. Before he could even digest this shocking truth, the game notification in his mind surfaced once more. Lord Chen has been assigned an SSSS grade divine talent mathematical pattern. Skill parameters LV1 allows perfect recall and calculation of all parameters of objects within a 10-meter radius. This is my talent. So perfunctory. In a world where all of humanity must struggle to survive, what use is a parameter reading skill? Am I supposed to be preparing for civil service exams or graduate entrance tests? Other people's talents were all overwhelmingly powerful. With his, was he supposed to become stronger just by doing math problems? As Chen was still grumbling, the crystal bound to his heart spoke up again. Game rule surveillance has departed. Congratulations to the master for gaining the recognition of the eternal heart of the carbon-based civilization and obtaining grade inheritance gene fusion. Gene fusion, you may connect to another person's DNA, awakening their talent, comprehending their skills, and acquiring their attributes. Note 1. Each time you level up, you gain 1 talent point that can be used to awaken another person's talent. Note 2. During connection, the other party must voluntarily gift attributes to you, and the gifted value may not exceed 50 of their current attribute. Chen's heart gave another jolt. Talents inheritances, one after another. Could the former be the mathematical talent assigned by the game rules, and the latter the gene inheritance bestowed by this eternal heart? Yes, it is exactly as Master imagines. You are now within a game governed by the highest rules of the universe. The voice confirmed what Chen had suspected. Doesn't that mean I'm basically cheating in this survival game? With both a talent and an inheritance in hand, it seemed the heavens were not treating him badly at all. So in short, by exchanging DNA, I can obtain another person's attributes and skills, but only if they willingly agree. Yes, Master. Chen lowered his gaze into the tree hollow where a group of peerlessly beautiful women lay sprawled in disarray, not a threat upon them. It was practically a vision of paradise. Oh no, this is going to torment me. Before Chen could question the crystal about the origin of the eternal heart, a chorus of faint soft moans drifted to his ears. Inside the tree hollow, the girls who had been unconscious began to wake. In the darkness, pairs of bewildered eyes slowly opened. Where is this? Why am I not wearing any clothes? Oh, don't touch me. Panic spread like a plague, detonating among the crowd in an instant. Screams and sobbing rose and fell in waves, sounding especially piercing within the confined tree hollow. Through his connection with the eternal tree, Chen could clearly see everything happening inside. He had not expected that within the stump there would be a naturally formed cavernous space as large as half a basketball court and over 5 meters high. At this moment, 72 naked girls huddled together like frightened lambs, shivering from the cold. What made it worse was that among them 23 alto familiar faces made Yu Chen's heart clench sharply. All the girls from his class were here. Especially Jiang Shui, the class monitor, the campus belle who had stirred up countless male students throughout the school. Without clothes, she was even more alluring. Curves accentuated her beauty, so striking it was hard to look away. Yet even Jiang Shui's looks were only above average compared to that other group of unfamiliar girls. At that moment the mathematical parameters skill activated. The measurements, figure, emotional state, facial features, and other parameters of every girl were converted into a scoring model in Yu Chen's mind. So this is how parameters is supposed to be used. It's utterly indecent, but I have to admit I like it. In this beauty rating model with a full score of 10, even Jiang Shui only scored an 8. The rest looked like fairies walking out of a painting, but one of them was even close to a perfect 10. Yu Chen had actually seen her before. Su Jiuer, the national goddess with nearly 100 million followers on Douyin. They had all become his subjects, and they were all naked. Yu Chen's blood surged as he crouched on a raised wooden platform in the center of the hollow, not daring to even breathe too loudly. He had no doubt that if he made even the slightest sound and exposed his position, this terrified crowd of women would immediately swarm him and beat him to death. Lord, who is Yu Chen? Suddenly a timid voice rose from within the crowd, cutting through the chaotic cry. In an instant, everyone fell silent. In their minds, a semi-transparent chat panel appeared simultaneously. This was their only channel of communication with their lord as his subjects. In Yu Chen's mind, however, the interface was far more complex: regional channel market and trade territory management, as well as personal attributes. He opened the Attributes tab. Name Yu Chen. Age 24. Race carbon-based humanoid. Life 900-1000 life, reaches 0 death. Jing Essence 90,100 health level defensive strength life cap, physical recovery. Qi 90100, everyday strength attack damage running speed reaction ability. Shen Spirit 9090 spiritual perception intelligence and strategy comprehension willpower control. Note: for an average person, Jing, Qi, and Shun are each around 60. Inside the hollow, conversations began to break out one after another. Yu Chen, that name sounds so familiar. Does anyone know him? I remember. A girl's voice rang out, tinged with astonishment. There used to be a mini program called National Campus Belle Top 50 Ranking. Wasn't the initiator named Yu Chen? My profile was uploaded to that program by my classmates too. Didn't it get reported and taken down for violating public morals afterward? In the crowd, a girl grabbed Jiang Shui's hand, her voice filled with the relief of one who had survived a disaster. Xiaoxue, it really is you. You were transported here too. That's such a relief. Excitedly, she said, girls, Yu Chen is our classmate. That mini program back then was even beta tested by the girls in our class. Now that you mention it, I remember. It was that Yu Chen who scored full marks in the college entrance exam math and got a guaranteed admission. That's him. In university, he only wrote all sorts of strange programs, you'd barely see him in class. Boom. Yu Chen's mind buzzed, and in an instant everything became clear. So that was it. His qualification as a lord had come from that Campus Belle ranking mini program he casually developed while doing survey work for an MCN agency called Wuyo. The rules of this world had directly conferred lordship upon initiators of various organizations or communities in reality. As he was struck by this realization, the sky outside the tree hollow gradually darkened. At the top of the hollow, countless glowing creatures resembling fireflies seemed to respond to some signal, slowly lighting up with specks of soft pink luminescence. They bathed the entire cavern in a dreamlike glow. The light drove away the darkness and exposed everything. A piercing scream split the air. A girl pointed toward where Yu Chen was hiding, her voice trembling with fear. There's someone there. It's a man. Whoosh. Countless gazes sharp as blades instantly converged on Yu Chen. He's not wearing any clothes either. Degenerate. Hurry. Throw him out. Anger and shame drowned out all reason in an instant. Before Yu Chen could open his mouth to explain, a group of girls with flushed eyes charged at him, giving him no chance at all. With many hands pushing and shoving, they drove him out of the hollow. Crash. Yu Chen was shoved onto the platform at the mouth of the hollow and staggered a few steps before steadying himself. The icy night wind swept past. Naked and driven out of the tree hollow, he felt a chill seep through his entire body. Yu Chen quickly found a corner and wrapped himself in hanging tree roots. Only then did his body temperature begin to recover. Inside the hollow, however, the girls' discussion did not cease. Instead, it grew even more heated. Could the man we just drove out be the Lord? His figure is incredible. Yes. He's rather handsome, and there. So well endowed. My God, what am I thinking? Did we go too far? After all, he is our Lord. And I think I saw him with a bloody nose. Could he be injured? A calmer girl cut through the others' fanciful murmurs, her voice trembling with tears. What use is talking about this? Where exactly is this? Is Earth all right? Earth was obliterated. We were all transported to this unfamiliar place. Those words were like a basin of ice, dousing every emotion. When I fell, I saw under the tree. There seemed to be a village, and there were figures inside. Those words were like a basin of ice, dousing every emotion. When I fell, I saw under the tree. There seemed to be a village, and there were figures inside. How could this world have zombies? It makes no sense. All of humanity has been thrown into this inexplicable game. Does rationality matter now? Stop talking, I'm scared. Silence. The hollow fell into a suffocating stillness broken only by stifled sobs. Why don't we? Let him come in. Someone finally broke the silence. Besides, he's already been seen. And the rule prompt said the Lord will awaken a talent. He should be of great help in our current predicament. Yes, but we don't know what he's like. I'm still a girl. If he wants me to sleep with him, I can't accept it on my first time, must be for my boyfriend. As if you're not a first-timer yourself. Chen isn't that kind of person, or at university, he was the class good-hearted. Then let's let him in first. It's freezing outside. If he dies, we'll all be cast adrift, and our fate will be far worse. The proposal was immediately met with assent from most of Chen's classmates, and the girls soon divided into two camps. One camp consisted of the 23 classmates who had been in Chen's class, led by Jiang Shui. The other was the 14 school beauties, led by Su Jior. Outside the hollow that exiled, Chen finally had time to steady himself. The night was very dark, and he could only hear the hissing cries of those humanoid creatures beneath the tree. Their appearances were indistinct. Chen thought, what kind of cursed place is this, and what are those creatures down there? A voice answered in his mind. This is a game created by the universe's highest civilization to test planetary cultures. The monsters below are a fusion of creatures from all failed civilizations, like what you humans call zombies. The crystal spoke again in Chen's mind. There were tens of thousands of civilizations similar to humanity that this game has encountered. Chen called to the crystal in his hand. Hey, what exactly are you? He asked. A crisp, proud female voice replied. I am not a mere thing. Master, to communicate with you better, I read your memories and adopted a name humans on Earth favor, Hekimi Monbua. The spirited, slightly haughty voice chimed in his mind. Very well, Monbua. Now answer me. What is the origin of the Yongheng Jixin eternal heart? Monbua replied. My creator hailed from the universe's supreme civilization. He fashioned this small universe called Yongheng Jixin eternal heart. I am the steward of that microcosm. Then why choose me? Chen asked. Because the Yongheng Jixin wished to avoid detection by the game's rules, it had to bind to a player within the game and integrate into those rules. So now you are the owner of the Yongheng Jixin. Then what is the purpose of this civilization testing game? I do not know the game's ultimate purpose. Perhaps the creator knew, but after making this Yongheng microcosm, he vanished. Chen's mind stirred. So that moving giant tree was your doing too. It is called the Yongheng tree. It was the leader of the failed carbon-based treefolk civilization in the last test, and it was a previous owner of the Yongheng Jixin. Why did the treefolk obey the Yongheng Jixin? Every civilization that fails the game is manipulated by the rules and used to test the next one. The small universe helps them evade rule detection and preserves the legacies of those failed civilizations, so they all follow the commands of the Yongheng Jixin. As for why the Yongheng Jixin chose you, I do not know. Perhaps it was your talent, or perhaps other reasons. After Monbua finished explaining, the Yongheng Jixin condensed into a shaft of light and merged into Chen's body. Is that why it chose me? For that mathematics talent. I don't even know what use it is. Knowing an object's parameters, so what changes? Chen reflected, preferring the gene fusion heritage left by carbon-based civilizations. Isn't this akin to the dual cultivation techniques from those old serialized novels? But how could he possibly say that to the girls? If he voiced it, they'd brand him a lecherous animal and toss him off the tree. As Chen sank into deep thought, several girls peered out from the hollow's entrance, led by their class beauty. She clutched at herself to cover her private parts, cheeks flushed pink, and looked at Chen with a complicated expression. Chen, everyone, please come back. Earlier, the girls inside had discussed matters, and more than half had accepted the reality of the transposition. They urgently needed a backbone, so Jiang Shui was sent to invite Chen back. Chen returned to the hollow. The presence of so many people warmed the air instantly, yet the mood remained awkward and tense. The girls imitated Jiang Shui, covering their intimate parts with trembling hands, and retreating. Their shy, half-concealing poses only heightened their allure. At that moment, the breathtaking Su Jior stepped forward. She was the representative chosen by the other 14 school beauties to negotiate with Chen. The pink glow of fireflies cast them in intimate proximity, revealing them to one another. The situation unnerved Su Jior, but she still managed to speak. Chen, on behalf of everyone, I invite you to. Chen stared at Su Jior's perfect form, stunned by how bluntly she put it. And she was the most beautiful of them all. Happiness arrived so suddenly. We will agree on 3 simple rules. Su Jior's lovely face went crimson as she shut her eyes, and not looking at Chen, spoke briskly at last. Speak, him listening. Chen thought to agree for now. Whether he would comply would depend on his own mood. Men's words can be deceiving. First, before the crossing, we all had our own lives. Some of us were even in relationships. Unless voluntary, Lord, you may not force us into such acts. Chen considered briefly. He had no interest in coercion, and gene fusion required consent anyway. He nodded. Second, any decision concerning the life or death of members of the territory must be decided by a vote of all. You may not kill at will. Chen thought that reasonable. He was no murderer. Third, you are the lord with a talent and must do your utmost to protect everyone's safety. We will obey your orders, but you may not enslave us. Chen nodded again. That was simply the lord's duty, nothing unreasonable. Besides, they were all Huagua people raised with a teacher's moral instruction. He would not make slaves of others. Surprised by Chen's ready acquiescence, Su Jiuer was taken aback. She opened her eyes stealthily and happened to meet Chen's gaze. His gaze seemed to pierce through her, making her feel exposed from the inside out. Her cheeks burned fiercely. Unknown to her, Chen's parameters talent was running automatically. Name Su Jiuer uninitiated. Score 9. 999. Attributes 9. 999 purely natural. Three-dimensional stats. Chen murmured, no wonder she was the nation's goddess. The data was immaculate. He withdrew his gaze, looked at the still shaken girls before him, and said in a low voice, I can agree to these 3 terms. Now it is my turn to speak. Then Chen forcibly tore his gaze away from Su Jiuer and cleared his throat, his voice deepening. Like all of you, I was thrust into this inexplicable game, and now I am terrified, disoriented. But his voice was low, yet it struck the silent cavern like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading outward, silencing every whispered word. You need no reminder of what lies beyond those walls. We are bound together, like grasshoppers on a single thread. To survive, we must unite. All the girls' breathing quickened. They knew that a lord chosen by the rules would awaken a unique aptitude. Lord, may we see your aptitude? A girl summoned her courage and asked, trembling. In this alien, accursed place, a formidable aptitude was their sole hope for survival. In an instant, every pair of eyes turned to Chen, filled with desperate hope and quiet dependence. He felt like a clown roasted alive on a spit. An aptitude. How could he explain it? That his gift was to perceive reality as mathematical parameters, or that he possessed a dual cultivation ability demanding intimate communion. He'd likely be branded a lecher before finishing the sentence, and hurled from the great tree without ceremony. Monbois, emergency aid. Any awe-inspiring legacy you can lend me just to hold this fragile trust together? Chen frantically called out within his mind. Master, acquiring legacies from other civilizations requires formal recognition by that civilization. Given your current rank and capabilities, only the Arboreal clan, a carbon-based civilization, has granted you recognition. No others have. A spark flared in Chen's heart. Command over the eternal tree would suffice. Yet beneath the platform reigned utter silence. The teeming horde of zombies, once thick as locusts, had vanished without trace. Chen stared dumbfounded. Yet beneath the platform reigned utter silence. The teeming horde of zombies, once thick as locusts, had vanished without trace. Chen stared dumbfounded. Did these undead even observe dinner hours? With no monsters left to fight, how could he possibly save face? Just as embarrassment threatened to carve him a 3-bedroom apartment with his own toes, Mombo's alarm shrieked inside his skull. Master, the eternal tree has sensed an imminent threat. Corpse feasting blood crows. Approximate count 30. Immediate defensive measures advised. Even as he spoke, a vast roiling shadow surged across the horizon, speeding toward them with terrifying swiftness. They were humanoid crows over a meter-tall, crowned with massive black wings, eerily reminiscent of Earth's raven. Even as he spoke, a vast roiling shadow surged across the horizon, speeding toward them with terrifying swiftness. They were humanoid crows over a meter-tall, crowned with massive black wings, eerily reminiscent of Earth's ravens. Up. At the sight, the girls' faces, just regaining faint color, bleached bone white. Chen, however, felt a surge of triumph. Just as slumber beckoned, here came the pillow. Perfect timing, he thought. These avian fiends would serve as his stage, his demonstration of irreplaceable worth. Chen poured his will into communion with the eternal tree, commanding its unbreakable vines to shred the crows into crimson mist. Yet in that dire moment, the vines grew slower than ever, sluggish, not swift. They coiled weakly, pale and spindly as malnourished bean sprouts, incapable of striking, barely able to form even rudimentary defense. Seeing this, Chen could only muster enough control to seal the cavern entrance with vines. What's happening? His heart sank. Lord, commanding the eternal tree consumes your vitality. Each point fuels 1 second of control. Damn it, this is sabotage. Does using it shorten my lifespan? Chen recoiled. Master, only recoverable vitality is consumed, not your maximum lifespan. Recoverable? That's fine. Let's begin. I feel brimming with vitality right now. Vine growth also requires nourishment. To rescue you and your people, the eternal tree sacrificed most of its body. Only the core stump remains. Its reserves are utterly depleted. It must replenish. Mombo's anxious voice rang out. Chen finally understood. The colossal tree had shattered itself to save him. But what was this nourishment? Where could he possibly find it? Now of all moments. Crop. Before he could ask further, a shrill, piercing shriek ripped through the thin vine net. The largest blood crow, claws like obsidian daggers, forced open a gap and squeezed inside. Its crimson eyes locked onto the nearest girl, foul wind whipping her hair as it lunged. Oh! She crumpled, paralyzed, her scream warping into a strangled cry. Those gleaming talons hurtled toward her skull, mere inches from impact. Oh! She crumpled, paralyzed, her scream warping into a strangled cry. Those gleaming talons hurtled toward her skull, mere inches from him. Watch out! Thwack! Sharp talons pierced his shoulder without resistance. Blood erupted, agony crashed over him like a tidal wave. Chen, Lord! Every girl screamed in unison, watching horrified as he threw himself bare-chested into the monster's path. Craw! The blood crow leader, triumphant, reared back to tear flesh from bone, when suddenly, abrupt metamorphosis. Eternal tree acquired refined nourishment too. The previously feeble vines upon contact with Chen's blood surged with sudden feverish vitality, whipping taut like emerald lightning. Dozens lashed forth, coiling, impaling, wrapping the crow in suffocating layers until it shrieked no more, desiccated into a hollow husk. Congratulations, Master. Successful termination of corpse-feasting blood crow lord. Arboreal clan recognition granted. Reward: paralytic toxin. Note: consuming nourishment enables secretion of paralytic toxin. Acquired rule coin 10. Acquired nourishment 1. Simultaneously the vines, replenished, exploded in growth, sealing the entrance completely, walling out all peril. No matter how fiercely the remaining crows attacked or gnawed, gaps sealed instantly, regrown seamless. Within the hollow, safety returned. So that's nourishment. Looks like I overplayed my hand. And damn, it hurts. Chen grasped the truth. Then darkness swallowed him whole. He collapsed, blood soaking the gnarled roots beneath him. He's bleeding so much. Hurry, someone help him. The girls scattered in panic. Moments ago they'd scorned and shunned this man, now he had shielded them with his life. Shame, terror, awe, all tangled into paralyzing confusion. Everyone step back. I'm from Xia Medical College. A tall, elegant woman pushed forward. Shui Bingyue, famed campus beauty of China's most prestigious medical academy. Kneeling, she examined Chen's chest wound, deep, bone exposed, and her face went deathly pale. No, he's hemorrhaging critically. Shock is imminent. Without hesitation, Shui Bingyue tore soft tendrils from nearby roots and pressed them firmly against the wound. Expert precise. Yet blood seeped relentlessly. His pulse and respiration are fading. Immediate CPR is essential. Her voice trembled, but her eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. CPR. That means mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Kissing. Every girl flushed crimson, eyes darting instinctively to Chen's lips, then snapping away breathless. What time is it? Saving lives comes first. Shui Bingyue snapped, her mind wholly occupied by the sacred duty of healing. The sole calling of a top-tier medical student, unclouded by any extraneous thought. She bent down, her soft, warm lips pressing precisely against Chen's. No romance unfolded, no imagined tenderness. Faint and blurred in his fading consciousness, Chen sensed only a gentle, warming breath flowing into him, carrying with it a delicate, lingering fragrance. At that very instant, Mambua's cold, mechanical voice blared inside his mind. Quality: DNA linkage detected. Talent: genetic fusion activated. Fusing partial genetic profile of Shui Bingyue. Overlord gains 10 life. Current life, 301,000. Boom. A surge of warmth flooded his desiccated body. Chen distinctly felt his rapidly draining vitality. Halted, reversed, pulled back from the brink by sheer defiant force. Simultaneously, Shui Bingyue, who was still administering breath, jolted violently. Her beautiful eyes flew wide open. At the exact moment her lips touched Chen's, an identical interface notification shimmered before her own vision. What terrified her most was the visceral sensation an invisible force was siphoning her life essence away. Her face paled instantly, she wrenched her mouth free and staggered half a step backward. What's wrong? You look dreadful. Let me take over. Su Jiuer had silently crouched beside him on the other side. Seeing Shui Bingyue's ashen face, she assumed only nervous exhaustion and physical strain. This national idol, hailed as China's quintessential goddess, hesitated for a fleeting second. As campus queen and paragon of grace, she felt compelled to act, unwilling to stand idle. Yet, gazing upon Chen, on the verge of death for saving others, she clenched her teeth and stepped forward, assuming Shui Bingyue's place. It was her first kiss. Another indescribable softness descended, this time imbued with a crisp, crystalline sweetness entirely unlike the last. Quality: DNA linkage detected. Fusing partial genetic profile of Su Jiuer. Overlord gains 20 life. Current life, 501,000. Su Jiuer received the same prompt, and likewise felt a wave of sudden weakness ripple through her frame. But unlike Shui Bingyue, she did not recoil in panic. Her perception was razor-sharp as she immediately summoned her in-game interface. There the green health bar representing her current life value dipped slowly, but the upper limit denoting her fundamental life essence remained utterly unchanged. So that's it. Su Jiaoer grasped it instantly. This was no theft, only a temporary borrowing of life energy. Her core vitality remained untouched. While maintaining the connection, she extended a hand and gently patted Shui Bingyue's icy knuckles, her gaze steady, silent, commanding discretion. An even more immense, refined torrent of life force erupted within Yu Chen, radiating outward. Before the girl's stunned, wide-eyed gazes, the ghastly wound on Yu Chen's shoulder, deep enough to expose bone, began clotting, sealing, and crusting over at visible speed. Heavens, oh heavens! The wound, it's healing. Is this the Overlord's talent? Silence swallowed the entire cavern, broken only by the girl's ragged, stifled breaths. When his life reached 50 points, Yu Chen's consciousness fully returned. He could even distinguish, with startling clarity, the two young women's life energies fundamentally distinct. Shui Bingyue's was gentle, enduring, suffused with restorative calm. Su Jiaoer's, by contrast, was fierce, concentrated, and fiercely potent. Only because Mambua's prompt specified borrowing, not consuming, did he allow it to continue. Had it endangered their essence, he would have stopped immediately. Facing two elite beauties performing emergency resuscitation and a dozen bare-skinned girls huddled behind him, the scene amounted to nothing short of facing two elite beauties performing emergency resuscitation and a dozen bare-skinned girls huddled behind him. The scene amounted to nothing short of catastrophic social annihilation. It was excruciatingly awkward, yet it also presented a rare opportunity to observe an extremist who among them would step forward, to discern once and for all whom he could truly trust. So Yu Chen steeled his resolve and feigned unconsciousness. Seeing him still unresponsive, the two women continued alternating breaths. Soon after, Jiang Shui from their class gritted her teeth and joined the effort. Wave after wave of soft, yielding warmth washed over him, igniting an uncontrollable surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen. Disaster! My body's betraying my will. If I don't rein it in, I'll disgrace myself utterly. To distract himself, Yu Chen plunged his awareness inward, into the recesses of his mind, to assess his latest gains. Slaying the Blood Crow Overlord had yielded 10 Gue coins, the first spoils of this new world. He instantly accessed the game platform embedded in his thoughts. Regional chat channel remaining players 8600100000. That stark, frigid numeral tightened his chest like a vice. How long had passed? 1,400 souls already extinguished. Only overlords could speak in this channel, and each was granted but one free message per day. Additional messages incurred Gue coin fees. Lady upstairs, everyone started naked. What exactly do you expect us to send? Weren't you all leaping onto buses and hogging basketball courts just yesterday? Lady upstairs, everyone started naked. What exactly do you expect us to send? Weren't you all leaping onto buses and hogging basketball courts just yesterday? Believe in yourselves, you've got this. I've got stones, I'll send them. But I've no Gue coins for transaction fees. Exactly. Even mailing costs money in this cursed game. I'm holed up in an abandoned office tower. Plenty of stationery, but how do I get it to you? Exactly. Even mailing costs money in this cursed game. I'm holed up in an abandoned office tower. Plenty of stationery, but how do I get it to you? The next moment, the avatar labeled Heart-to-Heart Dance Troupe dimmed to gray. Regional chat channel remaining players 8568100000. 32 more souls gone, vanished without trace. That settlement had fallen, utterly annihilated. A chill of mortal dread swept across the entire chat channel. Anyone forming alliances? We're on the edge of the Black Marsh, 64 strong half-veterans. A snow-capped mountain lies 10 kilometers east. Tasakite Kure. Wadashitachi no Ryoki Wayama to Kazan no Ida and I Aramasu. Onatachi Jie Gaburan and I Dokutsu. Ikidashirit Imesu. Odakatachi wa Mina Shasho Shite Imesu. Shikurio o Shurin Shite Kirmasan Ka. Ryoki nai no Ichiki no Kajitsu no Ki to Koken Dekamasu. Translation, someone help us. Our territory lies between a snow mountain and a volcano. Women are being dragged into caves by goblins. Men are all injured. Please send food. We'll trade our settlements, only fruit tree. Yujin dare Jie Omi no Kajitsu no Ki Jie Hitsuyo de Ka. Translation, fool upstairs, who needs your fruit tree? By the time it blooms and bears fruit, we'll all be starved to death. Come trade for my actresses instead. My domain boasts every kind imaginable. Languages collided, Japanese, Chinese, English, and more, overwhelmingly dominated by pleas for rescue, barter proposals, and cautious probes. Yu Chen dismissed the idea of alliance outright. Human nature could not withstand such trials. His territory housed only peerless beauties. If he revealed its location, he'd attract not allies, but ravenous wolves. He held no perverse fascination with betrayal. 1 Gue coin per cubic meter of timber. He noticed a listing seeking timber. Yu Chen considered selling. He had timber in abundance. But just as he prepared to exchange eternal tree lumber for supplies, Mamba's warning flashed urgently. All acts of deliberate harm against the eternal tree constitute treason against the tree clan. You will forfeit all control over it. That path was sealed forever. Everything would have to be forged by his own hands. Chen opened the trading platform. Its prices were staggering. Even plain black bread cost 1 Gue coin per jean. A single garment demanded 3 Gue coins. A rust-eaten kitchen knife commanded 5. And the platform levied a 10% transaction fee. In the end, Chen spent his 10 Gue coins to purchase 10 cubic meters of game storage, a spatial vault the Overlord could authorize subordinates to access. He also granted every girl inside the cave full read access to the regional chat feed. At first, murmurs filled the cavern, but soon silence fell absolute and suffocating. A campus queen from the Foreign Languages University, fluent in 16 tongues, knelt motionless on the cold ground, bloodless. Her lips trembled as she translated line by line the grotesque horrors described in foreign language posts. One settlement reported their women dragged into caves by creatures called goblins. An overlord is trading women for grain. Another claims women can be sold by the pound. Each sentence cracked her voice further, until finally she dissolved into silent, shuddering sobs. The truth struck them all at once. In this alien world, they were no longer celestial prodigies or campus goddesses. They were commodities, tradable, viable, consumable. Earth had truly exploded. Family, friends, all gone. Where then did the future lie? Inside the tree hollow there was a deathly silence. All the girls were initially bewildered, then helpless, and finally gripped by a deep-seated fear. As for Chen, perhaps too exhausted, he pretended to be unconscious and actually fell asleep. After dawn, the blood crows outside the tree hollow had long since retreated, but the tireless zombies had gathered again from the ruins of the village, encircling the eternal tree and emitting endless howls. A night of rest had restored all of Chen's attributes to their peak. He slowly opened his eyes and stood. Seeing the Lord awake, the girls who had been sitting or lying down in fear instinctively stood up, their movements off. Chen's gaze swept across the scene. Wherever his eyes landed, all the girls instinctively avoided his gaze, shyly lowering their heads. They had all been following the chat channel throughout the night. The various bloody messages made them fully aware of the desperate situation they were in. At this moment, all the girls were waiting for the Lord to respond to everything. Finally, Chen spoke. Everyone is aware of the situation outside. Chen's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Hunger, cold monsters. We arrived in this world completely naked. If we want to survive, we must huddle together. Last night I promised everyone the 3 rules. Chen continued. As your lord, I will now discuss my plan. Chen paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. If anyone cannot accept this, the entrance is right there. You can leave now, and I will not stop you. Those words created a tense atmosphere around them. Leave? Just thinking about the howling zombies beneath the tree and the terrifying flesh-eating blood crows from the previous night made all the girls turn pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Who would dare to leave? In this strange world, without the protection of a lord and talents, separating from the group would mean death. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Chen's arrangements. From yesterday until now, no one has had a drop to drink. I'm sure everyone is hungry. Chen said. We are currently short of clothing and food. The most urgent task is to go to the nearby village to search for food and supplies. Chen's words left the girls exchanging glances with one another. Most of them were delicate girls who had never done any manual labor, and asking them to fight zombies was simply absurd. At that moment, an extremely discordant voice sounded. I say, Chen, are you capable or not? The speaker was Zhang Dan, the class representative of Chen's class, who normally relied on her influential godfather, behaving like a spoilt young lady at school. She often mocked Chen, who came from a rural background, as a small-town exam taker. You are a big man, the Lord, and you have talent. You should be the one searching for supplies to support us. Zhang Dan continued. Why do we have to take risks? Chen was almost amused to the point of anger upon Miss Zhang. There are no sycophants to command you now, nor is your godfather here to back you up. My abilities are limited. I cannot feed so many mouths. But you are the Lord. Zhang Dan shouted defiantly. We are so beautiful. How can we go out and fight those disgusting monsters? What if we get hurt or scarred? But you are the Lord. Zhang Dan shouted defiantly. We are so beautiful. How can we go out? That's right. This is only natural and justified. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 average-looking girls quickly gathered around Zhang Dan, forming a small group. They were all classmates who usually joined Zhang Dan in online discussions. Only natural. Chen's gaze cut through Zhang Dan and her friends like a knife. Killing intent surged in his heart as he recalled what he had read in the past about killing sanctimonious individuals in apocalyptic novels, and then it was about selfish fools like this. Just as Chen was about to assert his dominance, Mambo's voice echoed in his mind. Warning detected the master's intention to kill subjects. Trigger Lord's governance path. Chen's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. This Mambo wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on him, would it? Master, this path will trigger a long-term buff state. You must choose one. Path 1 Heart of the King. Win people over through virtue without killing subjects. Reward all subjects gain 1 affection daily. Path 2 Dictatorial Rule. You can sleep with whomever you want and kill whomever you want. Reward do as you please within your territory. Punishment all subjects will have 1 affection daily with a chance of being assassinated by subjects. The sudden appearance of the Lord task halted Yu Chen's murderous intent. Mambo, whose side are you on? I want to kill these martial artists, and you suddenly pop up to stir the pot. And what is this affection anyway? Master affection reflects the loyalty of your subjects. If it drops below 0, subjects may rebel or assassinate the Lord. If it exceeds 90, subjects will willingly do anything for you, which is a prerequisite for unlocking deep genetic connections. Master, you can check each subject's affection towards you through the territory management interface. Yu Chen immediately opened the panel. Indeed, beneath the avatars of Zhang Dan and her 3 companions, their affection for him was a mere 10-20, categorized as disdain. This term pierced Yu Chen's nerves, and he wished he could immediately manipulate the vines to strangle these people. Master, please do not act impulsively. It would be unwise to let these fools affect the affection of the other beauties. At worst, you can find a time when no one is around and force them. If necessary, I can manipulate the eternal tree to hold them down, so you can vent your anger. Mambo's words instantly made Yu Chen furious. Mambo, if you make such jokes again, do you believe I will sever our master-servant relationship immediately? Am I so desperate? Would I push those people? Even if I jumped off this tree and died outside, I would never touch. Yu Chen's gaze contemptuously swept over Zhang Dan. This woman with makeup barely scored a 6, and without it she wouldn't even hit 5. Would he push her? Yu Chen had no interest whatsoever. Not to mention the 3 female classmates next to Zhang Dan, who not only shared similar plain looks, but also had an even less impressive appearance. Compared to the other beauties in the cave, they were like a stark contrast. However, when Yu Chen's gaze passed over Su Jiuer and Jiang Shui, his killing intent instantly calmed down. Thinking about the affection of these top beauties, he indeed had to choose this heart of the king. But that didn't mean Yu Chen was without temper. Listening to Zhang Dan and others babbling and spouting nonsense, he found it hard to endure. Mambo, is there a way to eliminate them without losing affection from my subjects? Master, you have chosen path 1. You must have a justifiable reason to kill. A few complaints from subjects don't count as a reason. You're not a born killer. Stop wasting time. Tell me what a justifiable reason is, Yu Chen said impatiently. Betrayal of the territory. Or, when their affection drops below 0, they will turn into hostile status. Alternatively, if they accidentally encounter an accident, like falling from the tree, it naturally won't affect the affection of the other girls. Now it made sense. Yu Chen instantly understood the rules. Hearing Mambo's reminder, in order to avoid affecting the affection of other girls, Yu Chen suppressed his killing intent and said to Zhang Dan, Miss Zhang, do you mean for me to learn from other lords and trade you for food and water? Yu Chen's voice was devoid of emotion. In the chat channel, lords are offering high prices for beautiful members. I think the 4 of you have decent looks. How about I contact them right now? If you don't want to be treated as goods. Yu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. Then please shut your mouths. Remember, in this world, beauty is worthless. Only abilities can help everyone survive. I repeat, those who go out with me to gather supplies will be allocated resources based on their labor, enjoying priority in all provisions. As for those who wish to stay in the tree hollow waiting to be fed, they can only eat the leftovers of others. Just as Yu Chen finished speaking, a clear, cold voice finally rang out. The Lord is right. I will go with you. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, who was none other than Su Jiuer, whose beauty was almost enchanting, making even Jiang Shui feel inferior. Yu Chen didn't expect that she would be the first to step forward. Su Jiuer crossed her arms and walked out, her gaze fixed on Yu Chen as she took the front row. Yu Chen's gaze swept over her. This near-perfect body with a slim waist and ample hips had no excess fat at all, exuding an astonishing explosive power, clearly the result of long-term high-intensity training. With the most beautiful Su Jiuer leading the way, soon a second responder followed. Count me in. I have trained in free combat for 8 years. I can't say I'm good at killing, but handling a few isolated zombies is no problem. I'm a doctor. If anything happens, you can rely on me. Shui Bingyue, who treated Yu Chen the previous night, also am from the agricultural university. Oh, I can identify which plants are edible. Xiao Yi also gathered her courage to speak. In the blink of an eye, the ones who stood up were all representatives of the beauty faction, led by Su Jiuer. On the contrary, none of the girls from Yu Chen's class who could only punch were willing to help. A hint of disappointment flashed through Yu Chen's heart. Just then Jiang Shui suddenly pulled a plump girl through the crowd, panting and shouting, "Me and Xiao Qiao are going to. Don't forget who is the strongest in our class." Yu Chen certainly remembered. The heavyweight in their class, the city's women's weightlifting champion, Shi Qiao Qiao. Once a few unwise classmates mocked her name and physique, they ended up being easily overturned by her crying out in distress. With Su Jiuer, Li Qian, Shui Bingyue, Xiao Yi, Jiang Shui, and Shi Qiao Qiao, 6 girls stood out, and with Yu Chen, a 7-member team for the expedition was finally formed. However, a highly embarrassing issue lay before everyone. The 7 of them were still completely naked. The atmosphere inside the cave was just right, but outside the cave the zombies roared, and they had not even a shred of cloth to cover themselves. At this moment Sujiora looked over everyone, then glanced at her own smooth body, and was the first to break the silence. Lord, are we just going out like this? This awkward question silenced everyone. Sujiora furrowed her delicate brows. Even in the apocalypse, she could not accept being completely exposed and devoid of dignity in front of monsters. The other girls blushed deeply, instinctively curling up their bodies. On the other side of the tree hollow Zhang Dan crossed her arms, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of her mouth as she whispered to her companions, "Did you see that? This is the consequence of showing off. Isn't it better to wait quietly for the men to bring back food? Why go out and embarrass themselves? I want to see them run around naked fighting zombies." The girls beside her laughed quietly, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. However, Chen only smiled. In his smile lay a mysterious understanding of everything. He inwardly called out, "Mon boy, to what extent can this tree be useful for me?" The control over the eternal tree depends on the nutrients and your imagination. Current nutrients too. 1 inch, imagination. Is it a? Chen's spiritual energy surged into the tree without reservation. In his mind flashed the smooth, life-filled elven battle armors from past games. In the next moment, it was as if a miracle had descended. The tree vines before him seemed to come alive, rippling like water waves, countless emerald green light points racing beneath the bark. Buzz, soft tree vines finer than hair emerged from the branches, stretching and reorganizing at an incomprehensible speed, weaving. In the astonished gazes of all the girls, a simple vest and shorts made of green leaves and flexible vines rapidly formed around Chen's figure. The smooth lines and natural textures resembled a masterfully crafted piece of art. My goodness! What is this? Is this magic? Before the girls could recover from their shock, Chen's mind moved again. Whoosh! Another 6 sets of differently styled tree clothes, precisely calculated using the mathematical parameter skill, grew from beneath the feet of Sujiora and the others. The green vines, like living snakes, coiled up their smooth calves, automatically weaving into shape perfectly fit up. Sujiora was entangled by the vines, touched in a sensitive area, causing her to glare at Chen. The vine skirt perfectly outlined her stunning figure, with a budding vine flower at the chest, adding a touch of life. Jiang Shui curiously touched the shoulder armor made of petals. Chen even did a high knee lift, exclaiming, "So light. And it's so flexible it doesn't hinder movement at all." This set of vine armor not only resolved the awkwardness, but was also form-fitting and sexy, full of aesthetics and practicality. The girls were left speechless by this miraculous scene. Meanwhile, Zhang Dan's mocking smile froze on her face, her ridicule instantly transforming into intense jealousy. The girls who had not stepped out of the tree hollow looked at Sujiora and the others, then at themselves, completely bare, their eyes instantly filled with envy and a strong desire. Such beautiful and magical clothes. They wanted them too. Chen looked at the 6 distinct yet stunningly beautiful elf female warriors before him, still not entirely satisfied. "I can't use up all the nutrients, otherwise I could make it even better." Then his gaze fell on the corner where the drained blood crow carcass lay. He controlled the vines again, dragging the massive crow skeleton over. Crack! Crack! The hard crow bones shattered and reformed under the terrifying, strangling force of the vines. "I can't use up all the nutrients, otherwise I could make it even better." Then his gaze fell on the corner where the drained blood crow carcass lay. Long bones. The feathers and beast tendons of the blood crow were woven by Chen into 2 simple longbows and a dozen arrows. Chen kept one bow for himself and handed the other to Chen from the police academy. "You must have practiced archery in the police academy, right?" Chen took the bow, pulled the crow tendon bowstring, feeling the incredible resilience, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, I participated in the school's archery team. This bow may not compare to professional ones, but it's definitely good enough." Chen then distributed the bone spears coated with paralyzing poison to the others, keeping the sharpest bird beak for himself, which he made into a bone dagger. "Now I will reiterate once again." Chen's voice clearly reached every girl's ear. Currently, the nutrients of the eternal tree are limited. Only the members of the outing team are qualified to wear the eternal battle garb and have priority in using weapons. At that moment, everyone understood Chen's subtext. If you want to gain, you must pay. Just as everything was prepared and the outing team was getting ready to depart, Manbo's voice rang in Chen's mind. "Warning. Master, please do not leave the main body of the eternal tree, or the remotely guided vines will consume an additional point of life value per second." Chen's heart jolted, synchronizing this important information to the team members. Then he took the lead, grabbing the hanging vines and climbing down like a monkey. When he raised his head to remind everyone to be careful, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the spring scene of several. Chen silently thought to himself, "Once we finish off the zombies and the nutrients are sufficient, I must provide them with some underwear, otherwise I keep getting distracted. How can I bear that?" After climbing down 10 meters, they finally reached the roots of the tree. The eternal tree was over 30 meters tall, and the roots were more than 5 meters above the ground, forming a natural platform. The closer they got to the ground, the more nauseating the stench of decay became. As everyone cautiously stepped onto the platform, their faces instantly turned pale. Below in the roots, hundreds of zombies were wandering in clusters. Now they could fully see what these zombies looked like. They resembled humans in shape, but their skin had an ominous grayish hue, flesh hanging out, with some having long sharp teeth, and others with fingers elongated like claws. At this moment, they were huddled together, frantically tearing at the corpse of a fellow creature that had been crushed to death by the eternal tree, the scene bloody and eerie. So many. How can we fight this? Jiang Shui's voice trembled, her stomach churning. Li Qian's expression was grave. They are too close. Once one is startled, we'll be instantly overwhelmed. Just then, Man-Boss prompt sounded in Yu Chen's mind again. Ding. Tree Clan mission triggered. Mission 1. Kill at least 10 zombies alone and protect all members safely. Reward 30 favorability with the citizens for this mission. Mission 2. Race continuation. Eliminate 100 zombies and convert them into nutrients for the eternal tree. Reward Eternal Heart. Basic technology. Explosive fruit. Explosive fruit, a high-density methane fruit generated by the eternal tree after absorbing enough nutrients, which can cause terrifying area damage when thrown. Can be modified and expanded. Yu Chen's gaze swept across the two mission options. Favorability. That's a long-term investment. What he needed now was this life-saving hard currency. Last night, dealing with a blood crow nearly cost him his life. If he had these explosive fruits comparable to grenades, what would he have to fear from hordes of zombies in the future? I choose mission 2. Yu Chen decisively made his choice in his mind. Then he pointed to a lone zombie that had climbed onto the tree root. Let's clear the lone one first. Before he finished speaking, Li Qian, beside him, drew the bowstring. Whoosh. The arrow accurately struck the chest of the zombie 30 meters away, but the zombie merely swayed, let out a roar, and seemed completely unharmed, turning to charge toward them. No, we must aim for the head. Yu Chen's eyes narrowed as he quickly shot again. Unfortunately, the arrow brushed past the zombie's scalp and missed. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. The zombie drew closer, its decayed face and hollow eye sockets clearly visible. At the critical instant, Yu Chen's mathematical talent, the parameters skill, activated. In a single breath, his world transformed. The zombie's position, velocity, the wind, the parabolic arc, streams of data braided before his eyes into an invisible model, which angle to take, how much force to apply. Everything became as clear as instinct. So this talent could be used this way. Joy surged within Yu Chen. The mathematical parameters gift was no mere trivial aid. It was a divine art. In a world rendered into data, he became a death dealer who never missed. Whoosh. The feathered arrow cleaved the air, tracing a curve almost too swift for the eye, and under Su Jiaoer's and the others' horrified gazes, it plunged unerringly into the zombie's eye socket. Squelch. The arrowhead pierced out through the back of its skull, dragging a fetid gray-black ichor. The zombie's forward momentum stalled, it stiffened, then toppled backward, thudding heavily to the ground, motionless. Li Qian opened her mouth, but could say nothing for a long moment. A high-speed target struck through the eye with a single arrow. This must be an archery prodigy. Only Yu Chen knew the skill's range. Effective within 10 meters, beyond which its accuracy would plummet. He gestured forward, and the squad moved again. The village crushed under the Yongheng Jishu's tread lay mostly in ruins. Supplies were buried beneath the debris, and many zombies were trapped below. Their excavation would be time-consuming, arduous, and perilous. Only 2 reinforced concrete buildings 100 meters away remained reasonably intact. That was their goal. The 7 of them began to traverse the tangled, enormous root system. The roots beneath their feet were as thick as pillars, their surfaces furrowed with coarse ridges, one had to tread carefully to avoid slipping. The stench of rot rose incessantly from the masses of corpses below, making their heads swim. Yu Chen lowered his voice and clarified the plan. Li Qian, take long-range watch. If a zombie closes to 10 meters, hand it to me. Su Jiaoer Shui Bingyue Jiang Shui Qiao. He continued, the 4 of you hold the flanks with bone spears. Sure, Qiao Qiao will cover the rear. If any straggler approaches, stab it immediately. Understood, they replied softly. Li Qian and Yu Chen formed a mobile 1-2 like twin artillery emplacements. The other 5 women gripped bone spears, forming a solid, moving defensive line. They slipped along the massive roots, inching toward the most conspicuous 2-story building 100 meters off. Li Qian drew her bow again and struck a wandering zombie's thigh 20 meters away. It staggered and slowed. Before it could regain its footing, Yu Chen closed within 10 meters, and with a raised hand and released arrow executed a precise headshot. The process flowed like clouds and water, seamless coordination. Along the way, thanks to their paired archery, 5 isolated zombies were dispatched silently. The tension among the women eased, replaced by a dangerous complacency, the illusion that zombies were no more than a nuisance. At last they reached the first 2-story building without incident. The ground floor door was tightly shut. Battering it down would surely attract hordes. Luckily, the building's walls were interlaced with the Yongheng Jishu's aerial roots, providing a natural climbing route. They ascended along the roots onto the second-floor balcony. Yu-Chen was about to be the first to climb in when Shi Qiao grabbed him. "Yu-Chen, you are the lord, the heart of everyone. You cannot take risks." Shi Qiao patted the sturdy vine armor clinging to her and flashed a grin that revealed two mischievous little canine teeth. "I'm rough and thick-skinned and best suited to scout ahead." Without waiting for Yu-Chen's protest, she seized her bone spear, executed a nimble roll, and landed inside the second-floor balcony without a sound. Yu-Chen watched her resolute silhouette and felt a small, unexpected stirring within. He spoke nothing and followed closely. Li Qian took the rear. A thin layer of dust lay inside, yet the furnishings remained tidy, a typical rural three-bedroom house. "Clear," Shi Qiao confirmed in a low voice. They filtered inside and began searching for supplies. Soon they unearthed in the bedroom numerous clean garments. "Take these. They'll be useful when it cools tonight," Yu-Chen said, and with a thought he opened access to his territory warehouse. "Put everything in here." A translucent virtual interface appeared before the 6 women's eyes. They clicked their tongues in astonishment. It was the storage vault Head bought last time for 10 Gue coins, a game storage only a lord could authorize others to use. When they touched the garments to the interface, the items vanished into thin air. After stripping the second floor, the squad moved to the first. In the kitchen, they packed pots and pans, oil, salt, condiments, and even a half bag of rice, taken without hesitation. In a corner of the living room, Yu-Chen's eyes brightened. 6 dust-covered bags of fertilizer, the 3 bold characters, Jin Kila, standing out in the dimness. "Master, this is good stuff. It's what the Tree Clan has been searching for. We must take it." Man-boss voice echoed in his mind with undisguised urgency and delight. "Jin Kila. Mambo, what use is this?" "All the benefits of Jin Kila. You'll know in time." Yu-Chen's mouth twitched in helpless laughter. Everything had been transported to another world, and yet he still encountered such anachronisms. Absurdity piled upon absurdity. He didn't bother to speculate. With a wave of his hand, the 6 bags of Jin Kila vanished and were neatly stored in the house. Yielded much, but for the 70-odd people in his territory, it remained a mere drop in the ocean. Yu-Chen cast his gaze toward another intact building a dozen meters away. That building lay farther beyond the reach of the Yongheng Jishu's roots, separated by waist-high weeds. Visibility poor and danger greater. That building lay farther beyond the reach of the Yongheng Jishu's roots, separated by waist-high weeds. 2 zombies suddenly lunged from the grass en route, but Yu-Chen's lightning reflexes sent arrows through them, startling but harmless. When they reached the second building, everyone froze. It was a rural convenience store. Through grime-streaked windows, they could see shelves brimming with goods. Instant noodles, sausages, canned food, bottled water. A dazzling array. Moreover, the front door was merely ajar, not locked. "We're in luck. This time we're really set." Jiang Shui cried, voice trembling with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Just as they rejoiced and prepared to shove the door open and pillage, something unexpected erupted. An ashen shadow burst from the roof without warning. A 2-meter thing moving on all fours, its skin ink-black, muscles coiled with mandible-like pincers atop its head. Its target was unmistakably the most slight figure in the group, Sujior. The sharp pincers lunged towards her delicate neck with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Sujior was still observing her surroundings, utterly oblivious to the threat looming above her. "Be careful." Yu-Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In a moment of crisis, he and Li Qian simultaneously released arrows from their hands. However, the creature merely twisted in midair, evading Li Qian's shot. Only Yu-Chen's arrow struck its pincer, causing the creature to pause momentarily against the wall, yet it turned and continued its attack on Sujior. Just as the creature was about to bite into Sujior's smooth neck, Yu-Chen acted without hesitation, stepping forward to snatch the bone spear from her grasp. He pinned Sujior beneath him while forcefully thrusting the bone spear forward. Thud! The spear accurately pierced the creature's abdomen, eliciting a chilling scream. Screech! The creature let out a piercing roar that could shatter eardrums, instantly echoing throughout the village. It struggled a few times, its 6 sharp claws leaving several gashes on Yu-Chen's face. The large pincers clamped tightly onto Yu-Chen's left arm. If not for the vine armor absorbing the force, his entire arm would have been severed. Pain surged through him, yet Yu-Chen gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. The creature's struggles visibly slowed, ultimately collapsing weakly on Yu-Chen, convulsing continuously. The paralyzing toxin coated on the spear tip finally began to take effect. In the next moment, chaotic roars erupted from all directions as countless zombies crawled out from the ruins and the grass, starting to converge towards them. Not good. The zombie horde has been alerted. Li Qian's face turned pale. Sujior finally noticed the bloodied appearance of Yu-Chen, and her heart seized violently. Everyone get inside. In this moment of crisis, he couldn't care less about his declining life force. Everyone get inside. In this moment of crisis, he couldn't care less about his declining life force. He immediately communicated with the Eternal Tree. Moments later, a thick vine burst through the ground akin to a wildly growing giant serpent rapidly intertwining to form a vine barrier on the first floor. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie horde followed closely behind. The foremost zombie crashed into the vine barrier, its immense resilience bouncing it back only to be trampled by the following horde. The tide of zombies had completely surrounded them, cutting off their escape route. Use the bone spear, stab their heads. Chen shouted, grabbing the bone spear to thrust at the zombies gnawing on the vines. Jiang Shui and the other girls looked at the rotting faces of the zombies, so close, yet relentlessly battering the vines, their stomachs churning violently. They had never killed a zombie before, and their hands trembled while gripping the bone spears. Even Li Qian, who had killed zombies before, was momentarily dazed, overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies so close at hand. But the instinct to survive overpowered their fear, and the girls mimicked Chen's actions, desperately thrusting their bone spears through the gaps in the vines. Thud, thud. The sharp spear tips continuously pierced through the zombies' skulls, splattering foul brain matter everywhere. The vines of the eternal tree greedily plunged into the fallen corpses, absorbing blood and flesh to mend the gaps left by the zombies gnawing. However, maintaining this defense drained Chen 2 life points every second. His already dwindling 1,000 life points quickly dropped below 500. Worse yet, a giant zombie nearly 3 meters tall pushed its way through the horde. Its muscles bulged with incredible brute strength, ignoring the other zombies and directly tearing at the vines. Creak! The vine barrier was violently torn open. We can't hold it, it's breaking in. Li Qian screamed. Chen gritted his teeth, increasing the output of his life force to grow thicker vines to block the gap. The rate of life point consumption skyrocketed to 3 points per second. At this rate, he would be drained of life within 3 minutes. Cold sweat soaked his back and his vision flickered darkly. No. Chen. Shui Bingwei watched Chen's pale face, unable to finish her sentence. At that moment, Su Jiuer suddenly turned around, cupping Chen's face in her hands, and without further ado, kissed his bloodied lips. What the heck? Jiuer, what are you doing? At a time like this, you're thinking about kissing. Is this the final madness? Li Qian stared dumbfounded. Quiet. Sister Su is healing the Lord. Shui Bingwei quickly explained from the side. Healing? There's such a healing method. Shi Qiao Qiao, while desperately fending off zombies, cast a bewildered glance. Before her words could finish, a miraculous event occurred. A warm life force flowed from Su Jiuer's lips into Chen's body. His facial wounds healed at a visible rate, and his pale complexion quickly regained its color. In contrast, Su Jiuer, with her stunningly beautiful face, was rapidly losing color, becoming as pale as Chen had just been. She was using her own life force to restore Chen. Yet before he could feel move, the urgent voice of Monbois exploded in his mind. Extreme danger warning. Master, you must immediately kill that vanguard ant. What ant? I can barely hold on here. Chen roared inwardly. That creature outside is the vanguard ant, the scout of the insectoid swarm, the natural enemy of the eternal tree. If you don't kill it, it will attract the entire ant swarm to devour us. The creature is the vanguard, and why didn't you say so earlier? Once you leave the range of the eternal tree, my external perception is severed. It was only when you summoned the vines earlier that I regained my perception. Chen gently pushed Su Jiuer aside. His life points had already recovered somewhat. That's enough, Jiuer. I'm feeling much better. He then quickly ran to the second floor window. Indeed, the vanguard ant was dragging its body, pierced by the bone spears, struggling to crawl out. Where it passed, the surrounding zombies actually avoided it, as if they were facing a king, daring not to offend it. Master, the insectoid race is a high-level carbon-based civilization. Their pheromones exert absolute bloodline suppression over these lowly, undead creatures. Don't expect the zombies to deal with it. Chen took a deep breath, retrieving the bone bow from the warehouse, aiming an arrow at the vanguard ant. Ding! The arrow struck its hard shell, leaving only a white mark, utterly failing to inflict any fatal damage. A deep sense of helplessness surged within Chen as he realized he had forgotten to deliver the final blow. Now surrounded by zombies, how could he kill that creature? In this moment of despair, the melodious voice of Monbois echoed in Chen's mind. Ding! The eternal tree has absorbed enough zombie flesh, 100,100. Unlocking basic technology, explosive fruit. Explosive fruit consumes 1 nutrients to produce 1 with a growth cycle of 1 hour. Remove the stem, and it will explode 3 seconds later, causing terrifying area damage. Chen's heart leaped with joy, or finally, he had a proper weapon. Monbois, an hour. The flowers will wilt by then. I need it now. He then realized there was no time for the fruits. Master, you can consume life points to hasten growth. For every 60 life points consumed, 1 hour of growth time can be shortened. Hasten. Immediately hasten. Chen did not hesitate. The life points he had just regained from Su Jiuer plummeted dangerously low, leaving him with less than 200. He felt darkness closing and nearly toppling over. Then the vines downstairs rapidly grew to the second floor, and before him a cherry-sized translucent blood-red fruit appeared out of thin air, maturing at a visible rate. Master, be careful. The inside of the fruit contains the eternal tree condensed high-energy silane. Removing the stem and exposing it to air for 3 seconds will cause it to explode. Chen carefully plucked the fruit. With this devastating weapon, his chaotic thoughts calmed. He glanced at the zombie horde crashing against the defense like a tide, and then at the vanguard ant about to crawl into the ruins. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Activating the mathematical parameters skill. Wind speed, gravity, parabolic trajectory. Countless data flashed through his mind. Everyone downstairs, get down. Chen called to the girls below. Then he forcefully removed the stem. He hurled the small fruit towards the vanguard ant with all his might. Boom! A blinding white light consumed everything, followed by a deafening explosion. Everything within a 5-meter radius of the vanguard ant was instantly torn apart. The frenzied shockwave radiated outward, directly shattering and sending half of the zombies in the courtyard flying. Even the 3-meter giant zombie was flipped over by this force, its body riddled with craters. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Chen stared in awe at the explosive power comparable to that of a high-explosive bomb, speechless for a long time. Is the technology of the Tree Clan really this impressive? This tiny fruit has such astonishing power. Ding! The vanguard ant has been killed. Hearing Manboss notification, Chen breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground. The alert sound from Manbois fell like a bucket of ice water over Chen's head. Damn it, I'm still a step too late. Chen cursed inwardly. The relief he had just felt resurfaced. The thought of the insectoid ant swarm, the eternal tree's nemesis, made his heart race. A single vanguard ant was already so difficult to kill. By the time the main force of the ant swarm arrived, the entire eternal tree might be completely devoured. Manbois, how do I eliminate this damned pheromone? Just wash it away with water, master. Please cleanse the eternal tree as soon as possible. Where can I find such a large amount of water unless it's from a river or a lake? A special reminder, master. According to the activity patterns of the vanguard ants, it won't take more than 12 hours for them to reach the ant swarm. Upon learning that he had only 12 hours, Chen sat down heavily on the ground. The dizziness from consuming life energy to hasten the fruit's growth hit him again, and he felt like a deflated balloon, his whole body going soft. He knew he had to deal with the horde of corpses outside immediately and return to the eternal tree to leave this place in haste. Chen leaned against the wall and stumbled back to the first floor. Fortunately, the shockwave from the explosion had been completely blocked by the rapidly growing vines at the entrance, forming a resilient green barrier. They were all dizzy from the loud noise, but thankfully they were unharmed thanks to the vine armor. Is everyone all right? Chen's voice was a bit hoarse. The girls nodded, still shaken, indicating that they were fine. Outside, however, a large area of the yard had been cleared of zombies with severed limbs and broken bodies strewn everywhere. A horrifying scene. After a brief moment of rest, Chen completely informed the girls about the impending arrival of the main force of the ant swarm. For a moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Not yet having escaped the horde of corpses, now they had to face the even more terrifying insectoid army, causing the faces of the girls to turn pale instantly. Chen took a deep breath, forcing everyone to calm down. Now the only way is to use the explosive fruits to clear the zombies, and then find a water source to cleanse the eternal tree. But can your body handle it? Sujior looked at Chen's pale face, worriedly speaking up. Everyone knew that hastening a fruit consumed 60 points of life energy. The little bit of health Sujior had just restored him was now depleted again. He had less than 200 points left, at most able to hasten 3 fruits, which was nowhere near enough to deal with the zombies that were continuously gathering due to the loud noise. There's enough nourishment, but I need everyone's help. Chen looked at Sujior, whose stunning face was as pale as paper, clearly having consumed too much life energy from the earlier kiss. Looking at the other, equally exhausted girls proposing to kiss at this moment, Chen really found it hard to voice that. Lord, just tell us what you need, we'll follow your lead, the girls responded. Only Sujior noticed Chen's predicament. Lord, your complexion looks worse than before. Do you need life energy again? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes focused on Chen. They had all witnessed the magical healing effect of Sujior's kiss. Yes. Chen knew there was no point in hiding now. I need life energy, a large amount of life energy to allow the eternal tree to grow enough explosive fruits to clear the corpse horde. The air instantly became ambiguous and tense. The girls exchanged glances, their beautiful faces flushed, breathing a little hurriedly. Previously, it was a matter of life and death, and Sujior could throw caution to the wind. Now that the crisis was temporarily resolved, having to kiss again left them all feeling at a loss. What are you hesitating for? Li Qian, who came from a police academy, was the most decisive. She wiped the dust off her face and glared at the other shy girls. What time is it now? If the zombies rush in and start devouring us, it's better to let Chen have a bite now. I'll go first. But I haven't kissed before. Jiang Shui mumbled softly. As if it's like someone has kissed before, I'm also a first-timer. Li Qian retorted impatiently. Her personality was carefree, a typical girl from the northeast. After saying that, she turned to Chen. How do we do this? Just kiss like you did with Jior earlier. Yu Chen felt a bit awkward at Li Qian's straightforward question, but nodded nonetheless. All right, what are we waiting for? Without further ado, Li Qian was about to proceed. Wait. At this moment, Shui Bingyue blocked her. You and Xiao Xiao are our main combat powers. We will rely on you both to clear the remaining zombies, so your life energy must remain in a healthy state. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Shui and Xiao Yi, finally landing on herself, calmly analyzing. For now, Jiang Shui and Xiao Yi do not have direct combat tasks, so our life energy can be prioritized to supply the Lord. Her reasoning was sound, yet it made the atmosphere even more delicate. Jiang Shui's face had turned crimson. She glanced at Yu Chen and quickly lowered her head, her hands nervously gripping her clothes. Although she was familiar with Yu Chen as they were in the same class, there was no romantic feeling, which made her very awkward. I'll go first. Surprisingly, Xiao Yi, usually the most quiet and timid flower of the agricultural school, was the first to step forward. Her small face was pale, uncertain if from fear or shyness, but her gaze was exceptionally clear. I don't want to die, nor do I want to be a burden. Xiao Yi summoned her courage, walked up to Yu Chen, and slightly tiptoed. Her lips were cool and soft, trembling slightly as they gently pressed against Yu Chen's lips. A gentle yet faint stream of life energy slowly flowed into Yu Chen's body. Life energy 200. Yu Chen could feel that Xiao Yi was doing her best, but her constitution was only at the level of an ordinary person, and the life energy she could provide was limited. After the kiss, Xiao Yi seemed to have exhausted all her strength, softly leaning against the wall, taking small breaths. It's my turn now. Shui Bingyue followed closely after being the flower of the medical school. The artificial respiration from last night made her feel less embarrassed this time. She kissed with great seriousness, her actions professional and decisive without any hesitation. Life energy 200. An overwhelming surge of vitality flowed in, invigorating Yu Chen. Finally, it was Jiang Shui's turn. She bit her lower lip as if making some significant decision, took a deep breath, and leaned in with her eyes closed. Her kiss was innocent and flustered, even carrying a hint of youthful sweetness. Life energy 300. Jiang Shui sensed something unusual as Yu Chen's tongue unexpectedly ventured in. She was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, inexplicably welcoming it. Jiang Shui's body trembled, feeling both shy and angry. Why is he biting my tongue? Could it be? Is this the standard procedure? She dared not voice her thoughts, assuming it was her own ignorance. Little did she know this was entirely Yu Chen's long-held feelings for her, unable to resist acting on his desires. With the 3 school flowers taking turns to sacrifice, Yu Chen's life energy skyrocketed to near full health. Thank you, everyone. Feeling the power surging within him, Yu Chen immediately connected with the eternal tree. Hasten, give me 10 explosive fruits. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines beside him began to writhe wildly. Cherry's eyes, translucent blood-red fruits, emerged one after another from the vines, shimmering with a dangerous light. The sight left the several girls who had just sacrificed in shock. This was the weapon of mass destruction exchanged with their life energy. Everyone followed Yu Chen to the second floor. Everyone cover your ears and lie down. Yu Chen grasped an explosive fruit, his gaze as cold as a blade. He aimed at the crowded horde of corpses several meters away, pulled off the fruit stem, and threw it with all his might. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded dense as the drums of death. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, flames and shredded flesh flying together, the stench of black blood soaring into the sky. The zombies outside the convenience store were torn apart in large chunks, flung away, barely having time to let out a wail before turning to ash and debris. The entire ground trembled under the onslaught of this violent energy. Clear out the remaining ones. As the explosions ceased, Yu Chen issued his command. Li Qian and Shi Qiao immediately rushed out through the gap in the vine wall, each wielding a spear, accurately delivering finishing blows to those still twitching, not yet dead zombies. Jira, you all go gather supplies from downstairs. Yu Chen remained vigilant upstairs, ready to use the vines to respond to any sudden situation. The others also came to their senses, madly rushing into the convenience store, frantically sweeping food, water, and daily necessities from the shelves into the territory warehouse. Rice, instant noodles, canned goods, bottled water, cigarettes, and alcohol. There were even a few boxes of precious sanitary pads. Everyone looked as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their faces radiant with the joy of survival and the thrill of acquisition. While everyone was frantically shopping, Su Jiuer unexpectedly discovered a box of items in the drawer on the second floor. It was labeled Durex. Quickly replenish your strength. With Yu Chen's command, the group wasted no time. Ripping open packages of energy bars, 8 treasure kanji, and French mini breads, they devoured the food. Quickly replenish your strength. With Yu Chen's command, the group wasted no time. Ripping open packages of energy bars, 8 treasure kanji, and French mini breads, they devoured the food ravenously to restore their stamina. After a brief meal, they began returning to the tree cavern, gathering vast quantities of yellow soil along the way and storing it in the warehouse. When Yu Chun and the 6 others re-entered the cavern, their eternal battle armor was drenched in blood and scored with deep claw marks. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon every face, yet their eyes gleamed with a hardened battle-forged sharpness tempered in fire and blood. They were met by dozens of complex, searching glances. The girls who had remained inside the cavern all day, starving, stood pale and hollow-eyed, a stark contrast to Su Jior and the others who had just feasted outside and now radiated vitality. Several girls hurried forward, anxiously asking about conditions beyond the cavern, especially the relentless explosions that had left them trembling with dread. Meanwhile, Zhang Dan and her faction instinctively recoiled at the sight of their empty hands and blood-smeared bodies, their faces twisted in undisguised disdain. You caused such a commotion and returned with nothing. Zhang Dan curled her lip, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Until Yu Chun willed it, and a mountain of supplies materialized instantly at the cavern's center, silencing her complaints mid-breath. A wave of fervent cheers erupted through the cavern. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Chips, biscuits, instant noodles, bottled water. In the dim light of the cavern, these brightly colored packages shone brighter than any gemstone in the world. Zhang Dan's face flushed crimson. Ignoring the onlookers, Yu Chun raised his voice. Distribution follows this morning's rules. His words rang clear and unambiguous in every ear. Members of the expedition team choose first. Only what remains goes to the collective. Without delay, Yu Chun granted Su Jior, Li Qian, and the other 5 women direct access to their personal storage compartments, so they could securely claim their selections. This is yours, earned with your lives. At that moment, Zhang Dan surged forward. No, this division is unacceptable. She struck a posture of righteous indignation. These supplies belong to all of us. Yu Chen, you cannot grant yourself special privilege. His gaze locked onto her, cold, detached, as if observing a petty, absurd performer. Did you forget what I said this morning? Or do you simply lack ears? You. Zhang Dan choked, then abandoned restraint entirely, turning to incite the crowd. Sisters, these resources should be shared equally among us all. She cleared her throat and launched into her performance. Yu Chun, have you forgotten the first clause of last night's 3 articles of accord? No coercion permitted. So naturally you cannot force us to fight zombies. It's too dangerous. Second, life or death decisions require collective voting. We're starving. We face imminent death. That qualifies as a life or death crisis and demands a vote on how food is distributed. Third, the Lord must safeguard everyone's safety. Therefore, clearing out zombies falls squarely within your duty. Risking your life outside is your obligation, and the spoils you bring back rightfully belong to the collective. Zhang Dan had long honed her talent online, twisting logic, conflating concepts, stoking division. Her rhetoric flowed effortlessly. Her speech struck precisely the right chord for those nearby girls eager to eat without lifting a finger, now armed with a perfect justification. Exactly. Letting only 6 of them pick first. What are the rest of us 60-odd supposed to eat? How selfish. As women, we deserve protection. Yu Chun, you forced us into becoming your subjects, and we haven't even held you accountable yet. Sisters, break your silence. Rise up and join our resistance against tyranny. If you refuse to resist, at least do not mock us, because the light we seize today will illuminate you too. Fury flared instantly in Yu Chen's heart. Their grotesque distortion of Master Lu Sun's words was intolerable. Monbois, I can't hold back anymore. I'm ending Zhang Dan and her cronies, right now. Master, restrain yourself. Look, their affinity toward you has plummeted to just 7 to 10. It'll hit 0 soon. Yu Chen checked, and sure enough, Zhang Dan's affinity had dropped further. Meanwhile, Su Jior and the others, having just survived life and death combat, had affinities ranging from 50 to 70. As accusations multiplied, Jiang Shui and the other 5 grew visibly distressed. Only Su Jior's clique, the school's beauty faction, remained silent. Among the classmates group, however, a few girls had already been swayed by Zhang Dan. Jiang Shui stepped forward urgently. Zhang Dan, you've misunderstood everything. She tried explaining. They wondered whether Zhang Dan had awakened some debate-art talent. Yu Chen, meanwhile, almost laughed aloud. Zhang Dan, I teach early morning classes. You truly amuse me. And bear before Yu Chen. Su Jior and the 5 others never imagined the 3 articles of accord would be so grotesquely warped. How could another woman, fellow female, resort to such baseless distortions, evasions, and rhetorical sleight-of-hand? They wondered whether Zhang Dan had awakened some debate-art talent. Yu Chen, meanwhile, almost laughed aloud. Zhang Dan, I teach early morning classes. You truly amuse me. Close your mouth, or I'll throw you and your friends straight off the tree. His tone held no jest, only pure, unvarnished lethality. Perhaps the slaughter of so many zombies had left his aura steeped in raw killing intent. Some of the girls actually felt it radiating from him. Those who had just echoed Zhang Dan fell instantly mute. Zhang Dan froze, her mind reeling. This isn't right. He should fear public censure, should yield to uphold the agreement. Why threaten me directly? And shouldn't everyone unite against him? This script makes no sense. Unbeknownst to her, years of effortless online debate victories and immersion in romance novels had warped her expectations. Her well-worn digital tactics crumbled like tissue paper before the brutal, unadorned law of survival. She failed utterly to grasp that any covenant requires power to enforce it. Last night, all the girls had formed a united front. Now that unity was shattered, Su Jiaoer and the 5 others, who had endured bloodshed together, stood silently, resolutely behind Yu Chen. Most possessed sound judgment. They saw the truth plainly: the eternal tree belonged to him, the food belonged to him. His adherence to the agreement was grace, not obligation. Without strength, agreements dissolved into empty air. Hearing Zhang Dan's barrage of debate rhetoric, the 6 women flushed with embarrassment and outrage, never imagining they'd become targets of such debate themselves. To avoid isolation and spare Yu Chen further difficulty, they exchanged silent glances. They deliberately selected only clothing and daily necessities, leaving the most precious food untouched. They understood, though the hall seemed abundant, feeding over 70 mouths would deplete it within days. Yu Chen recognized their restraint and their quiet dignity. A cold smile flickered across his lips. Dismissing Zhang Dan outright, he strode to the 6 women and forcibly allocated several cartons of instant noodles, sausages, and bedding into their personal storages. Take them. These are yours, bought with your lives. Anyone who objects may take their grievances to the zombies. His tone brooked no dissent, and warmth flooded the 6 women's hearts, dissolving fatigue and grievance in an instant. These 6 had fought beside Yu Chen in life-and-death combat, and 4 had even kissed him. He now regarded them as core retainers he must cultivate. After Zhang Dan's reckless provocations, Yu Chen realized distributing food alone was insufficient. He needed everyone to witness unequivocally loyalty, and sacrifice yielded extraordinary reward. Su Jiaoer and the 5 who had ventured out today, he would make them his inner circle. And if even his inner circle received no privileges, they would swiftly become liabilities instead of assets. With Zhang Dan having shattered the old order, a new principle would govern: strength defines authority. Yu Chen focused his will. While nutrients and vitality surged within the eternal tree, he would forge tangible rewards for his loyalists. Instantly, countless vines erupted from the cavern walls, twisting, interlacing, shaping themselves with furious precision. Before the stunned gazes of all present, 7 exquisitely crafted private tree chambers rose from the floor, each entrance draped with thick, living vine curtains. Inside, beds woven from supple vines awaited, complete with private sanitation facilities whose waste the eternal tree absorbed directly as nourishment. Once water sources were secured, the vines would even channel fresh water on demand. This was luxury incarnate, in the heart of apocalypse. Meanwhile, the main chamber offered no privacy whatsoever. Relieving oneself required venturing to the cavern entrance. 1 chamber per expedition member. Yu Chen's voice resonated through the cavern. Any further complaint? The cavern entrance stands open. Leave whenever you wish. I shall not impede you. This time not a single girl dared echo Zhang Dan. Regret burned fiercely. They cursed themselves for not joining the sortie, knowing they might have claimed such a dreamlike sanctuary. After distribution, Yu Chen used the yellow soil he'd brought back, and iron frames salvaged from the convenience store, to construct a simple fireproof earthen stove at the cavern's center. Shi Qiao set up a large cauldron. Yu Chen poured in several bottles of mineral water, then, under the watchful, hungry eyes of over 60 people, tore open a rice sack and let snow-white grains cascade into the pot. He sprinkled in salt, covered the lid, and lit the fire. When the porridge thickened and bubbled vigorously, he sliced several sausages into thick rounds and dropped them in, adding a jar of preserved mustard greens and several braised eggs beside the cauldron. Was he preparing a private feast before everyone's eyes? Soon the rich, savory aroma of meat-laden porridge filled the cavern, making the famished girls swallow repeatedly. Zhang Dan's face cycled between ashen and livid, her whole body trembling with rage. Yu Chen, you've gone too far. He smiled, a smile icy with contempt. Too far. I led people outside, facing zombies dancing with death, to secure these supplies. You sit idle and call me excessive. He pointed at the churning white porridge, his voice sharpening each word, deliberate. Want food? Fine. Wait until we 7 finish eating. What remains belongs to you. He pointed at the churning white porridge, his voice sharpening each word, deliberate. Want food? Fine. Though meat might vanish by their turn, at least they'd receive hot porridge to fill their bellies. And meeting Yu Chen's emotionless gaze, they understood protest further, and they might lose even the dregs. Some quick-witted girls resolved inwardly next time they would go out, no matter what. Precisely the effect that was his purpose, to ignite their will to fight. Alone he could never ensure their survival in this alien, perilous world. Only Zhang Dan stared fixedly at the steaming, fragrant porridge, her nails digging deep into her palms. Why did those flirtatious girls earn elegant vine armor, luxurious private chambers, and rich meaty porridge, after just one sortie, while she, a nobleman's daughter accustomed to opulence, could only wait humiliated for whatever thin group. A mad idea took root in her heart. If debate failed, she would deploy her most refined weapon. Here Chen was heaven, sole sovereign. Seize him, and everything she desired would be hers. Her eyes flickered secretly appraising Chen. Though Su Jiaoer and Jiang Shui surpassed her in beauty, what did they know? From last night's naked assembly, Zhang Dan had discerned their innocence. They were untouched virginal. She by contrast possessed seasoned expertise, averaging a new boyfriend weekly. She could read such experience at a glance. Moreover, Chen, from yesterday's grievous injury by the blood crow to today's relentless zombie slaughter, had clearly had no time for intimacy. If she seized the initiative, becoming his first true lover, her position would be unassailable. Recalling the techniques learned from her benefactors and lovers, a triumphant predatory smile curved her lips. She had no interest in that plain porridge. Chen surely concealed his finest supplies. Apply those techniques, and wouldn't he be utterly captivated? After the seven finished eating, more than half the pot of plain kanji remained. Chen scanned the pot with his parameter ability and confirmed that if not wasted, the kanji would be sufficient for one full bowl per person. Chow distribute the kanji among them. The moment he spoke, the 60-odd girls, starved for an entire day, surged forward like famished wolves released from cages, shrieking as they lunged. Chaos erupted instantly. Don't push. This bowl is mine. Who stepped on my foot? For a mere spoonful of rice broth, these former campus beauties shoved and scrambled against one another. Their delicate makeup had long since smeared into streaks of sweat and dust. Only raw greed and primal hunger now lingered upon their faces. One girl hesitated for half a second and was violently shoved from behind. Her bowl flew from her hands, spilling white kanji across the ground. She stared blankly at the mess before her, tears welling up instantly. Yet she dared only emit stifled, broken sobs. Everyone please form an orderly line. Each of you will receive your share. Shi Chow's soothing voice gradually calmed the frenzy, and reluctantly the girls began lining up. Only Zhang Dan refrained from joining the scramble. Her gaze remained locked, cold, unblinking, on Su Jiaoer, Jiang Shui, and the others who sat sated after devouring sausages and sipping steaming kanji, their cheeks flushed with contentment. From beginning to end, Zhang Dan regarded every woman who failed to leverage her advantages or dominate men as pitifully foolish. Only after the last girl had devoured her From beginning to end, Zhang Dan regarded every woman who failed to leverage her advantages or dominate men as pitifully foolish. Only after the last girl had devoured her kanji did silence finally settle over the hollow tree. They will arrive within 24 hours. This revelation struck each mind like a detonating thunderclap. Having barely survived the zombie siege, were they now to face an even... Prepare yourselves, all of you. Our eternal tree has already been marked by the insectoid colony's pheromones. They are converging upon us. They will arrive within 24 hours. This revelation struck each mind like a detonating thunderclap. Having barely survived the zombie siege, were they now to face an even more terrifying insectoid legion. Su Jiaoer and the others had already recounted the horror of the vanguard ants. Their very description sent shivers down spines. The fragile calm granted by a warm bowl of kanji shattered anew. Tension plummeted to freezing point. Then what do we do? A girl whispered, her voice trembling with utter despair. We must locate large quantities of water to cleanse the pheromones from the tree's trunk. Chen's eyes swept over the assembly. Among you, is anyone trained in geology or geography? Can anyone determine where rivers or lakes lie nearby? Silence fell, absolute and suffocating. Eyes darted between faces and no one dared speak. Just as Chen's hope began to wane, a figure stirred in the corner. A quiet, scholarly-looking girl timidly raised her hand. I'm from the Geology University. My name... Chen's spirits lifted instantly. Speak freely. Emboldened, Shi Yao summoned her expertise, fear momentarily eclipsed by professional certainty. Lord, we currently stand upon a plain. Judging by vegetation patterns and soil composition, following the lowest terrain gradient will almost certainly lead us to surface runoff. That is a river. Chen believed deeply in entrusting specialized tasks to specialists. Without hesitation, he nodded. Excellent. From this moment onward, will you join our combat team? You shall receive equal provisions and standing. He gestured towards Su Jiaoer and the 5 others beside him. Shi Yao froze. Then her eyes blazed with incandescent joy. She had never imagined that a single offhand mention of her academic knowledge could earn her the same status as Su Jiaoer and her peers. Yes, I swear to give my utmost. Chen intended for all to witness. Value begets sustenance and respect. Immediately he retrieved clean trousers and a tunic from storage and handed them to Shi Yao, along with an extra pack of biscuits. Envious and covetous glances rippled through the surrounding girls. Many now strained their minds, desperately recalling how their own disciplines might prove indispensable. Perhaps the Lord would soon require their skills. Everyone, hold fast. The eternal tree is about to move. Chen communicated with the eternal tree and at the optimal vantage point near the entrance commanded it to generate an independent control chamber, its interior even furnished with seats woven from living vines. Monbois, activate the eternal tree. Target due east. Boom. A deep earth-shaking rumble surged upward from the bedrock. The colossal tree stump, 10 stories tall spanning nearly 1,000 square feet, jolted violently. It's actually moving. Help! Will it collapse? The violent tremors sent the girls staggering and toppling inside the hollow as screams pierced the air in rapid succession. Before their terrified eyes, countless roots, thicker than water barrels, slithered across the ground like colossal serpents propelling the tree forward with eerie speed. Before their terrified eyes, countless roots, thicker than water barrels, slithered across the ground like colossal serpents. Today's zombie purge yielded 30% nourishment, enough to sustain minimal energy locomotion for 30 hours. Guided by Shi Yao's expertise, the tree advanced steadily along the gentle slope of the Plains River Valley. Along the way, minor gullies posed no obstacle. The eternal tree simply straddled them. As night fell, Chen, having steered the tree continuously for 5 or 6 hours, felt fatigue flood his limbs like a rising tide. His eyelids grew impossibly heavy. Master, please refrain from fatigued operation. Monbois may temporarily follow external guidance. Though Monbois could sense the world beyond its perception range remained limited, night navigation required human direction. Chen could delegate authority, but the life force cost would still be deducted from his own reserves. Seeing Chen at his breaking point, Su Jiro volunteered to alternate watch duty, with Shi Yao assuring him it would be flawlessly managed. Then Jior, you have my deepest gratitude for holding the helm. Utterly spent, Chen exited the control chamber and returned to his private chamber. The eternal tree's gentle rhythmic sway became the perfect lullaby. The moment Chen touched the vine-woven bed, consciousness began slipping away. Just as sleep claimed him, the vine curtains sealing his chamber parted silently, revealing a narrow gap. A figure slipped inside, barefoot and breathless. She moved straight to Chen's bedside and leaned over him. A faint trace of perfume drifted into his nostrils. Then a pair of slick, searching lips began tracing slow, deliberate paths along his neck. One hand slipped beneath his vine tunic, bold, purposeful, gliding downward without pause. Yet just as those lips neared his own, he sensed something profoundly wrong. This scent was neither Su Jior's nor Jiang Shui's, nor Waterbing Yue's or Qiao Yi's. Its calculated allure jolted him fully awake. Curiosity flared, and through his bond with the eternal tree, Chen instantly perceived the woman's face. It was Zhang Dan. What are you doing? Chen reacted instantly. His arm shot out, hurling her backward. In the dim light, Zhang Dan stumbled off balance. But instead of retreating, she pressed closer. She shifted her posture, attempting once more to coil around him, her voice dripping with saccharine seduction. Brother Chen, let me become yours. Serve you, please. I'll make you ecstatic. She swayed her hips, striking what she believed to be her most alluring pose. Chen felt a visceral wave of nausea rise in his gut. What precisely inhabited this woman's mind? He even found himself wondering, had that kiss contaminated him? After all, Zhang Dan's reputation at school was infamous. Nicknames like Biohazard Matriarch, 3 Express 1 Delivery, and Plum Blossom Triple Variation circulated widely. Even Chen, who rarely indulged in gossip, had heard them. Rumor held that she'd secured her class representative position through intimacy. I require no service from you. Leave now. His voice was colder than frozen steel. Don't be like that. Zhang Dan refused to yield, writhing provocatively, convinced of her own magnetism. I'll satisfy you far better than Su Jior, or any of them. If you don't leave immediately, I will not hesitate to act forcefully. Chen's stern warning only reinforced her misapprehension that this was merely masculine teasing, a feigned resistance. She had never believed any man could truly reject willing affection. How exactly will you be forceful with me? Go ahead, I'll surrender completely. Her reply was met not with touch, but with a sudden violent lashing of vines erupting from the walls. Like serpentine whips, they coiled instantly around her wrists, ankles, and waist, lifting her bodily into midair. Up! A sharp, truncated cry escaped her lips. Women sat up groggily, only to freeze upon seeing Zhang Dan sprawled naked and humiliated on the floor. A stunned silence followed, then erupted into muffled snick. Women sat up groggily, only to freeze upon seeing Zhang Dan sprawled naked and humiliated on the floor. A stunned silence followed, then erupted into muffled snickers and hushed venomous murmurs. She tried sneaking into the Lord's chamber in the dead of night. Tsk, how shameless. And she got thrown out anyway. Serves her right. She punched hardest during training today, then tonight tries trading flesh for favors. Pathetic. Exactly, I'm prettier than her. Why would the Lord ever choose her? A rotten swan dreaming of royal meat. Mocking stares pierced Zhang Dan like needles, her face cycled between livid crimson and pallid gray. She wished desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow her whole. Her fists clenched until her knuckles whitened, her eyes burned with venomous hatred fixed unblinkingly upon Yu Chen's tightly sealed vine curtain. Yu Chen, how dare you treat me thus? You will regret this. I swear it. The next morning, the rumbling sound of the eternal tree's movement became the wake-up call for everyone. The giant tree had tirelessly advanced throughout the night, covering over 150 kilometers. Yet as far as the eye could see, the world remained a monotonous and desolate plain stretching endlessly as if without end. They hadn't encountered any villages hinting at the vastness of this new world. The nutrient reserves of the giant tree had dwindled to an alarming 15. Yu Chen stepped into the cockpit and casually opened the regional chat channel. In the next moment, a district-wide announcement flashed across the screen, momentarily stunning him. District Leader Wealth Rankings Top 100 No. 1. Yu Chen LV1 Wealth 560 Regulation Coins No. 2. Chen Tianhe LV2 Wealth 5 Regulation Coins No. 3. Tong Jinqing. After a night passed, the chat channel was filled with complaints, yet it also felt particularly lively. Who is that Yu Chen at the top of the leaderboard? How did he get over 500 regulation coins in a single day? Is he cheating? Big shot. Big shot, take me along. Am willing to offer my 99 new factory flower girlfriend. Get lost upstairs. Does the big shot even look at your withered flowers? I have 3 artistic female classmates, beautiful and graceful. Just trade for some food. I barely managed to kill 5 zombies yesterday, and all I got was a bit of experience. I didn't see a single regulation coin. This game's drop rate is absolutely problematic. At this moment, the second-ranked Chen Tianhe chimed in with an air of superiority. What good is having regulation coins? Level is the true path. I am a level 2 lord, and there is a small stream nearby. I will take care of the water in this area. As soon as he finished speaking, someone fired back. Being level 2 is impressive. Don't you know that regulation coins can be exchanged for experience, but experience can't be exchanged for regulation coins? A brain is a good thing, I hope you have one. Exactly, killing monsters can drop regulation coins, supplies, and experience. Regulation coins are the top hard currency. All transactions depend on it. If that big shot Yu Chen got his regulation coins from killing monsters, how many monsters did he have to kill? This level of power is unimaginable. Chen Tianhe was instantly left speechless, falling silent. Yu Chen glanced at the chat records, understanding that not all lords were as fortunate as he was to encounter villages with small shops inside. But he was well aware that all these regulation coins and supplies were earned at the cost of his life. In this world, luck and strength are both essential. He closed the channel and called in Su Jiu, Li Qian, and the other 6 into the cockpit. The other girls were amazed as it was their first time entering the cockpit. The seats and platform inside were made of vines, resembling a conference room, naturally integrated and filled with the breath of life. I called everyone here to discuss the distribution of regulation coins. Yu Chen went straight to the point. In yesterday's battle, we earned a total of 560 regulation coins. Since you all fought hard for these, you get to decide how to use them. Su Jiu immediately expressed her agreement, and the others nodded in unison. Yu Chen shook his head. Although Zhang Dan violated the agreement yesterday, we still need to establish some rules. Therefore, I have decided that major decisions regarding the territory will be discussed collectively by us core members, with the majority's opinion prevailing. In the future, those who contribute to the territory can also join the decision-making body. The 6 girls' eyes sparkled with intrigue. They hadn't expected that what Yu Chen wanted to establish in this apocalyptic world was a group with order and rules rather than a dictatorial kingdom. I agree. Li Qian raised her hand first, saying, "This is the fairest approach." Everyone agreed. All right then, regarding these 560 regulation coins, what do you all suggest we do? I suggest using all of it to upgrade the lord. The supplies on the trading platform are expensive and scarce, and it's far more practical to enhance your strength. Su Jiu proposed. Li Qian's eyes lit up as she licked her lips, sarcastically saying, I agree, we must make the lord stronger and more enduring. Once he expands his talent range to 30 meters, he can shoot wherever he wants. Just thinking about it gets me excited. The overly suggestive words made the girls feel increasingly uneasy. They thought to themselves, can girls from the northeast drive conversations like this? Their faces flushed slightly. Jiang Shui, blushing, quickly calculated in her heart and said softly, I calculated. It takes 200 regulation coins to level up to level 2 and 300 regulation coins to level 3, which is just enough for you to level up twice. I support this too, Shui, Bingwei said softly. None of us have awakened our talents. Spending regulation coins on us would be a waste. Hearing Jiang Shui mention this, Su Jiu decided to speak up. Jiang Shui is right. Everyone knows that having relations with the Lord can awaken talents. In this perilous new world, if someone awakens, it can increase the territory's combat strength. Then Sister Jiu, you go first. Xiao Yi innocently pushed Su Jiu. I am not ready yet. Let someone else go first. Su Jiu shy couldn't look anyone in the eye. Yu Chen quickly stepped in to defend Su Jiu. All right, stop teasing Jiu. Gene fusion must be consensual from both sides to achieve the effect. He paused, his gaze scanning the girl's sparkling eyes, and his tone became serious yet gentle. What I desire is a partner with whom I can resonate, a comrade to fight alongside, not a decorative vase or a casual fling. His words eased the hearts of the girls, and they looked at Chen with more affection and trust. They hadn't expected that the Lord was also a pure love warrior. Then Chen redirected the conversation. Since everyone agrees that I should level up, first let's settle that. Next we need to establish everyone's responsibilities. Su Jiuer, you will be my assistant. When I'm not around, you will oversee everything. Li Qian, you are the combat captain responsible for training and commanding in battle. Zhang Shui, you will be the logistics officer responsible for the statistics and distribution of all supplies. Shi Qiao, you will be the peacekeeper maintaining internal order. Shui Bingyue, you will be the medic responsible for everyone's health and hygiene. Xiaoyi. Chen looked at her and smiled. You can be my secretary responsible for handling some miscellaneous tasks and helping me with some personal matters. Personal matters? Won't that mean doing things for you when you have nothing to do? Li Qian teased as the Northeast girl could always make a suggestive joke. Don't overthink it. Xiao Yi is studying agriculture, and I need her to help take care of the eternal tree. Chen quickly explained, then immediately changed the subject. Now let's brainstorm and see what we need to solve the most right now. Zhang Shui spoke first. The temperature difference between day and night in this world is too great. Many sisters can't sleep at night because they're freezing. I propose we use the remaining regulation coins to buy a batch of clothes on the trading platform. I just took a quick look and someone is selling handmade linen clothes for 1 regulation coin each. With our remaining 60 regulation coins, we can just afford to buy a set for everyone. Then for the first collective vote, those in favor, please raise your hands. 6 white arms shot up in unison. This is a survival essential. I agree. The Lord's decision to have Zhang Shui in charge of logistics was indeed correct. Su Jiuer sincerely praised him. Agreed. After the vote, it passed unanimously. As the meeting concluded, Chen promptly exchanged 500 regulation coins for experience points. A warm current surged throughout his body. He felt his life force surge, and his strength and spirit increased significantly. The details of the world in his view became clearer. The Lord's level has risen to LV3. Mathematical parameter range increased to 30 meters. Territory warehouse capacity increased to 30 cubic meters. He allocated the purchasing rights on the platform along with the remaining 60 regulation coins to Zhang Shui, granting her full authority. Zhang Shui had studied management. It was best to leave professional matters to professionals. Time flew by as the eternal tree tirelessly trekked on. In the blink of an eye, dawn of the 3rd day arrived. 2 days and nights of migration had caused the eternal tree's nutrient reserves to plummet to a precarious 2. The giant tree's speed visibly slowed down, and its rumbling sound became weak and feeble. Warning. The concentration of ant pheromones in the air is rapidly rising. Estimated arrival time for the enemy vanguard has been shortened to 8 hours. Warning. Nutrients remain at 2. The eternal tree is about to enter forced hibernation mode due to energy depletion. The alarm from Monbois was sharp and urgent. Chen's heart sank to the bottom. If they couldn't find a water source once the eternal tree halted, they would be completely exposed on the plain, becoming live targets for the ant swarm. At that moment, the eternal tree had just crossed a low hill. Shi Yao, who had been responsible for leading the way, suddenly let out a cry of joy. Below the hill, several kilometers away, a vast lake unexpectedly appeared before their eyes. On the withered earth, the lake shone like a flawless sapphire embedded within, shimmering in the sunlight, and there was even a ring of sparse greenery along the shore. Lord, there's water. We found water. It's a lake. Within the tree hollow, a moment of exuberant celebration erupted after confirming the discovery of a water. Chen pondered in his heart. How do I clean the pheromones? The pheromone from the vanguard ant had already covered the entire surface of the root system with the shockwave. By soaking the main body of the eternal tree in flowing water, it would clean itself. Immediately, Chen controlled the giant tree to slowly walk into the lake. The cold lake water submerged the thick roots, and countless vines unfurled like living creatures, greedily soaking up moisture while washing away the blood and dust from the tree trunk. Cleaning the pheromones, estimated remaining time 6 hours. Chen's gaze swept over the dense jungle on the shore where the bushes trembled, seemingly indicating animals. He thought about how in just 2 days the 2 bags of rice and flour looted from the small shop had been consumed nearly. With over 70 mouths to feed the daily consumption without supplementary food was an astonishing number. This rare oasis might be a treasure for resupplying resources. Li Qian Xiao, eat Xiao, follow me. Chen made a decisive decision. We will go into the forest and see if we can hunt prey or find some edible fruits. He became exceedingly serious, scanning every person with intense eyes, warning them word by word. No one is allowed to leave the tree hollow before I return, understood? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and responded in unison. The lake was shallow, crystal clear, averaging just around 1.5 meters deep. The 4 of them waded through the water onto the shore, their figures soon disappearing into the depths of the forest. Once the Lord left, the atmosphere previously suppressed by absolute authority began to subtly ease. His command seemed so pale before the shimmering surface of the clear lake. For those who hadn't bathed for several consecutive days along with the rough clothes issued yesterday, although they provided warmth and modesty, they felt sticky, as if countless ants were crawling on their bodies. For these proud women, this sensation was more unbearable than death. If only they could take a bath, how wonderful that would be. This thought sprouted wildly in their hearts like wild grass. Finally, a girl named Li Wan in Yu Chen's class couldn't contain herself any longer. She had a cleanliness obsession. At this moment, her eyes were filled with longing as she approached Jiang Shui and said, "Class monitor, can we go down for a bath? Just for a bit." Jiang Shui felt the scorching gazes of everyone and was also somewhat shaken. She could only look to Suji. No, Yu Chen said no one should leave the tree hollow. Wait until the tree finishes cleaning. He will connect the water source with the vines, and then the bathroom will be usable. Please bear with it a little longer. Su Jiuer comforted everyone. What danger could there be? A voice suddenly rang out belonging to Zhang Dan, who had previously offered herself and was rejected, feeling humiliated. She crossed her arms, her face adorned with unmasked sarcasm and resentment. We found water, but can't wash up. Su Jiuer, you are being too controlling. She laughed sarcastically. Oh, I get it, you just like to see us dirty to highlight your beauty, so that Yu Chen will only favor you. Her heart-wrenching words instantly changed the expressions of several girls who had already been restless. I am different from you. Everything I have is earned by myself, and I don't need Su Jiuer's eyes were as cold as ice. If it weren't for this world forcing them together based on her original class, she would completely ignore someone like Zhang Dan. I am different from you. Everything I have is earned by myself, and I don't need anyone to pamper me. But Li Wan and the other two girls, with that sticky and sour feeling on them, temporarily forgot the cruelty of the apocalypse and Yu Chen's warning. Jiuer, look, this water is so clear. What danger could there be? Yeah, we are about to stink to death. Su Jiuer's eyes turned completely cold. I will remind you one last time. Her voice was devoid of any warmth. Everyone stay in the tree. In a few hours we will have water to bathe. Anyone who disobeys will bear all consequences after entering the water. Seeing this, Jiang Shui hurriedly advised, Zhang Dan, stop making a fuss. Jiuer is doing this for our own good. Zhang Dan burst into exaggerated laughter, pointing straight at Su Jiuer. I see you all have long become Yu Chen's hounds. Sisters, we are human beings, not his pets. Why must we listen like dogs to his every word? This place is so beautiful with mountains and water, it's simply a paradise. In my opinion, we should just leave him and settle here, establishing a country solely for us women. Before her words even fell, she completely ignored Su Jiuer's murderous gaze and was the first to leap. Splashed. Ah, so comfortable. Zhang Dan stretched out in the water, shouting to the people in the tree, look, nothing is happening. Su Jiuer just wants to keep us locked up in that broken tree forever to show off her superiority. The influence of a role model is tremendous, especially when Zhang Dan seemed completely unharmed and was enjoying herself. Li Wan and the other two girls could no longer restrain themselves. Sister Dan, wait for me. Me too. The three jumped into the lake one after another. But most people agreed with Su Jiuer, thinking they could wait a few more hours to bathe. The four played and splashed in the water, with Zhang Dan deliberately splashing water, teasing those watching from the tree, including Su Jiuer, with expressions of provocation and pride. Cowards. Afraid to wash even with water, it's no wonder you all smell terrible. She even became overly proud, striking a seductive pose and shouting loudly at the sky, did you see? This is freedom. No one can control me, Zhang Dan. However, she failed to notice. In the bushes behind her on the shore, pairs of greedy, lascivious, and cruel eyes were fixated on the white, delectable bodies in the water. Meanwhile, Yu Chen was cautiously approaching the bushes at the edge of the lakeshore. A few creatures resembling elk were grazing on the grass by the lake. As he got within 30 meters, the parameter skill activated, and Yu Chen's bone arrow whistled through the air, striking true at the center of one deer's forehead. Yu Chen, your archery is truly remarkable. Li Qian exclaimed in genuine admiration, her eyes shining with respect. To achieve a kill at such a distance, if it were me, I would be lucky to hit the body, let alone have to chase it down for half a day. Sure, Xiao and Xiao Yi were busy in the grass. Xiao Yi sampled a wild fruit that was sweet and sour, resembling a strawberry. The two instantly became excited, quickly gathering the fruit until their bags were full. Just as they were harvesting abundantly, Yu Chen's mind was suddenly flooded with a frantic message from Su Jiuer. Hurry, we need to go back. Something has happened in the cave. Just as they were harvesting abundantly, Yu Chen's mind was suddenly flooded with a frantic message from Su Jiuer. Hurry, we need to go back. Something has happened in the cave. Just as they were harvesting abundantly, Yu Chen's mind was suddenly flooded with a frantic message from Su Jiuer. Hurry, we need to go back. Something has... They were wading through the water, swarming around the submerged eternal tree. Some had already climbed to the treetop with the agility of monkeys. They were wielding crude bows and arrows as well as stone axes. Arrows and stones were relentlessly raining down on the tree hole. At the entrance, Su Jiuer, Shui Bingyue, and Jiang Shui were desperately defending with bone spears. They were wielding crude bows and arrows as well as stone axes. Arrows and stones were relentlessly raining down on the tree hole. At the entrance, Su Jiao, Shui Bingyue, and Jiang Shui were desperately defending with bone spears. Seeing the vine armor's resilience, the creature's eyes gleamed with lecherous madness as it opened its foul fong-filled mouth, preparing to bite down on Jiang Shui's neck. In this dire moment, a vine arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, whistling from the forest and accurately piercing through the creature's forehead. Green blood and brain matter exploded as the creature let out a shriek and weakly released its grip, falling straight into the lake. It was Yu Chen who had returned just in time. He was like a cold, ruthless hunting machine. The bow and arrow in his hands transformed into a stream of deadly light. He continuously retrieved vine arrows from the warehouse, shooting with precision, each arrow finding its mark. Within 30 meters, he could hit any target. Even beyond that distance, most arrows managed to strike true. The creatures fell one after another, crying in anguish as they tumbled into the lake. Shi Qiao also picked up a bone knife to swing at the foes. Her immense strength made it easy to dispatch these small creatures. The return of the four instantly turned the tide of the battle. As Yu Chen stepped into the connection range with the eternal tree, his will immediately communicated with it. Awaken. Boom. Countless vines stirred to life. The vines eagerly coiled around the corpses of the slain creatures. The flesh and blood were quickly absorbed, transforming into nourishment. The eternal tree suddenly radiated vitality. A vine pierced through a creature's chest in an instant, draining it completely to a dry husk. As it looked on in terror, more vines danced like frenzied tentacles, wrapping around the remaining creatures on the trunk, tearing them apart and draining them dry. The nourishment for the eternal tree surged at an astonishing speed. It let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream and unhesitatingly abandoned its companions on the tree, fleeing into the depths of the forest with the It let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream and unhesitatingly abandoned its companions on the tree, fleeing into the depths of the forest with the remaining goblins dragging along Zhang Dan and Li Wan, who were bound like Zongzi. Help! Yu Chen, save me! The desperate cries of Zhang Dan and Li Wan echoed, fading away in the forest. With the crisis temporarily averted, Su Jiao finally relaxed her tensed nerves, nearly collapsing to the ground. The girls were still in shock. They looked at the grotesque, lecherous-eyed corpses of the creatures at the cave entrance, their hearts trembling with fear. If they had fallen into the hands of these monsters, it would have been a fate worse than death. Yu Chen hurried back into the cave to check if the girls were injured. After hearing the explanations from Su Jiao and the others, he finally understood everything. Looking at the grotesque corpses at the cave entrance, he thought, Monbo, what exactly are these grotesque beings? Earth Goblin. A failed test civilization race. Traits: cunning, lecherous, extremely high reproductive ability, capable of producing 5 to 6 offspring in a short time. They possess a natural possessiveness towards higher female beings, using them as breeding tools. Jiang Shui and several girls from the class pleaded with tears, Yu Chen, hurry and save Zhang Dan and Li Wan. Yu Chen felt a surge of displeasure. It was ridiculous for him to save Zhang Dan now. If it weren't for the fear of losing the goodwill of all his people, he would have wanted to eliminate Zhang Dan himself. Such a selfish, arrogant, and foolish woman would undoubtedly be a disaster if saved. Yu Chen even wanted to thank those goblins for helping eliminate a threat to his territory. Why should I save her? Yu Chen's tone was cold. You must understand, these creatures may be small in stature, but their skin almost blends with the forest, and they come in numbers, cunning and treacherous. Why should I save her? Yu Chen's tone was cold. You must understand, these creatures may be small in stature, but their skin almost blends with the forest, and they come in number. Last time they cleared the corpse swarm, they nearly lost their lives. But they are our classmates of 4 years. Jiang Shui pleaded again. They should bear the consequences for not listening to my warnings. Yu Chen said, once the eternal tree is cleansed, we will leave this place. The girls felt his reasoning was sound, and they fell silent. They were relieved they had held back and didn't jump in to bathe, otherwise it could have been them being dragged away. Only a few girls from the class who were close to Zhang Dan were sobbing quietly. But just as Yu Chen made the decision to abandon Zhang Dan and her companion. P.S. The author has something to say to the reader's parents. This plot has been revised many times. Many people previously said the storyline was dull, so conflicts were added. Now some say it is too slow, too toxic, too saintly. I realize I cannot please everyone, so I can only comply with the preferences of the majority. Anyway, this Zhang Dan will die very tragically in just a few chapters. Ding. A fatal crisis has been detected among the citizens, triggering the Lord's quest. Quest 1, remain indifferent. Abandon the 2 citizens and allow them to become breeding tools for the goblins. Reward: reduce unstable factors in the territory X2. Penalty: female classmates familiar with Zhang Dan goodwill 10. Quest 2, show great power. Lead a team to eliminate the monster village and rescue the 2 citizens, boosting morale in the territory. Reward: eternal heart tree clan basic technology, grafting. No, grafting is a technology left over from the tree clan civilization using the divine tree as a field to graft any plant onto the eternal tree, promoting rapid growth and solving hunger issues. Perhaps, you might even be able to graft some unexpected things. In Yu Chen's mind, the two quest options clearly appeared, radiating distinctly different temptations. He didn't care about the punishment of Quest 1. A few girls losing 10 points of goodwill would not significantly impact the current territory. As long as he could lead everyone and live with dignity, thriving increasingly well. Over time, goodwill would naturally build, or would he lack such a thing? However, the reward for Quest 2, grafting. These two words instantly captured Yu Chen's full attention. In the apocalypse, what is most important? Food. The rice and flour scavenged from the convenience store had already been consumed in nearly half within just 2 days. How long could the deer they hunted today last? To feed more than 70 mouths relying on scavenging and hunting would eventually lead to running out of resources. He had to secure a stable food source. The task suddenly issued by the Tree Clan made Yu Chen realize that he must rescue Zhang Dan. No matter how much he disliked that woman, he had to bring her back for the sake of the grafting technology. After all, the quest did not specify whether he was saving a corpse or a living person, as long as he brought her back, the task would be considered complete. The key was that the grafting technology was too important. It meant a stable food source, it meant escaping the threat of hunger. Only by solving the issue of basic needs could Yu Chen truly establish a self-sufficient home based on this giant tree. This was the duty of a lord. It was the cornerstone of civilization's continuation. Choose two. Yu Chen decisively made his choice in his mind. He then turned sharply, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over the few girls who were still crying. All right, stop crying. Jiang Shui, Qiao Qiao, follow me, and prepare for battle. But Su Jiuer was puzzled as to why Yu Chen suddenly changed his mind. She and Li Qian also wanted to accompany him. Yu Chen refused. Jiuer, Li Qian, you stay and guard the home. But Su Jiuer was puzzled as to why Yu Chen suddenly changed his mind. She and Li Qian also wanted to accompany him. Yu Chen refused. Jiuer, Li Qian, you stay and guard the home. The cleansing of the eternal tree still requires time. It can't be left unattended. I feel more secure with you guarding it. Shui Binghua voluntarily offered. I want to go with you. Oh, I can help in case you get injured. Yu Chen found her reasoning sound. All right, he nodded in agreement. He then generously consumed life force, generating 4 complete sets of new vine armor that covered them from head to toe and distributed several explosive fruits to them. He had to guard against these goblins. They were not zombies. They were organized and cunning, and they used weapons, so Yu Chen had to be cautious. The goblins' lair will be more dangerous than we imagine. Once we venture in, every step may lead into a trap. You must stick close to me and not fall behind. Yu Chen and his companions cautiously advanced deeper into the dense forest, following the tracks left by the goblins. The trees grew taller as they ventured further. The sunlight was blocked by layers of overlapping canopies, casting mottled shadows on the ground, while the air was thick with a damp, grassy odor. Stop! Yu Chen suddenly raised his hand, his voice low and commanding. The movements of the team members froze instantly, their breaths caught in their throats. His gaze locked onto a seemingly ordinary patch of mud ahead. Activating the parameter skill, the foliage in that area appeared unnaturally disordered in his vision. Be careful, there are traps. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp roar erupted from the brush on the side. Kill a few gaga. Kill Jie. A massive net woven from beast tendons and vines fell from above, descending upon the team. Simultaneously, dozens of short arrows glowing with green light shot out from the shadows on either side, forming a crossfire net. This was a 3-dimensional trap carefully designed by the goblins. Form a circle, Yu Chen shouted. Shi Qiao Qiao roared as she took the lead, wielding her bone knife, fiercely managing to tear a gap in the giant net. Jiang Shui and Shui Binghua stood back to back, protecting Yu Chen, who served as their ranged core in this. The dense rain of arrows struck against the vine armor reminiscent of hail, hitting iron, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Yu Chen drew back, his bowstring resembling a human machine gun. With every release, a goblin archer hidden among the treetops was struck in the forehead, screaming as it fell. There are enemies in the bushes. Jiang Shui's bone spear thrust into the thicket, eliciting a piercing scream. After a brief but perilous skirmish, 7 or 8 goblin corpses lay on the ground. These creatures are far smarter than zombies, Shui Binghua remarked, glancing at the arrows with a hint of fear in her voice. If it weren't for the vine armor, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The team continued forward, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Thanks to Yu Chen's precise warnings from his parameter talent, they successfully identified and avoided pitfalls disguised as grass snares tied between trees and traps covered in sharp spikes. These cunning goblins made every step a careful one. Finally, as Yu Chen led the group up a densely vegetated ridge, he pushed aside the enormous fern leaves in front of him. The goblin village with rows of stone houses and earth caves was laid out before them. From this excellent vantage point, they could survey the entire layout of the village, while the patrolling goblin sentinels below remained oblivious. In the clearing at the center of the village, Zhang Dan and Li Wan were brutally tied in a cross shape to two rough wooden tables. Their bare bodies trembled violently, emitting painful whimpers, their faces streaked with tears and fear. The goblins did not rush to inflict violence. Instead, they leered at every inch of their skin, with lewd gazes emitting low growls, as if waiting for an even more brutal ritual. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and rot. Jiang Shue's eyes widened in rage, her fingers gripping the bone spear, turning pale, nearly unable to restrain herself from charging down. Chen firmly grasped her shoulder, his voice calm as ice. "Don't move, the situation is unclear, let's see what happens." Just then the largest stone house in the village had its curtain drawn aside. A goblin wearing a crown woven from fresh flowers, and significantly larger than its kin, emerged. It sported a massive belly almost dragging on the ground, clad in only a tattered beast skin pair of pants. The goblins at the entrance fell to their knees in worship. So they were waiting for their king. The Goblin King gazed at the two naked prey, emitting a piercing screech of excitement, its greasy hands roaming over their bodies. Then it raised a staff, heating its tip in a nearby brazier until it glowed red. Amidst the frenzied howls of the goblins, the Goblin King stepped forward slowly, its murky eyes glinting with cruelty and lewdness. It lifted the hot branding iron, aiming for the buttocks of Zhang Dan and Li Wan, and pressed down hard. The stench of burning flesh exploded, mingling with the women's shrill, throat-tearing screams, igniting the primal instincts of all the goblins. They stomped wildly, waving crude weapons, drool spilling from their mouths. With the ritual complete, the two women were roughly lifted by several goblins, treated like goods, and taken into the Goblin King's stone house. Now it's time. Chen and his companions lowered their bodies, cautiously approaching the village. The positions of sentinels behind the arrow towers, tree canopies, and rocks were all marked in his mind. 3 sentinels, they'll handle them. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The 3 sentinels barely had time to issue a warning before bone arrows pierced their foreheads, bringing them down silently. In the center of the village, the goblins, still reveling in their frenzy, remained utterly oblivious. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen's eyes as he held a bomb fruit in his hand. Activating the parameter skill, a perfect parabolic trajectory formed in his mind. Whoosh! The fruit sliced through the air, landing precisely among the most exuberant goblins. One curious goblin picked up the wild fruit it had never seen before, yet before it could even bring it to its mouth. Boom! The violent explosion consumed everything. The goblin who had picked up the fruit instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood-shattered bones, turning into lethal shrapnel that shot outwards, instantly clearing all enemies within a 5-meter radius. The shockwave sent nearby goblins tumbling, plunging the scene into chaos and wails. Kill! Chen's low shout urged the 4 clad in deep green vine armor to charge into the village. They were terrified to discover these impervious monsters. Like a tiger among sheep, as bone spears and knives swung, small goblins screamed as they fell green. They were terrified to discover these impervious monsters. Like a tiger among sheep, as bone spears and knives swung, small goblins screamed as they fell green, blood splattering. In an instant they had charged to the door of the stone house. Xiao Xiao Bing Yue, hold the door. Chen left his command and immediately rushed inside with Jiang Shui. Inside the stone house's hall, a nauseating stench assaulted them 10 times stronger than outside. In several large wooden cages were many female animals from Earth: cows, sheep, pigs, dogs. Their eyes were hollow as they trembled in the cramped space. Beside them lay grotesque creatures that had just been birthed. These monsters had the heads of animals, but the bodies of Jiang Shui's stomach churned violently, her face going pale as a sheet. Looking at those deformed beings, a wave of nausea hit her, unable to fathom the tragic fate Zhang Dan and Li Wan would have faced had they arrived even a moment later. Passing through the hall, they discovered a cave leading downwards. After dispatching 6 guards, the two descended the stairs for several meters, revealing a vast underground chamber. Zhang Dan and Li Wan were tied to wooden tables on either side, the brands burned into their bodies clearly visible. Upon seeing Chen and Jiang Shui suddenly appear, they immediately cried out in pain for help. At the center of the cave, before the stone throne, the Goblin King was leisurely putting on its beast skin pants. Observing the 2 intruders who interrupted its enjoyment, it showed no signs of panic, and even a hint of mockery sparkled in its eyes. The Goblin King turned around, empty hands raised, striking a comical yet provocative battle stance towards Chen and Jiang Shui. You go and untie them. Chen whispered to Jiang Shui. In the next moment, he drew his bowstring taut. A vine arrow whistled through the air, shooting straight towards the Goblin King's face. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Goblin King merely waved its hand casually, and the powerful arrow was inexplicably severed in midair. The break was smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cleaved in 2 by the sharpest blade. Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In the parameter vision, the data at the break point of the arrow was distorted and sliced by some invisible force. The Goblin King grinned, revealing its yellow-black fangs, its enormous belly jiggling wildly as it charged towards Chen. Chen had no time to think, raising his bone knife to block. There was not even a sound of collision. The bone knife in his hand was instantly severed. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. PFF. The seemingly indestructible vine armor on Chen's body was split open with a smooth cut, blood gushing out and instantly staining his shoulder red. Staggering back a few steps, Chen's eyes were filled with horror. He stared intently at the Goblin King's hands where there were no weapons at all. What on earth is this? Warning. Master. A silicon-based civilization artifact has been detected. Particle sword. Extremely dangerous. The alarm from Monbo was sharp and piercing, filled with unprecedented terror. Chen did not expect that such a primitive and ugly monster would wield a divine weapon from a higher civilization. It was like a primary school student holding an AK, though anyone would be afraid upon seeing it. The Goblin King let out a strange laugh, its corpulent body charging at Chen once again. Its massive belly shook violently, with each movement appearing comical while also hindering its speed. Chen gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, choosing not to take the hit directly, but instead pushing the parameter skill to its limits. The entire structure of the cave, the positions of the stone pillars, and every subtle movement of the Goblin King transformed into precise data streams in his mind. He rolled to the side at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the invisible slash. That was close. A stone pillar behind him broke with a clean, smooth cut. Mambwa, I control the eternal tree to burn life force. Does this monster not need to expend anything while using the artifact? Chen shouted in desperation, teetering on the edge of life and death. Master. The particle sword requires the user to expend their strength and energy. It won't last long. The timely prompt from Monbo echoed in his mind. I told you divine artifacts aren't that easy to use. Jiang Shui, quickly take them away. He'll hold it off. Chen's furious shout pulled Jiang Shui back to reality from her shock. She glanced at the deep, bone-revealing wound on Chen's shoulder, blood gushing out, her fear replaced by a surge of anger and worry. Without hesitation, she turned and rushed towards Zhang Dan and Li Wan, who were bound to the wooden frames, swiftly cutting the ropes with a bone knife. Chen, using agile maneuvers, continued to dart around the stone pillars in the cave. The Goblin King, enraged by his antics, attacked with increasing fury. It brandished the invisible long sword, cutting through the stone tools and ornaments in the cave, letting out furious shrieks. Whooshed! Whooshed! The air was filled with the sounds of invisible cuts. However, Chen also noticed that with each sprint of the Goblin King, its breathing became increasingly labored. Its movements noticeably slowed, beads of sweat forming on its forehead as it gasped for breath, the fat on its chest heaving up and down, clearly indicating a significant drain of energy. Gradually, Chen discovered that the outline of the particle sword the Goblin King wielded began to manifest due to energy depletion. It slowly became clearer until finally a transparent long sword, over a meter long and entirely made of diamond-like crystal, appeared in its hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui had already helped the weakened Zhang Dan and Li Wan to their feet, stumbling towards the cave's exit. Seeing this, the Goblin King let out a furious roar, disregarding Chen and turning to chase after Jiang Shui and the others. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. He no longer dodged, but charged directly towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King did not expect this prey, which had been fleeing, would dare to charge, grinning maliciously as it swung the particle sword towards Chen. It intended to cut this audacious human who dared to provoke its authority in half. Chen sidestepped, calculating the trajectory of the opponent's attack to perfection with the parameter skill. In the instant of the charge, he turned his body to the side, avoiding a fatal blow. Thud! The particle sword sliced through his left side's vine armor, leaving a long, deep gash under his rib. Pain surged through him, yet a fierce smile appeared on Chen's face. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly with his left hand. With this wound, he had gained close contact with the Goblin King. Die! Chen thrust an immature explosive fruit into the Goblin King's crown on its head and quickly distanced himself. This was an explosive fruit he had specially prepared. While its power would be halved due to being half-ripe, it was just right for indoor use. Fear appeared in the Goblin King's murky eyes for the first time. It attempted to remove the crown, but it was too late. God! After letting out a final strange cry, the Goblin King was met with a loud explosion. A profoundly dull explosion resonated from the top of the Goblin King's head. That massive head burst open like an exploded watermelon. Red, white, and green splattered throughout the cave. Chen was also shaken by the weakened shockwave, causing immense pain in his organs, but thankfully, he was wearing vine armor. The Goblin King, now headless, swayed and fell to the ground with a thud. The crystalline particle sword also clattered to the ground. Chen, mindful of his rib injury, quickly picked up the particle sword. Stumbling out of the cave, he chased after the three girls as they rushed outside. The corpses of the animals had already been stored in the warehouse. Hearing the order, they immediately covered Jiang Shui and the others who had just rushed out of the cave as they broke through. The corpses of the animals had already been stored in the warehouse. Hearing the order, they immediately covered Jiang Shui and the others who had just rushed out of the cave as they broke through towards the forest's edge. However, they had barely run a short distance when a series of strange cries echoed from the dense forest surrounding. The goblins, realizing their king was dead, surged madly from all directions. The piercing sound of horns blared throughout the woods. A sea of dark green-skinned monsters erupted from the forest underground and from the trees, forming a desperate wave that charged towards them. Quickly retreat. Yu Chen's face turned pale, the loss of blood made him dizzy. The group desperately sprinted towards the eternal tree. As long as they returned to the range of the eternal tree, he could control the vines to annihilate this rabble in an instant. Yu Chen let out a furious roar, wielding the divine weapon as if he were a human meat grinder carving a path ahead. In front of him, whether it was the bodies of the goblins or their weapons, they were cleaved through like cutting vegetables, creating a bloody path through the monster tide. Yet goblins continued to break through from both sides in endless stream. Shui Bingwe protected Li Wan, while Jiang Shui shielded Zhang Dan. But Zhang Dan was already exhausted, and it was clear she would soon be caught by the pursuing goblins. The massive outline of the eternal tree was right in front of them, yet the roar of pursuers behind grew ever closer. Fear completely consumed her reason. Suddenly, a giant net woven from beast tendons came whistling down from the tree, aimed directly at Zhang Dan. No! Zhang Dan screamed, not wanting to be captured by the goblins again. In a split second, a flicker of resentment and determination flashed in her eyes as she violently knocked Jiang Shui down. Jiang Shui was completely unprepared, gasping in surprise as she stumbled and was ensnared by the giant net. Zhang Dan, however, did not look back and used this precious time to madly charge forward, screaming. Yu Chen heard the cry and immediately turned back. He saw Jiang Shui trapped in the net with a flood of goblins rushing towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed past the pleading Zhang Dan, sprinting towards Jiang Shui. Thud! A goblin swung a large club and struck Jiang Shui on the back of her head. She let out a muffled groan and instantly lost consciousness. Several goblins grinned maliciously as they prepared to carry her away. At that moment, Yu Chen arrived like a whirlwind. Screaming, he swung the particle sword with one hand, a blood-soaked killing god, slaying the goblins surrounding Jiang Shui. At this point, his life force and energy were at their peak. Xiao Qiao, carry Jiang Shui. Quickly go, Will. Sure, Qiao's eyes were red as she threw the unconscious Jiang Shui onto her back and followed Shui Bingwe and the others towards the range of the eternal tree. Only Yu Chen remained surrounded by hundreds and thousands of goblins. He had too many wounds on his body, blood almost staining his entire vine armor. His vision began to blur and his strength was rapidly fading. A particularly robust goblin broke through his sword defenses, leaping high, its stone axe whistling down towards his head. Yu Chen tried to raise his sword, but his arm felt as heavy as lead. It was over. However, just as the stone axe was about to fall, a sudden change occurred. Blood from his arm soaked into the particle sword, emitting a clear sword cry. Ding! Lord's blood detected. Silicon-based civilization inheritance unlocked. Slaughter begins. Yu Chen appeared as if possessed. At this moment, his body was no longer under his control. His arm suddenly shot up, and the particle sword in his hand struck first. The high-leaping goblin, along with the stone axe in its hand, was instantly cleaved from head to toe by an invisible line. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Only after the corpse split apart, hot blood and entrails gushing forth, did the malevolent grin on its face. Yu Chen paid no heed to his masterpiece as his body uncontrollably turned and charged into the verdant sea of monsters behind him. Giga! A goblin swung its wolf-toothed club fiercely from the side. Yu Chen did not look back. With a flick of his wrist, the particle sword traced an elegant arc. Poochie! The goblin stared blankly at its empty right side, where the wolf-toothed club arm and half of its shoulder fell silently to the ground. Only then did it let out a scream that was not human, filled with pain and fear. Following that, the slaughter transformed into an efficient art of dismemberment. With every turn and swing of the sword by Yu Chen, limbs flew in all directions. Wherever the particle sword passed, rough leather armor and hard bones were as soft as tofu. The vine armor on him had long been stained a dark color by the goblin's blood, his face splattered with warm liquid. His gaze was terrifyingly hollow, without a hint of fluctuation. With each goblin slain, a warm current surged into his body through the sword's hilt, repairing his body on the brink of collapse. His body instinctively craved to kill, to acquire more of this energy for recovery. This feeling was intoxicating. At first, the goblins shouted Haneo, Gahigwin Suo, fearlessly charging forth. But when they witnessed their front-running comrade being torn apart into pieces the moment it made contact with that transparent sword light, with entrails spilling everywhere, that reckless bravado was finally replaced by fear. Their charge slowed. Their roars turned into scream. Finally, the first goblin turned tail and fled into the dense forest. Soon this became an avalanche of defeat. The world fell silent. Chen stood quietly atop a mountain of goblin corpses, his feet in a viscous, slowly flowing green streamed the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Chen stood quietly atop a mountain of goblin corpses, his feet in a viscous, slowly flowing green streamed the air thick with the nauseating. Master, kill. Kill. To grow stronger, abandon your carbon-based emotions and morals. Accept our silicon-based immortal legacy. As long as you agree with this voice, you can immediately obtain the immortal legacy. It was incredibly tempting, and Chen's heart raced. Just then Su Jiuer and Li Qian arrived with their people to assist. Master, why not kill them too? Women only hinder your sword-drawing speed. Kill them to embrace the thrill of slaughter. The voice continued to seduce Chen. Outside the eternal heart, Chen's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit as he stepped forward with murderous intent towards them. Su Jiuer and the others stopped in terror. My lord, what's wrong? It's us. Su Jiuer shouted loudly. The vines of the eternal tree burst forth from the ground like crazy, layer upon layer, blocking their path, but were easily severed by the indomitable particle sword with chips flying. The women were dumbfounded, not understanding what was wrong with Chen, who was even going to kill them. At that moment, Manbo's voice connected to the eternal heart. Silicon Patriarch, you have crossed the line. Seducing the master with the intent to attack territory members, do you intend to betray? Manbo steward, I am merely helping the master make the correct choice, clearing away these useless burdens. The voice of the Silicon Patriarch was arrogant and cold. Immediately after, a gentle yet resilient thought surged into Chen's mind, filled with an ancient and pure rage. Shai Li Mumu. Mumu. Tree clan language. It was the eternal tree. Shut up, old tree spirit. What right does a lowly carbon-based plant that can't even master the master's language have to point fingers at me? Do you also want to taste this sword? Accompanied by this furious roar, Chen's body suddenly accelerated, the particle sword cutting through a main vine with a brilliant arc. Master, accept the silicon inheritance. With my assistance, you alone can break through 10,000 armies, single-handedly destroy a clan. Together we can chop this old tree for firewood, and also exchange for a hefty sum of currency. Just as the death sword was about to breach the last line of defense of the vines and charge toward the women, Chen's consciousness suddenly jolted awake from the overwhelming temptation of immortality. Did obtaining the Silicon Civilization inheritance mean becoming a monster devoid of emotion, knowing only slaughter? Even if he were immortal, how was that different from a walking corpse? This was not what he wanted. Enough! Chen roared with all his willpower in his mind. Eternal heart, when did it become your turn to make the decisions? Stop me now. The Silicon Patriarch's voice hesitated, quickly stating, Master, I must remind you that your physical energy has long depleted, relying solely on the particle sword's killings to absorb life force to sustain yourself. Once you cease killing, you will soon die. Master, what it says is true. Your current physical condition cannot bear the consequences of halting the life link. Manbo also reminded him. Chen finally understood that he had already been at the end of his rope. The progressively growing fervor was simply an illusion brought about by the particle sword's absorption of goblin life force. But he hesitated not for a moment. I command you to stop. As you wish, my master. Since you refuse our silicon's supreme glory, next time you wield the particle sword, you will bear the full cost of energy and effort. The Silicon Patriarch's voice carried a hint of reluctance and resentment, slowly fading in the eternal heart. Buzz. The light on the particle sword instantly dissipated. Chen's body suddenly stiffened, as if all his strength had been instantly drained. The bloody, murderous intent in his eyes faded, and he fell backward straight into the sea of corpses and blood. My lord, Chen! The women exclaimed in shock. The man who had just descended like a demon now appeared lifeless like a corpse. Shui Bingyue was the first to rush forward, trembling fingers reaching for Chen's carotid artery to check his life value. 11300 vitality, 1130 energy, 1130 spirit, 1130 there. There is still a trace. No. Quickly carry him back to the cave. We must stop the bleeding and bandage him. Shui Bingyue urged. Shi Qiao rushed over without a word, carrying the unconscious Chen and swiftly climbing up the eternal tree. Li Qian Xiao guard the cave entrance, prevent any goblins from escaping. Su Jiuer calmly commanded, while Shui Bingyue and Xiao Yi hurriedly fetched lake water to wipe Chen's body. The three women took turns bending down to kiss him, using the most primal method to sustain his life. Yet Chen's life signs continued to plummet rapidly, that last bit of life value flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish. Shui Bingyue halted her actions, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her voice strained. It's useless. His life is on the brink of exhaustion. Merely transferring life value is not enough. We can only use that method. The air suddenly thickened. Su Jiuer's expression changed. But the Lord said that both parties must be completely willing, with mutual understanding, for the genetic fusion to take effect. The three exchanged glances. Although they had lived and died with Chen these past few days, they had not reached the point of loving him. It was merely the respect and trust of subordinates towards their leader, not love. They were all inexperienced, instinctively resisting. They feared that if they failed to meet the standard of willingness, Chen would not have a second chance to recover. Moreover, the image of Chen's ruthless and frenzied slaughter was still deeply etched in their minds. At that moment, the curtain to the compartment was suddenly lifted. "Let me do it." It was Jiang Shui. She had awakened, her face pale, but her eyes exceptionally resolute. "Sister Jiang Shui." Shui Binghua looked at her in astonishment. "Are you sure? Do you really like him?" "I am sure." Jiang Shui's gaze fell on Chen's bloodless face, her voice shaking slightly, yet unmistakably clear. "The moment he disregarded everything and rushed back to save me, I was certain. What about the Lord? Does the timid Xiao Yi reminded softly, will he like you? That's also very important. Last time he threw Zhang Dan, whom he didn't like, directly out of the room." Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed with a tinge of red. She bit her lip, a mix of youthful shyness and determination. "He should like me too." Jiang Shui's tone was somewhat uncertain, yet more filled with a girl's hope. "He always seems to steal glances at me during class." Su Jiuer fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Then we will go out first, and the Lord will be entrusted to you." "No." Xiao Yi pulled her back. "Water Binghua, and I will stay. In case Chen wakes up and goes mad, we can help hold him down if necessary." This half-joking statement slightly eased the tense atmosphere. "All right." Jiang Shui's face turned redder, and she nodded awkwardly. She removed her vine armor, revealing a body stained with blood and dirt. "Sister Jiang Shui, you go wash up with the lake water first. I'll hold the fort here for you." As Xiao Yi spoke, she leaned down and kissed Chen on the lips again, sustaining that last bit of life within him. Moments later, Jiang Shui returned. In the flickering glow, that beautiful body showcased youth and vitality, anew, still carrying the moisture of water. She walked to the bedside, staring at the disoriented Chen, momentarily at a loss. How do I start? I don't understand. I don't understand either. But I heard from my roommate that it seems men always start from the feet. From the feet. Xiao Yi murmured softly. At this moment, Shui Bingyue, a medical student, could no longer bear to watch Xiao Yi's misguided teachings. She could only lean close to Jiang Shui's ear, guiding her in a barely audible voice. Almost simultaneously, a notification from Monbua echoed in their minds. "Ding. Congratulations, Jiang Shui, for awakening's class talent, Ice Magic. Skill Frost Domain, LV1. It consumes 10 mental energy, reducing the molecular motion speed within a specified range of 10 meters by 10, causing a slow or freezing effect." At this moment, Jiang Shui resembled a snow-capped mountain atop the Antarctic ice sheet. Meanwhile, the scorching slaughter brought by Chen's particle sword felt like a volcano beneath the Antarctic ice, ready to erupt. When fire met ice, there was once a thin layer of ice. One cold, one hot, one soft, one hard. The thin ice turned to snowmelt. Congratulations on acquiring a new skill, Molecular Control, LV3. Molecular Control. By consuming 100 mental energy points, it can accelerate or decelerate molecular activity by 3 related to level, achieving ignition or freezing effects. But then he thought this was a card with great potential. As levels increased, its effects would surely grow, and he felt relieved. He quickly tallied the spoils from exterminating the earth spirits, accumulating a total of 1. But then he thought this was a card with great potential. As levels increased, its effects would surely grow, and he felt relieved. He quickly tallied the spoils from exterminating the earth spirits, accumulating a total of 1,500 regulation coins. This money was earned at the cost of his life, and did not require a vote from the core meeting. Consumed 300,400 regulation coins, exchanged for experience points. Lord level increased to LV5. Consumed 100,200 regulation coins. Jiang Shui's level increased to LV3. Chen did not hesitate, silently reciting. He also directly allocated the remaining 500 regulation coins to Shi Qiaoqiao and Shui Bingyue. With the 2-level rise, a surge of power flooded into his limbs, filling all previous deficiencies. He even felt stronger than during his peak. At this moment, Shui Bingyue noticed that Chen's body had recovered, his spirit and energy were full. But seeing him still with his eyes closed, she couldn't help but understand. Shui Bingyue gently pressed on Xiao Yi's shoulder, signaling her to stop transferring life energy. She then looked at Jiang Shui, her voice soft. "It's enough?" Chen secretly grumbled in his heart. "Shui Bingyue, I just returned from the gates of hell. What's wrong with enjoying a moment?" The gentle realm thus announced its end. Ding. Lord Mission Rescue the Citizens has been completed. Reward Tree Clan Technology, grafting has been issued. Chen felt a surge of joy. The pleasure of just ending his single status was far less substantial than solving the issue of the territory's basic needs. This was the cornerstone of long-term development. However, before he could digest this joy, the curtain of the partition was suddenly pulled open. "Lord, why are you still not awake?" Su Jiuer's beautiful face was filled with fear and suppressed nausea, her voice trembling. Shui Bingyue acted quickly, giving Chen's thigh a hard pinch. "Up. Chen just right," shouted awake. Jiang Shui. He was about to come up with some excuse to explain why he was pretending to sleep. Su Jiuer was already too anxious and interrupted him. Lord Liwan. Liwan. She is dead. Yu Chen's expression darkened. He couldn't afford to explain, so he comforted the weak Jiang Shui and immediately got up. The vine armor automatically covered his body as he strode out. Jiang Shui and the other girls quickly followed. The Lord is awake. That's great. The girls, seeing that Yu Chen had recovered, felt a sense of reassurance, and all made way for him. In a corner of the tree hole, Li Wan's cold corpse lay there. What was most horrifying was her abnormally distended abdomen, which was now twitching violently. Uft, uft. In the terrified gaze of everyone, 5 small earth spirits covered in slime and blood screamed as they burst out from Li Wan's belly. Ugh! Several timid girls witnessed this hellish scene and immediately leaned against the wall to vomit. These newborn little monsters were inherently marked with the lewd imprint of the earth spirit race, their small green eyes fixated on the girls in the cave, emitting nauseating heat, laughter, even attempting to pounce over. Seeking death. Yu Chen's gaze turned icy, giving them no chance whatsoever. The vines of the eternal tree shot out like lightning. In an instant, the 5 small earth spirits were strangled to death along with Zhang Dan, who had already been scared silly on the ground, and were tossed directly to the lakeshore beneath the tree hole. He absolutely would not allow these filthy creatures to contaminate his territory. Up! A sharp, piercing scream shattered the silence within the tree hole. He absolutely would not allow these filthy creatures to contaminate his territory. Up! A sharp, piercing scream shattered the silence within the tree hole. It's all your fault. If you had come to save me sooner, how could I have turned out like this? Her face showed no signs of relief from having survived a disaster, nor any hint of regret, only a crazed transfer of blame. Yu Chen, you are the Lord. You must take responsibility. You must save me. Otherwise I will not let you go even in death. Zhang Dan began to scream hoarsely, resorting to her set of unreasonable talents. Inside the tree hole, all the girls' gazes were focused on Yu Chen, watching how he would handle this hot potato. Yu Chen's eyes at that moment were terrifyingly calm. He looked at the crazed Zhang Dan as if she were a dead person. Keeping such a selfish and toxic presence, which only spread negative energy, was the greatest corrosion to the entire team. Yu Chen took a glance. Zhang Dan's current favorability towards him had reached 10 points already, to the point of hatred. Now the grafting technology was also in hand. It was finally time to clean house. All right, I take responsibility. And send you on your way. Yu Chen spoke, his voice flat, yet sending chills down the spines of all who heard. He slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! The particle sword in the warehouse appeared out of thin air, gripped in his hand. Remember, come find me as a ghost. No. Don't, I was wrong. Zhang Dan finally awakened from her madness, sensing Yu Chen's unmasked murderous intent in his eyes, and screamed in terror. But Yu Chen stepped towards Zhang Dan with the sword in hand. Zhang Dan, scared to the core, felt her body go limp, a foul liquid flowing from her pants or mouth, only able to stutter repeatedly. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Just as the particle sword was about to fall, suddenly another male voice came from the dense forest by the lake. Stop. Don't kill her. Suddenly the dense forest by the lake shook violently, and a group of people dressed in raincoats made of leaves and straw burst forth. A plump middle-aged man shouted, his small shrewd eyes scanning the crowd before greedily locking onto the group of girls, including Su Jiuer and Jiang Shui. One of them, with a square face and a stern expression, exuded a sharp aura, walking with a military-like composure. We are from the Oasis Sanctuary. I am Hu Yiba, the former street office director of Jiangnan City. Which territory are you from? Who is your lord? Are you not aware of the Apocalypse Pact that forbids the slaughter of compatriots? This unexpected turn of events made Zhang Dan, who was kneeling on the ground waiting for death, feel as if she had grasped a lifeline. These people were from the official authorities. Moreover, they were from the city where her foster father resided. This meant that the official world still existed, and perhaps she might encounter her powerful and influential foster father again. Zhang Dan's eyes sparkled with ecstatic survival, and she screamed madly, Save me! Save me! I am the foster daughter of the mayor of Jiangnan City. He wants to kill me. This madman wants to kill me. Yu Chen's sword momentarily paused, not because of Hu Yiba's reprimand, but because he had, for the first time in this world, seen living compatriots from Earth. Among the crowd, the square-faced man frowned, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, I am Lu Chong from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Little brother, let's talk calmly and not act impulsively. Murder is a serious crime. Even if the world has changed, rules cannot be disregarded. Lu Chong was equally astonished. They had just arrived at this oasis and were startled yesterday by the loud explosions within. Today, while investigating the forest, they found that the goblins who had previously caused them great casualties and even taken away women from their territory had all vanished. Lu Chong was unaware that it was the very person before him who had slain too many goblins yesterday, causing the remaining ones to flee the oasis overnight in fear of this killing god. Had Lu Chong arrived a little earlier, he might have seen piles of goblin corpses nearby, but after just one night those bodies had been absorbed by the roots of the eternal tree, turning into nourishment. However, Lu Chang could tell that the young man before him exuded a murderous aura that arose from a sea of corpses and blood, making him not to be trifled with. Subsequently, Chen noticed that these people had no weapons that could threaten him, and chose to ignore them. In novels, typical villains face unexpected events when they are on the verge of death. If he did not kill someone like Zhang Dan now, there was a high chance she would be rescued and become a future threat. Thus Chen thought he must act decisively, eliminating Zhang Dan first before inquiring about these people's origins. His gaze shifted away from the uninvited guests and locked back onto Zhang Dan's face, which was twisted with ecstasy. Now was the moment to clean up the house. He gripped the particle sword and stepped forward. The invisible sword edge dragged a trail of death across the ground, and the cold voice pronounced a sentence of doom to Zhang Dan word by word. You disobeyed orders, went into the water privately, leading to a goblin siege that indirectly caused the death of your companion, Li Wan. You deserve to die. In the most dangerous moment, you used your life to save your classmate as a stepping stone. You deserve to die. You are such a foolish and selfish person. Living for another minute is a threat to the territory. With each question, Chen's momentum rose. The chilling, killing intent that emerged from the sea of corpses made Lu Chang and the others gasp for breath, causing them to retreat a half step. Only Hu Yiba's small eyes darted around Su Jiu, Jiang Shui, and the other girls behind Chen, flashing with a hint of greed and jealousy. He glanced at the disheveled Zhang Dan on the ground, whose appearance far surpassed the women in his camp, and she was also the mayor's foster daughter. This was a treasure. Hu Yiba's mind quickly became active. Clearing his throat, he donned a false, sympathetic expression. Oh dear young man, don't be so angry. Listening to you, this woman has committed a great crime, but it doesn't warrant death, especially since she is pregnant. How can you bear to act against her? Her head soared into the sky, her face still frozen in the last trace of incredulous fear. Thud! The headless corpse crashed to the ground, and the swollen abdomen. Her head soared into the sky, her face still frozen in the last trace of incredulous fear. Thud! The headless corpse crashed to the ground. Her head soared into the sky, her face still frozen in the last trace of incredulous fear. Thud! The headless corpse crashed to the ground, and the swollen abdomen still twitched strangely. Ding! Biological electric quantum state detected. Do you wish to absorb it to charge the particle sword? Biological electric quantum state refers to the spirit of a being after death. An invisible, twisted, ethereal spirit that ordinary people could not see was forcibly extracted from Zhang Dan's corpse, letting out a silent wail as it was greedily absorbed by the particle sword. This is also good, it completely eliminates future troubles. He often read tomato novels and learned that some people would come back for revenge after death. In this case, Zhang Dan had no chance of rebirth or becoming a ghost. You actually dared to kill someone. Hu Yiba pointed at Chen, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. Lu Chang and the others also raised their weapons in defense, unaware of why Chen waved his hand. The woman's head fell off. They did not know of the existence of the particle sword. Inside the tree hole, all the girls held their breath. This was the first member killed by the Lord, and it was done in the most direct and overbearing manner. Although Zhang Dan deserved to die, they were still horrified. Watching Zhang Dan being killed. You dare to ignore me. Then Hu Yiba pointed at Lu Chang and the others, and said, you all quickly take him down. The girls up in the trees must have been coerced by him. Capture him so we can rescue those poor girls up there. At this moment, Hu Yiba's expression was even more lecherous than when facing the Goblin King. Lu Chang and the others, hearing this, found Chen a bit strange, yet seemed reluctant to defy Hu Yiba's orders. They could only grit their teeth, raise their stone spears, and prepare to strike. Su Jiu and the other 6 girls quickly rushed to the trees to provide support upon seeing these people about to attack Chen. But Chen merely willed it, looking for death. Whoosh! 10 thick vines shot out from the eternal tree, like giant pythons, instantly binding Lu Chang and the others into Zongzi, hanging them in midair. What is this? Chen looked at Lu Chang and the others, who were hanging in the air, pale-faced, and he also glanced at the trembling Hu Yiba, who was shivering in extreme fear. I kill my own people and clean up my own house. Who are you to criticize? Lu Chang and the others struggled frantically, but the vines would not budge. Hu Yiba finally realized that he had kicked the steel plate. This man was not someone he could intimidate with the authority and rules of the old world. Hu Yiba's gaze inadvertently fell on Zhang Dan's lifeless head, and his desire to survive skyrocketed. He quickly squeezed out a fawning smile. Big brother is absolutely right to kill. Such a person deserves to die. What foster daughter of the mayor? What does that have to do with us? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures should be taken. The affairs of your territory are none of our business. You should be magnanimous. Let us go. This reversal left everyone dumbfounded. This Hu group leader's ability to adapt to the wind was etched into his bones. However, the moment his words fell, whoosh, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the huge belly of Zhang Don's headless corpse exploded without warning. The dark green, foul-smelling liquid mixed with shattered entrails erupted violently, splattering everywhere. Two goblin hatchlings crawled out, even more robust and ferocious than the ones previously inside Li Wan. Their bodies were coated in slime, their skin an unhealthy dark green, and their blood-red eyes held no trace of confusion, like newborns, only the greed of starving ghosts. They had even begun to take on a humanoid shape, their tiny mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth like needles. As soon as the two little monsters hit the ground, they instinctively sensed the killing intent emanating from Chen that made their souls tremble, and they unconsciously avoided him. Their sights were precisely locked onto the nearest and plumpest Hu Yiba. "Ah, don't come over. Get away." Hu Yiba's bureaucratic tone and flattery were utterly shattered in that moment, leaving only the primal fear rolling in his throat. He desperately twisted his overweight body suspended by vines, babbling incoherently. "Help me. Let me go." However, the goblin hatchlings emitted a disgusting giggling sound and pounced with lightning speed, directly climbing up his thigh. A sharp pain shot through him, and Hu Yiba's previous flattery instantly turned into threats. "Damn it. If you don't let me go, my brother is coming, and you won't be able to escape." His pig-like wailing echoed through the forest. Lu Chang, who was suspended high up along with his subordinates, watched this scene with wide eyes, each face drained of color. The vines bound them tightly like iron hoops, making any struggle futile. The two little monsters easily tore through Hu Yiba's pant leg with their sharp teeth and claws sinking deep into his thick flesh. Chunks of flesh were brutally ripped away. Hu Yiba's screams became shrill and short, mixed with desperate whimpers. The girls at the tree hollow had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Several timid ones had already turned their heads, their stomachs churning and retching. Su Jiuer and Li Qian, having experienced the baptism of a corpse swarm, only felt a cold sense of relief in their eyes. Yu Chen stood nearby holding an invisible particle, sword, his expression indifferent. He had no intention of intervening. He meant to use Hu Yiba's gruesome fate to warn the uninvited guests, making them understand that the rules of the old world no longer applied here. As Hu Yiba's thigh became a bloody mess, struggling to breathe, while suspended in midair, Lu Chang finally made. He was a clever man. He understood that this young person before him was the master of this massive tree. "My lord," Lu Chang shouted hoarsely, "spare us. Hu group leader cannot die here. If he dies, Hu Tianjiu will not spare our families." Upon hearing this, Yu Chen finally reacted. With a thought, two slender vines sprang out, instantly binding the two greedy, biting goblins tightly and lifting them into the air. He walked slowly in front of Lu Chang, his gaze calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. "Hu Tianjiu, yes. Yes." Lu Chang felt his breath become difficult under Yu Chen's stare. "He is the lord of our oasis shelter and Hu Yiba's elder brother." Under the threat of death, Lu Chang spilled everything like bamboo shoots. It turned out they were all residents of Zhongshan Street in Jiangnan City. When the apocalypse struck, Hu Tianjiu, being the director of the street office, fortuitously bonded with a mysterious crystal stone, thus naturally becoming the lord. However, Hu Tianjiu was extremely tyrannical. In the face of the goblins' sneak attacks, he not only failed to use his lordly abilities to organize a resistance, but also forcibly seized the wives and daughters of other survivors. Lu Chang and his combat personnel toiled to find food, only to be exploited at every turn, and they couldn't even protect their own lovers. "You all dare not resist?" Yu Chen asked in confusion. They had long detested Hu Tianjiu, and although they had tried to rebel a few times, they had all failed. A hint of despair appeared on Lu Chang's face, because he has a crystal stone. Anyone who comes within 10 meters of him will be mentally controlled, completely losing their ability to resist. We can't kill him at all. Crystal stone. Mental control." Yu Chen's eyes flickered. Could it be something like an eternal heart? Yu Chen's thoughts began to stir. His talent for mathematical parameters now had an effective range of 50 meters. This meant he could conduct a precise strike against Hu Tianjiu outside of his control range. If this Hu Tianjiu truly committed numerous atrocities, then that crystal stone would belong to Yu Chen. Understanding this, he no longer paid any mind to the nearly lifeless Hu Yiba. Yu Chen retrieved the giant deer he hunted yesterday from the territory's warehouse. Time in the game warehouse. As soon as the deer's corpse appeared, it exuded a hint of warmth as if it had just died, causing Lu Chang beside it to stare in awe. "Brother, your ability." Lu Chang sincerely admired. "When we first arrived, 7 or 8 of us with wooden sticks couldn't deal with a deer like this, and one of us was even killed and another injured." Yu Chen did not respond to his flattery and directly began processing the deer meat. Soon a rich, meaty aroma wafted through the air. With ample food available and the grafting technique at hand, Yu Chen no longer held back. Today, each girl in the tree hollow received generous portions of roasted meat, marking their first true feast since arriving in this world. Meanwhile, the 9 burly men remained suspended by vines for hours, only able to watch enviously, their throats moving as they swallowed greedily. All of them had barely eaten, their stomachs growling with hunger. The smell of meat was the ultimate temptation for them, yet also the cruelest torture. Once the girls were full, Yu Chun wiped his hands holding a half-cooked sizzling deer leg and walked up to Lu Chang and the others. He pointed to the still twitching piece of meat on the ground. Hu Yiba, do you want to live? Yu Chen's gaze swept over the 9 men. Kill him, and this meat will be yours. Furthermore, I will help you kill his brother. Lu Chang's body trembled, hesitant to act, weighing his options in fear. He certainly understood that Yu Chun was asking them to pledge loyalty. Yet one of the men behind him with red eyes shouted, "My lord, let me down. He'll do it." The vines loosened. The man stumbled to the ground, grabbing a bone knife, disregarding the aching arms from being suspended for hours. He dashed towards Hu Yiba like a madman. Thud! The knife plunged into Hu Yiba's chest. "I won't let you sleep with my wife." The man, seemingly driven mad, stabbed again and again. "Me too. Count me in. You harmed my sister." The long-suppressed hatred erupted, and several more team members broke free from the vines, pouncing on him and venting their fury in the most primal way. Lu Chang watched this scene, closed his eyes, and after deep contemplation stepped forward to sever Hu Yiba's head entirely. Blood splattered on his face, yet he paid no mind. In the end, the 9 burly men knelt before Yu Chun on one knee, their voices hoarse. "Brother, we wish to join your territory and serve you as our lord." In the end, the 9 burly men knelt before Yu Chun on one knee, their voices hoarse. "Brother, we wish to join your territory and serve you as our lord." "I do not accept men here. I only want that crystal stone." Yu Chun looked at the 9 men kneeling before him, his gaze calm, yet his heart was not fully trusting. The human heart is the most difficult thing to fathom in the apocalypse. Verbal loyalty is worthless. He needed an absolute assurance. "Lu Chang, how high is your lord Hu Tianji's level now? And how far is your camp from here?" Yu Chun asked indifferently. Lu Chang paused for a moment before replying. "My lord, our camp is just 4 to 5 kilometers to the east." As for Hu Tianjiu, he spends all day in the camp with women. He probably hasn't even reached level 1. 4 to 5 kilometers, level 1. Yu Chun quickly calculated in his mind. According to the rules of this world, the sensing range between a lord and their subjects is the level multiplied by 1 kilometer. He was currently level 5, giving him a communication range of 5 kilometers, perfectly covering the limit. If Hu Tianjiu was indeed only level 1, then his sensing range would barely reach 1 kilometer. This meant that the news of Hu Yiba's death would not be received by the other side for the time being. He had plenty of time. He now needed to put these people in chains first. "Monbua, I remember that the explosive fruit can be expanded, right? Master, the explosive fruit of the eternal tree can be modified and expanded according to your will. Explain in detail. You can inject your own spiritual imprint while gestating the fruit. The explosive fruit generated this way will be bound to your spiritual power. As long as it is within your sensing range, a single thought can detonate it. However, the cost of gestating a single explosive fruit is double that of a regular explosive fruit, which is 120 points of life and consumes corresponding spiritual power and nutrients." Sensing explosive fruit, Yu Chen's heart leaped with joy. This was simply tailored for the current situation. Although the cost was double that of a regular explosive fruit, the effect was undoubtedly worth the price. He was currently level 5 with a life limit of 1,500 points, and gestating 10 would be no problem. Prepare to gestate. Yu Chen's thoughts moved, and the vines of the eternal tree began to grow and twist rapidly before him. A vast amount of life force and spiritual power was instantly drawn away, causing his face to pale, visibly cold sweat to bead on his forehead, and his body involuntarily swayed. The consumption of gestating 10 sensing bombs was far greater than he had imagined. He felt a wave of weakness and turned to the girls beside him, his voice hoarse. "Shuer, come help me." Jiang Shui saw his face was frighteningly pale, and without a second thought rushed forward to support his swaying body. "Have you overdrawn again?" Her tone was filled with concern and reproach. Yu Chen forced a smile, his gaze landing on Jiang Shui's dewy lips as he whispered, "The usual rules." "Huh." Jiang Shui's face turned bright red instantly, and she instinctively glanced at the 9 men nearby. They were all staring at them with wide eyes, making her feel her face burning. There are so many people watching. Her voice was barely above a whisper, feeling so embarrassed she wished she could find out, although the two had already consummated their marriage the night before doing so in public. Nevertheless, looking at Yu Chen's pale face, her concern ultimately overshadowed her shyness. With a bite of her teeth and a closing of her eyes, she stood on her tiptoes and leaned in. The onlooking Lu Chang and others were wide-eyed in disbelief. They kissed. A burly man instinctively swallowed hard, nudged Lu Chang's arm, and whispered, "Boss, this new lord. He can't be like Hu Tianjiu, right?" They had just exited the wolf's den and did not want to walk into a tiger's mouth again. Lu Chang frowned, tightly staring hard at Yu Chun. However, he soon noticed that the girls around Yu Chun, such as Su Jior and Li Qian, were all stunningly beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura. On the tree hole, there were also a group of stunning beauties whose looks overshadowed all the women in their camp. More importantly, the way these girls looked at Yu Chun was not out of fear, but genuine concern and trust. With such enchanting beauties willingly following him, how could this lord be interested in their gaunt wives? Having realized this, Lu Chang inexplicably felt relieved, and his guard against Yu Chen quietly diminished. On the other side, having received 500 points of life from Jiang Shui, Yu Chen's complexion finally regained it. He released Jiang Shui, who was on the verge of collapsing, and plucked a deep green fruit the size of a cherry. Yu Chen casually tossed one fruit to a tied-up goblin cub. The little creature, thinking it was food, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed it whole. A cold smile crept onto Yu Chen's lips as he thought, and the vines binding the goblin cub suddenly hurled it into the air several meters away. A cold smile crept onto Yu Chen's lips as he thought, and the vines bind. The deafening boom echoed as the goblin's son exploded midair, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist, with not even a whole piece of flesh left, the scarlet liquid splattering everywhere. The stench of blood filled the air. Lu Chang and the others trembled in fear, their faces turning pale. This power was terrifying. Subsequently, Yu Chen distributed the remaining 9 fruits to Lu Chang and the others, his voice icy. Eat it. Anyone who dares to play tricks, ha. The 9 burly men exchanged glances, their expressions as if they had eaten, but in the current situation did they have a choice? This young lord's methods were much more ruthless than Hu Tianji's. Yu Chen paused and added, of course, don't worry. As long as I don't detonate it, it's just a fruit. Once the matter is accomplished, you can pull it out, and there will be no problem. Under the threat of death, the 9 men ultimately humiliatedly swallowed the small fruit that would determine their Very good. Yu Chen was quite satisfied with their compliance. He had originally thought of having Lu Chang and the others take one back and find a chance to mix it in with other fruits. To have Hu Tianjiu eat it, then remotely detonate it, ending everything. But thinking again, the crystal that could control the spirit that Lu Chang mentioned was always with Hu Tianjiu. If that treasure were blown up together, he would suffer a huge loss. Yu Chen had to get his hands on that treasure. For this operation, he planned to go alone. Yu Chen asked, what seems to be the problem? Lu Chang's face showed a hint of difficulty as he lowered his voice. My lord, that Hu Tianjiu. He is more cowardly than a rabbit terrified of death, hiding in his cave all day long. To draw him out unless. He paused and stole a glance at Su Jiuer beside Yu Chen. Unless what? Yu Chen's gaze turned cold. Unless there's something he cannot resist. Hu Tianjiu has no other hobbies, he simply adores beautiful women. Yu Chen's expression darkened as he scolded. Are you suggesting using my woman as bait? The chilling aura made Lu Chang and the others shrink back. No, my lord, that's not what I meant. Lu Chang hurriedly waved his hands. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuer decisively stepped forward. He'll go. This was an act of chivalry, and she was more than willing to do it. For some reason, Su Jiuer wanted to stay close to Yu Chen in this perilous world. Only by Yu Chen's side did she feel a sense of security. The other sisters need not go, I alone am enough. Moreover, Su Jiuer mimicked Yu Chen's tone from earlier, her words laced with a hint of playfulness and confidence. She winked at Yu Chen, her lips curving slightly. What am I, not beautiful enough, not charming enough? Su Jiuer was undeniably charming. Even under Yu Chen's imposing presence, Lu Chang and his men couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. Coupled with Su Jiuer's elven battle attire, which was thin and translucent, her figure was perfectly accentuated. What man could see her and not react? If this were Earth, it would be a death sentence for those who dared to ignore her allure. Moreover, among Lu Chang's group, someone had long recognized her as the national goddess. Su Jiuer often said, if Miss Su is willing to step out, Hu Tianjiu will definitely crawl out of his hole. Lu Chang asserted decisively. Yet Yu Chen remained unwilling. Su Jiuer walked to his side, looking up at Yu Chen, her bright eyes filled with trust. With you protecting me, what do I have to fear? Gazing into those clear eyes, Yu Chen ultimately nodded, wanting to resolve this swiftly. Then Yu Chen generated 2 sensing fruits, bringing Su Jiuer and Lu Chang along as they began to traverse the dense jungle. Along the way, Yu Chen remained vigilant, fearing an ambush. It wasn't until 2 hours later that they arrived at a canyon. Below them stood a villa oddly embedded in the cliff, likely another random arrival from Earth. He suddenly thought that perhaps Lu Chang and the others had been pretending all along. My lord, this villa is empty, it hasn't even been furnished. He suddenly thought that perhaps Lu Chang and the others had been pretending all along. My lord, this villa is empty, it hasn't even been furnished. Lu Chang seemed to have understood Yu Chen's concerns and immediately explained, Hu Tianjiu is on the 2nd floor of the villa in a cave at the back against the mountain. Yu Chen carefully examined the villa, noticing that the outer walls didn't even have glass, which made him believe Lu Chang wasn't deceiving him. One last question, he fixed his gaze on Lu Chang and the others. When you were under Hu Tianji's control, could he read your memories? A man immediately replied, I was once controlled, he shouldn't be able to. Why are you so certain? The man flushed and stubbornly said, because I spat in the water he drank. With his vengeful nature, if he found out, my head would have rolled by now. This candid response eased the tense atmosphere among the group. With this crucial information, Yu Chen felt reassured. Soon he discussed with the others and decided to stage a play to lure Hu Tianjiu out. The show began as Lu Chang and the others rolled and crawled back to the 2nd floor of the camp villa. Who? Director who? It's bad. Someone has broken in. Lu Chang's voice cracked from yelling. He sobbed uncontrollably. What happened? A voice yelled from the cave. Your brother Hu Yiba was killed on the spot for flirting with a ruthless person's wife. Lu Chong and the others began to narrate, each taking turns. Now that ruthless man is outside demanding an explanation. However, Hu Tianzhou seemed completely unconcerned about his brother's fate. Instead, from deep within the cave, a woman under Hu Tianzhi's control walked out. The woman quickly recognized Yu Chun and Su Jiu downstairs and hurried back into the cave to report. What Lu Chong said is true. There are indeed two people outside, a man resembling Peng Yuyan and a woman as beautiful as a celestial being. The woman reported like a puppet. Really, she is that beautiful? Hu Tianzhi's interest was instantly piqued. Indeed, even I as a woman feel moved. The key is that the clothes she wears are made of leaves, thin and translucent, her figure with a slender waist and ample hips. The master will surely like her. The woman continued to respond. Upon hearing this, Hu Tianzhi's heart felt like a cat's claw scratching. Yet he still did not move. In this apocalypse, survival was the top priority. Previously, when the Earthlings attacked, he had relied on this cave to escape disaster, letting the commoners outside be slaughtered. To him, as long as he had the spirit stones in hand, even if all the commoners died, he could still live well. By the way, the controlled woman continued, that woman seems to be the national goddess, Su Jiu. The name Su Jiu struck Hu Tianzhi's heart like a thunderbolt. He could no longer sit still. Back on Earth, he was a fervent fan of Su Jiu, and in recent days, while taking advantage of the women in the camp, she was the one he occasionally fantasized about. Now the real person was right outside. After a fierce internal struggle, lust ultimately triumphed over reason. Finally, he couldn't help but cautiously emerge from the cave. He hid behind a pillar on the second-floor balcony, peering down. He saw Yu Chun standing below, yelling, while the Su Jiu he was infatuated with nestled next to that man. Did my brother really die because he flirted with her? Hu Tianzhou confirmed with Lu Chong. The others nodded like chicks pecking at grains. My brother did not die in vain. Hu Tianzhou smacked his lips and pointed at Yu Chen, asking, have you fought him? What skills does he possess? He seems to wield an invisible weapon with just a wave. Captain who was cleaved in two, intestines spilling everywhere. It was horrific. Several people vividly fabricated the story, hoping to incite Hu Tianzhi's anger and provoke him to confront Yu Chun. Upon hearing this, Hu Tianzhi's expression changed. Then he fixated his gaze on Lu Chong and the others with a sinister look. Then why did only my brother die, while the rest of you are perfectly fine? The group was momentarily rendered speechless. But one person immediately stepped forward to explain. While patrolling for Earthlings, we encountered Su Jiu alone in the woods. But Captain Hu, when he saw Su Jiu alone, he became feral and drove us all into the woods to give. By the time we heard the screams and ran back, we saw that man had suddenly returned. With a wave of his hand, Director Hu was split in two. The group looked at the one spinning this tale, internally amazed. This editor Wu was truly impressive at crafting stories for Tomato's novel reviews. Although they had discussed how to act with Yu Chun beforehand, this plot was quite the stretch. To be crafted so realistically and believably, it was as if Hu Yiba had truly done those things. Then that man chased us all the way back. Editor Wu continued to weave the entire narrative. Lu Chong and the others quickly nodded in agreement. It seems the surrounding Earthlings have vanished, and it must be related to him. At this moment, Yu Chen downstairs was yelling through various obstacles. Hu Tianzhi's suspicions lessened slightly, but seeing the man below only shouting and not approaching, he soon sensed something was off. You dare to deceive me. His gaze sharpened, and with a surge of spiritual power, he instantly controlled Lu Chong and the others, making them slap themselves wildly. Speak. Did you reveal my secrets? Intentionally luring him here to kill me, trying to take my place? Lu Chong and the others stammered, feeling they had been exposed. We were only trying to escape. We didn't say anything. Hu Tianzhou snarled fiercely. Then why doesn't he dare to approach the villa? Hu Tianzhou was well aware of his unpopularity, leading him to suspect everyone greatly. Oh, I understand now. Editor Wu, with a bruised face, quickly shouted, he fears arrows. We were shooting arrows at him while running earlier. He must have been scared. Is that so? Hu Tianzhou sneered. Then let's see just how powerful he really is. He released his control over Lu Chong and focused his spiritual power on a 9-year-old girl downstairs. A young woman cried as she knelt on the ground. Director, Hu, please spare my daughter. In light of my husband being gored by a deer while searching for food, and considering how obedient I've been these past few days, it's precisely because you are obedient that I've sent your daughter to scout ahead. Hu Tianzhi's voice was devoid of emotion. Rest assured, if she dies, we can just have another one. Under invisible control, the little girl picked up a sharpened stick and slowly approached Yu Chun. When the girl was less than 10 meters away from Yu Chun, she stopped, and with her tender voice spoke Hu Tianzhi's words. Brother, you have already killed my brother. Can we just let this matter go regarding him flirting with your wife? Yu Chun stood in place, his peripheral vision locking onto the shadow lurking behind the pillar on the second-floor balcony. The signals given by Lu Chong and the others had confirmed Hu Tianzhi's position. As long as he dared to fully show himself, the longbow in the warehouse would instantly claim his life. Yet he never expected Hu Tianzhou to be so cowardly willing to compromise, even regarding the death of his brother. Let it go. Yu Chen roared fully into character. He bullies my wife and wants to let it go. At this, Su Jiuer immediately entered the scene, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down like pearls from. However, recalling Yu Chen referring to her as his wife, she felt a sense of entitlement. Su Jiuer dove into Yu Chen's embrace, crying and playfully pummeling his chest with her small fist, saying, "Husband, I won't live anymore. I don't care. You must make sure to deal with them today." Su Jiuer's voice, tinged with a mix of pouting and weeping, was like a feather scratching at Hu Tianjia's heart from behind the pillar on the second floor of the villa. The national goddess Su Jiuer, alive. Moreover, the elfin battle attire woven from vines as thin as a cicada's wing accentuated her exquisite figure to perfection. As the wind blew, her fair skin could be glimpsed beneath the fabric, almost driving him to madness. Hu Tianzhou greedily licked his lips, his desires now unbearable. "So what do you want, brother?" Yu Chen continued his tirade. "First, an apology, either in currency or goods, will suffice. Then you must personally come out to apologize, or else. Let me show you my methods." With that, Yu Chen waved his hand, releasing an explosive fruit that traced a precise parabolic arc aimed at an unfinished concrete rockery in the villa's courtyard. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending rubble flying. The sturdy concrete rockery was blown to pieces, leaving a terrifying gap before everyone's eyes. Hu Tianjia's pupils constricted. The continuous booms he heard in the woods yesterday were indeed caused by this man. He actually had bombs. Instinctively, Hu Tianzhou wanted to retreat into the cave behind him, but a chill shot up from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The thought of being bombed into that cave. Wouldn't that mean being blown to bits inside? Panic surged within Hu Tianzhou, and he pleaded, "Brother, let's talk this over. We have several attractive women at our camp. How about we send you one as a servant? And regarding the matter of you killing my brother, I won't pursue it any further. Let's just keep to our own business. What do you say?" Yu Chen continued to threaten. "I'm not interested in women, and none can compare to my wife. Quickly produce the currency or goods, or I'll throw the next bomb into the villa." Hu Tianjia's mind raced as a plan formed. "Brother, we truly don't have any currency or goods at our camp, but I do have a treasure here. Consider it my apology." He then lifted a white stone high. "Brother, come a bit closer. This is a good thing." Yu Chen looked at the white crystal, feeling somewhat disappointed. It was not like the heart of eternity, it was just a plain white stone. However, considering it could control others, it was still of some value, making it worth the trip. Yu Chen understood that Hu Tianzhou was trying to lure him within a 10-meter range to control him with the crystal. "I'm not foolish. Your men are armed with bows and arrows. If I approach, won't I be turned into a porcupine? Then what do you want, eh? It's simple. You come out personally and hand over the treasure to me. If I'm satisfied, perhaps we can form a team to survive together." Hu Tianzhou gritted his teeth. If he could just get within 10 meters, that exquisite woman would be his. Driven by lust, he could think of nothing else. He roared for Lu Chang and others to shield him as he cautiously peered out from the balcony. "All right. Then we'll team up too." Before he could finish, Lu Chang and the others in front of him suddenly crouched down as if they had. Consequently, Hu Tianzhou found himself fully exposed on the balcony. Now was the moment. A cold glint flashed in Yu Chen's eyes as he swiftly retrieved a bow and arrow from the storage. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the arrow cutting through the air pierced the silence, striking Hu Tianzhou squarely in the forehead. However, the next scene left everyone in disbelief. The anticipated scene of brain matter splattering did not occur. Hu Tianzhou was still alive. He even cursed loudly, "F your wife. You damn scoundrels," launching a sneak attack. Yu Chen was taken aback. Was Hu Tianzhou even human? How could he still be alive? "And you traitors! How dare you conspire with outsiders against me? You all deserve to die." Enraged, Hu Tianzhou raised the white crystal in his hand, ready to unleash his mental powers to incite Lu Chang and the others to kill each other. Whoosh! Once again the bowstring twanged. Yu Chen's second arrow was released, first targeting Hu Tianzhou's wrist, holding the crystal. Thud! An astonishing scene unfolded. The arm that was struck by the arrow actually snapped like fragile rotten wood. The entire hand gripping the crystal was sent flying, nailed firmly to the wall of the balcony. Damn, what is this guy's body made of? Yu Chen couldn't help but curse internally. Surviving a headshot is one thing, but how could his arm be as brittle as a biscuit? Lu Chang and the others saw Hu Tianzhou's severed arm and the crystal flying away. They instantly realized it was time for revenge. "Kill him!" The crowd roared as they picked up their crude weapons, turning to slash at Hu Tianzhou. Hu Tianzhou was terrified, abandoning even his severed hand. He scrambled back into the cave behind him. Yu Chen and Su Jiuer quickly dashed upstairs. He shouted at Lu Chang and the others who were stationed at the cave entrance. "He has no treasures left. Why aren't you pursuing him?" "Lord, we can't chase." Lu Chang's face turned pale. "None of us have ever entered that cave. 2 brothers who tried to kill him before never came back. There must be something evil inside." Yu Chen's expression turned cold. "Why didn't Hu Tianzhou die from a headshot earlier? Are you hiding something from me?" "We truly didn't know he had such powers." Lu Chang hurriedly explained. He hides in the cave every day, controlling people for his needs. Those who come out forget everything inside. How could we know his body was so bizarre? Chen looked at Lu Chang's shocked expression, sensing he might not be lying. Then beside him, Editor Wu, sporting a bruised face, had a sudden idea. Lord, this is great. Without the crystal, Hu Tianjiu is useless. We just need to light some damp firewood at the cave entrance, and the thick smoke will flush him out. This plan was quite good. Chen nodded, and Lu Chang and the others immediately went downstairs to gather wood. At this moment, Chen finally had time to survey the survivors in the villa, numbering 50 or 60 people, mostly old, weak women and children covering themselves with leaves. Each looked pale and emaciated, their eyes dull. Su Jiuer's gaze instinctively fell upon the hand nailed to the wall, which was still grasping a white crystal. She felt a stir in her heart, realizing that the primary goal of Chen's expedition was this. Su Jiuer quickly stepped forward, reaching out to take the crystal. Ding! Detection of carbon-based fungal species, mother fungus. This item is extremely dangerous, but do not touch. The warning sound from Monboy suddenly echoed in Chen's mind. Jiuer, don't touch it. Chen shouted desperately to stop her. But it was too late. The moment Su Jiuer's fingertip brushed against the crystal, the seemingly solid fungal ball abruptly exploded. Countless nearly invisible fungal threads shot out like lightning, instantly burrowing into Su Jiuer's fair palm, or being absorbed by her. Su Jiuer let out a short gasp, the sparkle in her eyes fading at a visibly rapid pace until only a hollow confusion remained. In the next second, Su Jiuer turned into a delicate puppet controlled by invisible threads, suddenly spinning around and racing into the cave where Hu Tianjiu was. Chen's heart suddenly contracted, too late to stop Su Jiuer. Her figure disappeared into the cave. He thought, could it be that Hu Tianjiu without the mycelium can still control people? A wave of regret surged within Chen's chest. He should never have brought Su Jiuer on this adventure. In this world, Su Jiuer was the first person who wholeheartedly supported him. If anything were to happen to her, Chen would never be able to forgive himself. Jiuer. Without further thought, he summoned his leg muscles and dashed in after her. As he stepped into the cave, the environment changed dramatically. The sunlight and noise from outside were instantly cut off, and a cold, damp atmosphere rushed over him. The entire inner wall of the cave was covered with a thick layer of white mycelium, glowing faintly with phosphorescence, illuminating the place into a bizarre and extraordinary space. These mycelium were not lifeless. They wriggled and undulated slightly, as if the entire cave was breathing. Sizzle! Several thick, white mycelium suddenly came to life from the cave wall, forming flexible and deadly fungal whips, striking fiercely towards Chen with a whoosh. Chen's gaze sharpened, and the particle sword in his hand buzzed with energy, its blade flashing as it accurately severed the attacking fungal whips. No fluid oozed from the severed ends, instead a burst of white spores erupted, which then visibly regrew and healed. He dared not linger, swinging his sword to clear a path, the mycelium scattering in his wake. With every step Chen took, he expended tremendous energy. After pushing forward for only about 10 meters, the space ahead suddenly opened up. A much larger cavern appeared before him, and the sight within made Chen's pupils contract sharply. Hu Tianjiu was right there. His entire body was embedded in a wall made of countless mycelium, with only his upper body exposed. The right arm that Chen had shot off with an arrow had bizarrely regrown. However, this arm's form was extremely strange, with mycelium writhing beneath the skin, not flesh and blood. Beside him, two already decayed corpses were tightly wrapped in mycelium, suspended in midair. They were the two villagers who had attempted to assassinate Hu Tianjiu, as mentioned by Lu Chang. Kid, you really aren't afraid of death, daring to trespass into my territory. Hu Tianjiu's voice came from the mycelium wall. Enough with the nonsense, where is my wife? You mean Su Jiuer? Hu Tianjiu let out a series of eerie cackles, a look of extreme madness and excitement flashing across his face. She is extremely honored to have been chosen by my master, the mother of fungi. That perfect vessel. Soon she will merge with my master. The feeling of it, just imagining. So to save your woman, you must first get through me. Chen was utterly enraged, a killing intent erupting from him. Seeking death. He could no longer endure hearing Su Jiuer's name from this scoundrel's mouth. Chen raised his particle sword, his figure leaping up, a sharp sword light slicing towards Hu Tianjiu's head. However, Hu Tianjiu actually laughed maniacally, not dodging or evading. The particle sword effortlessly cleaved Hu Tianjiu in half from head to toe. Yet there was no blood, no brain matter. Inside the severed body, there were only billions of writhing white mycelium, which immediately began to congregate, intertwine, and repair themselves. In less than 2 seconds, Hu Tianjiu's body was restored to its original state. Did you think I was as fragile as I appear outside? Hu Tianjiu's mocking voice echoed throughout the cave. In the realm of the mother of fungi, I am immortal. With each swing of his sword, Chen sliced Hu Tianjiu's body into countless pieces. But no matter how many times he struck, those pieces would reconnect and reorganize in the instant they hit the ground. It's useless. Give up. Hu Tianjiu's voice was filled with mockery and pride. You are losing your woman and your soldiers at the same time. I should really thank you for delivering such a superb DNA specimen as Sujior right to my doorstep. Otherwise, my master and I wouldn't know how much time we would waste on that group of ordinary women. Now do you understand why I never leave this cave? Because here I am invincible. As his words fell, hundreds of fungal whips suddenly sprang up from all directions, shooting towards Yu-chun. The vine's armor on Yu-chun was hit by the fungal whips immediately, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Warning. Master, this place is an excellent environment for the carbon-based fungal tribe. If the mother of fungi is not eliminated, the mycelium can regenerate infinitely. The prompt from Monbois echoed in his mind. Yu-chen's gaze hardened, a resolute thought surged in his heart. If the mother of fungi is not eliminated, the mycelium can regenerate infinitely. The prompt from Monbois echoed in his mind. Yu-chen's gaze hardened, with his left hand gripping the sword, he cut his palm, and without hesitation, he placed the bleeding hand firmly on the hilt of the particle sword. Blood flowed rapidly along the sword's patterns, quickly infusing into the blade. Buzz! The particle sword infused with Yu-chen's blood erupted with radiant brilliance in an instant. The silicon-based civilization runes on the blade lit up one by one, and a wild and domineering suction force exploded from the sword tip. No, what are you doing? Hu Tianji's wild laughter instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. Yu-chun aimed the particle sword at him and swung it again. Hu Tianjiu felt his consciousness and soul being drawn away by an absolute power. From his fungal body, it was being crazily extracted. Master, save me. Hu Tianjiu let out a silent wail, ultimately being completely absorbed into the particles. Without the support of his soul, Hu Tianji's body, made of mycelium, instantly collapsed, turning into a mass of shapeless, writhing flesh. Ding! Killed the Lord absorbed soul, energy particle, sword, charging 10. Yu-chun had no time to feel the surge of power. He immediately turned around the brilliantly glowing particle sword, striking down fiercely against the fungal wall ahead. This time, without Hu Tianji's will to control it, the fungal wall could no longer regenerate. The obstructive fungal wall in the cave ahead was cleaved open and the passage was completely cleared. Finally, a brighter light appeared at the end of the cave. It was a huge main chamber. In the center of the main chamber floated a massive fungal mass over 5 meters in diameter, resembling a pulsing and deformed white heart, its surface covered with countless throbbing veins. And at the center of this heart, through the translucent fungal wall, Yu-chen saw a figure that made his heart race with terror. Sujior. She was quietly suspended in the center of the fungal mass, her eyes tightly closed, her complexion as pale as paper. The battle attire woven from the vines of the eternal tree was originally plant essence. At this moment, however, it had become an excellent nutrient for the fungi, already corroded beyond recognition, not a thread remaining. The two met once again, completely bare. At this moment, Yu-chen's heart was filled only with piercing anxiety. Sujior's body had already been fully controlled by the mother fungus. Thin white mycelium clung to her flawless skin, outlining strange patterns, and they continued to spread outward and grow. Yu-chun rushed forward, cutting through the fungal mass. He held Sujior in his arms, reaching out to wipe away the mycelium. But as soon as his hand brushed past, more mycelium immediately sprouted from her skin as if there was no end. He noticed that Sujior's breathing was becoming weaker, the rise and fall of her chest barely visible. If this continued, the growing fungus would completely block her airways and invade her organs. She would suffocate to death, ultimately becoming the vessel of the mother fungus. Monbois, how can I save her? Yu-chun roared in his heart. Analyzing. Target has been deeply parasitized by the carbon-based fungal tribe, genes are being usurped. Using high-concentration biological enzymes can destroy fungal cells and inhibit their growth. Enzymes. Yu-chen's mind raced. Biological enzymes. Biological enzymes. A forgotten biology knowledge point suddenly jumped out. Saliva. Saliva contains a large amount of lysozyme. In that instant, the thought flashed through Yu-chen's mind, freezing him. He looked at the perfect body slowly covered by mycelium, from the delicate collarbone to the flat abdomen to the long straight legs. Not a single part was spared. Doesn't that mean he had to cover Sujior with his own saliva, to lick every inch of her skin that was infested by the fungus? Yu-chen's mind was filled with a single thought. Save her. He leaned down, his tongue grazing the icy collarbone of Sujior. A tingling sensation spread through him, accompanied by the unique fragrance of the fungi. Yu-chen felt no discomfort in his mouth, so he carefully licked along her skin. The strange white patterns that were covered in his saliva slowly began to fade from view. Effective. This thought invigorated Yu-chen, and he hesitated no longer. What he did not know was that at this moment Sujior was fully conscious. But her body was bound by the mother fungus, rendering her unable to move even a finger, allowing the warm, slippery sensation to roam freely over her. Shame, fear, and an indescribable strange feeling intertwined in her heart. She could sense Yu-chen's focus and tenderness in his actions, devoid of any desecration, purely for her salvation. Yet this life-saving method nearly caused her to faint from embarrassment. From her neck to her shoulders, from her arms to her fingertips. Yu Chen's movements were meticulous, as if he were completing an incredibly intricate task. He dared not let his mind wander, fearing that any stray thought might cause him to overlook a single fungus. Yu Chen only knew that the girl in his arms had also used a kiss to extend his life when he was wounded by the blood crow. Now it was his turn to repay her in this way. Time passed second by second. Under Yu Chen's treatment, Su Jiuer's body gradually began to warm. The mycelium that had invaded her skin was retreating step by step. At last Yu Chen's gaze drifted to a remote flower field, a veritable paradise. The mycelium in the field resembled clusters of white lotus flowers. Delicate and lovely, so beautiful that it made breathing feel lighter. He began to meticulously cleanse that patch of mycelium. Just as those filaments were completely purified, a hum resonated. Su Jiuer felt the shackles in the flower field. Those mycelium seemed to mock his hesitation with laughter. Yu Chen closed his eyes and expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind. He began to meticulously cleanse that patch of mycelium. Just as those filaments were completely purified, a hum resonated. Su Jiuer felt the shackles binding her body suddenly shatter. She suddenly opened her eyes, regaining control of her body. Yu Chen, that's enough. All right now? Her voice trembled with the aftershocks of survival. Her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Yu Chen immediately withdrew, his chest rising and falling sharply. The prolonged breath holding had left him a bit oxygen-starved. Jiuer, don't misunderstand, I was saving you. He quickly explained the earlier proposal from Monbois and his own helpless actions in brief. At that moment the two faced each other in the nude again, having engaged in something even more intimate, and the air was thick with an indescribable awkwardness. Yu Chen took a set of clean clothes from the storage and found a dress to hand to Su Jiuer. Put this on first. Su Jiuer took the clothes and hastily put them on. She didn't even dare to look into Yu Chen's eyes. At that moment Yu Chen was physically and mentally exhausted. The relaxation following his heightened tension, combined with significant fluid loss, made him feel dizzy. He glanced back at the cave passage they had come through, now filled again with writhing white fungi. He needed to recover some health points before he could use the particle sword to cut through the passage and take her out. However, before Yu Chen could sit down to recuperate, a strange moan suddenly came from beside him. My lord, I feel something is off. Yu Chen turned his head sharply, instantly stunned. Su Jiuer's once pale cheeks quickly flushed a deep crimson, as if intoxicated by strong liquor. Her eyes glazed over with a misty sheen, her gaze unfocused. I feel so hot. Her voice grew sultry and unfamiliar, tinged with a hint of desire she herself was unaware of. You have a fever. Yu Chen's heart tightened as he reached out to feel her forehead. Scorching. Then you should lie down. No. Su Jiuer shook her head, her gaze scattered. I feel so strange. As she spoke, she seemed unable to bear the constraint of her clothing, her hands uncontrollably reaching for the neckline of the dress she had just put on. Wait, Su Jiuer, what's wrong with you? A strong sense of unease wrapped around Yu Chen's heart again. Before he could finish speaking, a similar heat awakened the primal instincts deep within the man. His body was now also beyond his control. At that moment, a sharp and malicious mocking voice echoed in both their minds. He. Foolish humanoid creatures, you still wish to escape my control. Very well, one will become my exquisite mother fungus, and the other the finest nourishment for my kin. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed starkly in the confined cave. She slowly turned around, biting her crimson lips, her gaze sultry to the extreme. Yu Chen, do you like me? The eyes that once sparkled like water now only held the most primal, the most frenzied desire. I want you. Su Jiuer looked at Yu Chen, her gaze resembling that of a traveler on the verge of death in the desert who had spotted the only source of water. No, that was not a gaze directed at a person. It was clearly the look of longing for a cold, thirst-quenching delicacy. Boom. The wicked fire that surged within Yu Chen had completely overwhelmed his will, burning away all calmness. Stay clear-headed. A beast-like roar echoed in Yu Chen's mind, his teeth clenched as he struggled to regain control of his body. But his body in all its honesty drew closer, fiercely pulling Su Jiuer's scorching body into his embrace. The moment their skin touched, it was as if dry tinder met raging fire, or cold water splashed into hot oil. But his body in all its honesty drew closer, fiercely pulling Su Jiuer's scorching body into his embrace. The moment their skin Yu Chen felt his consciousness sinking continuously, his vitality, even the very essence of his life, being devoured by an irresistible force. His vision began to darken, his body transitioning from initial heat to a gradual coldness. Warning. Master, your health points are being rapidly consumed. Warning. Health points below 30. Please evacuate immediately. The cold voice of Manboss alert echoed in his mind. Evacuate. How to evacuate? Yu Chen felt like an insect caught in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the tighter he was ensnared. Su Jiuer's arms became the sweetest shackles, ready to completely engulf him. Is this my final outcome? I am unwilling. Yu Chen felt as if his body were being hollowed out. The fat and muscles on him were being disassembled and consumed at a visibly rapid pace. The sensation of weakness spread from the tips of his limbs, slowly creeping towards his heart. His consciousness was already dissipating, and everything in his field of vision began to fade. Just as he was about to fall into eternal darkness, Mambo's voice echoed. Master, the only way now is to help Sujiro regain control of her body and let her willingly release you. Chen shuddered violently, the dissipating pupils regaining a glimmer of weak light. Mambo, why did you take so long to come? At this moment, Sujiro, or rather the body controlled by the mother fungus, was like a wild beast. Let her spare him. He might as well hope for a starving northeast tiger to give up the juicy meat right in front of it. No way, can't wait. Mambo, stop being enigmatic. If this continues, you might as well wait for the next master. Master, don't worry, you won't die. Right now, the consciousness of the mother fungus was forcefully seizing Sujiro's genetic sequence. Conversely, Sujiro's genes could also absorb the energy of the mother fungus. As long as Sujiro's mental strength was powerful enough, she could regain control of her body and devour the mother fungus in return. Chen's consciousness was racing. Though his body couldn't be controlled, his mind was still active. This damned mother fungus was seizing Sujiro's body while treating him as nutrients to cultivate the mother fungus. Reproduction. Fusion. Chen suddenly understood. You can parasitize. I'll use a higher level fusion to overwrite you. Let's see whether your fungal parasitism is stronger or my genetic fusion more domineering. As his voice fell, a translucent attribute frame popped up in Chen's field of vision. Sujiro LV1 Life 900-1000 Energy 90100 Chi 90100 Spirit 10150. In contrast, Sujiro's basic mental strength limit was a staggering 150 points. She was originally a top-tier internet celebrity, constantly at the center of public opinion, forged by countless rumors and cyberbullying, her mental resilience far surpassing that of ordinary people. At this moment, what she needed most was a mental power strong enough to contend with the mother fungus. And what Chen needed most was the energy and chi to sustain his life. Mambo, now, immediately, use half of my mental attributes to grant to Sujiro. Chen transformed his mental power into the strongest support, continuously aiding Sujiro in her struggle against the mother fungus. You actually have carbon-based divine level inheritance. The mother fungus consciousness transformed from mockery into incredulous fear, resonating in both of their minds. The mother fungus, who had been immersed in the pleasure of controlling everything, was horrified to discover that the food it had already swallowed was now devouring it in return. Two consciousnesses were forcibly stuffed into one body. Can we reach an agreement? The mother fungus continued to plead for peace, but with Chen's immense mental strength supporting her, Sujiro's consciousness was steadily gaining the upper hand. Congratulations, Sujiro, you have acquired the talent Charm Learn Skill Enchantment LV1. Consumes 10 points of mental power to control targets within a 100-meter radius for 10 seconds. Warning. A third-party carbon-based fungus parasitic consciousness has been detected during the fusion process. Determination gene fusion priority is higher than parasitism. Forcibly expelling the third-party consciousness. Clearing starts. No, stop it right now. I give up. I am willing to be at your command. The mother fungus let out its final anguished plea, and Sujiro emitted a cry of excruciating pain. The desire in her eyes was instantly replaced by boundless suffering and frenzied resistance, and when she looked at Chen again, her gaze was filled with a beast-like ferocity. Roar! Stop it right away. She suddenly opened her mouth and turned back to fiercely bite Chen's shoulder. Uffed. Her teeth pierced flesh without resistance, and warm blood instantly stained Chen's shoulder red. As the excruciating pain struck, Chen merely gritted his teeth, tightening his arms even more to firmly restrain her in his embrace. He knew this was the last step for Sujiro to regain control of her body. I am also doing this to ensure the continuation of the civilization of the fungus race. Master, perhaps you can subdue this mother fungus. Mambo's voice echoed at the right moment. This mother fungus astonishingly was able to escape the control of cosmic rules after failing the civilization test on its home planet. Its life form is undoubtedly very special. In the future, it will undoubtedly be a great asset to you. Hearing Mambo say this, Chen instantly became interested. Mambo, can the heart of eternity accommodate other races? Yes. Most civilizations currently residing in the heart of eternity were captured by successive lords of eternity. Each successful capture of a civilization grants corresponding rewards. Chen was shocked, not expecting the heart of eternity to capture other civilizations like a pokeball, with rewards as well. Mother fungus, I now give you two choices. 1. Enter my little universe that provides you protection, but you will lose your freedom and be at my command. 2. You take your civilization along with your last trace of consciousness and completely disappear into the master. I choose 1. The mother fungus hardly hesitated, immediately ceasing all resistance. Streams of white light slowly seeped out from Sujiro's body, recongealing in midair into that white stone covered in bizarre patterns. With a thought, Yu-Chun collected it into the heart of eternity. Master, had I known you had such a place, I would have surrendered at the first opportunity. The mother fungus aggrieved voice echoed in the heart of eternity. Successfully subdued carbon-based fungal civilization, active inheritance, fungal power. Consuming life force and mental power, can perceive and control all fungi within a range of current level 10 meters. A vast and mysterious stream of information surged into Yu-Chen's mind. In an instant, his entire perception underwent a tremendous change. He could see the walls of the entire cave, and those writhing fungal threads became extensions of his senses. With a single command, deep in the cave, all the restless white fungi instantly froze. They stood like well-trained soldiers awaiting the inspection of their new king. All fungi could truly be controlled by him. Yu-Chen lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, each breath carrying a scorching sensation. His body felt utterly hollow, every fiber of muscle crying out in agony, cold sweat soaking his skin sticky and icy. It was as if he had just been salvaged from the depths of the ocean, the feeling of exhaustion after a calamity rendering him unable to move even a finger. Swish! Several thick mycelium strands emerged from the blanket on the wall, moving with precision and gentleness, wrapping around Su Jior's limbs and slender waist. It was an irresistible tenderness that slowly lifted her soft, powerless body from Yu-Chun's, placing her gently to the side. The two were finally separated. Mother of fungi, what's going on? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Yu-Chun commanded in his mind, his voice hoarse. Master, the fungal colony on the lady is merely suppressed and has not been cleared. If you want her to wake up quickly, you need to cleanse the fungal colony adhering to her skin. The mother of fungi's voice carried a hint of respect. Or you can wait for the metabolic cycle to fully expel it. Moreover, Master, you were too fierce. She is already exhausted, and her awakening time may be delayed. Yu-Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Is this another time for touching again? Master, you're taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. At this moment, the teasing notification from Monbua followed. Reward for subduing the fungi clan has been issued. Chaotic mycelium. Can summon mycelium with a breeding urge. Effect causes the target to fall into a state of arousal and confuses attacks on teammates. Every generation consumes 10 life points. The Heart of Eternity absorbed the fungi clan and unexpectedly granted such an inappropriate ability. Yu-Chun tugged at the corner of his mouth, yet he couldn't even manage a complete bitter smile, his facial muscles extremely stiff. He struggled, propping himself up with his elbow, his gaze landing on Su Jior not far away. In the dim light, her naked body lay there, her skin stained with a layer of suppressed fungi emanating a hazy, eerie sheen. Yu-Chen's Adam's apple rolled violently, ultimately expelling a heavy breath of murky air. To help her wake up quickly, he would have to infringe once more. He took out a clean towel and a bottle of mineral water from his storage space, twisted it open, poured the water onto the towel, and then slowly moved closer to wipe her body. His movements were gentle, carrying a cautiousness he was unaware of. After completing all this, Yu-Chen glanced at the time on the game panel. Outside the cave, the sky had turned completely dark. He stared at Su Jior's breathtakingly beautiful face. Even in the dimness, his mind blank. Having experienced one death battle after another, he was utterly exhausted, the dual fatigue of body and spirit overwhelming him like a tide. With the sky darkening, the temperature inside the cave dropped significantly. I'll just hold her and sleep for a night, absolutely nothing else. He told himself, then lay down beside her. After an unknown period of time, Su Jior's eyelashes trembled violently before she finally stirred awake. She moved her sore and weak body, every joint aching as if it had been crushed and reassembled. Immediately, memories surged into her mind like an uncontrollable tide. Scenes of madness, shame, and loss of control caused her brain to momentarily crash. She turned her head sharply. In her line of sight lay Yu-Chen's profile beside her, his body also bare, breathing steadily, as if still asleep. Boom! Blood rushed to her head, and Su Jior's cheeks flushed deep red, reaching down to her neck. This was her first man. But what did this count as? A one-night stand? Or, heart in chaos, a mix of grievance and shame intertwined? Tears unconsciously rolled down her bright eyes, falling silently onto the mycelium blanket below. The cave was dead silent. In the air, the warmth of post-pleasure mingled with the suffocating awkwardness. Su Jior's suppressed faint sobs still roused Yu-Chun from his stupor. He opened his eyes, immediately colliding with Su Jior's tear-filled gaze, which hurriedly looked away. She flipped over, presenting her smooth back to him, her entire body trembling slightly from overwhelming shame. She didn't know how to speak. It was her own inadvertent touch of the mother of fungi. Yu-Chun had risked everything to save her. How could she blame him? Moreover, in that uncontrollable battle, it seemed that she had taken the initiative more often. Yu-Chun watched the silent, trembling figure beside him, his throat tightening, his mouth dry. Jior, I will take responsibility. His voice was hoarse, yet exceptionally firm. Yu-Chun will definitely protect you with my life from now on. Su Jior still turned her back to him, not making any sound, only trembling even more. Gurgle, a completely inappropriate gurgling sound abruptly shattered the suffocating silence. It was Su Jior's stomach protesting. Several hours of intense exercise had already pushed both their physical limits to the absolute extreme. Yu Chen's mind stirred slightly, and he took out 2 boxes of biscuits and a bottle of water from the warehouse. He moved closer and offered the food to her. Jiwa, eat something. Su Jior looked at the biscuits before her expression complicated, but in the end, she still accepted them, nibbling delicately. Yu Chen picked up a piece for himself, mechanically bringing it to his mouth. Silence spread between them. Su Jior's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, almost drowned out by the sound of chewing. Can you go to the platform and buy me some medicine? Yu Chen froze in his actions. Are you injured? Su Jior's cheeks instantly flushed bright red, nearly bleeding. It's just that kind of medicine to avoid. She suddenly lowered her head, her voice so quiet it sounded like she was crying. I'm afraid I might get pregnant. Children. These 2 words exploded like thunder in Yu Chen's mind. Only then did he realize their previous wildness was without any precautions. In this perilous, unpredictable foreign world, a new life was not a hope. It was a disaster. A heavy burden that could completely drag both of them down. Yu Chen immediately opened the trading panel. However, for the first time, he was publicly seeking to buy this kind of thing in all district channels. Yu Chen's cheeks flushed, quickly changing his ID to anonymous. Seeking to purchase emergency contraceptive drugs, price negotiable, urgent. Online waiting. As soon as the message was sent, the channel erupted. Damn, dude, impressive. You still have the energy to do this in such a situation, truly love it to death. Upstairs, this isn't love, this is sowing seeds with your life. Worship the boss, seeking to learn survival tips for the apocalypse. Yu Chen ignored the teasing and banter, staring intensely at the screen. After a long while, a flashing private message finally popped up. Seller ID, Yao Mice, shaking fun. A little brother, you're quite the playboy, aren't you? Even in the apocalypse, you're causing a life lawsuit. The other party sent a playful sticking gaotong emoji. Yu Chen had no mood to chat. He coldly typed 2 words. Price. 10 regulation coins, excluding transaction fees, no bargaining. So expensive. Yu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Expensive. Little brother, in this world, Western medicine is scarce. Look around the entire trading channel. Where else can you find medicine? If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. The other party spoke with an air of righteousness. Robbery. Yu Chen's brows furrowed into a knot. He had never bought such medicine before and didn't know how many pills to take, so he would buy 10 first. Without hesitation, he clicked to trade for 100 regulation coins immediately. Money can be earned back, but this enormous hidden danger must be eliminated immediately. Thank you, boss. Since you're so generous and straightforward, I'll charge you 99 regulation coins along with a surprise gift. Use it well and come back to me. Welcome next time. Transaction completed. A small white medicine bag appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He handed the clothes and that small medicine bag to Su Jior. Su Jior seized it like a lifeline. But when she saw what was inside the medicine bag, her movements suddenly. Yu Chen, why did you buy so many of this kind of medicine? 1 pill is enough. But soon her voice was filled with an uncontrollable sob and tremor, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. Are you so eager to want that kind of thing? Yu Chen was inexplicably stunned following Su Jior's gaze. He saw a blue pill wrapped in foil inside the medicine bag, printed with the words Viagra. It lay quietly next to the emergency contraceptive pills. Who put this in my bag? Even Yu Chen, who knew nothing about gender relations, had heard of Viagra. Wasn't that the little blue pill? Right, it must be. That seller's gift. He felt speechless, the words of explanation seeming pale and powerless. The atmosphere in the cave dropped to freezing point once again. Humph. Quickly remove these fungi. Su Jior huffed, her voice thick with nasal tones. We haven't returned all night. Jiang Shui and the others must be worried sick. She said, struggling to get up, but her body was already weak, and given that she had exchanged attributes to save Yu Chen half of her essence, attribute source was still with him. At this moment, she felt extremely weak, lacking even the strength to stand up. Her body swayed slightly before she fell heavily back down. Yu Chen, also feeling the loss of half his spiritual source, felt scattered and drowsy, his eyelids heavy and hard to lift. Jior, I currently lack the spiritual power to control the fungi to disperse. He explained wearily. I need to reclaim the source attributes. Su Jior's accusation rather than a rebuke acted as a catalyst, completely igniting Yu Chen's desire, until both were exhausted. In the depths of the cave, only the heavy and intertwined gasps remained, along with the faint sound of sweat dripping onto the fungal blanket. Attributes finally returned to their bodies. Yu Chen felt that the essence of his spiritual source, which had been drawn out, was like a gentle stream refilling the parched sea of consciousness. His eyelids were no longer heavy, and his scattered thoughts became clear and sharp again. Su Jior let out a satisfied yet exhausted sigh. The return of her essence restored a hint of color to her pale cheeks, and her weak limbs regained their strength. Just as Yu Chen was savoring the ultimate warmth and feeling the regained sense of power, the game rule prompt sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Civilization test: notice the novice protection period will end in 72 hours. Countdown begins 715959. The second stage of disaster will officially arrive. All lords will receive one opportunity for territory relocation. After use, the territory will be randomly transported to a new area. Relocation can also be forfeited for local development with consequences at one's own risk. Yu Chen's body suddenly stiffened. The lingering warmth was instantly dispersed, replaced by a chilling sense of Wambwa, a second stage disaster. What on earth is random transport? Master, the difficulty of this world has been raised by the cosmic rules. Manboss voice tinged with seriousness echoed in their minds. The second stage means a harsher survival environment and more powerful monsters. For the sake of so-called balance, all lords have one chance to reselect their starting location. But please note it is random. This world is unimaginably vast. You might be transported to the eternal night of blizzards where temperatures are perpetually below 70 degrees and the air you exhale freezes instantly. You might also be thrown into an endless abandoned city, facing a siege from millions of zombies every day. There is also the possibility of being in a primal continent teeming with gigantic beasts or an endless ocean inhabited by deep-sea monsters. Each cold word made Su Jior's heart sink further. Yu Chen, do we need to relocate? She instinctively tightened her grip on Yu Chen's arm. Yu Chen remained silent for a moment, quickly stabilizing his emotions. Random relocation. It sounds like an opportunity, but in reality it hands everyone's fate over to the elusive whims of luck. He glanced at his current cards. Blizzards. The eternal tree can nurture warmth-preserving vines. Zombie hordes. He has an indestructible vine barrier. The deep sea ocean. The eternal tree might even transform into an ark. Not to mention, he also possesses the mother of fungi, which can scout and control along with the indomitable silicon particle sword. It's better to take fate into his own hands rather than relying on randomness. Home. Yu Chen looked at Su Jior, flames igniting in his gaze. Before disaster strikes, let's turn our home into a true fortress for the apocalypse. He had absolute confidence to face any so-called second-stage disaster. With most of his mental power restored, Yu Chen focused his thoughts. Mother of fungi, lead the way. At your command. The walls of the entire cave writhed violently, as the living white mycelium retreated like a tide, revealing the original rocky texture. Where the mycelium had receded, clusters of plump and tender white mushrooms burst forth from the ground, emitting an enticing fungal aroma. Wow, so many mushrooms. Su Jior's eyes lit up, her earlier worries about the future temporarily suppressed by her instinct as a foodie. Yu Chen, let's gather some first. What if they're edible? She resembled a little girl picking mushrooms, bending down to quickly gather them. Whether they're edible will be determined later when we go out, and let Lu Chang and the others try them. Yu Chen chuckled and helped gather mushrooms as well. Soon the two walked along the hundreds of meters of passageway toward the exit. Just as they reached the cave entrance, a strong smell of blood assaulted them. Yu Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. In the shadows at the entrance, two corpses lay starkly visible. Their clothes were intact but soaked in blood, clearly not like the ragged survivors from Lu Chang's camp. Beside the corpses, a figure curled up on the ground, a vicious dagger lodged in his abdomen, his chest still weakly heaving. It was Editor Wu. Yu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, a surge of fury rushing to his head. Mother of fungi, did you do this? Master, it wasn't me. The mother of fungi's voice was filled with panic. They broke in last night, and then turned on each other right here. At that time you and the mistress were engaged in critical fusion, and I was afraid they would disturb you, so I merely restrained them. Yu Chen charged forward in a swift motion, crouching down. Hearing the noise, Editor Wu struggled to open his eyes, his murky pupils reflecting Yu Chen's figure. Lord. Lord. His voice was faint, blood-tinged, air continually bubbling from his mouth. Last night, after you left, our camp was ambushed. A group killed anyone they saw. The men, all dead. The women, taken. Yu Chen's heart felt as though it were being violently gripped by an invisible hand. How many of them? About more than 100. Editor Wu's breath was growing weaker. With his last bit of strength, he clutched Yu Chen's clothing. Lord, be careful. There's a traitor in our camp. He went with that group towards your territory. Before he could finish, Editor Wu's hand fell limply, his head tilting, and he was completely silent. Betrayal. Heading towards his territory. Boom. Yu Chen's mind went blank. In an instant, a wave of unprecedented panic and rage sweeping through his body. Zhang Shui, Li Qian, Shui Bingwe, Xiao Yi, Xiao Qiao. He could hardly bear to think about what they might encounter. Jior, hurry. He grabbed Su Jior and dashed out of the cave like a madman. When the two burst into the outside villa camp, the scene before them froze their steps instantly. Hell. This was hell. The entire camp was in shambles, the air thick with the stench of blood-charred flesh and a nauseatingly lascivious odor. The bodies of the elderly and children lay scattered everywhere. Dozens of female corpses were carelessly discarded on the ground, their bodies covered in bruises and ghastly wounds, their hollow eyes staring despairingly at the gray sky. Yu Chen's jaw clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. The smell of roasting meat wafted into his nostrils on the wind. He stiffly turned his head, his gaze landing on the balcony of the villa's second floor. There on a crude wooden rack lay a human skeleton, charred black. Fat was still dripping down, sizzling on the unburned charcoal, making a sizzle sound. On the skeleton's neck a half-cooked human head faced them. Despite being unrecognizable, Chen immediately recognized that familiar outline. It was Lu Chong, the former captain of the criminal investigation team who had pounded his chest just yesterday, vowing to team up with him. Chen's body trembled violently, a cold fury rushing from his feet to the crown of his head, his vision beginning to redden at the edges. Without a word, he pulled Su Jiuer and sprinted towards his territory. At that moment, there were only 5 kilometers left to the Eternal Tree. The chat box of the territory's members finally entered the communication range, instantly flooded with countless messages. A series of blood-red distress signals flickered frantically in his view. Shui Bingyue, Lord. Where are you? Come back quickly. We are being attacked. Jiang Shui Yuchen. Li Qian got shot and is bleeding a lot. A lot. Inside the cave, Shui, Bingyue, Qiao Yi, and the others gazed at the bloodied figure that had returned, first feeling a thrill of survival, but the message from Qiao Yi felt like molten iron, each word searing into Chen's retina. It's time to transform into someone else. Boom. This brief statement shattered all his calmness and restraint. Jiuer, there's danger at home. We must hurry back. Chen's body moved faster than his thoughts as he pulled Su Jiuer along, racing towards the direction of the Eternal Tree, their home. Jiuer, hurry up. Su Jiuer bit her lip tightly, her pale face marked by anxiety. The madness of the previous night had left her injured, and each step she took was a painful struggle, yet she exerted all her strength to keep up with Chen. Chen couldn't afford to wait. He directly carried Su Jiuer and dashed frantically through the dense forest. The wind in the woods tore past his ears with a sharp whistle. The violent running made Chen's lungs feel as if they were filled with boiling magma, every breath bringing forth searing pain. Yet he felt nothing. His mind was filled with the desperate cries for help from the girls, Lu Chong's half-cooked head, and the hollow eyes of the women who had died tragically in the camp. Massacre. Siege. There were girls who risked their lives to transfer their vitality to him, girls willing to offer their first time, girls who silently took care of logistics for him, and girls who innocently and adorably ensured everyone's safety. None of them could afford to be harmed. Absolutely not. The 5-kilometer distance had never felt so long. Every step felt like treading on the tips of burning blades, yet Chen's speed did not diminish, instead it increased. He knew that a delay of even a second could mean a permanent separation. Meanwhile, beneath the Eternal Tree, the lake water was no longer clear. Several corpses of thugs pierced by feathered arrows floated in the shallow water, the blood staining the shore a dark crimson. The heavy scent of blood coupled with the burnt aroma of barbecued meat spread wantonly through the air. Ladies, you should surrender quickly. The heavy scent of blood coupled with the burnt aroma of barbecued meat spread wantonly through the air. Ladies, you should surrender quickly. Look, we even have meat to eat here. The speaker pointed to a large piece of meat, charred and golden, roasting over a nearby campfire, grease dripping onto the coals with a sizzle. A burly bald man covered in scars tore off a large chunk of meat and sat against a tree, eating with abandon. He was the leader of these thugs, brother, who. Surrounding him were a dozen people eagerly tearing at the fragrant roasted meat, their mouths dripping with grease. No one is coming to save you. Your leader has long since perished in that cursed cave. If you don't surrender now, being captured by us will mean suffering. The thugs erupted into a raucous laughter, their vile words flowing without restraint. Brother who took a huge bite of meat, belching loudly, his desires laid bare in his eyes. Not far behind him were several women captured from Lu Chong's camp, their expressions vacant, like puppets devoid. These thugs had once been violent criminals on Earth. Now, with the apocalypse having descended, this new world was not a disaster for them, but a celebration of freedom from all shackles. Evil was magnified to an infinite degree at this moment. Inside the cave of the Eternal Tree, the atmosphere. Li Qian knelt near the cave entrance, her vine armor torn in several places, and a bullet wound had pierced her chest, leaving a gruesome gash with blood soaking half her body. Her face was pale, lips cracked, sweat continuously trickling down her forehead, dropping onto the back of her hand that gripped a longbow tightly. Shui Bingyue was bandaging her. Li Qian, you can't move anymore. Shui Bingyue squatted beside her, pressing down on the wound with all her strength, her voice quivering with emotion. If you lose any more blood, you will die. I'm fine. Li Qian's voice was hoarse and dry, but her gaze remained fixated on the group of laughing bandits outside like a poised cheetah. I can still fight. Behind her, Jiang Shui, under the relentless assault of these vicious bandits, had exhausted all her mental strength, activating her innate skill to repeatedly create 30 freezing effects, generating an ice membrane on the Eternal Tree to prevent their ascent. At this moment, she had collapsed from exhaustion, leaning against the cave wall, her complexion even paler than Li Qian's, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, her breathing weak. Shi Qiao stood like a gatekeeper, using her robust physique to guard the cave entrance fiercely. Her arms were tense with muscle, the giant axe in her hands, stained with fresh blood, every breath heavy with exhaustion, indicating that she too had reached her limit. Deeper within, other girls huddled inside the cave, terrified by the inhuman atrocities occurring below, trembling all over, holding onto each other's arms tightly, afraid to even cry out. Xiao Yi was trying to calm them down, but her trembling fingers betrayed the fear within. Their ammunition was almost depleted. The vine arrows crafted by Chen were down to the last 3, and those explosive fruits their ammunition was almost depleted. The vine arrows crafted by Chen were down to the last 3, and those explosive fruits, their trump cards, had been used up in the first wave of the most intense assault. They had managed to hold on until now thanks to the ice wall created by Jiang Shui and Li Qian's archery skills. But now Jiang Shui had collapsed from exhaustion, the ice wall was melting away, and Li Qian had also reached her limit. The thugs outside continued to shout, "Brother Hu, if it weren't for this cursed tree in the water and that damned ice wall, I would have set fire and driven all these women out long ago." Brother Hu licked his greasy lips, his eyes shining as he stared at the cave entrance. "Daozi, don't underestimate these women, there's actually an ice conjurer among them. But with this guy, no talent can withstand my barrage." Brother Hu patted the rifle in his hands, his tone filled. In the past few days he had already killed several gifted individuals. But these women are really something. Brother Hu said with a wicked smile. "Yeah, each one looks like a fairy out of a painting, prettier than any celebrity we've seen on TV." Daozi grew more excited as he spoke, the greed in his eyes nearly materializing. "Brothers, once we capture them, that girl in white is mine. She shot several of our brothers." Seeing that the arrows from the opposing side had not been shot for a long time, and the ice crystals on the tree had nearly melted, the thug leader Brother Hu sneered and stood up, issuing the final command, "Brothers, charge. Whoever gets in there first owns whoever is inside." Spurred on by Brother Hu, the thugs let out beast-like howls, rushing toward the eternal tree in the lake. Brother Hu and Daozi took positions, raising their automatic rifles and sweeping fire at the cave entrance, providing suppressive fire. The dense bullets struck the trunk of the tree, splintering wood everywhere, and also hit the remnants of the ice wall, shattering it completely. All the thugs' eyes were fixed on the cave entrance, as if they could rush in at any moment and tear apart those terrified women. "Charge! If I can snag a fairy, it would be worth dying today." Daozi shouted loudly, his voice distorted with excitement. Then came a whoosh from behind him. He was left standing straight as a line for the rest of his life. The knife-wielding thug who had just been shouting to be the first to maim Li Qian suddenly froze, his lewd grin solidifying. A vine arrow silently pierced through the back of his head, emerging from his brow and bringing forth a trickle of blood. His body went rigid and straight, toppling backward. Bang! The corpse along with the automatic rifle fell into the lake, creating a wave of crimson ripples. The revelry and howling by the lakeside came to an abrupt halt. All the thugs' movements seemed to be paused as they stared in shock at the body sinking into the water, then abruptly looked up towards the direction from which the arrow had come. From the shadows of the dense forest, a figure slowly emerged. His upper body was bare, muscles clearly defined, and his chest heaved violently from rapid breaths. Behind him followed an exceptionally beautiful woman, her complexion extremely pale, yet her fox-like eyes were as cold as ice. It was Chen and Sujior. "Who the hell dares to ambush me?" The gang leader Tiger Brother was the first to react, his roar shaking the leaves of the forest. The thugs regained their senses, their momentary shock transforming into bloodthirsty rage. They howled, raising their knives, guns, and clubs, crazily charging towards Chen, who had suddenly appeared in the forest. In their eyes, this sudden man was merely another piece of fresh meat delivered to them. What drove them even crazier was the stunning Su Jior behind Chen. This beauty is truly breathtaking. Wow, that girl behind him is mine. Get lost, you blind fool. This is clearly mine. The leading thugs suddenly began to fight amongst themselves over Sujior. Sujior activated her charm skill. Her captivating eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy radiated from her, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Tiger Brother, who was about to pull the trigger, felt a buzzing in his head. The men around him now seemed like rivals vying for his woman. All his thugs were now in a daze, their eyes turning dull, their movements experiencing a fatal stagnation. "Chen, I can only control them for 10 seconds. Su Jior's voice echoed in Chen's mind. He dared not delay for even a second. Su Jior's skill was his confidence in facing the automatic rifles. His eyes turned crimson as blood, a monstrous killing intent that had accumulated since his time at the villa, exploded upon seeing the tragic fates of the women who had been brutally violated and killed on the shore. There were no calculated movements, no unnecessary evasions. Only pure primal rage. The particle sword in his hand traced an invisible arc of death through the air. The foremost thug, still wearing a savage grin, suddenly split in half without warning. 8 seconds. His upper body continued to charge forward while his lower body collapsed with a thud, warm blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Uft, uft, uft. Chen's figure shot into the crowd like a bolt of black lightning. 6 seconds. Before him, both the bodies of the thugs and the weapons they proudly wielded were as fragile as paper. For seconds, they fell apart at a touch. Severed limbs and broken arms soared into the air. 3 seconds. Everyone watch out for that woman. Don't look at her. Tiger Brother's eyes bulged in rage. As a gifted individual, he had broken free from the charm control ahead of time. He raised his automatic rifle ready to unleash a barrage at Chen. But he was still a step too late. A vine fell from the sky, accurately snatching the automatic rifle from his hands. Roar. Tiger Brother, being the strongest among this group, suddenly bit his tongue, the pain jolting him fully awake from the charm. But when he looked at the scene before him, more than 30 of his brothers had already been reduced to a mere handful. Chen seized the fleeting opportunity given by Su Jior's control, killing his subordinates like a specter. Head after head soared into the sky. One controlled, one killed. The two who had just achieved a deep fusion in the cave had an almost seamless combat coordination at this moment. 1 second. At this point, Chen was already within the control range of the eternal tree, no longer fearing these remnants. As the control time expired, Su Jior exhausted all her spiritual energy, her body going limp as she fell backward. He quickly controlled the vines to catch Su Jior, safely bringing her back into the cave. Then countless vines burst from the ground, binding the remaining thugs tightly to the earth. Tiger Brother was also entangled by several vines, but struggled only for a moment. Brat, do you think I have only this little ability? I'll take your life. Tiger Brother let out a roar that sounded inhuman, his muscles suddenly bursting forth, his clothes shredding, his entire form visibly swelling at a terrifying speed. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In an instant he transformed into a nearly 5-meter tall muscular giant exuding a fierce and menacing aura. This was his talent, rampant evil. The more wicked deeds he committed, the more people he killed, and the more flesh he consumed, the stronger his power and physique would become. Die! The giant Tiger Brother stepped forward, shaking the ground as his fist the size of a cooking pot smashed down towards Chen, accompanied by a tearing wind. Chen did not retreat, but instead advanced, dodging this thunderous punch and striking upward with his particle sword. However, despite Tiger Brother's massive size, his agility was undiminished, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. Tiger Brother, be careful, don't approach that big tree. This man is the lord of this territory. He can control the tree. The warning came from one of the men who had previously been tied up by Chen. Tiger Brother, be careful, don't approach that big tree. This man is the lord of this territory. He can control the tree. The warning came from one of the men who had previously been tied up by Chen along with Lu Chang. Chen remembered him. He was the first to step forward and stab Hu Yiba, thinking he was a man of honor, but unexpectedly turned out to be a traitor. As soon as the man shouted, a smirk appeared on his face, believing he had done a good deed. Chen didn't even glance at him, merely focusing his mind. Sensory fruit explode. Boom. The expression on the traitor's face froze in an instant, and then he exploded into a cloud of blood, taking down several of his bound comrades with him. He could not comprehend until death why it was said that it would digest. How could it still explode? Tiger Brother was startled by this sudden explosion, and upon hearing the traitor's warning, he immediately understood. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. He was not a match for this man. He turned and abandoned his subordinates, trying to escape. But just 2 steps out, his massive body suddenly froze, coming to an uncontrolled stop. Master, the fungi have taken effect. The voice of the mother fungus echoed in Chen's mind. It turned out that during the earlier struggle, Chen had already spread invisible fungal spores throughout the battlefield. Tiger Brother's enormous form was rooted in place by countless white mycelium sprouting from his body, rendering him immobile. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. Tiger Brother realized he must immediately provide a life-saving reason, or he would undoubtedly die. Brothers, don't kill me, though I'm useful. I know where to get guns. Chen's sword was already pressed against his neck, but upon hearing the word gun, he paused momentarily. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't say it, your head will move on. Tiger Brother felt as if he had received a reprieve and shouted like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Before we crossed over, we were serious criminals in a prison in northeast China. We landed on the northeast highway of the oasis, where we found a semi-trailer military vehicle. There were 2 guns in the cab, but the weapon-filled cargo compartment fell into a 100-meter deep crevice by the roadside. Then we wanted to chop some trees in the oasis by the roadside to retrieve the supplies from the cargo compartment. Unexpectedly, we offended the wrong person and angered you, brother. I can't retrieve that cargo compartment, but you can control the vines, so you must be able to. As long as you spare me, I'll take you to retrieve the guns. From now on, Chen Xiaohu will be your dog. You say east, I will never. He continued to babble, trying to— Are you done? Chen interrupted him. Tiger Brother saw the killing intent in his eyes, and quickly added, along the way we attacked many territories, stealing a lot of supplies, food, and medicine. All of it is yours. Don't kill me, Chen's eyes flashed with cold light as he soared into the sky, the particle sword slicing down in a stunning arc of death. That massive head was instantly severed. You don't keep your word. Tiger Brother's lips continued to move. The enormous headless corpse swayed, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chen sheathed his sword, flicking the blood from the blade, and gazed at the head on the ground, speaking indifferently. I said only give you 10 seconds. Besides, killing you means the supplies are mine. Inside the cave, Shui, Bingyue, Xiao Yi, and the others gazed at the bloodied figure that had returned, first feeling a thrill of survival, but then a cold chill surged up their spines. He wouldn't be blinded by rage controlled by the killing intent of the particle sword, would he? Jiang Shui had already fainted from weakness. If Chen lost control again, who would have to sacrifice themselves this time to bring him back to his senses? The girls' hearts tightened. After Chen slaughtered Tiger Brother, his icy gaze swept over the last 20 thugs pinned to the ground by vines, their bodies releasing a mixture of excrement. With a thought, the mycelium of the eternal tree broke through the soil, reinforcing the binding of the vines, causing those trapped to groan under the unbearable burden on their bones. The reason he hadn't killed them immediately was that Chen still had use for them. After doing all this, he turned and hurriedly made his way back to the eternal tree. As soon as he entered the cave, the sticky blood underfoot made a squelching sound with every step. His gaze swept across the cave, passing over the injured Li Qian and Shi Xiao, lingering on the girls whose faces were still wet with tears, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Shui and Su Jior lay quietly aside, while two girls were cautiously wiping their cheeks. Chen, hurry. Xiao Qian is in bad shape. Shui Binji's voice was heart-wrenching, filled with desperate sobs. I've already used Lodo's paralyzing toxin to numb Xiao Qian's pain, but the bleeding won't stop. What should we do? Chen dashed to Li Qian's side. Most of the blood at the cave entrance belonged to her. The grotesque gunshot wound in her chest penetrated through her entire body, surrounded by small wooden thorns infused with paralyzing toxin, the only method Shui Bingyue could think of to relieve the pain. Yet blood continued to stubbornly seep from the edges of the wound, merging the vine armor with flesh into a blurred dark red. Upon witnessing this, Chen's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, twisting painfully. I can only do this to ease Xiao Qian's suffering. Her blood is almost drained. Shui Bingyue was already in tears, trembling all over. If it weren't for Xiao Qian's protection, we would have lost the cave entrance long ago. Sure, Xiao's eyes were red, her voice choking. Chen patted their shoulders, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. It's okay, I've come back now. His voice was low but carried a reassuring strength. However, Li Qian's condition, Chen immediately granted Shui Bingyue access to all warehouse permissions, including the spoils from Tiger Brother that had just been integrated. Bingyue, hurry. See if there are any usable medical supplies inside. Shui Binji's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope as her hands swiftly moved in the air, pulling up the system interface. 1 second. 2 seconds. That glimmer of light quickly faded and ultimately extinguished. There's nothing at all. Only some food and random junk, no usable supplies. Hope shattered. Shui Bingyue's cries grew louder. Xiao Qian is going to die. Chen's heart jolted. Oh, was there really no way out? His mind raced, searching for any possible way to save her. An idea, a flash of inspiration sliced through his chaotic thoughts. Hu Tianjiu, the guy he had chopped into pieces yesterday, yet was still alive. The power of fungi, yes, the power of fungi can be used. He immediately communicated within the eternal heart. Mother Fungus quickly used mycelium to staunch the... Without hesitation, he tapped into the fungal power he had just subdued. A mass of invisible mycelium surged forth, covering Li Qian's wound, growing wildly in an attempt to stem the flow of blood. However, bang, bang. With two muffled thuds, the newly formed mycelium membrane was ruptured by the pressure from the internal blood vessels breaking apart. Damn the penetrating wound, it couldn't be held by the mycelium at all. Is it really impossible to save Li Qian? Chen's fists clenched white. Though he had only known Li Qian for a few days, this northeast beauty who loved to drive had always been the first to step up during critical moments. In Chen's heart, her importance was not even less than that of his first woman, Jiang Shui. Master external force cannot heal the wound. Unless... In this moment of despair, the voice of the mother fungus echoed in his mind. What's the way? Hurry up and tell me. Unless, like you did yesterday with that female master, inject the fungal power into her body through genetic fusion. With the fungal genes, her bodily tissues could recombine and regenerate from within. Chen's mind buzzed. Then wouldn't that mean another deep fusion? Just then a soft figure rushed up, voice choked with sobs, repeatedly pounding his chest with small fists. It was Qiao Yi. Bastard. You still know how to come back. What will you, bastard lord? If you don't return soon, we'll all turn into someone else's shape. Now that Qianjie has turned out like this, it's all your fault. If Qianjie dies, we won't forgive you. Qiao Yi was now panicked and confused. She cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her fists lacking strength. Rather than striking, it was more like venting the fear, despair, and grievances that had been building up all night. This scene provided a slight respite to the suffocating atmosphere in the cave. All the girls looked at Li Qian's face, pale as paper from blood loss, and couldn't help but start to weep. This scene provided a slight respite to the suffocating atmosphere in the cave. All the girls looked at Li Qian's face, pale as paper from blood loss, and why couldn't he come back sooner? Why did he leave them here? For a moment Yu Chen seemed to have become the boyfriend of all, bearing their most helpless complaints and grievances. And every word felt like a burning iron branding his heart, the boundless guilt nearly consuming him whole. He grasped Xiao Yi's still pounding hand, her wrist cold as ice. His voice was hoarse, yet possessed an undeniable firmness. How could I bear to let you all become someone else's shape? Rest assured I will definitely save Xiao Qian. Yu Chen issued orders, having sure Xiao guard the cave entrance, watching the thugs below ready to kill at the slightest movement. Then he instructed Xiao Yi to take the other girls to care for Jiang Shui and Su Jiuer, who were unconscious from mental exhaustion. After doing all this, he bent down, carefully lifting the barely alive Li Qian. Her body felt frighteningly light. Shui Bingyue, sure, Yao, follow me. Holding Li Qian, he led the two. The curtain was drawn, blocking out the outside view. Yu Chen laid Li Qian flat on the bed and began to remove the blood-soaked and tattered vine armor from her body. His movements showed no hesitation. The fungal power was the only hope he could think of at present. He leaned down, pressing his burning lips against Li Qian's cold ones, transferring saliva infused with genes and fungal power. This was the fastest and most basic form of genetic transfer. However, this faint energy was like a drop in the bucket for a body that had been pierced through the chest and was on the verge of losing its life force. Yu Chen had to act quickly in treatment. But at this moment, in Shi Yao's eyes, what Yu Chen was doing to Li Qian did not look like an attempt to save her at all. Instead, it resembled one of those desperate boyfriends from a Korean drama. Shi Yao's tearful face was instantly filled with shock and anger. She rushed forward, her voice sharp with agitation. Lord Qianjia is in this state, aren't you going too far? The words that slipped from Shi Yao's lips echoed in the confined space, sounding particularly harsh. Shui Bingyue already knew what Yu Chen intended to do. She quickly grabbed Shi Yao, urgently explaining the principle of gene fusion and how it might be the only way to save Li Qian. Shi Yao stood frozen, her mind blank. Is this how one can save someone? And even awaken a talent? Has this world become so crazy? Images flashed in her mind of the girls in the cave, whispering excitedly and shyly, suppressing their voices. Could it be true that the rumors in the cave about the Lord being able to help us gain talents are real? Ever since Jiang Shui acquired her ice-type talent yesterday, this rumor has taken root in the hearts of all the girls. But the details of this matter are only truly known to a few core members like Su Jiuer and Shui Bingyue. Yu Chen had issued a strict order that no one was allowed to disclose the truth about gene fusion without his approval. What he needed were followers of absolute loyalty, not a group of opportunists who would do anything for power. Otherwise, it would only sow the seeds of chaos. My lord, didn't you say that this kind of fusion requires consent? Will Xiao Qian be willing? Shui Bingyue bit her lip, tightly reminding him. This question caused Yu Chen to pause in his actions. He truly could not be certain. Li Qian, the bold campus beauty from the northeast, inherently exuded a submissive audacity. But in the previous critical situation, she had not allowed herself to pass on her life force. In the silence that ensued, Li Qian, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly fluttered her eyelashes. Li Qian slowly opened her eyes. The blood loss made everything before her appear double and unclear, but her body had the most direct sensations. She felt her legs being supported by someone. Driven by her survival instincts, Li Qian's consciousness struggled to return. She focused on Yu Chen's face. On that face was no desire, only an almost cold focus, along with a deep-seated anxiety that could not be concealed. Yu Chen, act boldly. Your voice is hoarse and unrecognizable, each word forced out from the depths of your throat at the edge of life and death, yet it carries a hint of your unique humor. The atmosphere instantly froze. Even Yu Chen's hand, ready for the next move, paused for a moment. Shui Binji's cheeks flushed, and she quickly leaned down to Li Qian's ear, rapidly explaining the principles of gene fusion and Yu Chen's plans. Li Qian listened quietly, her eyes dimmed from blood loss, gradually regained a glimmer of light. She looked at Yu Chen, the man who had brought them hope in moments of despair, yet repeatedly placed them in peril. On that pale face, an unusual flush gradually surfaced. It was not shyness. It was a kind of tranquility that disregarded life and death, completely letting go of everything. This shocking declaration left the other two girls in the room momentarily petrified. Even Yu Chen's breath faltered for a brief moment due to her words. Wait, is someone watching? Is this how you're going to do it? Li Qian's gaze darted towards Shui Bingyue and Shi Yao, who were both frozen in shock. Shui Bingyue instantly snapped back to reality, her cheeks burning hot enough to cook an egg. I want to say I am a bit curious. Shi Yao blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized what she had said, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She was forcibly pulled by Shui Bingyue, hastily retreating from the room. My lord, you. Be gentle, Qianjia. A faint whisper of advice came from behind the curtain. Inside the curtain, the world was thoroughly isolated. Yu Chen cast aside all distractions, concentrating his entire mind on channeling the fungal power. She could clearly see countless invisible fungal threads spreading along her blood vessels. They were like the most precise nanobots converging at the horrific penetrating wound. The broken blood vessels and shattered muscle tissues began to connect and regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the fragments of bones shattered by the bullets were repositioned by the fungal threads. This was an extremely taxing process. Sweat dripped from his forehead, scalding. Li Qian's breathing gradually became heavy, and her pale face finally regained a hint of color. She looked at the man's focused and stern profile. This lord, who usually seemed somewhat indifferent, was now consuming his life force to pull her back from the brink of death. Li Qian gained a talent scouting. Skill adaptation deduction LV1, able to deduce and perceive the current environment and past events. Each point of mental energy consumed increases accuracy by 1. Finally, when the last broken capillary was repaired and the ghastly wound had completely healed, leaving only a strip of pink new flesh, the treatment slowly came to an end. Congratulations on acquiring reasoning LV5 ability, which allows you to deduce the imminent events from the current. Each point of mental energy consumed increases by 5. Yu Chen was overjoyed. Oh, Li Qian could deduce the past while he could reason the future, even if it was just the current environment. These two skills were both extremely practical. In the room, the air was filled with a mixture of the scent of blood, sweat, and a peculiar fungal odor. Li Qian lay on the bed, her chest rising and falling steadily. She had survived. Not only did she survive, but she could also clearly feel an unprecedented power within her body. Her vision, hearing, and perception had all been terrifyingly enhanced. She could even distinctly hear the tense heartbeats of Shui Bingwei and Shi Yao outside the curtain. Is this talent awakening? Li Qian slowly opened her eyes. The two locked gazes. An awkwardness spread through the air. Have you seen enough? Eventually, it was Li Qian who broke the silence first. She pulled over a nearby blanket, barely covering the rising and falling of her chest, her eyes now brimming with vitality, still fixed intently on Yu Chen without a hint of avoidance. Yu Chen quickly got up, turning his back to her, and retrieved 2 sets of clean clothes and some tissues from the storage room, tossing one set over his shoulder without looking back. I have something to attend to. I'll go busy myself first. Li Qian's voice carried a hint of the hoarseness she had just regained, yet it was filled with strength, half kissing, half serious. You beast. No matter how one heard it, there was an unmistakable hint of disdain at being abandoned. Yu Chen's movements stiffened for a moment. He was genuinely worried about Jiang Shui and Su Jior. As he put on his clothes, the slight reddening of his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. Once dressed, he turned around to look at the northeast campus flower on the bed, wrapped in a blanket like a silkworm chrysalis, with only her eyes glaring at him. He walked over and leaned down. Li Qian instinctively closed her eyes. A warm touch landed on her forehead. Yu Chen gave her a kiss. He straightened up and, like a magician, pulled out a large pile of chips, chocolates, and jerky from the storage room, piling them next to her pillow. All right. Don't be difficult. I need to go check on Jiang Shui and Jior. Li Qian opened her eyes, watching his retreating figure, then glanced at the snacks by her pillow, ultimately unable to resist grabbing a bag of chips and softly cursing at his back. Scumbag. Jiang Shui's room was very quiet. She still had not woken up, but her complexion was much rosier than before, and her breathing was steady and long, clearly out of danger. Yu Chen leaned down and gently kissed her lips. A pure life force flowed through his lips into her body, nourishing her dry form from the exhaustion of her mental energy. After finishing this, he quietly retreated. Just as he reached the door of Su Jior's room, he heard the low, teasing voice of Qiao Yi from inside. Sister Jior, does it really hurt that much? I think it does. The Lord was serious and wild while treating Sister Qian. That sound could be heard all the way to the tree hole. Sister Jior, does it really hurt that much? I think it does. The Lord was serious and wild while treating Sister Qian. That sound could be heard all the way. Hearing Qiao Yi's words, she stopped drinking, and her eyes instantly turned red. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Qiao Yi wanted to tease her a bit more. But when she looked up, she met Yu Chen's gaze at the door and was startled, causing her to nearly spill the porridge. Yu Chen, you don't knock before entering a girl's room. At this moment, the bloodied clothes Su Jior had been wearing were already discarded to the side. Qiao Yi then realized that this room had no door. Watching Su Jior not react with anger or avoidance at Yu Chen's entrance, she understood something. Yu Chen walked in and took the bowl from Qiao Yi's hands. He'll take care of it. Qiao Yi appeared relieved, sticking out her tongue, and quickly slipped out. With only the two of them left in the room, the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. Su Jior turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Yu Chen scooped a spoonful of porridge and held it to her lips, his voice gentle. Eat something, your body is still very weak. Su Jior tightly pressed her lips together, unwilling to open them. Yu Chen sighed, put down the bowl, and wrapped her in his arms. Are you jealous? Su Jior stiffened. Tears that she could not hold back fell, hot droplets striking Yu Chen's. I'm not. Her voice was thick with nasal tones and grievance. I was just trying to save someone. Don't listen to Qiao Yi embellishing the story. I heard the sounds from next door too. I know you did it to save someone. But I just feel upset. Yu Chen said nothing, only held her tighter, allowing her to clearly feel his heartbeat. He understood her grievance. Such matters are hard to let go for any woman. Chen lowered his head, unsure how to explain, merely holding Su Jior closer. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Jior's emotions gradually calmed down, resting in his embrace and falling into a deep sleep. Chen tucked her in before getting up and leaving the room. When he returned to the tree-hole hall again, the warmth on his face had faded, replaced by a cold, murderous aura. In the hall, the surviving girls were huddled together in small groups, some terrified, others sorrowful, and some confused. The air was thick with the scent of blood and a sense of relief at having survived. Chen's appearance silenced all. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned to him in unison, filled with dependence and awe. I know many of you are terrified. Chen's voice was not loud, but clearly reached every ear. But this is not the time to be afraid. His gaze swept over every girl present, his tone suddenly turning cold. The game panel has indicated that after 66 hours, the beginner protection period will end, and the second phase of the disaster is about to arrive. Look at yourselves, then look outside. He pointed to the cave entrance. So far you have only screamed, only sought protection behind others. If it weren't for me, Li Qian, Jiang Shui, and the others, what would your fate be now? If you encounter stronger enemies in the future, and we all fall, what will you do? You can't hide in this tree hole waiting for death forever. His words were like cold knives slicing into the hearts of these pampered girls. Their faces turned pale, and they lowered their heads in shame. From today on you must learn to fight, learn to kill. Kill. These two words made the girls present tremble all over, draining the color from their faces. Chen gave them no time to adjust. He manipulated the vines of the eternal tree, forming a vine staircase leading the girls to the shore. The criminals nailed to the ground were still howling for mercy. These vicious criminals are your targets. Chen pointed to the women who had been taken from Lu Chang's camp. Go take a look at their fate. The girls could clearly see the 5 female corpses violated and twisted in position, with expressions of despair, silently recounting the horrors they faced in life. Ugh! Several girls immediately vomited. More girls looked ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. That scene was more impactful than any words could convey. That was a possible future for them. If you want to survive, pick up a weapon. Chen's voice thundered in everyone's. Otherwise, there today is your tomorrow. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Finally, a figure stood up from the crowd. It was Shi Yao, the campus flower of the Geological University. She had just witnessed the entire process of Li Qian transitioning from dying to rebirth. That shock and thirst for power had already overwhelmed her inner fear. She walked in front of Chen, picked up a fallen machete from the criminals, her hands turning pale from the effort. Lord, I want to join. Her voice trembled, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. With one person taking the lead, a crack appeared in the day. Another figure stood up. It was Wang Yuyan, the campus flower of the Foreign Languages University. Her long hair cascaded down, her demeanor gentle, yet she gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination. I want to join too. Next came the third and fourth. Lin Hui, the campus flower from the Huawei University of Engineering, a typically quiet girl who only buried herself in her drawings, quietly stepped forward and picked up a steel pipe. Then came Zhu Lin, the campus flower in the mechanical engineering department. He Xiaoqing, the campus flower in meteorology. One by one, the originally fragile girls before the bloody reality were finally forced to shed their innocence and reveal their fangs for survival. Chen led the girls before the thugs. A flash of silver light passed by. Chen expressionlessly retracted his long sword, and his severed head rolled to the ground, blood spraying from the neck onto the faces of the girls in the front row. The warm, blood-scented liquid caused their screams to choke in their throats. Don't kill me. I beg you. It was all Tiger who forced us to do this. Spare me. The thugs cried out in despair, their fear driving them to lose control. A few, knowing they were doomed, began to curse wildly, hurling the most vulgar language at everyone. Shi Yao wiped the blood from her face. The sticky feeling on her fingertips made her stomach churn. Watching the twisted and horrific bodies of the 5 dead girls, and listening to the filthy taunts of the thugs, ignited a furious rage within her. Spare me. The thugs cried out in despair, their fear driving them to lose control. A few, knowing they were doomed, began to curse wildly, hurling the most Die! 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 The blades sank into flesh, accompanied by the cracking sound of shattering bones. The thugs' transformation from screaming to silence impacted the psychological defenses of the other girls. With Shi Yao leading the charge, others quickly followed suit. I'm in too. Wang Yuyan gritted her teeth, her gentle face filled with determination as she gripped a steel pipe and struck down hard at a thug's head. With Shi Yao leading the charge, others quickly followed suit. I'm in too. Wang Yuyan gritted her teeth, her gentle face filled with determination. At this moment, they shouted and trembled, raising their weapons to attack the other thugs. The mingled scent of blood and the acrid smell of vomit filled the air by the shore. Shi Yao and the others completed their brutal initiation into this apocalyptic world. Behind them, more girls still kept their eyes tightly shut, not daring to witness the bloody scene. They dared not adapt to this world. Is there anyone else willing to join? Chen's voice rang out again, eerily calm. The crowd stirred, yet no one dared to step forward. At that moment, a seemingly delicate girl stepped forward. Lord, can I join? It was the beauty from the chemistry department, Jean Pinger. Chen looked at her. The weapons are over there. But Jean Pinger shook her head and murmured softly, I don't want to use such bloody methods. Can I use my own way? Her own way. Chen became interested. He observed that Jean Pinger had no weapons, only a simple hemp outfit. Curious about what method she would use, he watched as Jean Pinger took out a leaf pouch from her pocket and cautiously approached the last remaining thug, who was still shouting. She gently sprinkled the white powder inside onto his exposed skin. After completing this, she stepped back a few paces, nervously observing. A few seconds later, the thug's body began to twitch slightly, his brows furrowing as he continued to curse passionately. Soon he began scratching frantically at his neck and face. Itch. So itchy. Oh. His nails left deep red scratches on his skin, but the itch originating from his very bones only intensified. He began rubbing his face against the rough vines, looking like a madman. I'm sorry. Jean Pinger watched this scene, her face pale with fear, murmuring, I thought this would let you die more comfortably. I didn't expect it to be like this. I will improve next time. Jean Pinger was at a loss, tears welling in her eyes, knowing she had meant well, but had caused harm. The surrounding girls watched in horror as the thug tore at himself, bloodied and bruised. Give me a quick death. Please kill me. It's so itchy. The thug wailed in desperation, tears streaming down his face. You're having an allergic reaction. Oh, I'll come to help you relieve it. Jean Pinger said helplessly, then began searching for a weapon to help the thug. Unexpectedly, when she struck down, she missed the vital areas, blood spraying everywhere, causing her to drop the knife in fright. In the crowd, Chow could no longer watch. She rushed forward, picked up the knife, and with her eyes closed swung it to end the thug's suffering. Chen looked at Jean Pinger, his eyes shining. This is a treasure. A deadly poison master. Where did you get this powder from? Reporting, Lord. Jean Pinger immediately stood at attention as if answering a teacher's question. I scraped this off the bark of the eternal tree. A few days ago I accidentally came into contact with it and fell asleep for half a day. When I woke up I collected some for research. Chen immediately called out to Monbua in his heart. Why is there such a dangerous substance from the eternal tree? Master, that is a biogenic alkaloid secreted by the eternal tree, which has a stunning effect to drive away insects that eat the bark. Didn't you notice? There weren't any mosquitoes or flies in the tree hole. It's all thanks to this. I see. Chen looked at this delicate girl before him, feeling increasingly satisfied. Your name is Jean Pinger, right? Excellent, welcome to the combat team. Once all the thugs were eliminated, Shi Yao Wang Yuyin and the other girls who had fought collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and gagging. Chen looked at them and nodded, saying, You did well. From today on you are Team 2 of the combat squad. After saying this, Chen's mind stirred. Eternal tree, mother of fungi, it's time to eat. Countless vines mixed with white mycelium surged from the ground, instantly wrapping around all the corpses. The flesh and blood were quickly decomposed and consumed under the movement of the mycelium. Even the bloodstains on the ground were licked clean. This strange yet efficient scene gave all the girls another lesson. Returning to the tree hole, Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that after absorbing the flesh and blood of the earth spirits and thugs, the nutrient reserves of the eternal tree had actually skyrocketed to 50. Without hesitation, Chen immediately began to transform the territory. Guided by his will, the core of the mother of fungi began to deeply fuse with the roots of the eternal tree. The internal structure of the tree hole underwent marvelous changes, and alongside the original rooms, 3 brand new independent double-bedroom suites grew out. This was a reward for Shi Yao Wang Yuyin, Lin Hui, and the other 6 who had performed well. 2 of them would. Not only that, Chen also ordered the mother of fungi to grow a thick plush white fungal carpet in the rooms of all combat personnel. Laid on the tree beds, it felt soft and elastic, comparable to a top-quality latex mattress. Even their vine armor Chen upgraded, adding a layer of fine fungal fluff as lining, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, while also cushioning impacts. Meanwhile, in the hall, the girls who chose to observe received vastly different treatment. Chen only generated a vine hammock for each of them and caused a public restroom to sprout in the corner of the hall. Privileges and mediocrity were clearly delineated at that moment. Subsequently, Chen took out the mushrooms he had foraged with Su Jiuer in the morning and asked the agricultural major beauty Xiao Yi to identify them. Xiao Yi quickly filtered out most of the edible varieties, leaving behind a few that might have hallucinogenic or poisonous effects. Jean Pinger's eyes immediately lit up as she eagerly volunteered. Lord, can I take these problematic mushrooms? I want to see if I can extract something useful from them. However, I need some beakers, test tubes, and other experimental equipment. No problem, I will prioritize keeping an eye out for you when collecting supplies in the future. Chen readily agreed. That night, Chen used the remaining deer meat and fresh mushrooms to cook a large pot of fragrant mushroom and deer meat soup. With plenty of food, he was generous in cooking enough for everyone to fill their stomachs. But the rules remained unchanged. Members of the combat team ate first with the soup containing the most meat. Only after them would it be the turn of the girls in the hall. Having learned from Zhang Don's previous experience, no one dared to complain this time, and with ample food, each received a large bowl, leaving them all grateful. With plenty of food, he was generous in cooking enough for everyone to fill their stomachs. But the rules remained unchanged. Members of the combat team ate first with the soup containing. Next he went to Su Jior's room. She obediently received the soup, her fox-like charming eyes playfully blinking, stirring Yu Chen's heart. Finally, he brought the soup to Jiang Shue's door. Just as he pushed open the door, Jiang Shue had already woken up, leaning against the headboard with a faint smile on her face. "Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's our esteemed lord. Have you been having fun outside these 2 days, forgetting about us homebodies?" She paused, lowering her voice with an inexplicable meaning. "How is the taste of Jior? Pretty good, right? Or are you more enchanted by little Chen?" Yu Chen stood there with the bowl in hand, momentarily speechless. "It's only been 3, and it already feels like a scene from a historical drama. I suppose being an injured old classmate, I naturally come last. Even serving soup has to be done for others first, then it's my turn." Yu Chen thought of what he had seen on Douyin. Any male-female conflicts must be resolved through betting. Otherwise, if more people joined in later, would he still be able to maintain his position as lord? The harem might catch fire first. "What do you want to do? I'm still not healed." As Jiang Shue's words faded, Yu Chen had already moved. He did not offer any explanation, nor did he hesitate for a moment. Any words seemed pale and powerless in the face of the woman's surging emotions. He stepped forward and sat directly at the edge of the bed. Jiang Shue's pupils suddenly constricted, and her body instinctively moved back, but it was already too late. A hand as large as an iron claw reached out, roughly pulling her and the blanket into a scorching embrace. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Jiang Shue's scream was stifled in her throat, and she began to struggle violently. Her fists rained down on his chest like raindrops, but they were soft and carried a sense of weakness. Yu Chen allowed her to beat him, his chest muscles unmoving, yet his arms tightened, even more, refusing to let her. He lowered his head, his hot breath brushing past her sensitive ear, his lowered voice carrying an undeniable dominance penetrating her mind. "You are my first woman. This position cannot be taken by anyone else." The body struggling in his arms completely froze. Jiang Shue even forgot to breathe, the sound of her heartbeat roaring in her ears. She had never imagined that this man, who was usually somewhat straightforward, would make such a bold and passionate promise in such a forceful manner. All the grievances, anxieties, and jealousy that had accumulated in her heart found an outlet at this moment. The defenses collapsed instantly. "Wow, you bastard." She buried her face deep into Yu Chen's solid chest, and the suppressed crying finally erupted. Warm tears quickly soaked his clothing. Yu Chen gently patted her trembling back, letting her vent her emotions freely. He understood that sometimes what a woman needed was not a pale explanation, but an embrace that could not be refused. After a long while, the crying gradually subsided. Jiang Shue's voice was thick with nasal congestion, soft as a mosquito's buzz. I am mentally exhausted. My head hurts." Yu Chen gently laid her down on the soft mushroom blanket mattress and tucked her in. Then with a serious tone he said, "Mental exhaustion is more troublesome than physical injury. Therefore you need another treatment." When Jiang Shue looked into Yu Chen's deep eyes, she involuntarily nodded. In the next moment his warm lips descended upon hers. This time there was no sense of urgency from a life-and-death situation, nor any forced transaction. Everything seemed so natural. The pure life energy and the overwhelming power of fungi like a warm, gentle stream flowed into Jiang Shue's nearly parched sea of consciousness, nourishing every inch of her weak and damaged nerves. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the room returned to tranquility. Jiang Shue curled up in Yu Chen's embrace, drifting into a deep sleep. Her cheeks bore a satisfied flush, her breathing steady and long, and a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Yu Chen glanced at her, a heavy stone lifted from his heart. The fires in the backyard had finally been temporarily extinguished. The warmth in his eyes faded, replaced once again by calmness and sharpness. With a thought, Yu Chen opened the game panel. A crimson countdown hovered before him. Time until the second phase of disaster: 59 hours, 47 minutes, 16 seconds. The sense of urgency once again tightened around his throat. In the chat channel, countless messages were flooding in. "Wang Defa, brothers, the second phase is coming. Are you planning to choose a new birthplace?" "Chen Tianhao, what the hell? I have streams, fish, and water here, and I have no worries about food and drink. Only a fool would move." Survival expert: while everyone is discussing relocation, doesn't anyone care about what the second phase disaster will be? I have a bad feeling about this. Wanderer: I will just take my people along the road. Sometimes I can find remnants of buildings from Earth along the way to scavenge for supplies. I won't move. Urban dreamer: you guys say if we are lucky and randomly land in an abandoned city. Wouldn't that be a desert camel? I will definitely choose to randomize again. This damn place is a sandbar with nothing but sand and cacti. People are about to turn into dried meat. Yu Chen's gaze swept across the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the bed. What would the disaster of the second phase be? Was it a natural disaster, or even more terrifying monsters? Moreover, this oasis was not absolutely safe. The northeast direction was the highway. Since one tiger brother could come, so could a second or third. He closed his eyes and activated the new skill he had just received feedback on from Li Qian. Reasoning. This skill was different from Li Qian's simulation. A simulation was about retracing events that had already occurred. He closed his eyes and activated the new skill he had just received feedback on from Li Qian. Reasoning. This buzz. His mental power spread out like an invisible net, instantly covering the entire camp. The roots of the eternal tree buried deep underground, the mycelium of the mother fungus sprawling through the soil, the gentle breeze flowing through the air, the insects crawling in the dirt. Everything transformed into a chaotic and unimaginable data stream flooding into his mind. Moments later, Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In his reasoning vision, he felt no potential threats around. Then Chen made a decision. He would not participate in the random teleportation. No one could guarantee that the location after teleportation would be better than this newly established oasis. However, the compartment in the fissure that Chen Xiaohu mentioned before he died, that full compartment of weapons Chen was determined to obtain. Early the next morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Chen summoned Su Jier, Shi Yao, and 6 other core members for a meeting with members of the battle team who performed well yesterday, also attending. He clearly informed everyone about the impending arrival of the second phase and the possibility of choosing whether to relocate their territory. That's the situation. Relocation carries risks, and not relocating also carries risks. What are your opinions? The crowd whispered among themselves for a moment before Su Jier spoke on behalf of everyone. We all feel there's no need to relocate. There are trees and water here, and we already have initial defenses. The risks of random teleportation are too great. Others nodded in agreement. Chen was not surprised by this. He then announced another decision. In the 2 battles, we have seized 200 regulation coins. I have decided to use this money to prioritize upgrading Su Jier and Li Qian to level 2 to enhance their skill effects. After arranging the resource allocation, Chen took out 2 automatic rifles seized yesterday. He handed one of them to Li Qian, keeping one for himself. I have never used this thing, he teach me. Li Qian took the rifle, expertly checking the magazine, turning off the safety, and succinctly explaining the essentials of holding the gun and shooting techniques. Chen listened quietly, possessing the mathematical talent skill parameters. His understanding of angles, wind, speed, and ballistics far surpassed that of an ordinary person. As soon as Li Qian finished speaking, he had already raised the gun. Without aiming for too long, he decisively pulled the trigger based on an almost instinctive calculation. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire shattered the morning tranquility. 50 meters away, a bird fell from the tree in response. The women beside him widened their eyes in admiration. Unfortunately, ammunition was the biggest problem. Each gun had only 2 magazines, and each magazine contained 30 rounds. Every shot was one less. Chen caressed the cold gun body, his desire for that compartment of weapons growing ever hotter. If there really was a compartment full of weapons and ammunition. Not to mention, in this area, even looking at a larger scope, he would be able to dominate. He had to go. The question now was who would go with him. His gaze swept across everyone, finally landing on Shi Yao. With her geology major and expertise in exploring fissures, she was the best candidate. Shi Yao, you will come with me for a trip. Chen ordered directly. Yes, Lord. Shi Yao replied straightforwardly. However, upon hearing that Chen was leaving again, a commotion immediately arose in the crowd. Jiang Shui was the first to stand up. Her injuries barely healed, her face still carrying a hint of pallor, but her eyes were resolute. No, you can't go out again. Her words were immediately echoed by the other girls. Yes, Lord, every time you go out, the camp gets attacked. Without you, we are all frightened. Voices of opposition rose and fell with expressions of fear and pleading etched on Jiang Shui and Li Qian's faces. Other girls chimed in, their worries coalescing into a torrent of anxiety. Unless we go together. At that moment, Xiao Yi's tentative suggestion instantly silenced the chaotic scene. All eyes focused on Chen. Chen's gaze slowly swept over every face, from Jiang Shui, Li Qian, Su Jier to the other girls, each filled with dependence and fear. He understood their fear. 2 attacks had occurred during his absence. This coincidence made the girls even more reliant on him. Without him, they felt unmoored. Finally, Chen spoke, his voice calm. All right. He paused, his gaze sharp. Well, go together. This decision brought immense joy to everyone. The eternal tree has ample nutrients now, let's drive it there. No one opposed anymore. The existence of the eternal tree indeed gave them great confidence. The tree's nutrients had been replenished after 2 battles overflowing. It was more than enough to support their journey. The action plan was quickly finalized. Chen and Li Qian entered the natural control platform formed by the tree's branches and leaves. This was the core control area of the eternal tree, with a broad view allowing them to overlook everything ahead. Let's begin, Chen ordered. Li Qian closed her eyes, her fair fingers gently pressing against the trunk's texture before her, resembling a control. Her skilled deduction activated, and her intangible perception spread along the roots of the eternal tree, engaging in information exchange with the land. Sensing the direction of the thugs, led by Brother Tiger. Let's go. Boom. The ground trembled slightly as the massive roots of the eternal tree emerged from the water, transforming into countless sturdy wooden legs supporting the entire tree-crowned fortress as it took heavy steps. The leaves rustled loudly as if the entire forest was on the move. The 2-hour journey was no longer a dull night. Everyone stood on the platform of the tree crown, feeling the steady rhythm beneath their feet. They passed through familiar dense woodlands, crossing sparkling lakes, and the terrain ahead began to rise gradually. When the eternal tree climbed up a vast high slope, everyone's breath caught in their throats. To the northeast, a gray dragon lay across the wasteland. That was the highway. Looking along the road, a familiar truck cab sat alone at the roadside, its driver's door violently pried open and wide ajar. Not far behind the truck cab, the road surface abruptly fractured. A gaping fault scarred the earth, creating a bottomless wound. That's the place. Chen's pupils constricted slightly. The eternal tree quickened its pace and soon reached the edge of the fault. Wind howled up from the unfathomable darkness below. The fault was dozens of meters wide, with the opposite side similarly fractured. And that truck cab which Chen had longed for was precariously lodged at a strange angle, half caught on the edge of the fissure, half suspended dangling above the abyss. It looked like it could fall at any moment into the unfathomable darkness of the fault. Chen, this might be too dangerous. Su Jiao's voice was somewhat tense. No problem. Chen's response was resolute. He extended his hand, connecting his mind with the eternal tree. In the next moment, countless thick vines began to sprout wildly from the trunk of the eternal tree, which was approaching the fault. They twisted and stretched like giant pythons with life, precisely probing into the abyss, reaching for the dangling truck cab. The vines tightened, producing squeaking sounds. 1/1000. The dark green vines enveloped the entire truck cab, tightly forming a massive green cage. Lift! Chen shouted, his arm rising sharply. Boom! The several-ton metal truck cab was forcibly pulled from the fissure by an overwhelming force. Countless rubble fell from the bottom of the cab, plummeting into the abyss without a sound. The vines gradually retracted, steadily hoisting the truck cab before finally placing it on the ground before everyone with a thud. The truck's door was locked tight. Chen stepped forward, drew his particle sword, and struck down at the door lock. Whoosh! The lock split apart like tofu. Chen forcefully pulled open the thick iron door of the truck. Creak! As the iron door opened, a cold metallic glint pierced everyone's eyes. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, yet no sound emerged. Inside the truck cab, there were no chaotic goods as they had imagined. Instead, there were rows upon rows of military weapon crates, all neatly stacked. Automatic rifles, light machine guns, cases of ammunition, stacks of bulletproof vests, even a few individual rocket launchers. Each crate bore 4 prominent characters painted in red. Western Plateau Military District. Chen's breath suddenly grew heavy. He stepped forward, trembling, as he opened a weapons crate inside, which lay a brand new automatic rifle covered in a thick layer of gun oil, exuding a chilling aura of death and power intertwined. Struck it rich. This was real power that could change the situation. He looked around again. Apart from this solitary military vehicle, there were no other vehicles. It seemed this massive transport convoy had been scattered during transit. Only this truck loaded with weapons had fortuitously ended up here. With this batch of military supplies, not to mention dominating this area, even when the second phase began, he would have the strength to fight any enemy. However, just as Chen's heart was filled with ecstatic ambition, an incongruous voice laden with immense fear screamed from behind him. Lord, it's bad. You all come quickly. It was Yao. As a geology major, her excitement for weapons paled in comparison to her sensitivity to the earth beneath. While everyone was distracted by the truck full of arms, she instinctively climbed to the highest point of the eternal tree, observing the surrounding terrain. This glance nearly froze the blood in her veins. Chen was awakened from his immense surprise by her scream. Controlling the vines, he brought Su Jiao and the others to Yao's side. Following the direction she pointed, they stood at a height of dozens of meters with an excellent view. As far as the eye could see from the distant plains to the nearby basins, the entire land seemed to be shattered like glass. Cracks, some wide, some narrow, crisscrossed, cutting the once complete terrain into fragments. In some enormous fissures, wisps of white gas were even rising. There lay the oasis they were in. Lord, this is a precursor to plate tectonics separating. Yao's voice trembled. The crust in this area, there lay the oasis they were in. Lord, this is a precursor to plate tectonics separating. Yao's voice trembled. The crust in this area is becoming extremely unstable. A cataclysmic earthquake could happen at any moment. Chen's heart shook violently, and he immediately activated his talent. Mathematical talent. Deduction. In an instant, wind speed, gravity, surface curvature. Countless environmental parameters flooded into his mind, transforming into a chaotic stream of data. Locking onto those fissures, his terrifying computational ability began to operate frantically. A Doomsday-like three-dimensional dynamic map clearly constructed itself in his mind. The conclusion was cold and despairing. Shreya was right. This was not an ordinary earthquake. It was a catastrophic geological disaster affecting the entire region. The trial of the second phase was not monsters nor enemies, but the anger of the entire tectonic plates of this world. They were right in the middle of this disaster. Before long, this oasis, along with the lakes and forests, would be completely torn apart and swallowed by an endless abyss. No matter how strong the eternal tree was, it could not withstand natural disasters. Once they fell into such deep fissures, they would have no chance to save themselves. Since it was man-made, it could not be stopped. We can only teleport randomly. Chen squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. The option he had originally dismissed now became the only way to survive. Let's hurry back to the oasis, he ordered decisively. Right now? Immediately. Since the decision could not be changed, preparations must be made thoroughly before the countdown ended. The weapons in the container were quickly stored in the warehouse. Even the container was carried by the eternal tree using its vines. Then the eternal tree changed direction, racing towards the soon-to-be-destroyed oasis at a speed faster than before. Upon reaching the lakeside, everyone sprang into action. First, store water. Use every usable space in the tree hollow to store water. They must prepare for the possibility of being transported to the desert. Inside the massive cavity of the eternal tree, it began to absorb water rapidly. Next was to modify the tree fortress. Open shooting ports in all directions. We need to prepare for any possible enemies, whether it be hordes of corpses or beast tides. Under Chen's command, the trunk and branches of the eternal tree began to twist and grow, forming sturdy shooting platforms and shelters. Since this oasis was destined to be unsalvageable, they would extract its value to the very last drop. Everyone chop wood. Chen issued his final command. Cut down all the trees here, hang them on the trading market, and exchange them for currency. Under the pressing countdown of the apocalypse, a frenzied resource conversion began. The sound of particle swords chopping wood mixed with women's shouts composing the last elegy of this oasis. As time drew closer, the ground beneath them began to emit groans of being overwhelmed, a series of slight tremors becoming increasingly frequent. In the distance, the unfathomable fissures expanded at an alarming rate. Chen swung his particle sword, transforming into the most efficient logging machine. With each brilliant flash of the blade, a tree large enough for several people to embrace came crashing down. Core members like Su Jiu, Jiang Shui, and Li Qian quickly hung the felled giant trees on the trading platform for sale at half price. By evening, after a day of cutting down massive trees and intense labor, Chen felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Upon returning to his vine-covered hut, every muscle in his body protested with soreness. He fell heavily into the soft bed woven from vines, not wanting to move even a finger. "My lord, you've worked hard. Dinner is ready for you." Joy entered with a steaming plate of roasted venison, and the tempting aroma of meat immediately filled the air. She placed the meat platter aside, naturally standing behind Chen, her fair and soft hands pressing onto his stiff shoulders. The pressure from her fingertips was just right, skillfully kneading his tense muscles. He picked up a piece of venison, chewing thoughtfully as he opened the chat window on the Lord panel. There were still 18 hours until the second phase of the disaster, and he picked up a piece of venison, chewing thoughtfully as he opened the chat window on the Lord panel. There were still 18 hours until the second phase of the disaster, and he needed to grasp more movements of other lords. He picked up a piece of venison, chewing thoughtfully as he opened the chat window on the Lord panel. There were still 18 hours until the second phase of the disaster, and he was at the top of the wealth list, and now he's clearing out stock. He clearly has no brains, just got lucky and took advantage of the terrain. Anyone with a bit of economic knowledge knew that once the novice protection period ended, the price of basic resources like timber would absolutely skyrocket. Exactly. At that time, everyone will need timber to fortify their territories and make tools. Selling now is purely foolish behavior. I bet he must have encountered some insurmountable crisis, frightened out of his wits, ready to sell off everything and flee. Chen looked at these self-righteous remarks and snorted disdainfully. However, the comment section was not entirely filled with fools. The one upstairs is the real idiot, right? Even a figure like Lord Chen has to evacuate urgently, which can only mean a tremendous disaster has struck his area. Please reveal some inside information. Chen ignored the flattery and mockery from these people. His attention was drawn to a Japanese distress message. This little day seems to have been screaming for a week. What exactly is he shouting about? What else could it be? Their territory is being besieged by goblins, and after a week, there have been heavy casualties. They urgently need firearms to defend themselves. They are willing to trade a very valuable fruit tree for it. What kind of fruit tree is so precious that they want to exchange it for firearms? He posted a photo. You can check it out yourself. Chen was very curious about what kind of fruit tree it was. He tapped on the message sent by Little Day, and an image popped up. The background of the photo was a ravaged camp, and in the center stood a uniquely shaped tree. "My lord, I recognize this." Joy, who was massaging his shoulders, leaned slightly forward, pointing at the plant on the screen, her voice lowered. "This is a breadfruit tree, a tropical plant. Its fruit is rich in starch and the taste and texture when baked are almost indistinguishable from real bread. Is it really that magical? Chen exclaimed. Joy paused and added, however, this tree has a fatal flaw. It has an extremely low yield and a particularly long growth cycle. Chen's expression changed instantly. Breadfruit, a plant that can serve as a staple food. What does he need the most right now? Not meat, not water, but a staple crop. More importantly, he possessed the grafting ability of the eternal tree. If he could use grafting techniques to improve the low yield characteristic of the breadfruit tree, wouldn't that mean he could completely resolve the food problem in his territory for the future? This thought made his heart race a little faster. But he had not the slightest goodwill towards little Day. He had plenty of— a whole cart of arms was enough to equip a regiment. Looking at Chen, it was impossible for him to use them to Suddenly a bold and sinister plan flashed through his mind. Chen immediately called for Shi Qiao, Shi Yaozhulin, and He Xiaoqing. Use daggers to dismember all the animal corpses in the warehouse and cut them into pieces. The group complied and began to cut up the animal corpses at the cave entrance. Upon learning that Chen planned to use this meat to exchange for Little Day's fruit, Tree Joy instantly felt she was at a loss. My lord, why not let me have a taste? If we can eat it, it would be better to keep it for ourselves. Why should we give it to Little Day? No way. Chen's tone was firm and unyielding. He turned to look at Joy. You have no idea that those animals have all given birth to little goblins, and they have been severely contaminated. Who knows what will happen if you eat them? What if you turn into a goblin too? This statement was more powerful than any threat. Joy's face turned pale instantly, and she instinctively took a step back. All the girls considered their appearances more important than life itself. Just the thought of possibly becoming that ugly, grotesque, green-skinned monster made her feel nauseated. Now, not to mention eating it, even looking at that meat made her feel sick. Chen watched her pale face and smirked. I can't let you all treat Little Day like this. He paused, then shifted his tone with a hint of mockery. So using Little Day to test it is just right. Then Chen immediately privately messaged the campus flower of the Foreign Languages University, Wang Yuyan. Upon receiving Chen's message, Wang Yuyan appeared somewhat tense and uneasy. On her way to Chen's room, she had already heard from the other girls' chatter that the Lord had been favoring Su Jior Li Qian and Zhang Shui these past few days. Seeing that the three of them were still limping while walking during the day, her heart was even more anxious. She had a fiancé. Could it be that the Lord was interested in her? Was tonight her turn? Until she walked into Chen's room and saw that Secretary Joy was also there, which eased. Chen didn't waste time on small talk and directly broke her train of thought. Yuyan, you are fluent in multiple languages. I need your help. Chen didn't waste time on small talk and directly broke her train of thought. Yuyan, you are fluent in multiple languages. Wang Yuyan quickly nodded, respectfully replying, My lord, please say. As long as I can do it, I will do my utmost. I need you to help me contact the Lord of Little Day. Chen leaned against the tree wall, his gaze deep. Tell him I have a batch of local beast meat containing high energy that can be traded for that fruit tree. After hearing Chen's words, Wang Yuyan's face involuntarily paled a little. My lord, do you mean to sell them that contaminated meat? Is that a bit unethical? Chen did not respond, but his silent and cold gaze had already said everything. Wang Yuyan's heart trembled, and then a bitter smile appeared on her face. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, what is there to talk about humanitarianism? Dead friends don't save the poor Taoist. Moreover, the other party was also the Little Day she disliked. I understand. Wang Yuyan nodded vigorously. Joy, who was beside her, couldn't help but chuckle. Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Little Day has coexisted with nuclear radiation for years. Their constitution must differ from ordinary people. Testing the toxicity of this meat on them would be just right. As he spoke, he reached out and gently patted Joy's curvy bottom. What's wrong? You wouldn't feel sorry for Little Day, would you? Chen enjoyed this playful banter with Joy. Of course not. What are you doing? There are people watching. Joy's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, and she glared at him playfully. Wang Yuyan immediately lowered her head, pretending not to see the ambiguous actions between the two. Soon she contacted the Lord of Little Day, known as Little Dog June, in the chat channel through Chen's authorization. We need weapons. Weapons? We don't need this meat. Besides, do you Chinese people have such good intentions? Little Dog June initially sounded full of doubt and vigilance. Wang Yuyan immediately explained according to Chen's prepared words. Our territory is a forest area, and we have too many prey that we can't finish eating. Your fruit trees look great, so we wanted to trade for them to improve our diet. Moreover, I heard that you have many wounded, and this local beast meat is rich in protein, which is very effective for wound healing. This reason was reasonable and had no flaws. In the end, Chen also gave Little Day the broken bow he had captured from the goblins. Only then did Little Dog June's suspicion lessen significantly. He had already been trying to sell that fruit tree in the channel for over a week. No one paid any attention. Now, not only did he obtain precious meat, but he also received these weapons. Chen's approach even moved Little Dog June a little. You Chinese people have a great conscience. Little dog, Chunichiro typed a line of words in broken Chinese in the trading channel to express his gratitude. The transaction was completed swiftly. In the next moment, a vibrant and lively bread tree appeared out of thin air in the warehouse. Yu-chun immediately notified the members of the combat team to gather at the platform atop the eternal tree. Su Jiuer Jiang Shueli Qian and Xiao Yi soon arrived. Mambo, how do I graft it? The master only needs to insert a part of the target plant into the trunk of the eternal. Yu-chun drew out the particle sword and accurately severed the sturdiest branch from the bread tree, subsequently inserting it into a new groove on the trunk of the eternal tree. Infuse life energy, consume nutrients, accelerate growth. With a thought, a pure surge of life energy immediately flowed into the branch, while the vast nutrient reserves of the eternal tree began to pour in frantically. A miracle unfolded before the eyes of the girls. The bare branch sprouted tender green shoots at a speed visible to the naked eye. Minutes later, the new shoots unfurled into leaves. Half an hour later, green fruits emerged among the lush branches. Just this one branch produced a yield of 6. An hour later, the fruits fully ripened, and a scent reminiscent of wheat wafted through the air. Yu-chun casually plucked one and gently broke it open. The flesh inside was dense and soft, the taste truly indistinguishable from the finest bread, or in fact, due to the improvements from the eternal tree, the flavor was even richer and more delicious. My goodness! This is simply too delicious. Xiao Yi exclaimed, unable to contain herself. She had tasted the true fruit of the bread tree, but compared to this one, it was nothing but chaff. The grafted and improved breadfruit was more than 10 times tastier than the original. Yu-chun divided the remaining 5 breadfruits among the group. So good. Li Qian took a big bite, her eyes sparkling. It's even better than the hand-torn bread my mom makes. Su Jiuer nibbled delicately, her fox-like eyes crescent-shaped, never leaving Yu-chun, filled with admiration and affection. The current problem was how to increase the yield. Mambo, how can the breadfruit mature in bulk without infusing my life energy? Master, without the catalyst of life energy, the growth rate of the plants will completely depend on the supply of nutrients. The more abundant the nutrients, the faster the growth. Yu-chen's mind was instantly opened. Since the bread tree could be grafted, perhaps the berries in the oasis. Xiao Yi, tomorrow morning we will transplant all the edible berries from the oasis. Blueberries, strawberries. Over here. These rare sources of vitamins will become hard currency in the future. However, plans are always subject to change. The next morning, everyone was awakened by a violent earthquake. On the game panel, the crimson countdown showed only 6 hours remaining. The ground beneath them was fracturing. A thunderous crash echoed from the edge of the forest as several gaping black chasms like grotesque scars spread to the edge of the oasis. In the distance, several towering ancient trees along with the land beneath them were abruptly swallowed, silently plunging into endless darkness. Beneath that abyss lay a silence that consumed everything, stirring the most primal fears in everyone. Yu-chun and Xiao Yi immediately rushed out of the tree hole, frantically searching for nearby berry plants to transplant them back to the eternal tree. Time flew by with only 2 hours left on the countdown. Everyone back to the tree hole. Cease all outings. Yu-chun issued the final command. Inside the tree hole, countless vines stretched out like living serpents, forming resilient safety belts that secured each girl tightly against the tree wall to prevent injuries from the violent tremors during spatial transitions. At the same time, the mycelium mother spread its filaments inside the cave, forming a thick and soft blanket, providing a dual layer of cushioning. 10 minutes remained in the countdown. The oasis lake beneath them suddenly collapsed, forming a massive whirlpool as the lake water rushed crazily into the fissures of the earth. 10 seconds until the second phase of the disaster arrives. 10, 9, 8. Yu-chun controlled the roots of the eternal tree, slowly withdrawing from the impending collapse of the earth. In the instant the countdown reached 0, Yu-chun pressed the random migration option fiercely on the game panel. Buzz. In an instant, everyone's vision was engulfed by a pure, blinding white light. The terrifying roar of the world collapsing filled their ears, mixed with the piercing shrieks emitted as space was torn apart. They had no idea how long had passed. The eternal tree seemed to crash down from a great height, smashing through something and landing heavily on solid ground. As the white light dissipated, the girls had not yet recovered from the severe dizziness and nausea when a pungent, overwhelming stench rushed into their nostrils, making them gag. Led by Yu-chun, the group staggered to the entrance of the tree hole, opened their eyes, and immediately fell into a deathly silence. They were in the ruins of a city. Beneath them lay a broken overpass, its surface piled high with rusty, deformed car wrecks resembling iron graves. Their gaze stretched out into the distance. There was no sky, only a heavy, suffocating gray-yellow haze enveloping the entire city. The skeletal structures of skyscrapers pierced through the haze, the glass facades long shattered, leaving behind dark frames that resembled the hollow eye sockets of giants silently gazing upon this desolate land. That sound converged into a soul-shaking wave, drilling into everyone's ears, and causing their hearts. A dense mass of zombies filled every inch of land in sight, crowded together, shoving each other, and emitting a monotonous, relentless roar. That sound converged into a soul-shaking wave, drilling into everyone's ears and causing their hearts. Amidst the sea of corpses, massive giant corpses the size of small hills charged through, crushing ordinary zombies that blocked their path into mush. In the shadows of the tall buildings, one could occasionally glimpse winged zombies gliding by, flapping their decayed bone wings and emitting piercing shrieks. This place felt like a realm of the dead, a forbidden zone of life. Just then the eternal tree trembled occasionally. Chen and the others looked down. Once again the eternal tree had traversed space. At this moment, beneath its massive roots, it was firmly pinning down a giant zombie, nearly 10 meters tall. Its colossal body was pierced by the tree roots, nailed to the ground, dark green blood gushing out, yet it still thrashed madly, its huge claws scratching at the trunk of the eternal tree, emitting roars that were far from human. Each scratch from the giant corpse left visible bone-deep marks on the tough trunk, with debris flying everywhere. Chen was also shocked by this scene. Eternal tree, quickly strangle it. He immediately issued a command in his mind, controlling the eternal tree to completely eliminate this giant creature. However, the eternal tree showed no response. Chen felt that the connection with the bloodline of the eternal tree, which was as familiar as his own limbs, had been severed, completely and utterly vanished. Mambo! Chen roared frantically in his mind, his voice hoarse and exhausted. But fortunately, after a brief moment, Manboss' voice echoed in his mind once again. Master, during the spatial leap of the eternal heart, an energy disturbance from an unknown time and space has been absorbed. The tree soul and the mother of fungi are undergoing forced upgrades. The upgrade is expected to take 7 days. During this period, you will not be able to utilize any abilities of the eternal tree or the mother of fungi. Warning: please ensure the safety of the eternal tree's main body. If it is destroyed or captured by another lord, you will permanently lose your lord status. Manboss' alert felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Chen's heart. 7 days. A full 7 days. Arriving in this unfamiliar area, his greatest reliance and trump card were temporarily gone. Now the eternal tree was nothing but a hard piece. Isn't this just a tower defense game now? Chen's jaw ground together, the words nearly squeezed out between roar. A violent tremor emanated from beneath his feet, interrupting his thoughts. The giant zombie, impaled by roots and nailed to the ground, was frantically clawing at the trunk of the eternal tree with its claws, which were as massive as an excavator's bucket. Crack! The bark, as tough as steel, was forcefully torn away, revealing deep claw marks to the bone, while wood chips and shattered bark flew in all directions. The entire tree hollow shook violently. Heavens! What kind of monster is this? Chen, the roots of the tree are about to be broken. There are so many below. So many. The girls finally struggled out of the severe dizziness from the spatial leap, and as they peered through the opening, they saw the hellish scene outside. The sound of gasps echoed in the cave, coalescing into a thick atmosphere of despair. One girl had tightly covered her mouth, stifling her screams, her body trembling with terror. Even those like Su Jiaoer and Jiang Shui, who had gone through numerous bloody battles, now had ashen faces, their fingers trembling uncontrollably around their weapons. Last time they faced only 300 to 400 zombies. But what was below? They were densely packed, crawling and roaring. Between the ruins of streets, squares, and buildings, every crevice was filled with decaying figures. It was an endless black sea composed of corpses. With every roar from the giant corpse beneath, more and more zombies gathered under the overpass, their heads tilted back as they emitted a thirsting howl. It can penetrate armored vehicles. Li Qian's eyes burst with excitement, her voice trembling with barely contained thrill. Chen did not respond. He knelt on one knee, firmly resting the stock. It can penetrate armored vehicles. Li Qian's eyes burst with excitement, her voice trembling with barely contained thrill. Chen did not respond. He knelt on one knee, firmly resting the stock against his shoulder. The cold sight. It can penetrate armored vehicles. Li Qian's eyes burst with excitement, her voice trembling with barely contained thrill. Chen did not respond. He knelt on one knee, firmly resting the stock against his shoulder. The cold sight pressed against his eye. Just as he was about to lock onto the giant corpse below, a soft hand pressed against his barrel. It was Su Jiaoer. Chen, once you fire that shot, the sound will be heard for miles. The horde will be completely alerted. If a true zombie tide formed, they would face an endless siege. At that point, let alone a container full of weapons, even an entire arsenal would not save them from dying on this. Chen naturally understood this logic. But we can't worry about that. If the eternal tree is pushed down by this giant beneath us, we will die without a grave. Taking it down is our only choice right now. In an instant, the giant corpse's movements, muscle ripples, and skeletal structure were deconstructed into countless streams of fluttering data. Its weakness, its eyes. Chen's finger, without a moment's hesitation, suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull yet supremely penetrating gunshot violently shattered the deathly silence of the ruins. The recoil of the anti-material sniper rifle slammed into Yu Chen's shoulder blade, sending a jolt through his entire upper body. A 12.7mm tungsten core armor-piercing round swirling with visible waves of air screamed out at 3 times the speed of sound, accurately drilling toward its target. Boom. The bullet tore through the thick skin of the giant corpse, comparable to a keratin layer shredding through hard muscle tissue, and unerringly penetrated its gigantic eye socket straight into its brain. The massive head exploded from the inside the moment the bullet penetrated. Black-green corrupted blood mixed with pale brain matter bursting into a cloud of blood mist. The giant zombie, which had been wildly thrashing, suddenly stiffened, its massive body coming to an abrupt. The pair of eyes flickering with violent red light instantly dulled. The enormous body twitched violently twice before completely losing all signs of life. It's dead. It's not moving. Great. Inside the cave, the girls erupted in low cries of relief. Yet on Yu Chen's face, there was not a trace of joy. He maintained his shooting stance, holding the sniper rifle that was still emitting smoke, his expression grave as iron, his gaze locked tightly below. That gunshot echoed endlessly within the silent city. It cast an invisible giant stone upon the sea of corpses. The continuous howls throughout the city were at this moment pressed to a pause. 1 second, 2 seconds. A suffocating silence more terrifying than any sound enveloped the then. Roar. Hiss. Beneath the bridge on the streets within the ruins, thousands upon thousands of zombies, densely packed, seemed to have received some silent command. They all stopped their aimless wandering. Then 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000. All the zombies slowly raised their decaying heads with an exceedingly mechanical and rigid posture. Pairs of eyes, either hollow, murky, or flickering with strange red light, lined up to peer over the piles of wrecked vehicles and across the broken bridge. With pinpoint precision, they locked onto the direction of the eternal tree. The next second, roar. It was as if they had made an unspoken agreement. A towering roar converged into a destructive wave of sound, soaring into the sky, shaking the entire overpass with a buzzing sound, and dust fell in torrents. The sea of corpses came to life. They were no longer the slowly wandering dead. They began to run, to charge, some frantically clawing at the ground with their limbs moving at astonishing speeds. Gradually, the horde transformed into a surging tide of corpses rushing from all directions, every street, every corner, towards the overpass, towards the position of the eternal tree. Hurry, block the entrance. Yu Chen's reaction was lightning fast. Without any extraneous instructions, his body acted before his mind could catch up. He swiftly stored the scalding heavy sniper rifle into the warehouse. Then, with a sweep of his mind, several thick steel plates detached from military trucks appeared out of thin air, which he exerted all his strength to hurl towards the entrance. Clang. Clang. The piercing sound of metal crashing echoed violently in the confined space, leaving the eardrums of those present ringing. The girls were pale and frozen in fear at the deafening screams of the corpses, their minds blank. But the instinct for survival ultimately overpowered their terror as they saw Yu Chen's movements and rushed forward like mad. Su Jiao, Chen, and Jiang Shui reacted the quickest, teaming up to lift the steel frame and brace it. The other girls screamed as they frantically piled everything they could find, hardwood and stones left over from earlier chopping, against the entrance, throwing caution to the wind. Fortunately, during the previous upgrade, Yu Chen had specifically reinforced the tree walls around the entrance of the eternal tree. They were just right for embedding these steel plates. Moreover, these steel plates from military trucks were far harder than ordinary steel. Unless faced with a giant zombie like the one pressing beneath the eternal tree, ordinary zombies could not hope to breach even a fraction with just their claws. Yu Chen's gaze swept through the last blockage, rapidly scanning the tide of corpses surging below. He did not find a second giant zombie in the sea of corpses. The heavy boulder in his heart lightened slightly. Everyone stay hidden. Do not make a sound. Yu Chen lowered his voice and issued the final command. He pressed his shoulder firmly against the cold steel plate, his muscles tense, feeling the increasingly close, heart-pounding sound of dense hissing from beneath the tree. He could only gamble. Gamble that these zombies, like those portrayed in old-world movies, primarily relied on sound and sight to identify their targets. Soon, the tide of rotting corpses formed by countless zombies crashed violently against the bridge pier. Thud! With a loud bang, the entire tree shook violently. Next came the nauseating sounds of squelching and the cracking of bones. The first batch of zombies at the forefront was trampled upon by their kind, surging from behind, instantly becoming indistinguishable piles of blood and flesh. The first batch of zombies at the forefront was trampled upon by their kind, surging from behind, instantly becoming. Using their kind as stepping stones, they madly climbed upward with twisted limbs, forming a continuously writhing mountain of corpses made of rotten flesh and shattered bones. Crack, crack, hiss. The sound of countless black nails scratching against the hard bark of the eternal tree was so dense it sent chills down one's spine. The 30-meter-high eternal tree was rapidly engulfed by the black tide of corpses within half an hour. The light inside the cave was gradually being consumed. Through the blocked gaps, Chen could still see the decaying, contorted faces of zombies outside, crazily squeezing and piling up. But when the tide of corpses piled up to the entrance, a hand covered in purple-black corpse spots and with peeled nails suddenly thrust through the gap. Chen's eyes narrowed. He swiftly drew the particle sword from his waist. Without a moment's hesitation, his hand struck down. Thud! That arm was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground, oozing black, foul-smelling liquid from the stump. The severed arm continued to twitch neurotically on the ground, fingers repeatedly making grasping motions. After a while, the entrance was completely submerged. The last glimmer of light vanished. The entire tree hollow was instantly plunged into an absolute darkness, where one could not even see their hand in front of their face. Inside the tree, only the sounds of impacts, scratching, and the deep, throaty growls from countless zombies pressing together could be heard. Meanwhile, inside the cave, it was deathly silent. All the girls covered their mouths tightly with their hands, their eyes wide, barely able to breathe. They could distinctly feel that the entire eternal tree was trembling slightly under the endless pressure of the corpses outside, as if on the verge of collapse. This only sanctuary could be crushed and torn apart at any moment by this weight. In the darkness, Chen confirmed. The steel plates at the entrance were strong enough and would not be breached in the short term. He let out a long sigh. Then he quickly opened the territory chat channel. He typed a line of text and sent it to everyone in the tree hollow using the group message function. Do not make a sound, do not move, hold your breath. They will not be able to find a target and should retreat soon. All the girls received the message, not daring to breathe, using all their strength to control their bodies that trembled violently from extreme fear. Time passed second by second. Every second felt as long as a century. The sounds of impacts and scratching outside seemed to be gradually diminishing. The tide of corpses, having buried 2/3 of the tree trunk and completely covered the entrance in a mountain of bodies, seemed to quiet down, as if losing its clear target. Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He leaned against the cold tree walls, slowly sitting down, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The gamble had paid off. Finally. Safe. But Chen knew this was only temporary. They were trapped. Buried alive in this tree, engulfed by this endless sea of corpses. They could not escape before the eternal tree was restored. 7 days. They must be trapped here for a full 7 days. Chen realized the most important thing was that if they could not stimulate the eternal tree to grow breadfruit, the remaining food would not last long. Thinking of this, Chen's gaze flickered in the darkness. He opened the game panel and directly accessed the new area chat channel. Channel 91, Abandoned City. Chat. He needed information. All information about this hellish place. The panel lit up and countless messages refreshed at an astonishing speed. In the next second, a few messages that shot to the top made Chen's pupils constrict sharply. Who the hell fired a gun? I just heard a huge bang in the central area. It was definitely a gunshot. I'm a retired soldier. I swear that's the sound of an anti-material rifle our country is equipped with. 12. 7mm caliber or larger. But these 3 Chinese messages were quickly drowned out as the majority of the subsequent replies were in Japanese. Yamatoken, I heard it. It was definitely a gunshot. Heavy but with very strong penetration. I heard it. It was definitely a gunshot. Heavy but with very strong penetration. The Chinese soldier said it was their country's sniper rifle. Sniper rifle. Could it be that the official troops... Sniper rifle. Could it be that the official troops of Huagua came to this city? Official troops. Is that true? Then are we saved? Great. I thought I was going to be buried alive by these zombies. Finally, help has arrived. I don't care what country the official troops are from. In this critical situation, they surely won't just watch us die. At worst, we can use women to negotiate for protection. The Huagua people really like our Sakura women, and there are plenty of widows in our territory. The channel was filled with baseless, optimistic speculations. After reading this information, Chen felt shocked. This abandoned city. It turned out to be the capital of the small sun in the world. Tokyo. This city brought Chen a sense of absurdity and a distorted reality. He had actually been transported to this hellish place. In the chat channel, discussions in Japanese were fervently ongoing, with the twisted characters rapidly refreshing, revealing information between the lines. Instantly, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Tokyo. Combined with this world. No laws. No United Nations. Finally, I can unleash a massacre. In the darkness, Chen immediately summoned Wang Yuyin to his side. Yuyin, quickly translate these foreign words for me. His voice was lowered to a whisper, afraid the horde outside would hear. Moi. Wang Yuyin was evidently also scared of alerting the outside swarm. She pressed her lips almost against Chen's ear and began to softly interpret the rapidly scrolling Japanese messages. Chen's ears were tickled by the girl's breath. Beside him, Wang Yuyin began translating the information from the chat for Chen. That shot must have been fired by that. What a reckless fool, attracting the entire city's zombies. I imagine he's done for, buried alive beneath thousands of corpses. He's so unlucky the teleportation coordinates landed him right in a zombie nest. and he smashed right into the head of a tyrant. Now that place has become a mountain of corpses, a writhing grave. But regardless, he has eliminated that tyrant for us. That thing has been entrenched in the central area for ages. If he's truly from Huaxia, I admire his courage. The atmosphere in the channel after a brief shock surprisingly revealed a hint of eerie sympathy. But soon harsh dissent shattered that sympathy to pieces. You idiots above, are you traitors of the Empire? How can you sympathize with Wagwarren? Now that new territories have been teleported, it's time for our Yamato people to expand our strength and seize resources. Let's enjoy a merry slaughter tonight. Remember, in our greater Tokyo, not a single Wagwarren can be spared, killed. This murderous rhetoric immediately ignited the channel. You damned militaristic remnants. What does your war with Wagwarren have to do with us who just want to watch anime in the second dimension? Exactly, even in another world still fighting and killing, aren't you sick? A bunch of students who only dare to hide in their rooms. Now is the moment for the Empire to showcase its might in this new world. There has never been a time more advantageous than now. Shouldn't you be loyal to the great achievements of His Majesty the Black Chaos? Can His Majesty the Black Chaos feed us? Can he supply us with food and weapons? If not, why should we be loyal to him? What has His Majesty the Island ever done for me? Does he expect me to be loyal to him? Yes, I love my country, but does my country love me? I won't die for this foolish Black Chaos. Everyone quiet down, let me bring the drone closer to show everyone. Let's see who is hiding in the trees, whether they are Wagwarren or from some other nation. As these small days were arguing uncontrollably. At this moment, the chat channel surprisingly displayed aerial footage from a drone, with a high-angle perspective, the camera fixated tightly on the overpass they were on. The scene was cold and brutal. The once vibrant eternal tree was now being crazily submerged by a black tide of corpses. The densely packed zombies piled up like mountains, with only about a third of the treetop exposed beneath the great. Chen's heart tightened abruptly. He had not expected to be live-streamed in the chat channel. The high-altitude footage began to slowly zoom in and descend. As the perspective lowered, Chen finally saw the full view of this city. From above, the entire city was distinctly divided in half by the overpass. On one side of the overpass was an ancient clock tower with familiar street layouts, buildings of Huaguo style. On the other side, high-density modern constructions and ancient Tang-style temples were rampant. Through the continually zooming aerial footage and the feedback of multiple Chinese messages in the chat, Chen finally confirmed a chilling fact that made his scalp tingle. This was not just Tokyo. It was a supersized stitched city forcibly combined and fused from Wagwo's Nanjing's Golu district, Xuanwu district, and Tokyo's Shibuya district, Shinjuku district, by an incomprehensible great force. Chen felt a wave of oppression in his chest. He could not imagine what had happened to produce such an absurd and extraordinary creation. On Earth, these were cities with a deep-seated grudge. Within the regional channel, Chinese and Japanese messages alternated, still chatting exceptionally hotly. It seemed that the proportion of Huaguo compatriots in this area was not insignificant. Occasionally, the channel was mixed with a few incomprehensible sentences in loyal Orange Nation language. Then Chen focused on the Chinese messages from his own country. Xuanwu Lake, Lord in the tree hole. Can you hear me? Please say something. If you are Wagwarren, we will immediately organize people to rescue you. Jinling Emperor, I am now standing on the roof of Jinling Tower. With binoculars, I can see you over there. If you are Chinese, please make a sound. Golu district's most daring, be extremely cautious of the little Japanese to the east. None of them are good people. Seeing the messages from his compatriots, Chen felt an impulse to connect instantly. Then he looked at these people's chatting names and forcibly he thought about how he had just arrived here, completely ignorant of the power distribution and the nature of the people here. Recklessly exposing himself was akin to throwing a piece of meat into a pack of hungry wolves. He still dared not contact anyone, even his compatriots, and had to be cautious. Human hearts in the apocalypse are harder to guard against than zombies. Moreover, in this tree, he concealed over 70 beauty like Su Jiuer and Jiang Shui. Chen understood the principle of having jade brings trouble better than anyone. Until the situation became clear, he would never accept anyone's help. That shot earlier had already shocked these people in the channel for a long time, and they probably did not possess heavy weaponry. Meanwhile, Chen had an entire container of firearms. He did not need anyone's help, nor did he wish to become prey in others' eyes. In the channel, the calls from Huaguo players received no response, and gradually fell silent. Xuanwu Lake Lord Sai, it seems the people in the tree have already been torn apart by zombies. Jinling Emperor, what a pity, that weapon of his. If he were truly one of us Wagwarren with that sniper rifle, he would definitely play a huge role in the upcoming battle against the little Japanese. Just as Chen thought the conversation was about to end, a pinned message that was repeatedly spammed suddenly popped up. The crimson font carried a blood-like warning. Attention all newly arrived Wagwarren. This is a city where Nanjing people and little Japanese are locked in an eternal struggle. If you unfortunately land in the occupied area, please find a way to quickly retreat to Nanjing to the west. Lastly, I remind all compatriots that in this area, starting today, a second-tier event in the game has occurred, and they are more terrifying than the little Japanese and zombies. Do not respond. Do not respond. Otherwise you will no longer be you. Because you will become. Do not respond. Do not respond. Otherwise you will no longer be you. Because you will become. Strange. Chen stared at the blood-red pinned message in the regional channel, his heart suddenly racing. Second tier event. This thing unexpectedly was a new game event in this area. What the upstairs said is not wrong. Someone in our camp was possessed by a strange entity today. When he returned, someone called his name, and his eyes turned red, and he killed his wife and children. The people of Huagua are really timid. We from the Dahuan ethnic group have a saying, as long as you have courage, even Sadako can take maternity leave. In Zhongqing language, you upstairs, are you trying to take away our Sadako? Baka. In Japanese, the people of Huagua are not wrong. Something happened in our camp today as well. The person whose name was called had their soul directly turned into a shadow on the wall, and they just vanished. Those damned militarists should stop fighting with the Huagua people and come up with a way to deal with these strange entities and the zombies outside. In Japanese, Chen's temples throbbed. This damn world always manages to present more absurd things when he thinks it couldn't. Zombies, even the type that was nearly 10 meters tall, were ultimately physical enemies. As long as the bullets were hard enough and the caliber large enough, they could always be blown to smithereens. But strange. This sounded more like an indefensible rule-based attack. Spiritual pollution. Soul possession. The unknown is the greatest fear of all. Just as Chen's thoughts were swirling, Mambo's voice echoed in his mind. Master, strange is a quantum state being that exists between high dimensions and low dimensions. It captures the true names of intelligent beings as anchors to achieve quantum collapse, thus completing possession or annihilation. Chen had never seen a strange entity, but he preferred to believe in its existence rather than its absence. He immediately informed all the girls in the tree hole about this matter using the briefest and harshest wording. Panic spread silently in the darkness. Chen did not give them time to digest their fear and immediately sent an undeniable command in the internal channel of the territory. Everyone pay attention, from now on it is forbidden to call others by their full names. The girls whose nerves were already taut were completely snapped by this order. Just thinking about their names leaking could lead to being possessed by that unseen, untouchable entity. They all frantically typed received and understood in the internal channel. From now on, everyone will be called by their rank and code name. Chen announced in the internal channel with undeniable authority. Number 1, Su Jiuer, codename Fox. Number 2, Jiang Shui, codename Butler. Number 3, Li Qian, codename Hawkeye. Number 4, Shui Bingyue, codename Doctor. Number 5, Shi Qiao Qiao, codename Fat Lady. Number 6, Qiao E, codename Secretary. Number 7, Wang Yuyin, codename Translator. As for the codenames of the other girls, Chen directly assigned them according to their ranks on the list of campus beauties. Combining their respective professional abilities, or Chen's first impressions, he quickly allocated the names. Each simple and direct code name was not only to guard against that unknown strange, but also to create a cohesive unit centered around him in this suffocating deadlock. Using this tough method, he aimed to reassemble the girls on the verge of collapse into a whole centered around him. As for my code name, in the darkness, a meaningful smile curved at the corner of Chen's mouth. Call me husband. Uff. In the darkness, someone couldn't help but let out a short laugh, only to swiftly cover their mouth in the next. The entire internal channel was instantly ignited. Xiaoyi, secretary, why do we have to call you husband? This question voiced the thoughts of all the girls. This is way too unfair. Chen replied in the channel with an expression of great nonchalance, his words laced with a hint of mockery. See, even you all think it's absurd and can't bring yourselves to say it. Even if those strange hear it, they would never guess that this is my code name. It's called reverse thinking trap, understand? For everyone's safety, I am making a significant sacrifice. The girls fell silent. Oddly enough, in this extreme environment, this twisted logic somehow sounded somewhat reasonable. Just then a private message notification rang in his mind. It was Jiang Shui. Chen, why did you make me number 2? Aren't I your first woman? The words were filled with an unshakable sense of grievance and jealousy. Chen rubbed his temples in frustration. What time is it? And yet she is still arguing about this. He could only reply in the gentlest tone, Swear, it's based on age. Jiuer is a bit older than you. Otherwise everyone would start arguing. What do you want me to do? I can't exactly rank by bust size, can I? Jiang Shui fell silent for a moment. A new private message popped up. Jiang Shui, Butler. Is that not even more biased? By bust size, Jiuer would still be first. Looking at the reply that was obviously filled with a hint of pouting, Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Done. With titles established, code names implemented, the defense against the strange was considered ultimate. After all this, Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. But a more deadly, more real problem lay coldly before his eyes. 7 days. They had to survive for a whole 7 days in this tightly sealed dark tree hole buried under mountains of corpses. Chen opened the warehouse interface. His gaze fell on the supply statistics section, and his expression instantly turned ashen. Without the energy supply from the eternal tree, the breadfruit, and berries grafted onto it, could not ripen at all. Water was still relatively sufficient, relying on the reserves of the eternal tree itself. But food, the little stock they had left, was barely enough for the 71 of them to last 3 days. In the darkness, the girls huddled together, desperately suppressing their breaths. The continuous sounds of zombies crashing and scratching outside, mixed with the unknown fear of the strange, had pushed the atmosphere inside the tree hole to a breaking point. What to do in 3 days? Burst out and fight against the tens of thousands of corpses outside, or quietly starve to death here without a sound. Both paths lead to death. Chen's gaze became unfathomably deep. His brain raced in the oxygen-deprived environment, trying to find a 9 million chance of survival from this desperate chessboard. At this moment, in the dark corner, Shi Yao's body trembled violently from extreme fear. Perhaps seeking comfort from someone familiar, she instinctively grasped Xiao Yi's hand next to her. In a barely audible, tearful whisper, she trembled, "I need to pee a little. Xiao Yi, can you accompany me?" Although her voice was small, it clearly reached everyone's ears in the tree hole, where a pin drop could be heard. Shi Yao's body stiffened suddenly, as she immediately realized she had said the wrong thing. Everyone's gaze instantly converged on Xiao Yi, piercing through the darkness with pupils filled with inexpressible terror. Chen's expression turned icy in an instant, and he was about to reprimand her. Suddenly, a strange, eerie wind blew through the entire tree hole without warning. Then everyone realized. The eternal tree was surrounded tightly by zombies outside. Where could this wind inside the tree hole come from? A light, floaty voice seemed to resonate not through the air, but directly against everyone's eardrums. "I found you." In Japanese. The voice mimicked Shi Yao's tone, languidly uttering a name. "Xiao Yi." In an instant, Shi Yao's face drained of all color. A tremendous sense of guilt and fear gripped her heart like a cold hand, causing her to collapse. She knew that her careless words had just endangered Xiao Yi. Shi Yao tightly embraced the trembling Xiao Yi, her voice shaking uncontrollably, each word tinged with sobs. I'm sorry. Please let Xiao Yi go. My name is Shi Yao. Come to me, possess my body." She shouted at Xiao Yi, who was starting to convulse. "Do you hear me? My name is Shi Yao. Shi from Stone, Yao from the Jade Pool. Come here." Shi Yao screamed her name repeatedly, trying to atone for her mistake in this most foolish way, drawing the unknown terror towards herself. In the tree hole, the sound that Shi Yao suddenly made sent the mountain of corpses outside into a frenzy. The sharp claws scratching the tree trunk became dense and piercing. In the darkness, the other girls were so frightened that they held their breath, covering their mouths tightly, fearing even the slightest sound would make them the next target. "Be quiet." Chen's cold voice rang out, immediately stopping Shi Yao's self-destructive behavior. Shui Bingyue reacted the fastest. She and Shi Qiao rushed forward, one on each side, firmly covering Shi Yao's mouth to stifle her whimpers. Chen showed no hesitation, picking up the already abnormal Xiao Yi and striding into his room. He had to completely isolate Xiao Yi, who was possessed by the strange, from the girls on the brink of collapse. More importantly, he must not disturb the countless corpses outside. The moment Chen closed the door, the howls and scratching sounds of the corpses outside completely vanished. His room had been soundproofed with thick mycelium since the last time he helped Li Qian with her treatment, which had produced those embarrassing noises. Inside the room, it plunged into pitch darkness. Chen gently placed Xiao Yi on the bed and retrieved a slightly glowing particle sword from the storage. In his left hand, he held a wooden spike coated with paralyzing poison, glaring intently at Xiao Yi on the bed. He was ready to act at the slightest movement from her. However, the fierce roar and frenzied attacks he had anticipated did not occur. This strange seemed to have no intention of harming Xiao Yi. Instead, a series of sobs echoed from Xiao Yi's mouth, filled with sadness and despair, interspersed with fragments of Japanese that Chen could not comprehend at all. Chen's brow furrowed instantly. What was going on? Has Xiao Yi turned into a strange? He quickly called out through the internal channel with a concise command. "Yin, come here quickly." Soon the door was gently opened a crack, and Wang Yin's petite figure slipped and crouched. When she saw Xiao Yi on the bed softly crying in Japanese, she was completely taken aback. "Lord, did you call for me?" Wang Yin asked. Her expression grew increasingly strange as she translated for Chen in shock. "She says her name is Yamazaki Yuyaka." Her expression grew increasingly strange as she translated for Chen in shock. "She says her name is Yamazaki Yuyaka. Her husband is Chinese, and before the apocalypse, he took their daughter back to Cherry Blossom Country to visit her brother, only to encounter the outbreak. Days ago, she diverted a giant corpse to save her daughter. But in the end, she could not escape. She was devoured alive by the giant corpse. Only after you just killed the giant corpse did her soul get released. And then she turned into a strange. She can avoid harming Xiao Yi, but please, you must rescue her daughter. Her daughter's name is Lin Nayo, and she is nearby." After hearing this, Chen felt it was absurd. This female strange possessed Xiao Yi and was actually asking him to save someone. Have this female strange listen to the commotion outside. "I can't even get out the door right now. How can I save anyone?" Wang Yuyan translated Yu Chen's words. The Qiao Yi on the ground stopped crying abruptly and suddenly sat up. She raised her head, looking at Yu Chen with a gaze that was entirely uncharacteristic of Qiao Yi, filled with awe and pleading. I believe in you. In Japanese, someone who can kill the tyrant is definitely not an ordinary person. Please. In Japanese, Yamazaki Yaka noticed Yu Chen had not responded for a while. Immediately, the pleading in her eyes was swiftly replaced by a hint of frenzied threat. If you do not go save my daughter, I will take your woman down with me. In Japanese, her voice was still Qiao Yi's, but her tone and demeanor were that of a mother driven to desperation. Yu Chen did not expect this world to be truly mad. People on Earth would actually turn into strange after they died. Now he was being threatened by a cherry blossom female strange. Yu Chen thought to himself that he was fortunate to have sealed Zhang Dan's soul into the particle sword last time. Otherwise, given her level of disdain for him, if she became a strange after death, it would be far more terrifying than this strange. It seems that in the future, any enemy must be dealt with along with their soul. Just as Yu Chen was being threatened by the female strange, unsure of what to do, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait. The particle sword. Mambois are the strange, and the soul the same thing. Can my particle sword absorb it? Master Strange are special quantum state entities formed from the unresolved obsessions of the deceased, which are essentially the same as souls. The soul-absorbing function of the particle sword is effective against them. With a positive answer, Yu Chen's heart settled instantly. The furrowed brow that had been tense just a moment ago relaxed, and his aura abruptly changed. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched, slightly curling into a cold arc. From being a passive prey, he transformed in an instant into a hunter wielding the power of life and death. He stared at the face on the ground that belonged to Qiao Yi, but bore the expression of Yamazaki Yaka slowly speaking. Yu Chen instantly felt emboldened and shouted that classic phrase in Mandarin. How dare you, vile creature? A mere trick of a bug dares to show off in front of me. He'll give you 3 seconds to immediately get out of my woman, or he'll show you what true soul-shattering is. Yamazaki Yaka was taken aback by his sudden change of demeanor. The next second, Yu Chen had already raised the shimmering particle sword, unhesitatingly slicing open his palm and smearing the hot blood on the runes of the sword's hilt. Buzz! The particle sword emitted an excited hum, and an invisible greedy pulling force instantly enveloped the entire bed. On the ground, Qiao Yi let out a shrill scream that was more inhuman than human. Her body began to convulse violently, as a half-transparent twisted phantom was forcibly pulled out from within her. Strangely, Qiao Yi's soul seemed to be tightly entangled with that female strange spirit. Under the powerful suction of the particle sword, it was impossible to distinguish the target, and it appeared that both spiritual entities were being absorbed together. Stop it! In Japanese, in the end, the female strange shouted through Qiao Yi's mouth, her voice laden with grief. The 2 words in Japanese did not require Wang Yuyan to translate. Yu Chen understood them. With a thought, the suction force of the particle sword stopped instantly. The room fell silent again. Qiao Yi slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, her face filled with the terror of having survived a catastrophe. Yu Chen's face darkened as he stared at Qiao Yi on the bed, his voice cold and hard. Considering you are half a daughter-in-law of Huagua, if you do not get out of my woman, I will not show you any mercy. The voice of Yamazaki Yaka echoed again, this time filled with undisguisable fear and pleading. As long as you save my daughter, I will tell you where there are supplies nearby. In Japanese, Yu Chen was instantly excited to hear that this female strange knew where there were supplies nearby. He was currently troubled by food shortages. Then the female strange continued, moreover, my daughter is very kawaii, very beautiful. The elegant voice from the top of the female Guai mountain flowed through Qiao Yi's lips, carrying a hint of unusual allure. It was a peculiar tone reminiscent of a mature woman's charm. When Wang Yuyan translated these words for Yu Chen, her cheeks flushed with an alarming heat. She deliberately omitted the most explicit phrases from the original elegant words, such as for your tasting and absolutely pure. She could not fathom that a Guaya mother's soul could use her daughter's body as a bargaining chip. This great nation truly had no sense of shame. After hearing Wang Yuyan's translation, the muscles at the corner of Yu Chen's mouth twitched. Kawaii. In his mind, Jiang Shui's cold and ascetic profile flashed clearly, along with Su Jiuer's alluring fox-like eyes and Li Qian's spirited policewoman demeanor, not to mention Shui, Bingwei, and Xiao Yi, these top campus beauties. Any one of them was a beauty of national caliber. He realized he wasn't lacking in women, but in food to keep these women alive. Tell her I'm not interested in her daughter. Yu Chen's voice showed not a hint of emotion. I only care about the location of resources and the situation regarding the zombies around us, as she needs to clarify everything. Wang Yuyan immediately translated this message verbatim. The body of Qiao Yi on the bed visibly trembled. The elegant woman on the mountain clearly did not expect that this man would be so unromantic, unable to be moved even by his daughter's purity. She dared not harbor any ulterior motives and revealed everything she knew. She said, Beneath this overpass there is a vast underground shopping mall in the Tokyo subway system. There is a huge amount of supplies there. She relayed quickly, her voice slightly hurried with tension. Before she died, she saw that the shelves inside were full with goods piled high. But her voice paused, tinged with fear. Inside, there are at least thousands of zombies. Thousands of zombies. Yu Chen's fingertips lightly tapped on the particle sword's handle, his mind racing. This number was not beyond his capability to handle. He possessed an indestructible particle sword armor that could withstand blades and bullets, and an entire container of military supplies. Clearing a safe zone was merely a matter of time. The real challenge was that they were trapped in this tree, buried alive under a mountain of corpses, unable to escape. What about her daughter? Yu Chen pressed. Lin Nayo is hidden in a fire control room in the mall. She is temporarily safe, Wang Yiyan added. She said her daughter is very obedient and will wait there. Yu Chen nodded, the light in his eyes growing sharper. The information was clear. A massive supply point was with a hostage that could be used for leverage, and a guy that could ignore physical barriers and scout ahead. Yu Chen's gaze landed on the bed on the face belonging to Qiao Yi, where a glint of calculation flashed in her eyes. If this guy could listen to him, she would be an invaluable asset. To obtain those supplies, he must completely control. Just as Yu Chen pondered how to control this unstable guy, an ancient and steady voice echoed in his mind. Master, I believe you need me. It was the voice of the silicon-based patriarch. Yu Chen's heart stirred as he responded in his consciousness. Old man, didn't you upgrade with the eternal tree and the mother of fungi? Master, our silicon-based clan is not interested in that meager spatial energy. The patriarch's voice was calm and devoid of emotion, exuding an inorganic indifference. So what can you help me with? Master, are you troubled about how to control a biological quantum state? Do you have a— Yu Chen exclaimed joyfully. The technology to control biological quantum states has been common knowledge on our home planet for tens of thousands of years. His spirit was invigorated. Then can the particle sword be controlled? Of course, my master. Since the particle sword can absorb, it can naturally release. Yu Chen knew that this old fellow was not so kind as to freely tell him. So what's the price? If it's about inheriting your legacy, then forget it. No need for that, master. I only need you to help me absorb 100 Gwai. Oh, we need their quantum states. Yu Chen felt that this deal was acceptable. In this strange stitched city, there was probably no shortage of such beings. Alright, I agree. Now tell me how to control a Gwai. Master, you only need to lock onto the quantum state core of the Gwai with the runes on the particle sword and inject a trace of your spiritual imprint to recruit it as a spirit servant. After that, you can call upon the spirit servant's abilities by consuming the energy of the particle sword. Yu Chen had not expected the particle sword to have such a function. Do you have a way to make the particle sword's energy actively inject into the Gwai, or to distinguish different souls when absorbing spiritual bodies? Yu Chen asked with lingering fears. He had almost absorbed Qiao Yi's soul into the particle sword just a moment ago. Yes, master. Yes, as long as you are willing to inherit our silicon-based clan's legacy of slaughter, I can teach you right away. The silicon-based patriarch seized the opportunity to promote his legacy. Yu Chen scoffed inwardly. Forget it, I can't learn your ascetic way of killing. Then he quickly completed the contract with the silicon-based patriarch, and a stream of knowledge regarding the fine manipulation of runes was instantly imprinted in his mind. Everything was under his control. Yu Chen slowly spoke, his tone brooking no dissent. Yiyan, tell the elegant woman on the mountain that I can go rescue her daughter. Wang Yiyan immediately translated, and Qiao Yi on the bed visibly became agitated, repeatedly saying, arigato. Japanese, arigato. Japanese. Yu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, interrupting her gratitude. But if I save her daughter, what will she use to repay me? The elegant woman on the mountain was stunned. As a Gwai, what else could she offer besides intelligence? I can tell you the locations of more resource points. Japanese, she said eagerly, her voice filled with flattery. Yu Chen scoffed. Not enough. I can also help scout the surroundings for any other strange beings. Japanese, still not enough. Yu Chen said to Qiao Yi, slowly enunciating each word. I want you to become my spirit servant. From soul to consciousness, completely at my disposal. You? What do you mean? Japanese, the elegant woman's voice revealed unmistakable terror. It means spiritual compensation. Yu Chen spoke with conviction, as if explaining an undeniable truth. The body you are possessing is that of my woman. If I go save your daughter, you must pay a price. Since you lack a physical body, you shall repay with your soul. Wang Yiyan, listening nearby, felt her whole body stiffen. She sensed her worldview being repeatedly crushed and then reshaped by this man. The Lord. This is too shameless. To even threaten a Gwai. She braced herself and translated, Yu Chen, no, I will never leave my daughter. Japanese, the elegant woman cried out, her voice trembling with despair. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen chuckled softly. The laughter was tinged with mockery. Of course you can refuse. His tone was calm, even gentle, yet every word pressed precisely on the Gwai's sore spot. However, madam, you wouldn't want your daughter to be in danger because of your choice, would you, eh? Daughter. These two words became the final straw that broke the elegant mental defense on the mountain. Yu Chen's cold words echoed repeatedly in her soul. My patience is limited. If you are unwilling, I can only ensure your soul is scattered. A threat. A blatant and unvarnished threat. Within the elegant consciousness on the mountain, only one thought remained. If she did not agree to this man, not only would she be drawn into this strange long sword, but she would also completely dissipate. Then how long could her daughter hiding in the fireproof room survive? She would starve thirst, or one day be torn to pieces by the zombies breaking in. I promise you. A desperate thought emerged from Xiao Yi's mouth in Japanese. Very well. Yu Chen's mind shifted, and he stopped wasting words. Now come in on your own. The moment the command was given, the particle sword in his hand burst into brilliance, the runes on the hilt lighting up one by one, and a precise and domineering suction force erupted again, locking onto the spirit of the elegant being on the mountain. Up. A half-transparent phantom actively detached from Xiao Yi's body, twisting momentarily in the air, ultimately transforming into a blue stream of light that entered the particle sword. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully subdued the spirit servant, the elegant being on the mountain. She is bound to the particle sword and will never betray you. You can issue commands to her through your thoughts. In his mind, the prompt from Mambo sounded clear. At the same time, Yu Chen distinctly felt that his spirit had established an unbreakable master-servant link with the female spirit. He gained an additional consciousness that he could command at will a soul servant that disregarded physical rules. The contract was completed. Xiao Yi's body suddenly went limp, her eyes rolling back, completely collapsing onto the bed unconscious. Yu Chen immediately stepped forward, leaning down to kiss her cold lips, transferring his life force to her. Beside him, Wang Yuyan was stunned, her face pale, standing frozen in place. She had just witnessed a man coercing and enticing a terrifying spirit into servitude, and now she watched him naturally kiss her unconscious sister. What kind of devil was this man? Moments later, Xiao Yi's breathing gradually stabilized and her face regained some color. In the corner of the room, the air slightly warped and a faint blue light appeared, slowly condensing into the half-transparent figure of a woman. The enchanting figure had curves and retained her charm, distinctly different from the innocence of the other girls in the cave, exuding a unique allure. It was indeed the elegant being on the mountain. She deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle to Yu Chen. Her expression was incredibly complex, filled with deep-seated fear, unresolved resentment, but more than anything, an overwhelming sense of resigned silence. Master, from now on, please take care of me. Her voice no longer needed translation, transforming into a thought that resonated directly in Yu Chen's mind. Yu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was done. He glanced at the unconscious Xiao Yi on the bed, then cast a sidelong look at the now petrified Wang Yuyan. Go call Bingwe to take care of Xiao Yi. Internal channel, yes. Lord. Wang Yuyan looked at Yu Chen, observing the man who could manipulate a female spirit with just a few words. A sense of awe originating from the depths of her soul surged within her. This man had even deceived a spirit. She had to be careful. Yu Chen's methods and intellect had surpassed her understanding. After Wang Yuyan left, Yu Chen closed the door and turned his gaze back to the elegant spirit on the mountain. There was hope for solving the food problem, but the biggest challenge at hand remained how to escape from this coffin buried beneath a mountain of corpses. Elegant being on the mountain, Yu Chen directly commanded in his mind. Here, Master. The female spirit responded swiftly, filled with absolute obedience. Can you now pass through this tree and the zombies outside? Yes, Master. I am a spirit. Passing through physical barriers is effortless for me. However, the elegant spirit's thought carried a hint of hesitation. It will consume your spiritual energy. What kind of consumption? A little spiritual energy can probably support me to move outside for 1 second. Yu Chen immediately called up his spiritual energy panel. 130,150. More than 2 minutes. Enough. An incredibly bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. He walked back into the pitch-black tree hole. The girls were still huddled together, and the oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Everyone pay attention. Yu Chen's voice was quiet, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Now it's time to eat. Take out the stored food. The combat team should eat their fill and prepare for battle. All the girls in the cave were stunned. In a situation of being buried alive with limited food supplies, shouldn't they try every means to conserve food? Why were they instead going to consume all the stored food? Yu Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone brooking no dissent. After this meal, we will go out to search for supplies. Go out. Search for supplies. This sentence exploded in the minds of all the girls like a heavy bomb. Outside, there were tens of thousands of zombies piled like mountains out there. Then they saw the half-transparent figure of the elegant being on the mountain, slowly floating in the air. The girls saw this previously terrifying female spirit and were immediately frightened, letting out a suppressed gasp, almost crying out. Don't be afraid. Yu Chen's voice was calm, yet carried a strange stabilizing force. She is now my spirit servant. One sentence. The room full of fear instantly turned into a deadly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the female spirit bowing to Yu Chen, their minds blank. Their master was too strong, right? In just over 10 minutes, that terrifying entity capable of ignoring physical defenses and harming others by simply calling their name had become his servant. Chen paid no mind to the astonished gazes of the crowd. His thoughts were entirely focused on the upcoming plan. Elegant being on the mountain, your first task is here. Chen walked to the entrance of the tree, hole sealed with steel plates. Through the reinforced gap, he could see a zombie's arm stuck there, the bluish-black arm, still twitching unconsciously. Chen issued a command to the elegant being on the mountain. After dark, attach yourself to it, take this, and create some noise next to the adjacent building. Remember, the louder the noise, the better. At this moment, Su Jiuer couldn't help but speak up, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. She felt that Chen's actions were too risky, though everyone believed they should conserve food and wait for the eternal tree to recover before going out to search for supplies. Chen, should you reconsider? Hearing someone call his name, Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. How many times, when working, do not call my name? Do you want me to be possessed by a spirit as well? Su Jiuer's body trembled violently as she recalled the sight of Xiao Yi being possessed just now. The color that had just returned to her face drained away in an instant. I'm sorry, my lord, I forgot. Her voice was faint, tinged with a sense of fear. Chen did not pursue the matter further. He simply reached out and patted her chest to comfort her. Be more careful next time. After speaking, he turned his head, his thoughts penetrating the void as he issued a command to the zombie on the mountain. Moments later, the hand of the zombie that was stuck in the tree hole suddenly opened wide to receive the grenade that Chen had handed over. This was no ordinary grenade, but a military-grade cloud explosion grenade used by the border troops against the bunkers of the Asan. The zombie, controlled by the elegant figure on the mountain, began to wriggle and climb upwards through the crowded sea of corpses, clutching the grenade tightly. Its movements were stiff yet highly purposeful, gripping the grenade with unwavering determination. Chen sensed that his spiritual power had not diminished. It seemed that after the spiritual servant possessed a body, as long as there was no active mental manipulation, there would be no consumption. The zombie messenger possessed by the elegant figure on the mountain emerged from the stacked corpses like a drop of oil flowing upstream in water, struggling to escape the layers of bodies, ultimately disappearing into the darkness. A dozen minutes later, a commercial building 300 meters away exploded in a burst of flames. The deafening sound of the explosion tore through the night sky, and countless shards of glass mixed with concrete rained down like a torrential storm. Roar! Roar! The zombies at the eternal tree seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, immediately turning direction and surging towards the commercial building like a tide. Chen's plan had worked. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies outside the tree were frantically shifting, he called up the territory panel and looked at the 3,800 currency he earned from selling, beginning the final enhancements before battle. For this operation, Jiuer will stay to protect the home. As soon as Chen finished speaking, he consumed 1,000 currency to directly elevate Su Jiuer's level to LV5. After upgrading her charm skill, the spiritual power consumption dropped to 10 points, and the control effect extended to 30 seconds. No, I want to go out with you. Su Jiuer immediately retorted. Jiuer, your charm is a weapon for guarding against people's hearts. It's the last line of defense for the home. Chen's tone was firm. What if an enemy takes advantage of our absence to launch a sneak attack? You can control the opponent, and the others can shoot wildly, turning the enemy into Swiss cheese. Su Jiuer bit her lip, reluctantly admitting that Chen's arrangement was indeed more prudent. Then Chen consumed 700 currency to elevate Jiang Shue's level to LV5. After upgrading her frost domain skill, the spiritual power consumption dropped to 10 points, and the freezing and slowing effect increased to 50. Jiang Shue, the stewardess crowd control ability, will buy us precious output time. Chen continued to allocate resources, consuming another 1,000 currency to elevate Li Qian's level to LV5. After upgrading her deduction skills, spiritual power consumption decreased to 5 points, and the deduction accuracy increased to 25. In an unfamiliar environment, this skill would be key to finding a way out. As for the remaining 1,100 currency, Chen used 500 to raise his own level to 6, keeping the other 600 as a backup in case they failed to search for supplies, allowing him to buy some food from the trading market in an emergency. Chen's clear arrangements gained the trust of all the women. After distributing weapons, Li Qian began instructing all combat personnel going out on how to use firearms, making the final preparations. Just as Chen was checking the ammunition, a fair soft hand gently grasped his left hand. It was Su Jiuer gazing up at him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with concern. My lord, I will behave and not follow you. But before you leave, I have something to give you. She was still worried about Chen. He had returned from every outing almost gravely injured. Now that she was his woman, how could she not worry? Su Jiuer felt she must do her utmost to protect her man. Without waiting for Chen to respond, Su Jiuer pulled him toward the only soundproof treehouse. When the door swung open, she realized that Xiao Yi, who had just been rescued along with the still shocked Wang Yuyan, were still inside. This kiss carried both a sense of determination and an undeniable declaration. She released his lips, panting as she addressed Xiao Yi, who was bewildered on the bed. Xiao Yi, the secretary. This kiss carried both a sense of determination and an undeniable declaration. She released his lips, panting as she addressed Xiao Yi, who was bewildered on the bed. Xiao Yi, the secretary, move aside. Su Jiuer pulled Yu Chen over and pushed him onto the bed. My lord, as you venture out, I have nothing to give you. Take these attributes. Use them. Su Jiuer's action was akin to a wife showing concern for her husband before departure. Thank you, Jiuer. Yu Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he sensed the surge of power within him. In the corner, Xiao Yi was completely petrified. Secretary Xiao, now the lord is going to take risks for us. Don't you plan to help? Sister Jiuer, what can I do to help? Xiao Yi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Stop pretending to be confused. Su Jiuer chuckled lightly, walking over to pull her up. You think I can't see through your little thoughts? But am not ready yet, and am afraid of pain. What are you afraid of? Sister will help you. Su Jiuer would not take no for an answer and directly pushed Xiao Yi forward. But am not ready yet, and am afraid of pain. What are you afraid of? Sister will help you. No. I didn't see anything. Wang Yuyin seemed to snap out of it, shyly rolling and crawling out of the room. She has a boyfriend. She had her limits. This place was too terrifying. The door slammed shut with a bang. Xiao Yi was like a... She tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. My lord, can you be a little gentler? Yu Chen did not respond, only lowered his head. In the darkness, he could clearly feel her suddenly accelerating heartbeat and her unmistakable nervousness. Actually, I like you too. Yu Chen's voice was low, tinged with magnetism. Xiao Yi was taken aback upon. Those eyes, so close yet astonishingly bright in the darkness, were deep and domineering, as if they could draw in a person's soul. Congratulations, Xiao Yi. You have acquired agricultural talent. Learning the skill plant affinity allows you to communicate with plants at a cost of 10 points of spiritual power. The sound of the prompt from Monbois felt like celestial music at this moment. Xiao Yi's tightly clenched fingers gradually relaxed, ultimately allowing her fingertips to gently droop in unspoken consent. Congratulations on acquiring Plant Guardian LV6 ability. Consuming 10 points of spiritual power allows you to mark plants, turning them into guardians to sense targets within 600 meters of that plant. Yu Chen's heart stirred. Isn't this just like warding and placing mushrooms in League of Legends? A strategic grade divine skill. After a long moment, she murmured softly, leaning against Yu Chen, my talent seems to only require essence attribute. Qi and spirit don't seem to be needed right now. You can use them all. Xiao Yi is actively offering to sacrifice 50 points of Qi and 50 points of spirit to you. Oh, is this a dowry? Yu Chen grinned as he pinched her tender cheek. Stop it. You're bullying me again. Xiao Yi pouted shyly, burying her head into his chest. All right, I accept your intentions. When I return this time, I will make up for the dowry. Yu Chen opened his rapidly rising attribute panel. Essence 210, Qi 260, spirit 200, health points surged directly to 2,100. Yu Chen slowly stood up, clenched his fist, and his joints made a series of crisp cracking sounds. He felt full of strength, capable of delivering over 200 pounds of force with a single punch. The benefits of his talents were only just beginning to reveal themselves. At this moment, Su Jiuer lifted her head, her enchanting fox-like eyes now filled only with pure seriousness. My lord, if the sisters encounter danger, you can retreat, you can escape. But you absolutely cannot come to harm. You are the only backbone of the territory. If you fall, we are all finished. A warm current spread from Yu Chen's chest. He was about to say something when Su Jiuer gently placed her finger on his lips, stopping him. When you return this time, also bring back Shui Bing with a doctor. Nearby, Xiao Yi heard this, and her cheeks, which had not fully faded from their blush, flushed anew, unable to suppress a light laugh. I have a keen eye for people. A Bing with a doctor has a very high loyalty. More importantly, she can help the Lord enhance his abilities, and may even awaken talents related to medicine, which I have a keen eye for people. A Bing with a doctor has a very high loyalty. More importantly, she can help the Lord enhance his abilities, and may even awaken talents related to medicine, which we urgently need. Her voice was lowered, carrying an undeniable tone. In the future, when the Lord goes out to battle, we who stay at home will also feel more at ease. Rather than a suggestion, this was more like a harem master plotting the future landscape for her king, calm, rational, and even tinged with a hint of cold pragmatism. Yu Chen did not respond, only tightened his embrace around her. Just then a cold, emotionless thought echoed. Master, the zombies have retreated. It was Shanshang Yuya. The warmth in Yu Chen's eyes instantly faded, all languor swept away, replaced by the sharpness and decisiveness belonging to the Lord. He suddenly flipped off the bed. Jiuer Xiao Yi, I am leaving. Yu Chen's voice was restored, his usual calm and steadiness returning. You must be careful at home. As he quickly donned his vine armor, he clearly issued commands. After we leave, immediately seal the cave entrance again. All weapons must be positioned at the firing ports. If there is any unusual movement, notify me immediately. Shanshan Yuya has said that the target commercial center is only 3 kilometers away within 6 kilometers of my territory's chat range. Remember, in case of any emergencies, call me on the internal channel. When the door opened again, Yu Chen's tall figure appeared before everyone, and they all felt the overwhelming sense of power emanating from him. He was spirited, his eyes shining brightly, as if a fire was burning within him. In contrast, Su Jiuer and Xiao Yi, who followed closely behind, appeared pale, their steps somewhat unsteady, needing to support each other to stand firm. A few quick-witted girls exchanged glances, instantly understanding what had transpired in the secluded treehouse over the past hour. Envy, jealousy, and bewilderment flickered through their eyes. At this moment, on the other side of the tree-hole hall, Li Qian had completed her teaching tasks. All combat personnel had gathered awaiting Yu Chen's final instructions. For this battle, I will only take the scout Li Qian, assistant Jiang Shui, and Dr. Shui Binghua. Yu Chen's voice resonated in the internal channel. For the second combat team, the translator Wang Yin, engineer Lin Hui, and chemist Jean Pinger will form a combat group under the guidance of the experienced Shi Xiao Yi, and several other members of the second team were assigned to stay behind, assisting Su Jiuer in defending the home. The girls who were named were awkward yet earnest as they checked their weapons. Yu Chen required each of them to wear a bulletproof vest over their vine armor. They were equipped with brand new QBZ-191 precision rifles. This rifle is the main equipment of Hua country. Even those who have never used firearms can easily achieve scores above the H ring with the optical sight. Each of them was also equipped with a Type 25 military pistol, and all firearms were fitted with silencers. The reason they didn't use these firearms to combat the giant corpse during the day was that the bullets from these light weapons were not even enough to scratch the surface of such a monster. Everyone, do not point your guns at your allies and pay attention to the safety. Li Qian's stern voice rang out as she checked the safety of the newcomers' firearms one by one. Don't be afraid of it, just treat it as a part of your body, and you'll be fine. The cold steel feel of the guns brought these girls, who not long ago were unarmed, a sense of infinite security. Although they had yet to fire a live round, having firearms in hand did lessen their innate fear of this world. Yu Chen's gaze swept over their tense faces, and he already had a plan in mind. He needed to find an opportunity for them to see blood as soon as possible. Only by truly pulling the trigger and witnessing the bullets tear through flesh and blood could they understand the power of this weapon and transform it into true combat effectiveness. Time passed second by second. The deafening roars of the zombies outside were indeed gradually fading. Looking out through the sealed gaps of the tree hole, one could see the direction of the commercial building ablaze, the explosions causing a subsequent fire that painted half the sky a strange dark red. The horde of zombies drawn there was surging layer upon layer toward that direction, forming a writhing tide of... After a long while, the pressure around the eternal tree suddenly lightened. The mountain of flesh, formed by the piled bodies, was collapsing, countless broken and decaying corpses sliding down the trunk with a sticky sound. The leaves of the eternal tree had long been devoured by the horde, revealing its bare, scarred bark. Ultimately, beneath the eternal tree, the giant corpse that had been impaled on the overpass by its roots was exposed once more. Its massive body was already in shambles, yet its twisted silhouette still emitted a haunting sense of a... Shanshan Yuya confirmed that the subway entrance to the underground shopping street is directly beneath the overpass, less than 500 meters in a straight line. Yu Chen's voice drew everyone's attention back. Shanshan Yuya will act as a quantum state scout to lead the way for us. With all arrangements in place, the team was ready to set off. Yu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him. The attribute points gifted by Su Jiuer and Xiao, he had brought his essence, energy, and spirit to a new peak. He could feel that every muscle was infused with explosive power. At this moment, he was so energized that he could kill a cow with his bare hands. Then Yu Chen picked up the particle sword with one hand and walked towards the edge of the tree hole. He secured a steel plate into the warehouse, revealing an opening. He looked up at the sky. There was indeed a moon in this world, and not just one but 2 pale round moons, one large and one small, hung high above the gloom, casting a cold light over the desolate city streets. At this moment, the vines outside the eternal tree had already been thoroughly gnawed clean by the earlier horde. Yu Chen had no choice but to take out the spare vine ladder he had generated earlier from the warehouse and secure it at the opening. Then he glanced back at those anxious or reliant gazes behind him, finally pausing on the pale faces of Su Jiuer and Xiao Yi. Then he did not look back. Grabbing the vine ladder, he leaped out of the tree hole. After Yu Chen finished instructing them about affairs at home, he did not delay. He was the first to seize the hanging vine ladder, his body sliding down with the sleek agility of a spirit ape. Li Qian follow. Others keep 3 meters between you, descend in order. Li Qian drew a deep breath. Next came Jiang Shui, Binghua, Jean Pinger, and 3 other girls from Squad 2. The vine ladder had lost the shelter of leaves hanging bare in the high air. 30 meters beneath, the moonlight felt like a stairway to hell. The newcomers clung to the vines, their knuckles whitening from the strain. Their bodies went completely rigid, cold sweat seeping into their palms made the grip even more precarious. Every inch downward drained all their strength. Their arm muscles ached and trembled. Don't look down. Watch my back. Yu Chen's voice pierced the howling night wind and struck their chaotic minds. At last their toes touched a sticky solid surface. Their legs instantly lost all strength, and they collapsed almost simultaneously, issuing suppressed violence. An indescribable stench mingled with an overwhelmingly metallic bloodiness flooded their nostrils. It was the reeking rot of fermenting entrails invading everyone's sense of smell. Beneath the Yongheng Jishu, most zombies had been drawn away by distant explosions. A few crawling corpses remaining on the broken bridge had their skulls severed by the particle sword. Yu Chen casually swung, and they fell silent. The giant zombie whose head had been blown apart lay in ruins. Half its body had been trampled into pulp by its kin, enormous white bones piercing rotten flesh and exposed to the air. Black blood and yellow-green tissue fluid mixed into a quagmire on the bridge. Ugh! Lin Hui could not hold back. She covered her mouth and retched violently, bringing up only bitter bile. Yu Chen did not rush them. He calmly inspected the particle sword in his hand and rechecked the rifle magazine at his waist. He knew they had to grow used to such scenes on their own. In the end times, no one will wait forever for you. Everyone up. 2 minutes later, Yu Chen's voice came over the internal channel. Keep your weapons steady, safety off. Use pistols at close range, our rifles for distance and suppression. Remember what Li Qian taught you: 3 points in a line, prioritize the head. Yu Chen stowed the vine ladder in the storage, cutting off their retreat. Our objective is the subway entrance 500 meters ahead. There may be straggling zombies on the way. This is your best real combat practice. Shan Yuya will scout ahead. She will warn us if danger appears. Shan Yuya's voice answered with a trace of otherworldly calm. Yes, master. Hearing that a Gue would act as a scout ahead, the newcomers tightened their cold rifles, and their nerves gradually steadied. Move. At Yu Chen's command, he led the way. Jiang Shui walked to his left, Shui Bingyue to his right. Li Qian brought up the rear, flanking the 3 newcomers, Lin Hui Jinpinger and Wang Yuyan in the center. They stepped through sticky ichor, carefully edging along the fractured overpass. Beneath them, a black tide of zombies still swelled and rolled, issuing low guttural roars. The bridge was littered with severed limbs. Each step demanded extreme caution for fear of stepping on something and slipping, rousing the horde below. Left front 30 meters, 6 zombies. Shan Yuya's voice sounded directly in Yu Chen's mind. He stopped immediately, raised his right hand, and clenched his fist. A simple tactical gesture. The team froze in place. Everyone held their breath and looked to him with taut. Yu Chen's mathematical parameters talent had already locked onto those 6 wavering silhouettes. He was absolutely confident he could within seconds put bullets through all their heads. But he did not do so. The 6 zombies ahead. Each of you take one. His voice was low on the channel, yet it reached every ear with crystalline clarity. We, the girls' voices trembled. Or what? Did I bring you out for a picnic? Yu Chen's tone remained flat. Remember, if you miss, they will pounce and eat you. I will not always step in. At those words, Wang Yuyan, Jinpinger, and Lin Hui drained of color. The thought of killing a zombie for the first time had leached the blood from their faces. This was not training you, it felt like gambling with their lives. Before they could protest, Li Qian had already dropped to one knee and raised her rifle. The passive night vision on the 191 assault rifle rendered the silhouettes clear in the dark. PFT. A dull muffled sound. The farthest zombie's skull exploded into a cloud of dark mist, and it fell. Immediately, Jiang Shui and Shui Bingyue fired in turn. They fired short, controlled bursts, muzzles spat muted flashes. After 6 rounds, their targets collapsed. Only 3 remained now. Lin Hui Jinpinger and Wang Yuyan trembled as they raised their guns. They could clearly hear their own hearts. The 3 zombies had not yet noticed the living still wandering aimlessly. Click. Jinpinger, finding some courage, squeezed the trigger first. The muzzle spat flame. The suppressor could not entirely silence the shot, only muffle it. The bullet hit a concrete bollard beside a zombie, sending up a scatter of glaring sparks. It missed. On the other side, Lin Hui, even more nervous, shut her eyes and sprayed toward a vague direction. Rat-a-tat. Bullets ricocheted across the pavement. The racket utterly alerted the 3 zombies. They turned as one, hollow sockets fixed on the sound. A hoarse roar burst from their throats as they loped forward with stiff, stumbling strides. Wang Yuyan and Lin Hui were so terrified they nearly dropped their guns. Cease fire. Yu Chen snapped. In a flash, he had darted past them. The particle sword carved 2 silver arcs in the moonlight. The 2 lead zombies had both legs severed at the knees and tumbled down. The last one's feet were cleaved as well but collapsed, and the 3 monsters crawled forward frantically on their arms, emitting ragged huffing sounds. Yu Chen turned back to Jinpinger. He said nothing from behind. He wrapped his arms around her, holding both her and her rifle. See it clearly. 3 points in a line. Yu Chen's warm chest pressed against her back as his low voice sounded in her ear. Jinpinger flinched at the sudden intimacy, but the masculine scent and that undeniable strength strangely steadied her chaotic heartbeat. She forced herself to calm. Breathe. Bang. Yu Chen guided her finger and pulled the trigger. A bullet struck precisely into a zombie's eye socket, its forward momentum faltered, and it toppled back. Yu Chen praised her and released her. He moved to the next. Lin Hui, terrified, had been closing her eyes and wildly waving the rifle about. Open your eyes. Yu Chen's voice cracked like thunder in her head. Look at it. It is your prey. If you don't kill it, it will eat you. Lin Hui snapped her eyes open. The legless zombie's rotting face had crawled to within 3 meters, almost within reach. Terrifying panic birthed a reckless ferocity. Die, she screamed, shoving the barrel straight into the gaping maw and frantically pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat. The impact of the bullets turned the zombie's brain to pulp, the body went limp and stopped. The fight was over. Lin Hui slumped to the ground, shivering as if hauled from water. Yu Chen moved to Wang Yuyin and in the same way guided her to kill the last crawling zombie. She too slid weakly against the broken bridge railing, gasping. The 3 of them had each killed a zombie with their own hands. Yu Chen raised his particle sword and finished the 3 with decapitating strokes. How do you feel? His voice sounded on the channel. We did it. Jean Pinger, Lin Hui, and Wang Yiyan spoke with trembling voices, a mixture of post-traumatic relief and an unexpected, unfamiliar exhilaration. They finally understood Yu Chen had not taken them out for a picnic. He was shaping them into true warriors. Cruel but effective. The team resumed their march. Having survived that first trial, the rest of the route proved. Under Shan Shang Yuya's early warning route guidance, they handled 2 more scattered pockets of zombies without. Though still clumsy, no one panicked anymore, and no one fired with their eyes shut. Each face lost a measure of frailty and gained a numb, hardened trace born of blood and gunpowder. Master, we have arrived. The subway entrance is at the sunken plaza ahead. Shan Shang Yuya's voice sounded. Their spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. Soon a pitch-dark subway entrance loomed before them. A vast square mouth to the underworld, its darkness like the jaw of a beast about to choose its prey. Yu Chen ordered it. The team sprang into action. Their reloading was a whole level more practiced than when they had first set out. Everyone change magazines and check. Yu Chen ordered it. The team sprang into action. Their reloading was a whole level more practiced than when they had. Yu Chen closed his eyes and linked his consciousness with Shan Shang Yuya. What does it look like below? Master, I have scouted below. There are many headless zombies in the subway tunnels. And Shan Shang Yuya's mind suddenly sounded hesitant. I sense. These zombies appear to have been killed by some strange Gui. What kind of strange? You are a Gui as well, and still cannot find it. Yu Chen's tone carried a hint of impatience. Shan Shang Yuya's voice added an instinctive note of terror and confusion. The weird fluctuation in the tunnel is far stronger than I am and bristles with hostility, I cannot approach to investigate. Yu Chen felt his heart sink as a grim hypothesis surfaced. Perhaps it was a Gui far more terrible than Shan Shang Yuya. Just then a faint, wavering woman's sob echoed from the black mouth of the subway entrance. Woo. 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 The crying came in fits and starts, reverberating through the cavernous underground with an uncanny chill. Every movement in the team halted. Several girls went pale and instinctively drew close together, fingers trembling on their triggers. Could there be survivors down in the subway? This accursed place, surrounded by zombies. A woman's intermittent wailing sobs echoed through the deathly silent underground chamber, each syllable dripping with eerie malevolence. Something's wrong. Yu Chen typed just 3 words into the internal comms channel. He was no reckless novice, nor a fool blinded by blind courage. The first law of survival in the apocalypse is to avoid all unpredictable dangers. To march knowingly toward the tiger's lair is not bravery. It is the epitaph of fools. Change course. The command was crisp, absolute, brooking no dissent. He turned, preparing to lead his team away from this uncanny subway entrance. Yet even as the thought formed, Shan Shang Yuya's elegant consciousness instantly transmitted a mental voice. Master, no. The overpass ahead has collapsed. Beneath the bridge, beneath it, are countless. Her spiritual presence shared her vision with Yu Chen. At that very instant his thoughts froze, just for a breath. 600 meters ahead the massive overpass lay severed cleanly in 2. Beneath the broken span the city's main thoroughfare had vanished. No trace of asphalt remained. Zombies packed every inch, dense, endless, suffocating. They piled atop one another, climbed over corpses, writhed like maggots. Rotting arms thrust blindly from gaps between bodies, clawing futilely at the ashen, cloud-choked sky. This was not hundreds, not thousands. This was tens of thousands. That path was utterly impassable. Yu Chen severed the vision link. He relayed the scene to the group via comms. Now, retreat to the tree cave, or proceed along the original subway route. Yu Chen spoke low, weighing his options. What's there to fear? Li Qian's voice shattered the silence. We've 8 firearms, heavy ordnance, and you wield a particle blade. Whether it's human or specter down there, fire a full magazine, and even dragons must coil at our feet. Her words surged through the group like adrenaline, galvanizing the newcomers, Wang Yiyin among them. Indeed, they were no longer defenseless women. Yu Chen steadied himself, then issued his order, proceed as planned. Yuya, you scout ahead. Shanshang Yuya's voice trembled with soul-deep dread. Master, I deeply apologize. The subway platform exists as an isolated anomalous domain. My spirit form is violently repelled upon approach. I cannot enter. Chen realized he'd have to go alone. He recalled Yuya into his particle blade, then led the group along the overpass's edge toward the spiral staircase, descending into the subway, step by step downward into shadow. A few shambling zombies wandered near the stairwell entrance, strangely oblivious to the eerie sobbing merely drifting in vacant circles. Chen conserved ammunition. His particle blade carved a silent luminous arc beneath moonlight, severing heads with surgical precision. As they entered the subway tunnel, a bone-chilling wind rushed to meet them. Dozens of zombie corpses lay scattered across the passage, headless all of them. Their necks bore impossibly smooth mirror-like cuts, severed in an instant by something unimaginably sharp. The farther they advanced toward the station platform, the greater the number of headless bodies grew. Gagging back nausea, they ignored the horror following the faint wavering sobs until they reached the subway platform. The weeping drew nearer. Instinctively, the women tightened their formation. A tight circle, rifles raised, scanning the gloom through night vision scopes mounted on their weapons. Not far from the platform, half swallowed by shadow, stood a figure. A woman clad in a tattered long coat, her face obscured by a large stark white medical mask. She stood motionless on the platform, weeping and singing, as if she had waited there for centuries. Ancient lore warns better to hear a ghost's laughter than its lament. Chen reacted first, raising his weapon without hesitation, ready to silence that haunting melody with gunfire, until he recognized the melody's familiarity and sensed not a shred of malice from her. La ha 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 ha. La 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 la. Ah, when will you come? Will you finally confess to me? Surely, with such gentle words. In the darkness of the station, that sorrowful lullaby possessed an ethereal haunting beauty. A flash of insight struck Chen. This was the requiem of Seka-senpai from Twilight Maiden. Could Seka-senpai have crossed over too? He blurted aloud. Reasoning she posed no immediate threat, he saw no need to provoke further complications. He signaled the group and guided them past her toward the underground mall. Yet something uncanny occurred. They walked straight toward the tunnel mouth. Yet after 10 paces they lifted their eyes to find the woman still standing exactly where she had been, and themselves back at the starting point. A ghostly loop. Chen's pulse dropped. He warned the group instantly. Yet the woman continued singing, the soul sways, glittering, waiting. Tears fall like stars. Soon you'll return, or sorrow alone remains. We shall sleep forever in this future. As the final lyric faded, the air around Chen thickened, suddenly unbearably still. Master, caution. This female specter is no ordinary entity. She can subtly warp localized space. Binding her as a spiritual servant would grant you her power. The Silicon Clan elder's warning arrived perfectly timed. The specter vanished from the platform, faster than human perception could track, and reappeared abruptly before you. Clang. From beneath her coat, she drew forth a rusted meter-long pair of gardening shears, the shriek of grinding metal piercing the air as she slashed toward his throat. Men are all rotten, she cried. Chen's pupils contracted. His particle blades snapped upward in instinctive parry. But those shears stood no chance against high-energy particles. A sharp, brittle snap echoed. The hardened steel shattered into fragments, clattering onto the concrete. The specter registered the blade's lethality, but her reflexes were lightning fast. For a moment Chen found himself outmaneuvered. Schwer, freeze her with frost domain. His voice still rang in the comms channel. Too late. The specter dissolved into a blur, not aimed at him, but at Jiang Shui beside him. An icy hand cold enough to freeze marrow clamped onto Jiang Shui's shoulder, gripping her tight. Then slowly, deliberately, the specter peeled off her mask. Beneath it lay a visage so grotesque it defied the word face. Her mouth had been torn open from corner to ear, a raw, ragged wound stretching across her cheeks, forming a horrifying, grinning scar of mangled flesh and sinew. She pressed that ruined face close to Jiang Shui's and enunciated syllable by chilling syllable, "I beautiful." Her voice slithered through the platform like damp fog. Wang Yuyan recoiled in terror, typing frantically into the squad channel. The slit-mouthed woman. A Japanese urban legend. The slit-mouthed woman. Don't say beautiful. She'll rip your mouth open. Don't say ugly. She'll kill you outright. Damn it. Chen's heart lurched. A true vengeful spirit. Damned game. It had imported Japan's darkest folk. Holding Jiang Shui captive, the slit-mouthed woman turned her hollow, shadowed round eyes upon the group once more, and repeated with quiet menace, "Am I beautiful? Say yes, disfigurement. Say no, death." An unsolvable paradox. Jiang Shui felt her cheek sting already. She knew without doubt that silence would seal her fate, just as it had for the headless corpses. Kudamita. Chen barked, desperate, impulsive, speaking Japanese. Instantly the specter froze. Her empty gaze shifted toward him. "Hey, sir, you're quite formidable," she crooned, voice laced with mockery. "But don't move. You wouldn't want your woman harmed, would you? Or perhaps you'd like to answer for her." With Jiang Shue's life held hostage, the specter issued her threat, naked, unflinching. While the others trembled for Jiang Shui, Yu Chen stilled, his mind racing, logic sharpening to a lethal, a rule-bound specter. Its core was its immutable logic. Answer, yes or no, and the killing mechanism triggered. Those headless zombies, likely silenced for refusing to answer at all. Yet the song she sang, wasn't it a sorrowful ballad of longing and confession? Her deepest yearning wasn't slaughter, it was recognition. A bold hypothesis crystallized. Meeting the specter's monstrous gaze, Yu Chen channeled Yi's linguistic ability and spoke, clear, deliberate, precise. You are kawaii. The specter stiffened. Her murder protocol recognized only two responses, beautiful or ugly. Kawaii. What kind of answer was that? Her logic spiraled into unprecedented disarray, and unconsciously her grip on Jiang Shui loosened, just slightly. Now, she kills by rules. Break the logic, break the cycle. And that song. She craves reassurance, not blood. Yu Chen typed furiously into comms, even as he lunged forward. He didn't strike. Instead, he unleashed his particle blade, not to wound, but to bind her spirit essence. Then in the split second her cognition stuttered, he closed the distance, reaching her in a single explosive stride, and seized her waist in a sudden intimate embrace. The unexpected visceral intimacy stunned Jiang Shui and the entire team, yet even the specter stood frozen in bewilderment. Ever since learning his particle blade could assimilate spiritual servant's abilities, Yu Chen had become obsessed, like collecting legendary creatures. This specter's spatial manipulation was invaluable. Even if it cost his conscience, or his heart, he would claim her. Before she could react, he pulled her fully into his arms, holding her tight, unyielding. With his striking magnetic face nearly brushing her ghastly scar, he leaned in, voice low, teasing, intoxicating, and whispered the question that made her entire spectral being shiver. Do you think I'm handsome? Yu Chen's voice echoed on the platform, penetrating the eardrums of the crowd. Do you think I'm handsome? This almost teasing rhetorical question shattered the terrifying atmosphere on site. Time seemed to come to a standstill. In the team's channel, newcomers Wang Yuyan, Lin Hui, and Jean Pinger were left utterly blank. What kind of bizarre development is this? Confronted by a terrifying, vengeful spirit capable of distorting space, the Lord actually embraced the female specter and asked if he was handsome. Yu Chen must be out of his mind. The pale eyes of the slit-mouthed woman flickered with emotions beyond logic for the first time. Handsome. That word did not exist in her rigid killing program, dictated by rules. The horrific wound that stretched from one ear to the other twitched unnaturally. She seemed to want to speak, but found herself only able to repeat that cursed question. I am. Yu Chen's tone suddenly changed, interrupting her before she could finish her question. You must be suffering, right? This sentence was no longer a frivolous tease, but a warm greeting that struck at the soul. He wrapped his arms around the female specter's waist, giving her a comforting embrace. Yu Chen's deep eyes did not flinch at her grotesque scars, but focused intently on the vengeful red pupils of the female specter. Suffering, right? Those three words struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the chaotic consciousness that had imprisoned the slit-mouthed woman for years. Her entire spiritual form trembled violently. The surrounding scene began to distort and peel away. The cold and damp train platform lost its color, the icy concrete pillars, the scattered headless corpses, the rusty tracks. Everything dissolved into a hazy white light. In the next moment, the world was reconstructed. No longer a train station. The air was filled with the faint scent of cherry blossoms, and the distant sound of an old-fashioned train whistle echoed. Yu Chen found himself standing on a platform from a bygone era, and they became spectators of this memory. In the illusion, a girl in a school uniform with a delicate face was looking at the boy before her with great anticipation. Wait for me, Toma. The boy gently spoke in Japanese. Once I finish my studies, I will definitely return. I will definitely come back to marry you. The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes shining brighter than the stars in the sky. The scene shifted. From then on, the girl would come to this train station every evening, waiting for the boy's return. The cherry blossoms bloomed and withered in spring, the cicadas sang and stopped in summer. Her figure became a permanent scenery at the station. Until one day she saw a glaring news article in the corner of a newspaper. A poor boy from Hokkaido marries the daughter of President Feng Tian. In the photo, the man who once made her a promise was smiling while embracing another woman. The girl did not cry. She still came to the station every evening, stubbornly waiting. Her story even made it to the newspapers, becoming known as the infatuated girl among people. Until one day she finally plucked up the courage to go to Tokyo to find her lover. Then disaster struck. As she stepped out of the station, several fierce-looking men found her sent by the president's daughter. Stay away from Mr. Ito, you shameless rural girl. The girl simply shook her head unmoved. Then the cold blade slashed across her cheek. Excruciating pain. Her vision was stained crimson with blood. The girl could feel her mouth being brutally torn open and hear the sinister laughter of those men. In the end, she still could not find her lover in Tokyo. Everyone mocked the scars on her face, and gradually the girl's heart changed. Finally one day, she dragged her broken body back to the station, and with the familiar sound of the whistle, she leaped forward. The cold tracks crushed her body, and her last glimmer of hope. The illusion shattered violently. Chen's consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality. He still held the female specter tightly in his arms. The cold wind of the subway platform filled his nostrils thick with blood and rot. The spirit in his arms trembled violently. The intermittent chilling cries echoed once more, but this time it was no longer a trap to lure prey, but an endless wail from the depths of the soul. The man's name was Ito Makoto. The female specter was that girl named Toma Yukaina. Chen quickly summarized the scenes he had just witnessed in his mind using his reasoning ability to arrange the words he would say next. They must have died many years ago, right? Chen used his elegant ability to transform his thoughts into Japanese and conveyed them directly. After you died, did you think? How foolish you were. Why did you choose to commit suicide? Why weren't they the ones who died? The female specter's cries halted as she nodded slightly. You want revenge, but can never find them. The female specter continued to nod in Chen's embrace, indicating her agreement. Well, now the opportunity has come. This world is no longer the one you are familiar with. Chen's voice carried a strange allure. Since you can revive in this form and continue to exist here, why can't your enemies? Perhaps you can meet him again in this world. Again. Meet. Those 4 words shone like a glimmer of light, illuminating the female specter's heart. She suddenly lifted her head, and the emptiness in her eyes ignited with the flame named revenge. But I am bound by rules and I cannot leave this area. The female specter's voice was filled with resentment and despair. Come on. Chen released her, stepping back, his particle sword humming as it radiated a soft glow. Step into my sword. I will take you away from here. I will take you to find him. Even if we can't find him, we will find the descendants of Ito Makoto. Wipe them out and take revenge for you. After saying this, Chen was startled. He wondered why he was suddenly so good at fabricating stories and twisting concepts. Could it be that the particle sword became tainted because it absorbed Zhang Dan's soul? Then he immersed his divine sense into the particle sword and found that Zhang Dan's soul was not causing trouble, which put his mind at ease. The female specter stared blankly at that peculiar light sword. Chen's words stirred her heart. But when her gaze swept over the stunning girls behind Chen, she suddenly understood something. The fleeting excitement was instantly replaced by a deeper resentment, and her entire spirit surged violently. Liar. You are just like that man, a player who loves one at a time. You are a liar. Oh no. Misunderstood. Chen's heart sank, realizing that the female specter mistook him for a scumbag like Ito Makoto due to her traumatic stress. The female specter swiftly transformed into a shadow, charging towards the nearby girls. The sudden change happened too quickly for Chen to explain. He dashed forward unhesitatingly, standing in front of the girls. The female specter's sharp claws plunged deeply into Chen's armored abdomen. The sudden change, the murderous intent of the woman with the slit mouth, arrived almost instantaneously. Chen's pupils constricted as he retrieved the particle sword back into his hand. At this moment, killing the woman with the slit mouth seemed to be the simplest and most direct choice. However, this thought barely flashed through his mind before he forcibly suppressed it. If he killed the woman with the slit mouth now, would he abandon a powerful spirit servant with spatial abilities? He couldn't bear it. Yet instead of counterattacking, Chen took a step forward, allowing the sharp claw-like nails to pierce through the vines on his chest, producing a chilling scraping sound. Then he stretched out his hands, his fingers like steel gripping tightly onto the arm of the eerie woman. Look closely. Chen's voice echoed in the dark station. We the men of Huagua are not like you little days. His gaze was intense, staring directly into the woman's eyes, which were filled with nothing but resentment, without a hint of retreat. Just now when you attacked my woman did I retreat. Only your incompetent man would be unable to protect his own lover, allowing her to be bullied and harmed. Every word from Chen struck hard at the fragile heart of the eerie woman. And what about the men from your country? Which one sees your face and doesn't run away in fear, avoiding you at all costs? But just now you were in my arms. Was I afraid? Did I despise you? His voice suddenly softened, laced with a strange sense of sorrow. Because I saw your pain. I can only feel heartache for you. Chen felt that all the words he had ever said in his life were summarized in this moment. But it was all worth it. The eerie woman's clawing truly began to lessen. He then clasped her 5 fingers, his tone turning into a cold ultimatum. Follow me, and I will take you to seek revenge. Kill that Ito Makoto, kill all those who have harmed you and laughed at you. Otherwise you will soon die by my sword. You know I can do it. This combination of soft and hard tactics completely bewildered the eerie woman. Her violent attacks ceased entirely. For the first time, a struggle emerged on her grotesque face. Her logic was in a frenzied pull between the immense temptation of revenge and the profound hatred of men are all liars, causing her spiritual form to sway unsteadily, flickering in and out. Moments later, the eerie woman's hand finally slowly withdrew from Chen's vines. Chen felt that the timing was about right. His brain was racing, and a thought suddenly illuminated his mind. This eerie woman enjoyed singing at the station while waiting, so she must have a special attachment to music, since reasoning had already shaken her. Then let's solidify this. Chen planned to defeat magic with magic. He wanted to let this soul imprisoned by hatred experience the cultural depth from a great nation. Everyone enjoy the music. Chen dropped a command in the team channel. Immediately his low voice began to hum a tune in the empty station. A song titled Outside Shin Garden. The promised mountain oath always enters dreams, longing is hard to fake. The moment the song began, the eerie woman's bloodshot eyes trembled violently. That familiar station platform, that gentle promise from a boy flashed through her chaotic consciousness. Still lingering in my heart, too mocking. In the center of the station, just like in the embrace back then, her spiritual form began to oscillate violently, the distorted space around the platform rippling in waves. The eerie woman remembered the days spent waiting from the blooming cherry blossoms to the falling leaves, yet only received emptiness. Will there be an embrace after too many springs and autumns? The song made her recall fragments of memories. Not yet at full cherry blossom bloom, yet I see the sky slowly turning red. The promise beneath the cherry blossom tree, the glaring marriage news on the newspaper, and the sharp pain as a cold blade grazed my cheek, the despair of my vision being stained red with blood. I thought there would be no trace, yet memories surged again. In the vast city of Tokyo, she couldn't find that man. Passers-by cast fearful and scornful glances, and children screamed and ran away. Growing up is too hard to let go. 2 streams of shocking blood tears rolled down from the eerie woman's hollow eye sockets. Even with those, shouldn't it be time to let go? The last line of lyrics fell cold and heavy like iron tracks, the roar that crushed bones and hope. Chen's singing became the last straw that broke the eerie woman's back. The defensive line in her heart completely crumbled. The eerie woman stared blankly at Chen before her. He was the first who had not been frightened away by her appearance. He was the first to see through the endless pain behind her resentment. He was also the first to offer her hope for revenge. He must be a good person. He must be able to help me take revenge. Makoto, you'd better still be alive. Otherwise, if I can't kill you, it'll wipe out your descendants. It'll kill all those who have laughed at me. At this moment, the countless resentments that had occupied the depths of the eerie woman's soul began to dissipate rapidly. The soul bound by rules found its only liberation. Chen's lyrics, every word and phrase seemed to be written just for her. A miracle occurred under the awestruck gazes of the girls. The terrifying scar on the eerie woman's face began to flow as the blood and flesh rolled, with new layers of skin visibly healing and closing. The corners of her split mouth rejoined, restoring the perfect curve of her original cherry lips. Beneath her pale as paper skin, a hint of rosy hue belonging to the living gradually surfaced. The tattered long coat on her body disintegrated piece by piece, turning into specks of light that scattered in the air, replaced by a pure white dress that had appeared in the illusion. In just a few seconds, the terrifying, vengeful spirit in the distorted space vanished. Standing in place was a stunningly beautiful girl with waist-length hair, exquisite features, and a pitiful demeanor. She deeply bowed to Chen, her skirt swaying slightly. "Master, please take care of me in the future." Her voice was clear, carrying a slight tremor of having survived a calamity. "And in the future, could you sing more songs from Huagua for me?" Chen did not expect that the true form of the woman with the slit mouth would be beautiful to such an extent. He certainly would take care of such little days in the future. "Then let's kill more little days together." Chen made a promise. "I believe we will eventually reach that Makoto. If I can't kill him, at least I can eliminate his descendants to." The eerie woman lifted her head, flames of fervor igniting in her eyes as she vigorously nodded. She wholeheartedly agreed with Chen's thoughts. In the next second, her entire body transformed into a pure white light, flowing into the particle sword in Chen's hand, without any resistance, softly and willingly. "Ding! Congratulations, Master. Successfully subdued the second-tier eerie spirit, gaining a new spirit servant, Doma Shuetsai, formerly the woman with the slit mouth. Unlocked spirit servant ability, Spatial Disturbance. Spatial Disturbance consumes 10 energy from the particle sword, allowing the spirit servant to slightly distort designated space. The master can freely traverse within that space, and can create a ghostly wall effect to trap enemies." Wow. Chen's breath slightly paused. His efforts had not been in vain. Freely traversing in a small space, flash attacks. Isn't this just like Zhang Liang's speech control combined with Li Bei's Qing Lei sword song in King of Glory? He tightened his grip on the particle sword, clearly feeling a new and entirely different spiritual fluctuation emanating from the sword, tinged with a sense of coolness and attachment. He tightened his grip on the particle sword, clearly feeling a new and entirely different spiritual fluctuation emanating from the sword, tinged with a sense of coolness and attachment. In the team channel, Jean Pinger stammered, breaking the silence. "The world is already in such chaos, and there's a strange phenomenon, and you expect me to talk logic?" Li Qian's voice was as calm as ever. "Master, you're so capable." Even the woman with the slit mouth was teased. He didn't tease her, he attacked her heart. Jiang Shui's voice trembled as she spoke. She had just been a hair's breadth away from death, and her heart was still racing. The way she looked at Yu Chen now was filled with endless admiration. This man's actions are always unexpected. Master the song just now. Made my heart flutter. Not to mention the woman with the slit mouth, which girl could resist that? Lin Hui murmured to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. She thought, oh my, he's so charming. If the master uses this trick on me in the future, what should I do? Especially Wang Yuyan, who was familiar with all kinds of urban legends about little days, understood better than anyone how terrifying the woman with the slit mouth was. It was a pure and unsolvable rule of death. Yet Yu Chen not only resolved it, but also subdued this terrifying, vengeful spirit. Wang Yuyan looked at Yu Chen's back, suddenly realizing something, and expressed an incredulous sentiment in the channel. The scope of this business is too broad, Jean Pinger teased without holding back. Don't talk nonsense, Jiang Shui quickly The scope of this business is too broad, Jean Pinger teased without holding back. Don't talk nonsense, Jiang Shui quickly interjected. The Lord is recruiting powerful forces to strengthen our territory's might. That said, a strange feeling also stirred within her. Yu Chen ignored the whispers in the channel, fully immersed in the spiritual world within the particle sword. Inside the sword's body, there was an independent space filled with falling cherry blossom petals. Dongma Xuet's eye, with long hair cascading down to her waist, quietly awaited within like a stunning painting. She could clearly perceive Yu Chen's will and responded with absolute obedience and dependence. In another space, a graceful spirit on the mountain was anxiously pacing. Master, the domain of the split-mouth woman has been lifted. Oh, let's hurry, and set off. The elegant voice from the mountain entered Yu Chen's mind through the spiritual link, sounding restless. You'll see your daughter soon. Let's rest a moment before we depart. Yu Chen reassured, redirecting his attention back to the particle sword. The energy within the sword showed a pitiful 12 left. To activate spatial disturbance and create a small area of ghostly interference, it would require 10 of the sword's energy. However, a single teleportation only consumed 1. The range of movement was tied to his own level. Yu Chen, now at LV6, could teleport up to 6 meters. With a thought, Yu Chen decided to test it immediately. This teleportation ability could not afford to fail at a critical moment. He gripped the particle sword tightly. A mysterious spatial force surged from the hilt into his body, intricately connecting with his spirit. What if I get stuck inside a wall? Yu Chen instinctively asked Dongma in his mind. You won't, master. The teleportation only occurs at an unobstructed point ahead. Dongma Zukai's delicate voice immediately replied, filled with assurance. Confirmed. Yu Chen's gaze fell upon Li Qian, not far away. Li Qian was currently checking her gear and seemed to sense his gaze. As she looked up, her pupils suddenly contracted. The figure of Yu Chen in front of her became unexpectedly ethereal and then abruptly vanished. In the next instant, a warm breath brushed against her neck. Li Qian's blood nearly froze every hair on her body, standing on end. She didn't even have time to think. Her body reacted instinctively, turning sharply, but she only turned halfway before freezing in place. Yu Chen's face, carrying a hint of mockery, was inches away. When did he get behind her? Teleportation. Jean Pinger exclaimed, her voice cracking. Oh my god. This is the ability of that female specter from earlier. Lin Hu's exclamation was filled with uncontrollable excitement. So cool. Jiang Shui murmured to herself, her gaze toward Yu Chen now infused with even more fervent admiration. Seeing their shocked expressions, Yu Chen nodded with satisfaction. This ability was simply a divine skill tailor-made for assassins. Yu Chen was flattered by the praise from the women. Feeling a bit addicted, he decided to try again. This time from a more challenging angle, perhaps. The edge of the opposite platform. He focused his thoughts once more. However, this time the graceful landing he had envisioned did not happen. Clang. A dull thud of something heavy falling, accompanied by several girls' startled exclamations as Yu Chen's figure vanished from the edge of the platform and tumbled onto the iron tracks below, landing in a daze. Everyone. The air instantly fell silent. Yu Chen, covered in dirt, got up from the tracks, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and thought to himself. It seems that this skill still carries risks in unfamiliar terrain. To alleviate the embarrassment, he cleared his throat and gestured to the people above. Let's go. You elegant, lead the way. Now that the ghostly interference had been lifted, there were no more obstacles ahead. The girls stifled their laughter and jumped down from the platform, following closely behind him. The group continued along the tunnel. As long as they kept heading east through the 12-kilometer-long pitch-black tunnel, they would reach the large underground market that Yuang had mentioned. After the team led by Yu Chen had walked 100 meters, scattered zombies began to appear in the tunnel. They staggered in the darkness, drawn by the scent of the living, emitting guttural growls. However, before the Yu Chen team, equipped with night vision and fully armed, these isolated monsters posed no threat whatsoever. Uft, uft. The suppressed rifle emitted a muffled shot, and the precise bullets tore through the heads of the zombies, snuffing out the threat in its infancy. Continuing forward under Yuang's guidance, half an hour later, a different scene finally appeared at the tunnel's end. It was a massive underground transfer platform connecting various exits. Through the shattered glass curtain wall of vast silent underground commercial complexes, silhouette could be seen. However, that broad space was densely packed with swaying shadows. Hundreds of zombies were crammed together, silently pushing and slowly writhing, filling every inch of ground. Master, my daughter is in the fire control room on the 7th floor of this mall. Ying's voice was filled with excitement. You go find her first. Chen lowered his body, leading the team to hide behind a supporting pillar, calmly issuing commands. Locate her, and then well act. The team immediately began checking their gear and changing magazines while Ying's spirit turned into an invisible shadow drifting through the zombie horde toward the depths of the mall. Moments later, Ying's tearful spiritual message returned. Master, in the fire control room. There's no Na Yao, she's missing. Ying's voice was filled with despair. Stay calm. Chen frowned slightly. Search again every inch of the place. Ying's spirit rushed back into the mall, but the result remained the same. Her daughter Lin Na Yao was still missing. Moreover, due to the restrictions of the spirit servant contract, Ying could not stray more than 600 meters from Chen. Beyond that distance, she could not probe. Master, what should we do? Ying's voice was tinged with tears, filled with helpless pleading. Don't worry. Chen's tone was steady and powerful. Once we clear out the zombies in this mall, we'll search slowly. Chen paused, offering a concrete promise. Wait a moment, I will take Li Qian to that fire control room using her deduction skills to see if we can find out where your daughter went. This promise was more effective than any comfort. Ying's spirit gradually stabilized. Ying first determined the approximate number and distribution of zombies in this mall. Chen immediately switched to command mode. Soon a simple spiritual map drawn by Ying appeared in his mind. The others clustered around, listening to Chen's tactical arrangements. This underground mall connects through the subway to 2 main entrances, both equipped with rolling fire doors. There are 7 floors above ground, and according to Ying's scouting, the first floor has 4 exits totaling 6 doors. Chen's fingers traced the air, outlining the structure of the building. Our plan is simple: close the doors and hunt the dogs. As before, let Ying take the grenades, find a glass building nearby to detonate, and lure some of the zombies away from the mall first. Then we'll seal all 6 doors and clear the remaining zombies layer by layer from the bottom up, finally searching for Na Yao and supplies. Chen's plan was clearly communicated to everyone. He intended to take down the entire commercial complex before slowly searching for supplies and Ying's daughter. With the strategy set, the plan began to take action. Subsequently, Ying, just like last time, possessed a zombie holding 2 grenades and set off toward the nearest building. Just as everyone was patiently waiting for the sound of the explosion to draw the zombies away, Ying's will suddenly transmitted. Master, wait. Her voice became urgent. There are living people in the nearby building, and not just one. The elegant spirit message from Yuya on the mountain instantly reached Chen's mind. Yuya, do not detonate the grenade yet. Chen's command was conveyed to Yuya on the mountain through their mental link. Find out clearly which country are they from. He thought this place is the border between Nanjing and Tokyo. What if they are compatriots? Upon receiving the order, the zombie controlled by Yuya on the mountain immediately froze in place, placing the grenade it held in the corner of the wall. In the next second, her spiritual body left the zombie, silently penetrating through the wall, hovering outside the facade of the commercial office building. The vision was instantly shared. A clear image emerged in Chen's mind. Behind the shattered windows, several figures were stealthily peering inside. Their movements were sneaky, but their eyes sparkled with greedy glances. And the direction they were focused on was the underground mall where Chen was. These people are also here for the resources of the mall, Chen whispered in the team channel. Master, could Na Yao be in their hands? Yuya's speculation made her spiritual body begin to tremble. Don't panic yet. Chen commanded calm. Yuya, they can't see you. Get closer and listen to what they are saying. Yes, master. Yuya's spiritual body passed through the wall again, and this time the intermittent sounds of Japanese conversation echoed clearly in Chen's spiritual world. Have you figured it out? Where did the explosion sound come from? A rough voice asked, laced with undeniable Lord, I'm not sure. It seems the sound came from the subway station direction. Another voice replied obsequiously. Immediately after, the Lord's voice echoed again. That big tree, have you confirmed whether it's a Chinese person? They are too close to us, it's a threat. Chinese person. Those 3 words ignited Chen's fury. Lord, the previous drone reconnaissance mentioned that it seems someone was living in the tree, but we couldn't determine their identity. Never mind. Fujinikan, this is a rare opportunity. Most of the zombies have been drawn away. Have everyone prepare, or once there are fewer zombies, we will rush into Ginza and gather all the resources into the warehouse. Yes, with this batch of resources, our territory can develop rapidly, and you, Lord, will become the overlord of this area. However, Lord, the previous noise was too strange. Could it be a trap? Should we send a drone to investigate? A cautious voice timidly suggested. Baka, Nakamura-kun, what are you afraid of? In this area, besides our Yamato Black Dragon Society, who else has this capability? Fujinikan scolded. Nakamura-kun is right, it's always good to be careful. Let's investigate. This batch of resources is crucial for our subsequent plans against the Hua people. We cannot afford to lose it. The little Japanese lord ultimately decided. The Black Dragon Society, still planning to deal with the Hua people. Yu Chun sneered in his heart. This group of little Japanese was indeed cautious. Not a single one mentioned their full name during the discussion. Otherwise, letting Yuya possess one of them would reveal their plans. Yuya, hurry and investigate that office building to see if Nai Yao is in their hands. Yuya complied with Yu Chen's command, quickly searching for her daughter within the office building. Moments later, the news arrived. Master Nai Yao is not in their hands. But it can be confirmed that they like you are here to seize resources. There are still 55 people on the second floor. They all have knives, guns, clubs, and other weapons, as well as 2 police pistols. Yu Chen fell into silence, pondering that as long as this group was not eliminated, he wouldn't be able to gather resources here in peace. In that case, let's take the opportunity to eliminate this group of little Japanese. Subsequently, Yu Chen issued an order to Yuya. Yuya, you control the zombies. There's no need to look for other buildings. Detonate right under this building. Yuya's spiritual body trembled suddenly. She instantly understood Yu Chen's intention. This was to use a knife to kill. Yes, master. Now Yuya was deeply influenced by Yu Chen's spirit. Yu Chen hated the little Japanese, so she would too. She repossessed that zombie, dragging her unsteady footsteps silently circling to the other side of the office building. There it was, the direction where the zombie tide attracted by the previous explosion was gradually retreating. Inside the building, that group of so-called Black Dragon Society members remained oblivious, still immersed in the joy of about to gather massive resources. Seeing that the zombies, which had originally surrounded the area tightly, had already thinned significantly, a few impatient Japanese had even rushed to the entrance, preparing to take the lead. At that moment, boom! A sound more violent than the previous explosion suddenly erupted from the side and back of the building. The violent shockwave stirred up dust and debris, shattering all the glass on the ground floor of the entire office building into powder. The zombie tide that had just receded instantly turned back. Thousands of zombies all focused on the source of the sound, the office building. Roar! The deafening roar of the zombies even drowned out the remnants of the explosion. The few Japanese who had just rushed to the entrance felt their greed and excitement freeze, instantly morphing into boundless fear. They watched helplessly as that wave of black surged towards their isolated building with an even more violent and rapid posture than before. Bakayuru, where did the explosion come from? Quickly investigate. The little Japanese lord shouted in terror, but his voice was soon completely drowned out by the endless, overlapping roars of the zombies. In a chain reaction, even the zombies in the mall where Yu Chun and his group were located were attracted by the murky tide of zombies surged towards the office building, and about 10 minutes later the originally crowded underground mall had become empty. In the entire mall there were less than 100 scattered zombies left. Yu Chun instructed Yuya to mark the positions of the remaining zombies in the mall on the spiritual map. He quickly distributed this location information to the team. Then he took the lead and charged out of the platform, heading straight for the entrance of the underground mall. Puff, puff, puff. The suppressed assault rifles let out a muffled roar, and under Yuya's precise reporting, the girls didn't even need to search, firing directly at the designated direction. Bullets accurately blasted open heads, eliminating those threats hiding behind shelves and in corners. After clearing the remaining enemies below, Yu Chun issued the second command. Seal all exits. They quickly returned to the first floor of the ground mall building. Li Qian, Wang Yuyan, you are responsible for the front door. Zhang Shuijin, Pinger, left side doors 1 and 2. Lin Hui Shui, Bing Yue, right side doors 3 and 4. Quick, quick, quick. Yu Chen stood at the center, monitoring the entire situation through Yuya's spiritual perspective, ready to teleport and support any location at any time. The girls had begun to get used to his commanding rhythm, moving like the wind without a hint of hesitation. They rushed to the entrances they were responsible for, where massive rolling fire doors awaited. Finding the manually operated metal chains, several of them worked together, exerting all their strength to turn them rapidly. Clang! Amidst the harsh sound of metal scraping, 3 huge fire doors crashed down heavily onto the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust, completely isolating the mall from the outside world. Report. The front door has been sealed. Report. The left doors 1 and 2 have been sealed. Report. The right doors 3 and 4 have been sealed. The girls' voices echoed in the team channel, filled with excitement at completing their tasks. Yu Chen, along with Yuya, personally confirmed that all the rolling doors on the passages were closed. At this point, the entire massive underground commercial complex had turned into a gigantic iron box, isolated from the world. Trapped like fish in a barrel, sealing the door to catch the dog. Afterwards, the girls regrouped around Yu Chen. However, just as they completed the sealing and were preparing to start gathering resources, buzz, a faint buzzing sound came from outside. Yu Chen suddenly looked up. A small black drone, unknown when it had flown out from the high-rise of the building surrounded by zombies, was now hovering in midair, its camera precisely aimed at them. Behind the lens, it was undoubtedly those guys from the Black Dragon Society. Yu Chun let out a light cold. He didn't even look for cover, just stood there drawing the 191 assault rifle from his back. Mathematical reasoning. Wind, speed, humidity, distance, the drone's hovering trajectory. All parameters surged into his mind in an instant, processed rapidly by his brain, ultimately condensing into a perfect shooting solution. He raised his gun, braced it against his shoulder, aimed. The entire motion was fluid and swift to the extreme. In the distant building's window, a little Japanese who was staring at the drone's screen had his pupils suddenly shrink just as his mouth opened to control the drone to evade. Whoosh! A suppressed gunshot rang out. In the air, that expensive reconnaissance drone instantly exploded into a brilliant firework, with countless parts scattering. One shot a kill. Subsequently, the regional chat channel 91 abandoned city erupted in chaos. A pinned crimson message leapt out like splattered blood. Black Dragon Society Lord Ishikawa, the baka who fired. You brought the zombies over. If you have guts, report your name and location. My Black Dragon Society will shred you to pieces. This message, filled with fury and threats, made all the lurking lords in the channel shudder. The Black Dragon Society is a notorious right-wing rabid dog force in this Tokyo area. Who would have thought that the resources they were about to seize would be intercepted so ruthlessly by someone? However, Yu Chen merely glanced at that impotently furious message and expressionlessly closed the chat interface. He slung the 191 assault rifle over his shoulder and turned to look back at the massive mall filled with endless resources. To the barking of a defeated dog, Yu Chen had no interest in replying. Let them bark. Yu Chen's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling ruthlessness. The louder the dog barks, the more it shows it's in pain. He scanned the gathered teammates behind him, the girls' eyes sparkling with admiration and trust. Everyone check your ammunition and prepare for battle. Once the zombies are cleared, we can go on a shopping spree for resources. As Yu Chun issued the command, the excitement in the girls' eyes instantly faded, their minds focused on the upcoming. He established a mental link with Yu Yas's spiritual entity, combining it with his mathematical parameter skills. In the next second, a three-dimensional real-time updated consciousness map of the mall unfolded clearly in Yu Chen's mind. The entire structure of the underground mall, the layout of the shelves, and every potential corner and obstacle were presented in a wireframe format. Among these wireframes, red dots flickering ominously accurately marked the coordinates of every remaining. Li Qian, Wang Yuyan, you're in one group at 3 o'clock behind the cosmetics shelf, 6 zombies closely arranged. Jiang Shui, Jin Pinger, you're in one group at 9 o'clock, 3 zombies at the bottom of the descending escalator. Be careful, they are lying in wait. Lin Hui Shui, Bin Yue, follow me. The instructions were clear, concise, and devoid of any redundancy. Pow! 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 The assault rifle equipped with a silencer emitted a series of. Li Qian and Wang Yuyan had developed considerable synergy, one on the left and the other on the right. They assumed a standard crossfire stance, advancing gracefully. Their gun muzzles steadied, aimed at the zombies marked on Yu Yas's mental map. At the moment they reached the optimal shooting angle, both pulled the triggers simultaneously. The bullets accurately pierced through the gaps in the shelves, tearing apart boxes adorned with exquisite advertisements. On the other side of the shelves, 2 decaying heads exploded. On the other side, Jiang Shui and Jin Pinger were also finding their rhythm. Jin Pinger stood guard with her gun at the flank, while Jiang Shui lowered her body, cautiously approaching the escalator. The target is moving. It has circled behind the escalator and entered your shooting blind spot. Yu Ya's prompt came through in real time, cold and precise. Jiang Shui's footsteps suddenly halted. Without a moment's hesitation, her body turned, with her thoughts instantly adjusting her gun to aim at the back of the escalator. She pulled the trigger. Pow! A muffled impact sounded. Below the escalator, a head exploded, black, foul-smelling blood slowly oozing out. In less than an hour, under Yu Ya's precise reporting, which could be described as a physical cheat, the last zombie in the mall was completely eliminated. The entire process was efficient and ruthless, like a killing machine. As the last zombie's body slumped down, Yu Chun turned off the team voice chat. The entire underground mall fell into absolute silence in an instant, only illuminated by the emergency lights revealing rows of neatly arranged products. The girls' tense nerves finally relaxed at this moment. They gazed at the underground mall piled high with endless supplies, each of their breaths becoming slightly hurried, their eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. The muscles at the corner of Yu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, unable to suppress the joy within. $0 shopping. Commence. Wang Yuyan was the first to react, her beautiful eyes bursting forth with an almost frenzied light. It was not mere greed, but a wild yearning for the beautiful old life that had been suppressed to the extreme in this apocalyptic world. In the next second, she was the first to dash into the snack zone. Wow. Mine. All mine. At that moment, the girls' rationality was completely devoured by the shopping frenzy. They put away their heavy rifles and rushed towards the shelves with laughter. Li Qian and Jin Pinger held hands as they charged towards the imported snack area. Upon seeing the shelves filled with chips, chocolates, and candies, Jin Pinger instantly burst into tears. She randomly grabbed a bag of Lay's chips, tore it open with trembling hands, disregarding any semblance of decorum, shoving the golden chips into her mouth. Crunch. The crisp sound resonated exceptionally clearly in the lifeless mall. It was the sound of the civilized. So delicious. It's the cucumber flavor. Jean Pinger cried while eating like a child who had been wronged, finally finding candy. Jiang Shui and Shui Bingwei were more composed. They had a clear target heading straight for the high-end food area and the pharmaceutical section. However, Lin Hui, the quietest girl on ordinary days, stood before a row of colorful beverages motionless for a long time. Her gaze eventually fell upon a bottle of iced black tea. It was the domestic drink they loved most back in their engineering program before the apocalypse. Chen did not disturb them. He simply stood quietly watching this scene intertwined with joy and sadness. He could understand. For these once celebrated daughters of privilege living atop their ivory towers, this sudden apocalypse robbed them not only of their safety of life, but also of everything they had grown accustomed to. Food, clean water, comfort, future. And now these supplies were the best reward for them. The corners of Chen's mouth slightly lifted, relishing the thrill of surveying the spoils. The girls' outpouring lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the initial fervor subsided, their movements slowed, and they began to unconsciously look toward Chen, waiting for their backbone's next command. All right. From now on, prioritize collecting all packaged food and drinking water, especially those high-calorie, long shelf-life items. His gaze fell upon a mountain of stacked shelves. High-end snacks, functional drinks, imported red wine, and those premium beef canned goods. Collect all edible items into the warehouse. At the command, the girls, who had just been immersed in their personal emotions, immediately switched to battle mode. They regrouped, excitement and focus shimmering in their eyes, embarking on an unprecedented scavenging spree. Lord, there are so many beef canned goods here. With a 3-year shelf life. Jean Pinger exclaimed with delight as her palm touched the cans, causing them to vanish into thin air, absorbed into the territory's warehouse. Well done. Receiving praise, Jean Pinger blushed slightly. Her enthusiasm ignited further, and she turned to dive into another pile of supplies. I found so many imported chocolates and energy bars. There's a whole wall of Evian mineral water here. Oh my gosh, there's red wine from a French winery that used to cost tens of thousands for a bottle before the apocalypse. In the team channel, the girls' exclamations echoed one after another. Under Yu Ya's spiritual detection, they didn't even need to exert effort to search. The entire distribution map of resources in the mall clearly presented itself in Chen's mind, which he then precisely allocated to each group. The efficiency was astonishing. Boxes of chips, bars of chocolate, bundles of mineral water. Countless resources that could prompt bloody battles in the outside world were now flowing smoothly into Chen's hands. He watched the capacity numbers of the territory's warehouse rise rapidly, his sense of satisfaction growing stronger. These were all the cornerstones of his future hegemony. Food would allow him to sustain more people. Luxury goods would enable him to dominate in trade. He even discovered a row of premium caviar and foie gras canned goods. Chen unhesitatingly included these as well. The collection work proceeded in an orderly manner. The girls had completely transformed into efficient transporters, loading supplies into the warehouse. Chen stood in the center, picked up a can of soda, and pulled the tab. Hiss! The sound of bubbling was the most beautiful symphony in the apocalypse. He tilted his head back and took a swig, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, washing away a hint of post-battle fatigue. Everything in sight belonged to him. This feeling of controlling everything was intoxicating. Just these edible items alone could ensure that his territory lived a noble life over the next year. This feeling of controlling everything was intoxicating. Just these edible items alone could ensure that his warning, the territory's warehouse, 10 cubic meters, is full and cannot accept new items. Full. Chen's brow furrowed instantly. He looked up at the dazzling array of shelves that seemed endless, and there were still items left to collect. No way, I must expand the capacity. Chen quickly opened the game interface and found the option to expand the warehouse in the territory panel. Warehouse expansion: 1 meter of length, width, and height can be added for every 100 regulation coins. Upon seeing this price, at first glance, Chen was shocked. He remembered clearly that when he initially purchased warehouse space, the price was 1 regulation coin per meter. This broken game actually raised prices. After carefully reading the detailed explanation that followed, he completely understood the malicious intent of the game's creator. Once the territory's warehouse exceeds 10 cubic meters, the price for each additional meter of length, width, and height skyrockets to 100 regulation coins. And when the warehouse capacity reaches 100 cubic meters, the price will soar again. Each additional meter of length, width, and height will cost 1,000 regulation coins. This is a blatant conspiracy. The game uses this method to severely limit the ability of individual players to hoard supplies, forcing all players into endless battles and slaughter over limited resources. Chen glanced at his account balance. After killing zombies, he had only 850 regulation coins left and fell into deep thought. That wouldn't expand the space by much. He thought that the only way to acquire regulation coins now was to sell some supplies. This Ginza shopping mall is a huge, undeveloped gold mine. With so many supplies that couldn't be taken away, instead of letting them rot here, it would be better to convert them all into regulation coins in the game. Yu Chen's thoughts became clear at once. Aside from food, medicine, weapons, ammunition, and strategic necessities like drones, everything else could be sold. He reopened the regional chat channel for the No. 91 abandoned city. At that moment, the leader of the Black Dragon Society, Ishii, was in a furious rage. As Ishii raged, a bilingual sales message appeared in the chat channel. New laptops, cameras, outdoor power supplies. Direct supply from Ginza, bulk discounts, regulation coins, only serious inquiries only. As soon as this message was posted, the entire regional channel went crazy, flooding the screen. What the hell? Direct supply from Ginza. Who is this person? Did he really occupy Ginza all by himself? Baka. Is this guy Chinese or one of us Sakura people? Why is he using bilingual messages? Madness. This is too crazy. He is dancing in front of the Black Dragon Society. How dare he sell things right under their noses? Countless private messages surged into Yu Chen's inbox like a tide. Some came to curry favor, others to test the waters, some indirectly inquired about which faction he belonged to. Yu Chen ignored them all. He simply watched, coldly waiting for the real needy buyers to arrive. In the apocalypse, boredom is the norm, but demand exists as well. Sure enough, soon there was a lord with an ID showing as from China, who cautiously sent the first trade request offering 100 regulation coins for the latest handheld gaming console. The successful transaction notification brought Yu Chen a sense of relief. With the first daring buyer, subsequent trades became unstoppable. Before long, someone started asking for outdoor high-capacity power supplies, which were more precious than food in the apocalypse. Then various purchasing requests flooded in. While directing the girls to categorize the non-food supplies, Yu Chen frantically sold items in the channel. The girls quickly got into character. They even took off masks from the shelves, getting playful, and started a live streaming sales pitch for the apocalypse. Dear bosses, take a look at this latest silicone doll. Although it's out of power now, it can keep you company on lonely nights. Only 99 regulation coins. Wang Yuyan held up the silicone doll, mimicking the tone of a sales host, making everyone laugh. Home appliances, beauty and skincare products, trendy, clothing, miscellaneous goods. Everything except food and strategic supplies could be sold. Regulation coins were growing at an unprecedented speed. It could be said that on this day, all the idle regulation coins in the pockets of the lords in this area were completely scraped clean by him. Ultimately, Yu Chen's account accumulated a staggering 16000 regulation coins. He became the undisputed tycoon of this area. With these regulation coins, not only could he upgrade the warehouse, but also easily raise the levels of all team. Without hesitation, Yu Chen invested them into expanding the warehouse. 20 cubic meters, 50 cubic meters, 70 cubic meters. His balance of regulation coins rapidly decreased, but the warehouse space visibly expanded. When the warehouse size reached 100 meters in length, width, and height, the price surged again. Yu Chen finally stopped. The warehouse had transformed into a massive cube measuring 100 meters on each side. Such a capacity was enough to empty the entire Ginza underground supermarket. To continue upgrading the warehouse would require spending 1,000 regulation coins per meter. Yu Chen found it too expensive and unnecessary, so he stopped the expansion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ishii Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Society, trapped in an office building by the zombie tide, felt a sweet sensation in his throat upon seeing the constantly jumping sales messages in the trading channel, nearly spitting out blood onto the screen. That should have been his. Black Dragon Society, Ishii, bastard. Stop. It's you. You brought the zombies here. You despicable thief. Jinling Emperor. Is this person impressive? He actually moved the liveliest mall in the small days. Yu Chen looked at his frantic comments and felt a surge of malicious delight. He leisurely walked to a shelf full of goods, signaling the girls to put down their work. He had the girls change into the most beautiful clothes in the mall: JK uniforms, Lolita dresses, various expensive outfits from before the apocalypse, and then lazily leaned against the shelf, posing as if selecting goods. These girls were already school flower-level beauties with stunning figures, and even with masks their silhouettes were enough to spark endless imagination. Yu Chen casually leaned to the side, took a sip of cola. He captured this photo without adding any text and directly posted it in the regional channel. The impact of this photo was far greater than any words. Other lords in the regional channel seeing this photo felt worse than being robbed. Can you take off the mask? Give me a frontal shot. Oh, I've got toilet paper ready. In Japanese, can someone tell me if these photos are edited? I feel like I can't breathe. In Japanese. Even some lords from China were lamenting in despair about the unfairness of fate. Damn. Arriving in this apocalypse, everyone is broke and struggling. Seeing you live so well is worse than killing me. Watching the leisurely demeanor of Jiang Shui and the other campus beauties in the area channel, surrounded by a dazzling array of luxury goods, overflowing provisions, and the sense of ease, as if one were in paradise. All of this felt like a series of silent, yet resounding slaps ruthlessly striking the faces of Shijing and all the nearby lords of small lives. Inside the office building, Shijing Long stared intently at the photo on the screen, his eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding together in rage as a wave of blood surged up from his throat. Oh, kill him. I must kill him. The heart-wrenching roar of Shijing echoed from a distant skyscraper. Following that, a more intense barrage of gunfire and explosions erupted from that direction. Yu-chun could even clearly hear the gunshots coming from there one after another, the quick bursts of rifles intertwined with the rapid fire of handguns, relentless and persistent. It seemed that the Lord Shijing had been hiding something. They possessed more than just handguns. A deeper smile curved at the corners of Yu-chen's lips. As the gunfire grew louder, the tide of corpses attracted increased, making him safer on this side. He retracted his gaze and allocated 3 cubic meters of personal space to each girl. Then he turned to the group of girls behind him, their eyes already gleaming with excitement, and spoke with a hint of indulgence. Now you can indulge yourselves in revelry. Wow, it's the latest from Chanel. I saw it in a magazine before. Oh my god, is the SKI fairy water displayed by the box here? Is this a wall of Hermes platinum bags? These girls, revered as campus beauties in university, were naturally pursued crazily by rich second-generation heirs and young officials. However, they had never seen, nor could they have imagined a scene like this, treating an entire luxury goods mall as their own backyard, taking whatever they wanted. The girls emitted bursts of uncontrollable gasps, then rushed towards their desired areas. The cruelty, fear, and oppression of the apocalypse were all thrown out of their minds at that moment. They were like a group of children who had suddenly broken into a candy house, the light in their eyes even more dazzling than the diamonds atop the counters. Lin Hui was the first to dash towards the jewelry section, her hands trembling as she carelessly swept a pile of sparkling diamond necklaces and ruby rings into her arms. Wang Yuyan remained much calmer, her objectives clear, as she methodically gathered those luxurious bags on the shelves, items that would take an average person a lifetime to afford one by one, into her personal warehouse. Shui Bingyue found her paradise, the high-end health equipment section, along with piles of premium health products stacked on the adjacent shelves. Li Qian and Zhang Shui had a particular fondness for cosmetics and skincare products, almost diving into the counters and stuffing serums and creams that would take ordinary people several months' salary to buy into their backpacks. Suddenly, Li Qian held up a bottle with a daringly bold design and alluring curves covered in Japanese characters she couldn't read, shouting towards Wang Yuyan nearby. Yuyan, translation: come help me see what this perfume is, I've never sprayed it before. Wang Yuyan leaned over, her gaze lingering on the label for a moment, her expression instantly becoming somewhat strange. It was a high-end pleasure perfume rarely circulated on the market, known only in certain circles. You're done for. Wang Yuyan observed her with a look of amusement, a smile tugging at her lips. Once you spray this perfume, you'll find yourself seeking out the Lord in no time. The joyous laughter of the girls echoed in the vast dead mall, bringing a touch of long-lost liveliness. Yu-chen did not stop them. He understood well that appropriate indulgence was the best way to relieve mental pressure. He himself strolled towards the electronics section. Drones, high-end DSLRs, the latest laptops. These items, which had become scrap metal in the outside world, were well preserved here due to the top-notch security and storage system of the Ginza. He casually picked up the latest Alienware laptop, the power button never even pressed. The configuration list clearly printed, NVIDIA's latest 9080 graphics card. Then, while the girls were immersed in their revelry, Yu-chen quietly slipped into the video section, frantically collecting rows of Japanese action film DVDs into the warehouse. Spiritual sustenance is equally important. A true man should have some personal treasures. The girls also happily obtained their desired goods, each changing into brand new designer outfits, their faces beaming with the joy of acquisition. Yu-chun even crazily had them dismantle shelves, sofas, mannequin models, and even the light bulbs from the ceiling to store in the warehouse. In his words, what I can't use, I want leave for the small lives. Unfortunately, those fresh foods without vacuum packaging, like high-end fruits and frozen Wagyu beef, had long rotted and spoiled after the power outage, emitting foul odors that reminded them of the apocalypse's grim reality beneath this prosperity. When the entire underground mall had been scavenged down to bare walls and floors, the last emergency light was taken down, plunging the entire mall into complete darkness. Yu-chun looked at his surging currency and the warehouse packed to the brim, feeling satisfied. He turned around to see the spirit of Shanshan Yuya hovering beside him, anxious and worried about her daughter. Let's go. Yu-chen's voice resonated in the darkness, calm and powerful. Yuya, take me to the fire room where your daughter is trapped. The buildings on the ground in Tokyo's Ginza are generally not tall. Yu-chun led the girls from the stairwell, clearing each floor as they ascended. The remaining zombies posed no threat. Every floor, regardless of whether the items were useful or not, had been thoroughly looted and stored in the warehouse. Finally, the group arrived at the fire room on the roof of the 7th floor, where Yuya's daughter was last seen. Yu-chun immediately issued orders to Li Qian beside him. Li Qian prepared to simulate. Li Qian consumed a large amount of mental energy for the simulation, observing the current environment. Her logic began to clarify. This is a fire room. The window connects to a small platform which before the apocalypse was likely used for connecting fire escape ladders. Everyone followed her pointing and saw the platform covered in dust, yet there were clear footprints in the dust. Clearly someone has been here. But it's the apocalypse now. There are zombies below. Where could the fire ladder reach here? Did my daughter jump down from here? Yuya's voice rang anxiously in Yu Chen's mind. There is only one truth. There are no fire ladders in the apocalypse. What about the drones? At this moment Li Qian was like Conan. The only ones with drones nearby are Shi Jing's gang in the building across. Yu Chen took over the conversation. The conclusion was self-evident. This deduction caused the spirit of Shangshan Yuya to tremble violently, the light and shadow flickering, almost dissipating on the spot. But I didn't find my daughter across. Her voice was filled with despair. Then we must conduct a deeper simulation to know the clues left at that time. Li Qian's voice interrupted Yuya's wails as she turned around to look at Yu Chen, her gaze no longer filled with fatigue as before. But I currently lack the mental energy to continue the simulation. Li Qian took a step closer to Yu Chen, her figure becoming particularly alluring in the impenetrable darkness as she approached. Not knowing if it was the effect of that bottle of perfume, her face was flushed with a burning red. Lord, find a place and lend me a bit of mental energy. Li Qian spoke directly. Yu Chen thought, this girl, why is she suddenly so bold? There are still so many people. Beside them, Jiang Shui, Wang Yuyan, and the others all understood well that this was due to Li Qian accidentally spraying that bottle of perfume. They held their breath, each with gleaming eyes, thinking that they were in for a good show. Lord, you wouldn't want this poor mother to lose her daughter, would you? Li Qian's words grew bolder, her fingers gently resting on Yu Chen's chest, stirring a slight shiver within him. Li Qian exhaled softly, the scent of the joy perfume mingling with her unique, youthful fragrance, arrogantly invading Yu Chen's nostrils, attempting to disrupt his mind. This is also for saving Yuya's daughter. Li Qian's voice dropped lower, the ending rising slightly, carrying a sticky allure, as if to ensnare one's very soul. Suspended nearby, Yuya's spiritual form was in a state of flickering light, clearly anxious to the utmost. She could not interfere with reality, and could only place all her hopes on Yu Chen, continuously conveying her pleas with her consciousness. Humph! A faint cold snort came from the side. Jiang Shui crossed her arms, her pretty face full of displeasure, slightly pouting, as she shot Li Qian a jealous glare. She certainly understood that Li Qian was preparing to supplement her spiritual energy for the upcoming deep link, but seeing her so daring and proactive still stirred a hint of jealousy in her heart. However, Jiang Shui was ultimately the housekeeper who considered the bigger picture. She turned around and waved at the group of curious and gossiping girls behind her, their eyes wide with intrigue. Stop staring, everyone, we need to go guard outside. Jiang Shui led Wang Yuyan, Shui Bingyue, and others toward the fire control room. As she passed by Li Qian, she paused and lowered her voice to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. Keep your voice down, we don't want to attract all the zombies in the building like last time. Li Qian's cheeks flushed instantly, the heat spreading from her face to her ears. She shyly shot Jiang Shui a glare, but had no way to retort. After speaking, Jiang Shui couldn't help but glance at Yu Chen. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Once the door to the fire control room was gently closed, only Yu Chen and Li Qian remained inside. The ambiguous atmosphere in the air was infinitely magnified. Li Qian's cheeks turned crimson, as if they could bleed, and she bashfully stomped her foot. In the darkness, even the sound of breathing became exceptionally clear. The lingering effect of the perfume was much stronger than expected, and Li Qian's eyes shimmered with moisture. She nearly pressed herself against him, exuding a strange, sweet aroma. Hurry up. Time is life. Yu Chen chuckled internally, thinking how this girl was becoming bolder. Detected high affinity between the two, activating new feature skill fusion in progress. The two exhibited a high level of rapport, unexpectedly triggering a fusion skill. Fusion skill effect can deduce past and future based on the current environment. Current effect lasts 15 minutes. Yu Chen was overjoyed, gaining yet another skill. Outside the door, several girls pressed their ears against the cold iron door. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? It sounds like there's movement. Jean Pinger exclaimed excitedly, lowering her voice. Keep it down. Jiang Shui gave her a light slap, yet she too couldn't help leaning and listening for a while, a complex blush appearing on her face. As expected. Shameless. Sister Shui, you've experienced it. Lin Hui asked curiously in a low voice. What does it feel like? Jiang Shui turned around, looking at the curious bunch, cleared her throat, and pretended to be mature, saying, what does it feel like? You can find out for yourselves in the future by trying it with the Lord. Half an hour later, the heavy breathing inside came to an abrupt halt. Is it done? Hurry up. We still have to help Yuya save her daughter. In the next moment, the door clicked open from the inside. Indeed, a scumbag, always like this. Li Qian leaned against the door frame, her face flushed, a glimmer of moisture in the corners of her eyes. Yet her gaze was brighter than ever before. Both of them now possessed the ability of causal deduction. They needed to find Lin Nayo before the fusion skill's effect faded. Causal deduction. Li Qian exclaimed, activating the skill. The entire room instantly deconstructed in her vision, transforming into a three-dimensional model composed of countless streams of information, with every trace and speck of dust highlighted. She began to backtrack from the traces left by the pried-open window. In the corner, several faint scratches belonging to a child's shoe were caught. Outside on the platform, there was only one adult's footprint clearly imprinted in the dust, proving that only one person had left the platform. In Li Qian's mind, information rapidly linked together, and the conclusion emerged. Nayo was abducted. Abducted. Yu Chun frowned as his causal deduction unfolded in his mind simultaneously. His perspective was more macro. A drone taking two people at once would greatly increase the burden and control difficulty unless. A terrifying thought flashed through Yu Chen's mind. He immediately opened the game panel, his fingers quickly tapping on the virtual screen, bringing up a gray module he had never opened before: the citizen trading platform. This was an underground market filled with sins and darkness. Inside were various abandoned citizens and contract beasts, each more robust and diverse than the last. Yu Chen directly typed Black Dragon Society into the search bar. Instantly, a product listing popped up. The product image depicted a beautiful little girl with a terrified yet defiant expression. Below the photo were several lines of chillingly cold product descriptions. Product: high-quality contract beast, human infant source, Great Harmony Black Dragon Society, age 6, status, healthy, untrained, current bid, 800 regulation coins, auction, countdown, 015649. Yu Chun said nothing, simply transmitting this bloody product page directly to Yuya's spiritual form floating nearby. Yes, this is my daughter Lin Nayo. Yuya's spiritual form first experienced wild joy, but soon after realizing the content, she let out a silent scream. Master, where is she? A bone-chilling, killing intent erupted from Yu Chun. He fully shared the information to the internal channel of the territory. Jiang Shui Wang Yuyan Shui Bingwei. All the girls saw that auction page. They were shocked, having known that the Lord could trade citizens, but never imagined it could be so raw and inhumane. They even saw chilling comments under some other similar products. If no one buys her, shall be killed and eaten, just taking up space. This disobedient one breaking her legs for cheap disposal. As if they were not living beings, but mere livestock waiting for a price. Master, please quickly save my daughter. As long as you save Nayo, I will do whatever you want from now on. Yuya's thoughts were filled with desperate pleas. We must act quickly. Someone has already placed a bid. In less than 2 hours the deal will be done. Li Qian's voice. Everyone knew that once the auction ended, Lin Nayo would be directly transported to the buyer by the system. At that point, finding her would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. The fate awaiting that 80-year-old girl would be infinitely more tragic than death. Lord, please place a bid quickly, or else Nayo will be bought by someone else. Jean Pinger and the other girls urged. At this moment, Li Qian anxiously reminded, we can't place a bid. The game rules state that the Lord can only change their nickname once a day. The Lord has already used a nickname to sell supplies and received regulation coins. That Shijing would be eager to seize any opportunity to annoy Yu Chen. Only Yu Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. A chilling, killing intent surged within him, causing the temperature. That Shijing would be eager to seize any opportunity to annoy Yu Chen. Only Yu Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. A chilling, killing intent surged within him, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to seem to drop a few degrees. The spirit of Dongma Xuetzai materialized within the particle, soared her voice ethereal. Please feel free to command me, my master. Yu Chen's killing intent nearly solidified. Dongma, can your spatial disturbance directly teleport me to the building of Shijing? The spirit of Dongma Xuetzai flickered, slightly dimming. Master, the target is 300 meters away. Based on your current level, my spatial disturbance has a maximum range of only 60 meters and cannot reach directly. Hearing Dongma's response, Yu Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed plan A wouldn't work, so he would proceed with plan B. He turned to everyone and said, you all stay here and wait. I will go rescue the person and return shortly. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Shui stepped in front of him in a swift motion, her expression urgent. No. 300 meters of a sea of corpses, there are countless mutated zombies inside. How can you charge in alone? This is too reckless. Behind him, Shui Bingyue and Lin Hui also looked horrified. In a sea of corpses 300 meters wide, not to mention the mutated zombies, even the strongest lord would face near certain death if trapped within. Lord, please calm down, Shui Bingyue also advised. Jiang Shui is right, perhaps we can find someone to buy them for us, paying a bit of a fee. Buy them? Yu Chen's voice was devoid of emotion. In this place, do we have anyone we can trust? What if they take the money and don't deliver, or if they suddenly raise the price? He paused, scanning the crowd, finally settling his gaze on a graceful position in the void on the mountain. Yuya is now my spiritual servant, and her daughter is one of our citizens. My people cannot be treated like livestock and sold off. The spirit of Yuya on the mountain fluctuated violently, her gratitude beyond words. But by the time you kill your way over there, the auction will have already ended. Jiang Shue's voice trembled slightly, yet it struck to the heart of the matter. Yu Chen's movements froze. He could slowly slice through the sea of corpses, but he couldn't outrun time. Time had become the greatest enemy. The fire station fell into silence, the countdown to the auction ruthlessly ticking in everyone's minds. At that moment, Li Qian suddenly stood up, her eyes shining brilliantly. What are you all flustered about? I have a way. All eyes instantly focused on her. Shijing used a drone to kidnap Nai Yao, so why can't we use a drone to raid them? Li Qian spoke rapidly, her thoughts remarkably clear. When we were scavenging supplies earlier, I collected a DJ industrial-grade surveying drone in the electronics display area, which has a maximum load capacity exceeding 300 kilograms. And it has extremely strong endurance. Shui Bingyue furrowed her delicate brows at these words, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Sister Qian, this method is too risky. Controlling a drone over 300 meters of zombie hordes at night, what if? It won't happen, Li Qian interrupted her directly, her tone filled with the confidence of a professional. This drone is DJ's flagship industrial model, equipped with extremely expensive surveying equipment worth tens of millions. So far there haven't been any reports of it crashing for no reason. No matter how advanced it is, it can't be. Jiang Shui still felt uneasy. What if something goes wrong in midair? Before she finished speaking, Yu Chen had already raised his hand, a simple gesture silencing all discussions. Nothing will happen. His gaze fell on Li Qian. As long as you don't fly too high, I have ways to mitigate the risks. Can you operate it? I can. Li Qian replied, decisively standing tall. I used to specialize in technical reconnaissance at the police academy. This is my area of expertise. And don't you remember? I now have the ability of causal prediction, which allows me to anticipate wind speed, avoid obstacles, and even calculate the best infiltration route. Professional skills combined with extraordinary abilities. The success rate is quite high and the risks are manageable. Let's do it this way. Yu Chen disregarded the lingering worry on Jiang Shui and the other girls' faces, making a decisive call. The group quickly arrived at the rooftop of the mall. With a thought, Yu Chen summoned a nearly 3-meter wingspan A-Trotter drone exuding a cold industrial aesthetic, which appeared in the center of the rooftop. Li Qian wasted no time, immediately retrieving a spare battery and skillfully installing and debugging it. She removed all expensive components unrelated to flight, leaving only a robust frame to maximize the load capacity. As her fingers danced rapidly over the controller, the drone's indicator lights illuminated sequentially. Buzz. The 8 carbon fiber propellers began to spin slowly, their soft buzzing resonating clearly in the silent night. Li Qian maneuvered the drone, hovering and conducting maneuver tests in the opposite direction of the Shijing building. This sound is quite loud. Will they detect us? They have guns. Jiang Shui looked up at the shadow in the night sky, expressing her concerns. Li Qian, while controlling the drone, flashed a confident smile. Sister Shui, don't worry. The roars of tens of thousands of zombies below, combined with the occasional gunfire from the Black Dragon Society, are much louder than this. They won't hear us. Yu Chen then began to lay out the tactical plan, his voice calm and clear, dispelling the unease in everyone's heart. Yuya, immediately infiltrate the Shijing building as my eyes and locate every living person within the office building for me. Yes. The floating spirit of Yuya transformed into an invisible stream of light, silently traversing the night sky toward the distant office building. Yu Chen then turned to Dongma. Dongma, if the drone loses control, immediately activate the spatial disturbance directly below to catch us. Understood, Master. Prepared for every eventuality. Li Qian's test flight had also concluded, and the massive drone hovered in the air like a rock, showcasing its exceptional performance. Jiang Shui and the other girls felt their racing hearts ease slightly upon seeing this meticulous arrangement. Yu Chen no longer hesitated, bending down, first lying on the metallic frame beneath the drone, gripping the crossbeam tightly. He looked at Li Qian. Take off. Target the rooftop of the Black Dragon Society. At this moment, Jiang Shui's lips curled into a smile, and she smoothly flipped herself into the frame, lying closely beside him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Are you coming with me? Yu Chen was somewhat surprised. This drone can carry 300 kilograms. An extra person increases our odds of success. Yu Chen said no more. An additional combat force was beneficial rather than harmful. Buzz. Li Qian suddenly pushed the joystick, and a powerful gust of air erupted, the drone roaring skyward like a steel hawk awakening from slumber, swiftly flying toward the building where Shijing was located. In the darkness shrouded by the twin moons, all the glaring indicator lights of the drone had been covered with black tape by Li Qian. It resembled a massive phantom blending into the night, silently gliding through the sky. Yu Chen's consciousness had already constructed a real-time, three-dimensional map of the Shijing building in his mind through Yuya's spiritual perspective. Each living person was marked with a bright red, making them impossible to hide. The wind howled past his ears, the tide of corpses below transformed into writhing black dots. Li Qian piloted the drone, flying both fast and steady. Suddenly, Yuya's mental connection rang out in Yu Chen's mind. Master, there are 2 patrolling on the rooftop. Yu Chen lay on the frame, his body not swaying in the slightest. He retrieved the reinforced precision rifle from the warehouse with one hand, activating the effects of mathematical talent and the passive night vision device instantly. In his view, everything transformed into clear green light and data streams. 300 meters away, two blurry figures swayed at the edge of the rooftop. Wind speed, distance, bullet drop. All variables were calculated in an instant in Chen's mind. He pulled the trigger. Puff, puff. Two nearly inaudible sounds almost drowned out by the howls of zombies below. On the distant rooftop, two red dots extinguished in response. The drone landed smoothly on the target rooftop. Chen and Jiang Shui rolled off, and he immediately retrieved the massive drone back to the warehouse. At that moment, Yuya's thought echoed urgently in his mind. Master, it's bad. Shijing and the others are... Chen showed no signs of panic. As a lord, he knew that any citizen within his territory who died would trigger an immediate game notification for the lord. As soon as those two guards died, Shijing would have certainly noticed. He simply spoke calmly. Dongma, activate the deceptive wall. Not a single living person will be left in this building. Within the particle soared the spiritual form of Dongma Yukai, flickered her thoughts, imbued with an uncontainable excitement, a thirst for slaughter. Master, I want a suitable weapon. Dongma, the warehouse access is granted to you. Whatever weapon you need, there are scissors and chainsaws inside, take your pick. Can I take both the scissors and the chainsaw? Take them both. Chen's voice was calm and unperturbed, but remember, their souls are the nourishment for the particle sword, not a single one must be wasted. Thank you, Master. Dongma Yukei's thoughts radiated an almost reverent joy. I know what to do now. In an instant, a pure white light emanated from the particle sword, silently merging into the shadows of the entire office building. The next second, the space began to wail. The internal structure of the entire building started to undergo indescribable distortions and overlaps under a force beyond physical laws. This 15-story building had now transformed into an unsolvable Mobius strip. On the 5th floor, over 20 members of the Black Dragon Society clung to makeshift structures, desperately resisting the tide of corpses surging from below. The sounds of slashing, roaring, and cursing intertwined to create a chaotic symphony of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, over 30 members on other floors responded to President Ishii's orders, frantically rushing toward the rooftop. However, they soon realized something was amiss. A man rushing up the stairs from the 9th floor gasped as he pushed open the fire door, only to find not the corridor of the 10th floor, but a dim hall on the 2nd floor filled with a horde of corpses. Baka, what's going on? It was Fujihara-kun. He screamed in terror, his voice filled with incomprehensible confusion. Fujihara could never understand why he ascended from the 9th floor only to end up in the horde of zombies on the 2nd floor. Ishiikin, something's wrong. Before his warning could spread through the channel, he was completely engulfed by the incoming zombies. As Fujihara was torn apart by the zombies, his spiritual form was promptly collected by the shadows of the ceiling. Another voice in the channel screamed in despair, I clearly ran up 3 floors. How did I end up back at the 5th floor's defense line? It's a trap. The intruder is a trap. Extreme panic spread like a virus, wildly infecting the hearts of every Black Dragon Society member through the internal channel. Everyone, don't run around. Defend your positions. Ishii finally realized the seriousness of the situation, retreating toward his office while frantically issuing commands through the channel. Those on the 5th floor, hold your positions and don't move. The command came too late. They were trapped. Like being trapped in a twisted cube, the surviving members no longer dared to move recklessly, only able to despairingly spin in their small space, waiting for an unknown fate. On the rooftop, the night wind howled. Chen's expression showed no signs of change. In his mind, the elegantly constructed spiritual visual map depicted nearly 30 red dots representing the living frantically darting and flickering across various floors, ultimately one by one fading into silence. The hunt has begun. On the 10th floor, the corridor lights flickered intermittently, and a decaying odor permeated the air. 5 members of the Black Dragon Society stood back to back, forming a defensive circle, their guns nervously aimed at the empty surroundings. Cold sweat dripped from their brows, soaking their collars. Who? Baka, what is this trap? Show yourself. The lead man roared, his voice a mix of bravado and fear, but the only response was the heavy sound of his own breathing. Suddenly, a faint yet profoundly sorrowful song began to echo in their ears. Watashi wa kirei. Am I beautiful? The song was ethereal and mournful, each syllable carrying a chilling coldness, as if it came directly from the depths of hell. One of them, upon seeing Dongma's face, recalled a terrifying legend circulating in Tokyo, his pupils constricting suddenly as he let out. One of them, upon seeing Dongma's face, recalled a terrifying legend circulating in Tokyo, his pupils constricting suddenly as he let out a distorted scream of terror. It's the slit-mouthed woman. Before he could finish his sentence, ripples appeared in the air before him. A stunning figure in a pure white JK uniform emerged from thin air. It was the performance outfit Dongma had chosen for herself from Chen's warehouse. Though she was a killer, she preferred to wear beautiful clothes while carrying out her master's orders. Her face was as pure as snow, exquisitely flawless, yet her mouth had regenerated that infamous slit. Do you think I'm beautiful? She tilted her head slightly, asking softly, her voice ethereal and eerie, laced with deadly temptation. The man was so mesmerized by that breathtaking face that he instinctively nodded. Beautiful. A flash of blood swift as lightning. The man's head soared high, his face frozen in the last expression of infatuation. As his headless body fell, blood erupted from the gash after a brief delay, bursting forth like a fountain. The trembling body of the man was grasped by Dongma, a semi-transparent spiritual form turning into pure quantum energy, which she absorbed. Hot blood sprayed all over his nearby companions. The remaining four, witnessing this bloody scene, completely broke down and frantically pulled the triggers. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense tongues of fire erupted, a metallic storm of bullets pouring forth, yet all of them passed through Dongma Yuke's apparition, futilely striking the wall behind her and igniting a series of blinding sparks. Such damage was simply not within the same dimension. Then what about you? Dongma Yuke's figure quietly appeared behind another man. Unbeknownst to him, she had already retrieved a brand new pair of massive gardening shears from the warehouse. No, not beautiful. You're a monster. You're a monster. The man, terrified, screamed out a completely contradictory answer. Is that so? Dongma Yuke's pure smile instantly vanished, replaced by an endless resentment born from being denied and touched upon a soul wound. Snap. The enormous shears with irresistible force closed mercilessly. The man's body, along with his suit and bones, was cleanly sliced in half. Warm intestines and blood spilled everywhere. The rich smell of blood instantly filled the entire corridor. Before dying, this member of Ishii's team used his last bit of strength to send a final message through the internal channel. It's the slit-mouthed woman. It really is the slit-mouthed woman. Slaughter. A one-sided massacre devoid of suspense, akin to a piece of art. Meanwhile, Yu Chun and Jiang Shui had already made their way to the 14th floor via the safe passage. The distant screams of the Black Dragon Society members echoed from below, causing Jiang Shui's fingers on the gun to turn pale. Yet Yu Chun seemed oblivious. He calmly watched the red dots on the three-dimensional map in his mind, one by one dimming and extinguishing. Dongma's efficiency is quite high. Yu Chun even had the leisure to comment. On the 6th floor, president's office. Ishii's face was as pale as a sheet, his eyes fixed on the game interface. He could clearly hear the desperate screams of his subordinates echoing from different parts of the building, coming through the channel in intermittent bursts. My lord, we can't hold them off. That woman is an anomaly. Bullets can't hit her. Even one member whose body had been severed by the shears instinctively uttered a final message to a nearby companion hiding. Fujihara Kai, please take care of my wife. Oh, damn it. Don't say my full name. A man named Fujihara Kai instinctively shouted. But it was too late. The next second, the elegantly constructed spiritual form had locked onto his position, directly attaching itself to him. Sounds of gunfire from Fujihara Kai towards his companions echoed through the floor, followed by an eternal silence. Bang! Ishii Ryuichi slammed his fist onto the expensive wooden desk, his eyes filled with bloodshot fear. Endless zombies were below. Above, there was an unstoppable anomaly. It's over, all over. Ishii slumped back into his leather chair, trembling like a leaf. He knew next it would be his turn. No, I cannot die. I, Ishii, am destined to become a superior being in this apocalypse, the king establishing a new order. In despair, he suddenly opened the game trading interface, as if grasping at the last straw. He found a special ambition. I heard you have an item that can deal with anomalies. Please let me use it first. Shijing, I have no choice. There's a madman who broke out of prison and is attacking our clan members everywhere, as if he bears a vendetta against our family. Anbei's voice came through the game channel, laced with a politician's hypocrisy and helplessness. Cut the nonsense. 10 police submachine guns will trade them for it. Shijing's voice was hoarse and urgent. He had no patience for delay. Anbei, it's not that I don't want to help. You know this treasure is the Anbei family's last trump. Anbei continued to feign reluctance. Baka. Shijing slammed his fist on the table. The documents leapt at the impact. Anbei, you know the situation now. All the standard issue weapons are with me. If I fall, our plan against the Huagua people will be finished before it even begins. Shijing was both roaring and begging. The channel fell into a brief, stunned silence. Moments later, Anbei's voice returned, his politician's greed no longer hiding. If it is for the Empire's cause, they'll lend them to you once, but you'll pay extra, and you must return them afterward. Shijing's eye twitched wildly. He bit down on a molar, and through clenched teeth spat out a few words. Add 2 more submachine guns, and he'll return them after I'm done. Those 12 guns were half his fortune. Assets of the Empire's right-wing faction, gained at the cost of hundreds of lives taken from a police station besieged by the corpse horde. They were meant to support Shijing's sweep of the Yinzhou Mall. Now, before supplies had even been seized, he faced total annihilation. Shijing could foresee that even if he survived by chance, he would face interrogation by his right-wing patrons and have only one honorable escape, seppuku. But Shijing cherished his life. He had decided that if he could live, he would take these weapons, flee Dongjing, and never again be dragged into the rightist damned struggle with the Huagua people. Then Shijing, let's make the deal. Remember to return them after use, or you know the power of the Anbei family. Anbei's voice brimmed with barely concealed delight. The trade interface popped up, Shijing's fingers trembled as he swallowed the pain, and placed the 12 police SMGs and their magazines into the trade slot, then pressed confirm. Instantly an item appeared in his inventory, a palm-sized rustic black token intricately inlaid with a golden chrysanthemum crossed with a samurai sword. The token's description bore a single line: offer soul blood summon imperial warriors. Shijing's eyes blazed with the exultance of a man spared from doom. Dailing. It really is the Dailing. We're safe. He had long heard that an Anbei had obtained a world-defying artifact from a ritual shrine when the game descended. Not only could it help him scout supplies, but after a second-tier disaster it could also deal with the uncanny. This was the token that could summon the Dai soul. Shijing went nearly mad. He raised the token and even entertained the thought of keeping it for himself. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip hard. He pressed his crimson blood onto the token's cold surface. Dai soul, bless your most devout child. The token began to hum. The token emitted a trembling hum, and a dense black vapor burst forth. Grim phantom silhouettes clad in archaic military uniforms and wielding samurai swords tore out of the token with a soundless roar. So these are the Empire's battle-hardened predecessors. Shijing straightened and bowed. We are freed, venerable predecessors. Then those malevolent phantoms dissolved into invisible streams of information that pierced the walls and flowed into every surviving member of the Heilung Society in the building. Heilung members trapped by the ghost wall spatial entrapment on various floors suddenly felt a lightness. The disorienting spatial distortion that had made them dizzy vanished. In its place surged from their marrow a bloodthirsty desire to kill, as if they had reclaimed the brutality and fervor of their ancestors who set foot on foreign soil 100 years ago. Everyone, whether zombie or phantom, kill them all. Shijing immediately issued the final order on the channel. Almost at the same time, Dome Mazukai's thought resonated in Yu Chen's mind. Master, an abnormal supernatural energy has appeared. My spatial disturbance cannot hold them any longer. A composed thought followed. Master, be careful. Shijing appears to have summoned a troop of militarist phantoms from a century ago. They have occupied the target I was possessing. Yu Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. Interesting. Then let old grudges and new be settled together. He turned to Jiang Shui beside him and said, Schwerer, stay close to me. Having said that, Yu Chen turned and continued down the stairs. At that moment, two Heilung Society members under the Phantom's protection broke through the ghost wall space. Their forms warped, and they suddenly appeared on Yu Chen's floor. They stumbled and collided with Yu Chen and Jiang Shui descending the stairs. For a moment they froze, then their gazes slid past Yu Chen like two filthy hooks, settling on Jiang Shui. That face, an absolute miracle of beauty in the apocalypse, and the hot figure outlined by her tight combat suit made the two newly possessed men's eyes turn red in an instant. Their faces, corrupted by the phantoms, immediately wore the greed and cruelty expression of a century past. Baka, how is there such a perfect blossom here? One snarled, raising his submachine gun without hesitation. Take out that man. Well, enjoy this flower girl first. The remnants of militarism clearly had not changed, yet they faced Yu Chen. Seeking death then? Yu Chen thought. In the instant before their fingers squeezed the triggers, the space before him folded faintly. He vanished. The next instant he stood between them. Two barely audible slicing sounds echoed. The particle sword traced two hair-thin lines of blood through the air and then faded. The lecherous smiles on the two men's faces had not yet faded when their bodies pitched backward. Their throats, limb joints, and waists bore faint, nearly invisible cuts. Plop! Their bodies shattered into 5 pieces. Blood gushed forth. There was no struggle. Instant kill. Jiang Shui stared at the gore, instinctively covering her mouth, eyes wide. Yu Chen had already sheathed the particle sword. He sensed 4 spirits rising from the corpses. 2 belonged to the hosts, the other 2 to the militarist phantoms that had possessed them. Old Silicon, how shall we make these souls endure the most brutal torment until they are utterly scattered? He asked coldly in his mind. Master, the particle sword can repeatedly disperse these beings' quantum states so they can never reconstitute. What you humans call never to be reborn. At those words, an invisible force tore the 4 ghosts from the corpses, and on the blade of the particle sword they emitted silent, piercing screams before being utterly shredded and transmuted into pure energy and absorbed. Yu Chen turned and met Jiang Shui's eyes, which were full of stunned awe. She watched his back steeped in the aura of killing, and her heart thudded uncontrollably. It was not fear. It was an overwhelming, scorching sense of security, as if should the sky collapse this man could split it with a single sword. 6th floor, the president's office. Shijing stared at the game interface, pale as paper. His subordinates' life signals were disappearing, and at an even faster rate than before. He felt the subjects dying one after another, and was stunned. Could even the battle-seasoned Empire phantoms not resist this invader? Lord, run. It's a demon. Ah, my leg, my arm. On the internal channel, dying screams and desperate howls overlapped into a live broadcast of death. Shijing quickly ordered all remaining members to curl up in the office to protect him. He knelt before the Deiheling suspended in midair, which exuded an ominous black mist, and kowtowed frantically. Black Brain Majesty, boot up. Day Soul, please grant me some stronger warriors. Yet Shijing did not note. The space behind him began to ripple violently. In the next moment, a series of decaying corpses were forcefully spat out from the spatial rift, falling with a thud onto the expensive carpet, their putrid juices splattering everywhere. Enemy attack. Open fire. The remaining members of the Black Dragon Society had just escaped from the slaughter in the stairwell, their nerves frayed, and instinctively pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. The concentrated gunfire instantly shredded the corpse into pieces, but before they could catch their breath, more spatial ripples appeared throughout the office. 1-2-10. A swarm of zombies was teleported in like dumplings, seemingly endless. This was the spatial disturbance caused by Doma Shuetsai. She could not directly teleport those members of the Black Dragon Society possessed by the evil spirits, but sending these mindless zombies was utterly unimpeded. Yu Chen's purpose was very simple: to deplete their ammunition. The gunfire lasted less than 5 minutes before it was completely silenced amidst a chorus of despairing clicks. Out of bullets. The members possessed by the evil spirits had bloodshot eyes, drew their katana, and roared as they charged towards the horde of corpses, managing to stabilize their ground through reckless slashing. Ishii's face was as pale as paper. He knelt on the ground, continuously feeding his essence blood to the floating Yamato order, as black gas surged from the token, continuously possessing the incoming zombies, making them ferocious as well. In the office, the living, the dead, and the evil spirits were in chaotic combat. Just as the battle reached its most critical moment, all spatial ripples suddenly calmed. The most violent space folded open in the center of the office, and Yu Chun and Jiang Shui stepped out slowly. Behind them was the corporeal form of Doma Shuetsai, a trace of dried blood at the corner of her mouth, her stunning face showing indifference, yet deep within her eyes surged a chilling, murderous intent unique to vengeful spirits. She simply stood there quietly, the space around her forming a domain that isolated all chaos and bloodshed from Yu Chun. The noisy battlefield eerily fell silent for a moment. Yu Chen's gaze passed over the weary members of the Black Dragon Society and landed on Ishii, who was kneeling on the ground worshipping the spirits. Oh, still worshipping are we? Yu Chen teased in fluent Japanese, as if he were not facing a deadly battle but a humorous farce. Upon hearing this taunt, Ishii Ryu, kneeling on the ground, froze. He slowly turned his head. When he saw the young, indifferent face that descended like a deity, a chill shot up his spine from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. The invader was actually not an evil spirit. It was a human. My lord. Who exactly are you? Are you from Neon? Or from Huagu? Ishii's voice trembled. Before he could finish his words, 2 samurai beside him rushed forward, roaring in anger to protect their master. Ishii, your Yamato spirit doesn't seem like much, does it? Before Yu Chen's words fell, he vanished from his spot and reappeared between the 2 samurai. Puff! The particle sword created 2 barely perceptible lines of blood, then swiftly vanished. The 2 samurai's momentum halted, their bodies cleanly shattered into several pieces at the neck, waist, and limbs, blood spraying out. Yu Chen flicked the non-existent blood off his sword with a hint of amusement in his tone. What other trump cards do you have? Feel free to show them to me. Ooh, I'd like to see. This pure disdain shattered Ishii's psychological defenses completely. His prideful Yamato order, those so-called imperial evil spirits, his last hope, felt as fragile as a single piece of paper before this man. Ishii's lips trembled violently, his throat making wheezing sounds like an old bellows. My lord, do we have any hatred? No, is there some misunderstanding? Yu Chen stepped forward. It was this step that made the hearts of all Black Dragon Society members suddenly tighten. You kidnapped my people. Yu Chen's voice was light, yet carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking heavily at Ishii's heart. And you still ask me what hatred there is? People. Ishii's pupils constricted sharply. He instantly thought of the 6-year-old girl he had abducted from the fire control room, now being auctioned on the trading platform. So he had provoked such an existence that he could not contend against. Ishii watched as Yu Chun, holding the particle sword, approached him with a heavy intent to kill. At this moment, the regret and fear in his heart instantly consumed all his rationality. He suddenly dropped to his knees. This former president of a world top 500 listed company, the lord of the Black Dragon Society, actually prostrated himself crazily in the direction of Yu Chun. Please, I am useful. Don't kill me. He babbled incoherently in 4 languages, no longer possessing any of the previous fervor and arrogance. My talent is corporate culture. I used to be the president of a listed company. As long as you let me be your steward, I can definitely enhance the culture of your territory and increase the goodwill of all your subjects every day. I can also improve the commercial revenue of the territory. Oh, I can help you manage everything in the territory. In order to save his life, he laid out his most core value, without a shred of dignity. Jiang Shui listened from the side, amused. She flicked her hair and smiled lightly at Ishii. If you're going to be my man's steward, then what am I supposed to do? Yu Chen's expression finally changed slightly. It was a hint of utmost disdain. Corporate culture. In simple terms, isn't it just brainwashing employees with empty promises? Are you saying that you want me to keep you around to brainwash my people? Yu Chen's voice suddenly turned cold. Or are you saying you want to be my boss? Before he finished speaking, Yu Chen had already lost patience. The particle sword silently appeared, its blade pointing directly at Ishii's brow. At that moment, an anomaly occurred in the office. The floating Yamato order erupted with a surge of black light, a chilling and imposing aura far more powerful than the previously possessed evil spirits exploded forth. Above the token, thick black gas twisted and gathered vaguely, outlining the phantom of an old man dressed in an old-style general's uniform. An arrogant voice suddenly echoed in the office. Please, young one, spare my grandson. Ishii trembled. This voice was his grandfather's voice. It turned out his grandfather had also been enshrined in the divine toilet. Ishii seemed to have grasped a final lifeline, shouting madly, Grandpa! Grandpa! Save me! Save me! But when Ishii looked up, what he saw was Yu Chen's cold, indifferent gaze. He knew it was too late. Yu Chen's icy, murderous intent silenced Ishii's pleas for mercy. Puff! A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. The tip of the particle sword pierced through Ishii's skull. There was no spray of blood, only a wisp of green smoke rose absorbed into the particle sword. Ishii's body crashed to the ground, his face frozen in extreme fear and bewilderment. Yu Chen slowly retracted the particle sword, his gaze turning to the still floating token, and scoffed. He didn't expect to gain an unexpected harvest. His particle sword was lacking nourishment. You think calling for me to stop will make me stop? Who do you think you are? The token trembled violently, and that ancient voice was filled with resentment and anger. You will pay the price. Ishii Shiro, swear. Ishii, old ghost, you don't need to swear. If you have the guts, come out and face me right now. If you don't come looking for me, this blood feud will find you. This time Yu Chen did not speak in Japanese, but switched back to Chinese, speaking each word with solemnity. Ever since Yu Chen learned that the war criminal evil spirits in the divine toilet of this world still existed, they had been regarded by Yu Chen as the predetermined nourishment for his particle sword. I have set fire to your national shrine. Even Jesus cannot stop me, mark my words. In the office there was a deathly silence. One member finally reacted, screaming in terror in Japanese. It's a Chinaman. He is a Chinaman. In the next moment, Yu Chen's figure vanished from his spot. The Black Dragon Society member who had screamed felt a chill at his neck, and the world before his eyes began to spin. His head flew off, and the last thing he saw was that man like a ghost instantaneously appearing before him. With a greeting still on his lips, he swung his hand towards him. Aijinima. All the members of the Black Dragon Society were frozen in place, their eyes wide as they watched this man slaughter the Lord, humiliate the sacred artifact of Day, and then as casually as extinguishing a cigarette kill another comrade. Such a powerful individual, and he is actually from Huagua. No wonder he looked down on the Empire's heroes. This overturning scene left all the members of the Black Dragon Society's brains utterly malfunctioning, unable to process what was happening before them. But soon their brains no longer needed to think. Yu Chen's icy gaze swept across each one of them. You worthless scum do not deserve to live. As soon as the words fell, the sharp light of the particle sword traced several deadly afterimages in the air. Thud, thud. Several heads rolled onto the expensive carpet, their faces still frozen in expressions of confusion and terror before death. In the office, silence returned. In the next second, all players in the abandoned city know. 91, regardless of nationality or location, had a blood-red announcement pop up on their game panels covering the entire screen. Area announcement: the Lord Ishikawa Long has been killed, and his territory, Day Black Dragon Society, has officially perished. The blood-red font carried an undeniable sense of finality burning into the retinas of every player. In an instant, the area channel that was originally noisy with various information fell into a deathly silence. All survivors searching for supplies in the ruins, all lone wolves hiding from zombies in the shadows, and all teams struggling to survive in their bases stopped their actions. After a few seconds of silence, information exploded. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The Black Dragon Society is gone. That group that had more than a dozen submachine guns dominating the area channel. Is this for real? Has it been less than 6 hours since they were surrounded by zombies? Who did it? Who the hell did this? That's insane. Don't guess blindly. With such a massive zombie tide, they must have been surrounded and killed. How could humans possibly do that? Just as the crowd was wildly speculating, a new message made the entire channel explode again. Everyone shut up. Quick, check the trading platform. The name of the auctioneer for the little girl that Ishikawa was auctioning has changed. This message was like a deep water bomb. Damn it, I was just in the area channel mocking the big shot selling silicone dolls. I was wrong, I slapped myself. Big shot, do you need a waist ornament with my looks? I can shout yammy for you. Get lost, your looks are worse than a silicone doll. Big shot, we have a professional AV team in our territory suite, or salty online 24 hours to serve you. Meanwhile, in an ancient Japanese villa in Tokyo, a man dressed in a kimono was sitting on the tatami, his game panel, displaying the same blood-red announcement. His complexion was ashen. Baka, that useless Ishikawa Long. Not only did he die himself, but he also lost my day order. Anbei's heart was bleeding. That was the sacred artifact he had painstakingly retrieved from the divine toilet. Fortunately, the day order was bound to the divine toilet, allowing him to track the location of the token at any time. Just as Anbei was contemplating how to reclaim the treasure, the shoji door of the wooden house was suddenly yanked open. A subordinate came tumbling in, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Lord, not good. That madman has broken in. Our submachine guns can't stop him at all. Anbei stood up abruptly, shouting, Baka, with so many of you and guns you can't hold off just one. He couldn't finish his sentence. The dense gunfire in the yard abruptly ceased. A figure appeared at the door like a ghost, a strange short sword still dripping with blood in his hand. You madman, what do you want? It was my father who caused your family's destruction, and he also killed him. Why are you fixated on my Anbei family? Anbei retreated in terror, his body crashing heavily against the wall behind him. The man did not say a word more and charged directly at Anbei. You actually have the Kusanagi sword. It was only then that Anbei saw the ominous short sword in the man's hand, and extreme fear surged in his eyes. The man did not answer, merely waved his hand lightly. A cold arc of light flashed by. Anbei's vision began to spin, and his last consciousness was of seeing his headless body thud to the ground. The man shook the blood off his sword, and a prompt immediately popped up on the game panel. He unhesitatingly chose to inherit all resources of the Anbei family. Having done all this, the man habitually glanced at the trading platform. That idiot Anbei, he really died unjustly, still participating in the auction of young girls. When the man's gaze fell on the auction information and the girl's photo, a massive tremor shook his heart. The area channel erupted in disputes again. A new channel announcement popped up, shocking everyone again. Big news. The Black Dragon Society has just been exterminated, and the lord of the Anbei family has also been assassinated. So many major events happened in just one night. On the other side, in an office building, Chen had already taken over Ishikawa Long's warehouse and territorial resources. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Nayao's auction interface, his brow slightly furrowed. Because the game rules stipulated that once an item entered the auction process, it could not be taken down. At this time, Lin Nayao's price had already been raised to 1,200 regulation coins. Chen wasted no time and directly entered 1,500 in the bidding box. Is Yueying relieved now, eh? Watching the auction countdown, with only 10 minutes left, Chen felt confident. However, just as the price shifted, a brand new bid covered his offer. 2,000. A clean and neat integer carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Players watching the trading channel were instantly ignited. Are you crazy? An 80-year-old girl, although she looks like a child star, quite cute and pretty, isn't worth that much. Chen ignored it and pressed down again with his fingertip. 2,500. Almost at the same second, he placed his bid. The other side's price matched again. 3,000. Jiang Shui gasped beside him. Lord, this guy called Geis seems to be deliberately competing with us. Chen's eyes turned cold. He had certainly noticed. This ID was the same person from the system prompt who had taken over all resources of the Anbei family. Want to compete with me in money? Chen sneered internally. Does he have that kind of capability? Counting the more than 3,000 regulation coins he just obtained from Ishikawa, plus the previous sales of supplies, Chen's account balance was already over 1,000 regulation coins. He directly raised the price to 3,500. This time the other party did not immediately follow up. But Chen saw that several new product links suddenly appeared on the trading platform posted by Geis. He was urgently selling some rare strategic materials at a price lower than half the market value, seemingly trying to raise funds in a hurry. Among them were the 12 submachine guns Ishikawa had just traded to Anbei. Chen's frown deepened. This person was willing to sell weapons just to compete for Nayo. It seemed he was determined to get her. In the apocalypse, weapons are hard currency. Geis posted the submachine guns at prices below half the market value, but there were few takers for guns without bullets. In the end, only one was sold. 1,000 regulation coins. The moment the funds arrived, Lin Nayao's auction price changed again. 4,500. The players watching the channel had gone completely insane. Even some dormant powerful factions began to intervene, speculating whether there was some treasure on this little girl, or whether she had awakened some kind of heaven-defying talent, which attracted these two big shots to fight over her. Chen remained expressionless and listed 5,000 again. After doing all this, his gaze returned to the auction interface, firmly locking on the constantly changing name. Geis. A few seconds later, the other party bid again. 5,666 regulation coins. When this uneven number appeared, Chen smiled. He knew that the other party had run out of money. This was all they had. With only 3 minutes left in the auction time, Chen decided to put an end to this farce. His finger tapped a number on the game interface. 10,000. An ultimate price that could stop anyone's heart. Chen believed that even Lin Nayao's biological father could never come up with such a huge sum. The entire auction interface fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was focused on that glaring 10,000. The countdown ticked away second by second, just as there was only 1 minute left in the auction time. Ding! A light sound and a private chat window popped up in front of Chen. Cindergeist, wash your neck and wait to die. Chen looked at the crimson private message, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He chuckled, tapping lightly on the game interface, and replied with just 4 words. Come if you dare. After sending it, Chen closed the private chat window without a second glance, completely unfazed by the threats with his current strength. Jiang Shui furrowed her delicate brows instinctively, leaning closer to Chen, lowering her voice. Is it that ghostly planner? What does he want? Her voice carried a hint of chill. Spending so much money to buy a child, is he a pervert? The last 2 words remained unspoken, but the unmistakable disgust was already evident on her fair face. A man who would sell his weapons to snatch a little girl was indeed hard to think of in any light other than the darkest, and just the thought of that possibility made her skin crawl. Thankfully, Nai Yao had been rescued. As the game auction countdown reached its final moments. 3, 2, 1, ding. The crisp game notification sound concluded this frenzied bidding. Auction ended. Congratulations, you have successfully bid for the item high-quality contract beast human infant costing 100 reg coins. As you are the original owner of the item, a 10 platform fee of 100 reg coins will be deducted from this transaction. The moment the game notification fell, a soft light curtain unfolded in the center of the office, rippling outwards in concentric circles. Within the radiance, a small figure slowly emerged. It was a little girl in a filthy dress, tightly clutching 3 stuffed toys, with clear large eyes filled with fear and confusion. Naiyao. The elegant spirit hovering beside Chen trembled violently, letting out an uncontrollable mournful cry, transforming into a phantom and rushing forward recklessly. However, her arm passed effortlessly through her daughter's frail body. She could not touch her. Chen could no longer feel his daughter's warmth or smell the faint scent of milk on her. The spirit of the elegant entity froze there, the glow dimming instantly, revealing an indescribable sadness and despair. Mom. Lin Naiyao seemed to sense something, timidly raising her head to look at her mother, now a spirit softly calling out. Naiyao, mommy is here. Mommy is here. The voice of the elegant entity resonated directly in her daughter's mind through their spiritual link, laden with uncontrollable sobs and tremors. Mommy, I feel like I had a really long dream, and in the dream you kept calling me. The little girl's eyes turned red instantly, and large tears uncontrollably rolled down, splashing onto the cold floor. She stretched out her small hand, grasping at the air, trying to embrace her mother's figure. Mommy, what happened to you? Why can't I hold you? Naiyao, dear mommy is just accompanying you in a different way. The elegant entity held back her sorrow, soothing her daughter with the gentlest thoughts. The elegant spirit carefully recounted how she had transformed into a spirit after death, being captured by Chen, allowing them to reunite. Lin Naiyao nodded in a way that seemed to understand, but not fully, tears streaming down her small face, her tiny body trembling slightly from her sobs. It was a bad uncle. He had a big iron bird that flies came in through the window, saying he wanted to find supplies, but there were too many zombies downstairs, and he didn't dare to go. In the end, he tricked me into looking for mommy. I didn't want to go with him, and then I smelled a strange scent and fell into a long dream. Naiyao is not afraid. Those bad people have all been killed by the master. The elegant entity's thoughts turned to Chen, filled with endless gratitude and absolute obedience, a sincere devotion of entrusting her life and soul. Naiyao, you must listen to this master from now on. Whatever he says you must obey, and treat him with respect as your father. He saved us, mother and daughter. Master. Lin Naiyao blinked, her tear-filled eyes curiously looking at Chen. She could see a line of golden text floating above this handsome big brother's head that she could not understand. Eternal Tree Lord. Above Naiyao's head there was also a line of the same text. Chen contract beast. After becoming Chen's contract beast, Lin Naiyao automatically gained the status of a subject. But just as Chen was examining this line of text, his pupils constricted slightly. Beneath the line, Chen contract beast, there was another line of extremely faint gray text, almost blending with the air. Moreover, her talent was the rare telekinesis. Ironically, her subjects were the 3 stuffed toys in her arms. Chen felt his heart skip a beat, a wave of ecstatic. Moreover, her talent was the rare telekinesis. Ironically, her subjects were the 3 stuffed toys in her arms. Chen felt his heart skip a beat, a wave of ecstatic joy surged through his mind. Struck it rich. The rules of contract beasts mean that life and death are completely in the hands of the master. This meant that he not only gained a telekinetic baby, but also received an absolutely loyal alternate account that could be used for various operations in the regional channel. Countless plans and possibilities flashed through Chen's mind. Master, does that mean I should call you daddy from now on? Lin Naiyao's voice, filled with confusion, interrupted Chen's thoughts. Chen did not answer, simply walking up to Lin Na Yao, kneeling down to meet her gaze. These stuffed toys are Lin Na Yao instinctively took a half step back, warily looking at Chen, clutching her stuffed toys even tighter. Little Na Yao, what are the names of these 3 toys? This one is called Milk Dragon, this one is called Wasaki, and this one is called Bear G. They were given to me by 3 of my male classmates who like me. Na Yao replied in a babyish voice. Chen's heart trembled. This little girl was exceptionally charming, and at just 6 years old, she already had admirers around her. Then Na Yao's thoughts shifted. The 3 stuffed toys surprisingly began to float by themselves, wobbling around her as they danced. An invisible repulsion erupted. Chen felt a gentle yet irresistible force pushing against his chest, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. The space around him visibly distorted. Master, this little one's telekinesis is actually affecting my spatial disturbance. The voice of Dong Ma Shui Kai within the particle sword was filled with shock. Chen was momentarily stunned, his brows slightly raised. The elegant entity saw her master shaken by her daughter's telekinesis, and her spirit swayed. Na Yao, don't be rude, stop it now. But at that moment Chen's heart was not angry but ecstatic. This Na Yao had given him an enormous surprise. The elegant entity thought Chen was frozen in place because he was angry. She had forgotten to inform the master about Na Yao's situation due to her concern for her daughter. The elegant entity quickly explained to Chen through her thoughts, Master, I forgot to tell you that Na Yao has had this talent since she arrived in this world. It's just a pity that the range is only 1 meter, and it seems to be of little use. No use. Chen sneered internally. No use. That was only because she hadn't encountered me. I will definitely train her to become a powerful individual capable of standing on her own. He silently resolved. The elegant entity felt relieved to know her master was not angry, and instead wanted to train his daughter, leaving her with nothing but endless gratitude. Chen took a bag of premium biscuits from the warehouse and handed it to Na Yao. Here, eat this. His voice was calm, yet it brought a strong sense of security to Lin Na Yao. Coupled with her mother stating earlier to treat this big brother as her father, much of the wariness in Na Yao's eyes melted away. After a moment of hesitation, her small gaze darted between Chen and the biscuits, ultimately reaching out her small hand to take them. Thank you, Master. She softly expressed her gratitude, her voice sweet and nasal, akin to Cleve from Genshin Impact. The warmth of their reunion didn't last long. Chen stood up and checked the time. We should head back. Utilizing Dong Ma's spatial disturbance, he instantly brought Jiang Shui and Na Yao back to the rooftop. He released that massive industrial drone again, skillfully resting on the metal frame. Jiang Shui reached out to hug Lin Na Yao, but the little girl twisted around, tightly gripping Chen's clothing, as if only this newly acquainted father could provide her with absolute security. Jiang Shui could only smile helplessly, then followed suit to lean on the drone. This time a small figure joined. Lin Na Yao was tightly nestled in Chen's embrace, her little face filled with tension and curiosity. Virum. The propellers stirred up a powerful airflow as the drone ascended once more, carrying them swiftly back to where they came from. In the howling night wind, Lin Na Yao curiously poked her little head out, watching the rushing horde of zombies below that flowed like a tide. Now there was no longer fear in her eyes towards the zombies, but rather a hint of anticipation. The drone smoothly landed on the rooftop of the Silver Plaza. Li Qianjin Pinger and others who had been waiting here immediately surrounded them. When they saw the adorable little girl in Chen's arms, everyone's hearts melted in an instant. Oh my God, so cute. Jean Pinger was the first to exclaim, taking out a large board of chocolate from her personal space and presenting it to Lin Na Yao. Little sister, have some candy. Li Qian and Shui Bingyue also gathered around, their eyes filled with affection. Lin Na Yao felt a bit shy, tightly holding onto Chen's arm, hiding behind him, peeking with her big round eyes through the gap of his arm, curiously gazing at this group of extraordinarily beautiful big sisters. Looking at the girls, Lin Na Yao tightened her grip on Chen's arm, her little head almost buried in his shoulder. The girls gathered around, chattering as they introduced themselves. Jean Pinger tore open the chocolate wrapper and offered it to Lin Na Yao's mouth. Shui Bingyue frowned, her professional instincts prompting her to check the little girl's health. The girls took out various snacks and trinkets they had scavenged, hoping to amuse the delicate little girl. In no time, an array of candies, biscuits, and dolls piled up before Na Yao. In the early hours, the night was at its deepest. The zombies that had gathered outside the Silver Plaza lost interest in the sound of Ishikawa's gunfire and dispersed, wandering aimlessly in the silent streets. A whole day of rushing and combat had left everyone visibly exhausted. The tension among the group gradually eased into temporary safety. At that moment, a graceful thought echoed in Chen's mind, reporting the latest reconnaissance results of the return. Master, the gunfire from Ishikawa earlier caused the underground tunnel back to be blocked with corpses, making it impassable now. Chen slightly raised his eyebrows and nodded. Let's rest in place and plan once it's light out. He waved his hand, and a vast amount of food was pulled out from the warehouse, instantly filling the pristine marble floor of the 6th floor. Self-heating hot pots, canned caviar, premium Wagyu beef, cans, imported fruit cans, and various exquisitely packaged desserts. Under the soft light, these foods, which could be considered luxurious even in a civilized world, formed an absurd, yet shocking contrast with the decaying urban ruins shrouded in death and decay outside the window. The girls were all mesmerized. Just yesterday, they had been fighting desperately for survival, and now it felt as if they were at a high-end party just before the apocalypse. This long-lost, simple happiness belonging to a peaceful era was more precious than gold in the apocalypse. The girls happily enjoyed their feast. Yu Chen's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the small figure huddled in the corner, clutching a stuffed toy. Her mother, Yuya, could not always appear, as it would consume a lot of Yu Chen's mental energy. Lin Nayo looked at the mountain of food before her with clear, curious eyes, but also with a hint of timidity, her small hands nervously gripping the ear of the dragon toy in her arms, hesitant to approach. Yu Chen's heart stirred as he walked over and slowly squatted down in front of her. He precisely picked out a can of the cutest peach slices from the pile of food, easily popped the pull tab with his fingertip, and produced a small silver spoon to hand to her. "This is delicious." His voice was not loud, yet it carried a reassuring power. Lin Nayo looked up at her handsome dad, gazing into his gentle eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly accepted it. She scooped a plump piece of peach with the small silver spoon, carefully placed it in her mouth, and the sweet juice burst on her taste buds. The little girl's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile spreading across her face, though a bit of syrup accidentally smeared the corner of her mouth. Yu Chen watched her cat-like face and couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he pulled out a wet wipe and gently wiped away the sugary residue from the corner of her mouth. This intimate and natural gesture made Lin Nayao's body stiffen slightly, but it was soon replaced by an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. She looked up, and in her gaze towards Yu Chen there was less distance and more dependence. This scene was also captured by Jiang Shui and Li Qian not far away. Jiang Shui's lips curled into a gentle arc while Li Qian nudged her with her elbow, raising an eyebrow and whispering, "See, this is what it's like to be a parent now." A sumptuous dinner completely washed away everyone's fatigue. Subsequently, when they discovered that the water supply system in the upscale mall was still operational, everyone cheered. Yu Chen reassured the girls to wash up boldly while he stood guard. Under the leadership of Jean Pinger and Lin Hui, the girls quickly set up a temporary bathing area in a luxurious display room on the 6th floor. Several brand-new self-heating bathtubs were lined up side by side, and the mobile power supply buzzed. Soon white steam began to rise, filling the air with the fragrance of some high-end essential oils. The girls shed their blood-stained clothes, wrapped their graceful bodies in towels, and eagerly slid into the warm water, collectively letting out a satisfied sigh. "Oh my God, I feel like I've come back to life." Jean Pinger submerged her entire body in the water, with only her head above her face, flushed with happiness. The usually confident Li Qian and Shui Bingyue also took this rare opportunity to relax, leaning against the edges of the tubs, allowing the warm water to wash away the soreness left by their battles. The steam blurred the apocalyptic scene outside the window, leaving only the warm light in the room and the girls' melodious laughter. Jiang Shui chose a corner by the window, quietly soaking in the water. She rested her fair arms on the edge of the tub, tilting her head to look outside. Through the hazy steam, she could see the dark outlines of abandoned buildings in the distance, and occasionally a few winged zombies would glide through the silent night sky like ghosts. Heaven and hell were separated by just a thin layer of glass. The man quietly guarding them, who was resting on a nearby sofa, was the one who had created this paradise. Deep inside Jiang Shui, something was quietly brewing. Gratitude, dependence, and a hint of a fluttering feeling she was reluctant to admit. In this fragrant and comfortable atmosphere, Lin Nayo, who had been shyly hiding behind Yu Chen, finally mustered. She took a few quick steps back to Yu Chen's side, tightly and somewhat dependently tugging at the hem of his clothes. This time her actions were much more natural than before. "Daddy." She lifted her small face, her voice soft and sweet, carrying a sense of natural intimacy. "I want to wash up too. Can you help Nayo take a bath, please?" Yu Chen paused, his hand holding the wet wipe halted. He lowered his gaze to the innocent expression on the little girl's face. This request caught him off guard. Lin Nayo seemed completely unaware that her request was inappropriate. She tiptoed and added in a soft voice tinged with nostalgia, "In the past, Daddy always helped me wash." At that moment, a graceful yet awkward thought suddenly echoed in Yu Chen's mind. "Master, I'm very sorry. Nayo has half Japanese ancestry, and in our country's traditional views, it is quite common for a father to bathe his young daughter." Yu Chen raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. So it was a Japanese tradition. He understood it well, but frowned slightly. Customs are customs. As a grown man, bathing a 6-year-old girl felt like crossing a line. Yu Chen could spoil her like a daughter, but he absolutely could not cross that boundary. "This isn't appropriate. How about letting Sister Jiang Shui help you wash?" Yu Chen pointed towards the bathing area. "No, I want Daddy to help me wash." Lin Nayo shook her head, stubbornly pouting, her little lips clinging to his clothes, as if only Yu Chen could bring her a sense of security. "No." A crisp and resolute protest suddenly erupted from the misty bathing area. Before Yu-chan could finish speaking, a graceful figure surged forward, wreathed in mist and moisture. Li Qian had already emerged from the bathtub, her body wrapped only in a towel barely large enough to conceal her most intimate areas. Her long, damp hair clung to her snow-white neck and shoulders while droplets traced glistening paths down her taut, elegant curves. She paid no heed to the plea shimmering in Lin Nao's eyes. Striding forward without hesitation, she seized the girl's fingers, one by one, prying them loose from Yu-chen's sleeve with unyielding force. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fierce fire as they locked onto Yu-chen, their gaze scorching, as if he were some hypocritical beast scheming to prey upon an innocent maiden. "You, Lord, what delusions are you entertaining?" Her voice was icy and sharp, laced with an acrid tang of jealousy she herself had not yet recognized. "How old is she? Do you not know the meaning of men and women must observe proper boundaries?" As Lin Nao's eyes instantly welled with tears, and her delicate pink lips trembled into a sorrowful pout, glistening droplets trembling on the verge of spilling over. "Little Nao, remember this: your master father despises people from Neon Nation. From now on you are Chinese. Every tradition of Neon Nation must be utterly forgotten." The moment those words left her lips, Li Qian's heart lurched, stricken by a sudden pang of remorse. "Xiao Qian, what does a little girl truly understand? The Lord is not that kind of man." Jiang Shui's voice drifted in from the bathhouse. Her instincts as a police officer left no room for compromise when principles hung in the balance. "I fear he'll lose all humanity the moment he gives in." Li Qian stared hard at Yu-chan, especially when she saw he made no move to resist, standing there instead with an expression of detached, almost amused curiosity. Her fury flared anew. She steeled her resolve, thrust out her arm, and seized Yu-chen's forearm, her grip astonishingly powerful. You're coming with me." Without waiting for consent, and clad only in her towel, she dragged Yu-chen toward a nearby branded boutique counter marked with a sign reading VIP restroom. "What do you think you're doing? There's a child right here." Yu-chen sighed helplessly. Li Qian's cheeks burned uncontrollably, yet her voice remained defiant, weaving justification around her impulsive act. "I've borrowed immense spiritual energy from you. Now it's time you repaid me." Bang! The restroom door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous crash. The heavy door sealed off the world outside. Lin Nao stood frozen before it, her lips quivering deeper with each passing second until crystalline tears finally spilled down her cheeks. "That mean big sister? She won't even let daddy bathe me. And now she's stolen him away." Jiang Shui hurried over and knelt beside Lin Nao, trying to soothe her, but how could she explain such tangled adult relationships to a 6-year-old? She faltered, uttering only that is, "Sister Qian." Just as Lin Nao sank deeper into sorrow and indignation, a brief, startled cry echoed faintly from within the room, followed by crisp, rhythmic slaps, pat, pat, pat. It was the voice of that mean big sister. Though it vanished almost instantly, Lin Nao caught it clearly, and her eyes lit up like twin stars. "Oh, so that's how it is." She understood. Daddy's inside, punishing that disobedient, bad big sister. Lin Nao nodded vigorously, her small fist clenching tightly, as she silently vowed, "I'll be perfectly obedient from now on. I'll never make daddy angry." "Nao, don't speak so carelessly," Shan Shang Yuya admonished sharply. "I merely asked you to revere your master as your true father. He will have many wives in the future. That young woman who just entered with him is one of his wives. You must never speak recklessly, and certainly never show disrespect toward his wives." "But," the little girl tilted her head, murmuring in her soft, milky voice, "if that big sister is daddy's wife, then I should call her mama too, right?" Her whisper, though hushed, carried clearly across the entire bathhouse, reaching every woman pretending not. Jean Pinger and Shui Bingyue exchanged glances, both eyes alight with suppressed mirth. Then together they turned toward the closed door, their expressions turning sly and knowing. Jean Ping even rose slightly from the water, baring one smooth shoulder as she beckoned playfully to Lin Nao. "Little Nao, you'll have more than just one mama in the future." Lin Nao blinked her large jet-black eyes, first at this stunning elder sister whose smile held the allure of a cunning fox, then at the other whose serene elegance was softened by the same quiet amusement. She tilted her head thoughtfully, then voiced, in purest innocence, the question that would freeze every soul present. "So, Sister Ping or Sister Binghua, will you both become daddy's wives too?" The air itself seemed to vanish. Jean Pinger and Shui Bingyue's smiles froze mid-expression. Two vivid flushes bloomed across their cheeks, spreading swiftly, visibly all the way to their earlobes. Embarrassment and mortification overwhelmed them utterly, so much so that they wished with desperate longing to bury themselves headfirst into the bathtub like ostriches. Such guileless candor struck harder than a direct glass ability assault. In the end, Jiang Shui stepped in, gently guiding the grime-streaked, rosy-cheeked child into the bathhouse and giving her a fragrant, thorough cleansing. After an indeterminate span of time, the restroom door clicked open. Yu-chun strode forth, radiant and refreshed, his face curved into a faint, deeply satisfied smile. Everyone had already finished bathing and dressed in fresh attire. Li Qian followed behind him, legs trembling so badly she leaned heavily against the doorframe to stay upright. Her face burned crimson, her towel askew, and her gaze darted everywhere, yet dared meet no one's. Now freshly bathed, sweetly scented, and adorned in a charming little dress, Lin Nayo dashed forward, grasping Li Qian's hand, and gazing up at her with solemn sincerity. Mama Qianqian, don't anger Daddy again, or he'll spank you. That single sentence sent Li Qian's already feverish cheeks blazing into full combustion. She shot Yu Chen a glance, his mischievous, delighted grin only deepening her fluster, and retorted with a flustered, playful scold. Lord, your contracted beast daughter is simply too adorable. Yet the moment her words faded, a guttural, strangled roar erupted from the deepest shadows of the mall's atrium, raw with suppressed fury. Its voice was hoarse, twisted, dripping with murderous intent. Baka, what nonsense is this? Contracted beast. You beasts, what have you done to Yao? Before the words could fade, a shadow moving at an unimaginable speed erupted from the deepest shadows of the hall, without warning. It was a speed beyond human capability, leaving only a fleeting afterimage on the retina. The shadow had a clear target, Lin Nayo, surrounded by numerous women at the center. But just as those black hands were about to reach Lin Nayo, Dongma's spatial disturbance. Yu Chen could not afford to speak, his thoughts surged. In an instant the space ahead of the shadow twisted and folded violently, forming an invisible, transparent barrier. Bang! The shadow's forward momentum suddenly halted, as if crashing into a sticky spiderweb, its figure becoming discernible in midair. It was a man in a black, tight-fitting combat suit resembling a modern ninja, holding a micro-submachine gun in each hand, with an ancient-style short sword slung across his back. Enemy attack! Li Qian shouted sharply, and the women's reactions were astonishingly swift, immediately forming a tight defensive formation, aiming their firearms at the front, firmly protecting Lin Nayo in the center. Yu Chen's mind raced, his movements uninterrupted. In a flash he stood before the women, his particle sword held horizontally in front of him, coldly locking onto the ghostly figure that flickered in the distorted space, trying to break through the defense. Mathematical talent activated. Immediately, every slight fluctuation in the air around Yu Chen transformed into streams of data flooding into his mind, and he raised his hand to fire a shot. The bullet from the silenced pistol shot out along a perfectly calculated trajectory. However, just before the bullet was about to hit, the man's figure suddenly became blurred, as if merging into the shadows, causing the attack to miss entirely. Not bad. Yu Chen raised an eyebrow. The two submachine guns on the shadow were ones he recognized, having been confiscated from Ishikawa. Yu Chen wondered if the remnants of the Black Dragon Society were seeking revenge. No, if it were revenge, the target should be him. Why was he so intent on seizing Lin Nayo, and even refraining from using his guns? Doma, can you lock onto him? Master, I can confirm he is trapped in the space, but his aura is peculiar, as if hidden by something, making it impossible for me to lock onto him. You elegant. Master, I can sense his presence, but cannot lock onto his position. However, that voice, for a moment both sides fell into a strange stalemate. The shadow was trapped in the spatial disturbance, unable to flee, yet Yu Chen also couldn't do anything about him. His speed was too fast, so fast that he could only capture a series of blurred afterimages. Each time Yu Chen aimed his gun, he had already appeared in another position. Unless. Yu Chen's gaze swept to the side at the few bathtubs still steaming with wisps of white vapor, and he thought of a way. You are that ghost strategist, right? Yu Chen tested in Japanese. Upon hearing this name, the shadow's movements noticeably stalled. But it seemed he knew Yu Chen's capabilities, tightly shutting his mouth, not daring to make a sound. The man knew that as long as he spoke, Yu Chen could pinpoint his location immediately. I'm not in the mood to play cat and mouse with you anymore. Yu Chen ordered Jiang Shui over the team channel Shui Frost domain, set to maximum. What are you planning? Freeze him into an ice sculpture? Li Qian asked curiously. No, I want him to reveal himself. With the command given, Jiang Shui wasted no time in activating her skill. A bone-chilling cold burst forth. Centered around the women, the temperature on the entire 6th floor dropped to freezing point. The smooth marble floor instantly frosted over, and the steam rising from the bathtubs rapidly condensed in the low temperature, forming a dense, white mist that thoroughly enveloped the entire space. At this moment the shadow could no longer hide. Its rapidly moving figure in the dense fog created discernible whirlwinds. Exposed. In the next instant, Yu Chen's figure vanished from the spot. He teleported in front of the man with the particle sword, gathering energy enough to obliterate the soul, thrusting fiercely towards his forehead. This strike was inescapable. The man felt the deathly aura capable of freezing the soul, and a flicker of unwillingness and determination flashed in his eyes. Then, howling, his voice filled with grief, he cried out, Yao Yao. Just at this critical moment, a shrill scream, tinged with tears, suddenly erupted. Uncle. Lin Nayo broke free from the embrace of the women, recklessly rushing towards the man. He is my brother Yamashita Seiya. Almost simultaneously, Yamashita Yuya's anxious thought exploded in Yu Chen. Buzz. The tip of the particle sword had already touched Yamashita Seiya's forehead. The sharp sword energy even tore the combat mask on his face, leaving a shallow wound on his skin. Chen twisted his wrist, the sword edge gliding past the man's cheek as he teleported sideways, finally retracting the particle sword. Uncle. This call made Yamashita, whose feet were locked in frost, tremble violently. He slowly turned his head to look at the tearful little girl lunging towards him. Yao! Yao Yao! Yamashita's eyes, filled with overwhelming killing intent, were instantly replaced by gentle and loving gazes. Uncle. Lin Nayo dove into his arms, crying aloud. Subsequently, a translucent spirit radiating a soft glow slowly materialized before Yamashita. Yamashita Yuya watched this familiar, yet unfamiliar man before her, tears silently sliding down. Seiya, it really is you. Upon seeing her sister's spirit and feeling Lin Nao's warm body and genuine cries in her arms, Yamashita, the man who after failing at the auction risked his life to cut through half a block of corpses, could no longer hold it together. Chen finally understood why this man had guns but refrained from using them. He was afraid of hurting Nayo in the crowd. Clatter! The twin guns in Yamashita's hands fell to the ground. This ironclad man suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, tightly hugging Nayo in his arms like a child, suppressing the extreme sobs. Sister! Sister! A deadly duel ended in a way that no one had anticipated. In the air, only the sounds of family reunion cries and sobs remained. Jiang Shui and the others exchanged glances, seeing the preciousness of family in the aftermath of calamity reflected in each other's eyes. Chen slowly retracted the particle sword, quietly watching the tender scene of family reunion before him. He finally understood why this ghost strategist would stop at nothing to compete with him in the auction. He also understood where that relentless killing intent had originated from. If it were him seeing his loved ones auctioned as a contract beast, he would likely go crazier than Yamashita. Achoo! A loud sneeze broke the tender atmosphere. Li Qian's teeth chattered from the cold. She was wrapped in only a bath towel, hugging her arms, shivering in the frigid environment. Fortunately, she was from the northeast with a thick foundation, otherwise anyone else would have fainted from the cold. Watching this dramatic scene, she couldn't help but feel furious. Just earlier when Chen ordered Jiang Shui to activate her skill, he did it so decisively, not caring about her still feeling cool. Did this scumbag even think about her? Li Qian shot Chen a resentful glare, lifting her smooth foot to kick him, only to find her soul stuck to the ground from the frost, causing her to hiss in pain. She couldn't hold back any longer, complaining to Chen, who was still watching the show. Hey, you scummy bastard. Aren't you going to get me a piece of clothing? Li Qian's complaints exploded like an ice cube thrown into hot oil, instantly shattering the tender atmosphere in the room. Chen shifted his gaze away from the weeping siblings. He looked at Li Qian, whose lips were purple from the cold mist, but still struggled to conceal her breathtaking curves. A thought flickered in his mind. A thick men's down jacket materialized out of thin air, perfectly enveloping Li Qian. Put it on Qian mama. You. Li Qian's face flushed red at the teasing reference to Qian mama. She grabbed the down jacket, wanting to throw it back, but the biting cold ultimately made her relent. She could only wrap herself tightly and mutter incoherent phrases under her breath. Seeing this, Jiang Shui immediately retracted her frost domain. The pervasive cold mist slowly dissipated, revealing a thin layer of frost on the marble floor. The deadly struggle initiated by misunderstanding finally came to an end. Shansa, after calming down his niece in his arms, stood up, adjusted his battle suit that had been torn by sword chi, and walked to Chen. He stood still, took a deep breath, and then performed a standard 90-degree bow towards Chen, his head nearly touching his waist. My lord, I have offended you earlier. Thank you for saving Yaoer. This kindness I Shansa shall remember. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet every word was pronounced with great weight, and his attitude was extremely sincere. Chen gazed at him, his eyes deep. Shansa. This name echoed in his mind. The man who with his own strength ended the life of the former prime minister of the Neon Nation using a homemade weapon. The Avenger who stirred up a global uproar turned out to be the elegant younger brother. This world is truly... Chen did not expose the other's past, but calmly spoke. This place is currently unstable, filled with anomalies. It is dangerous to call names directly, who I shall refer to you as Ghost Strategy. Then he proceeded to introduce himself. After a brief exchange, Chen learned that Ghost Strategy was a lone wolf lord who had not chosen a territory or subjects, but focused solely on enhancing himself. Ghost Strategy, your speed is impressive, and you can shield my perception. Is this your talent? Chen's gaze then fell on the ancient short sword behind him. This was the aspect he was most curious about. His own mathematical parameter talent could almost discern everything, yet just now he completely failed to lock onto this man. Shansa was taken aback, but soon calmly unsheathed the short sword from his back, offering it with both hands. My lord, your insight is sharp. I was originally a prisoner, serving time in prison, but after the apocalypse, I unexpectedly bound with this Kusanagi sword. Kusanagi sword. Chen's eyes focused sharply. This was one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Neon Nation. It can distort the surrounding light, allowing me to merge with the shadows, achieving a similar effect to invisibility. Ghost strategy explained, moreover my talent is ghost step, which allows for rapid silent movement. As long as I do not make a sound, even high-level perception talents find it extremely difficult to detect me. So it's rapid movement plus optical camouflage. Isn't this the hallmark of a natural assassin? Yu-Chun understood. No wonder Doma and Yuya were unable to lock onto him. He did not reach for the sword, but merely nodded, signaling the other to retract it. Ghost strategy, how did you find me? Yu-Chun voiced the question that lingered in his mind. The Kusanagi sword can sense the aura of the Yamato order. It was through this that I found in Bei, and I see, Yu-Chun thought. It seems this Yamato order cannot be left behind, otherwise it is akin to carrying a locator. What are your plans next? Are you planning to take Nai Yao and Yuya with you? At the mention of this, the warmth that had just flickered in Shan Shanks's eyes instantly froze into frost, and a chilling, killing intent radiated from him. The Inbei family and those right-wing cults are the culprits who caused the death of my parents and brothers. I have a vendetta against them. He paused, his voice squeezing out through clenched teeth, suppressing overwhelming hatred. Even if the world has changed, I will make them pay for this blood debt. My next target is the Tojo family. Upon hearing this surname, all the girls behind Yu-Chun flashed expressions of intense disgust. Tojo family. Yu-Chun pressed for more. Yes, they have allied with several fanatical cult organizations, gathering a large number of remnants of militarism occupying the area around the divine toilet. Shan Shanks's voice grew increasingly cold. I previously attempted to infiltrate and assassinate, but there seems to be something extremely terrifying hidden within the divine toilet. As soon as I got close, I would be detected. Something terrifying? Yu-Chun keenly grasped the crux. A mingled expression of fear and disgust surfaced on Ghost Strategy's face. I dare not approach too closely, but I observed from the periphery that they seem to be feeding that thing with the flesh and blood of zombies. Sometimes, they also use living beings, especially women and children. Their original plan was to wait for the supplies from Ishii to arrive before launching a holy war against the surviving Huagua people in the Nanjing area. But now that Ishii has been eliminated by you, their plans should be temporarily postponed. Yu-Chen's face darkened. The little nation truly has not changed its nature, still employing bloody and evil schemes in this twisted world. This is no longer a simple struggle for survival. This is a national blood feud. Suyi, let's not seek revenge, shall we? Father and mother are already gone, and I do not even know where my husband is. You are Nai Yao's only relative now. Oh, I do not want anything to happen to you. Yuya's spirit floated in front of her brother, her voice filled with pleading. Sister, the only belief I have in living now is revenge. Without it, I do not know why I should continue to exist. Shan Shanks's voice was resolute, showing no signs of wavering. Yuya knew she could not dissuade her brother. Even back on Earth, she had tried to persuade him, but he had not listened. Then Shan Shanks's gaze fell back on Lin Nai Yao, and the cold, killing intent instantly transformed into endless tenderness and reluctance. He looked around and saw the girls dressed in new, beautiful clothes, their eyes alert, but no longer filled with hunger. He noticed the lavish high-end food piled up. Shan Shansa knew that Yu-Chun was taking good care of them. This place resembled a paradise isolated from the apocalypse. Moreover, this paradise was protected by a powerhouse like Yu-Chun. The path ahead for him was a perilous journey of vengeance, a dark trek walking on the edge of a knife. Having his sister and Nai Yao follow Yu-Chun was undoubtedly the best choice. Shan Shanks's chest heaved violently as he made his decision. My lord, I have an unreasonable request. He bowed again to Yu-Chun. I entrust Yaoer and my sister to you. The tasks I am about to undertake are extremely dangerous, and I cannot take them with me. Are you saying you want to leave Yaoer with me? Yu-Chun looked at him calmly, his expression revealing no joy or anger. Yes. Shan Shanks's tone was resolute. I know this request is excessive, but Yaoer being with you is 1,000 times safer than being with me. This is all my savings, over 6,000 regulation coins. Consider it their upbringing. He was about to propose a transaction. No need. Yu-Chun directly refused the transaction. Ghost strategy, keep your regulation coins to upgrade yourself. Oh, I do not lack these. Your path of vengeance needs them more. Shan Shansa was taken aback. He had thought Yu-Chun was only level 6 due to lack of funds. He did not expect Yu-Chun to say he did not lack regulation coins. Then it seems he is unaware of the upgrade rules. So he began to explain earnestly. You saying you are indeed busy with many affairs. Did you not know? Right now these regulation coins are temporarily useless to me. I am already level 9 and need to comprehend another skill to break through the first tier to continue leveling up. After listening to Shan Shanks's explanation, Yu-Chun realized Ghost Strategy had indeed reached level 9. No wonder his movement was so swift. This ability was truly remarkable, making him a potential ally worth befriending. This also made Yu-Chun understand that there was such a process from level 9 to 10. Although he had over 9,000 regulation coins in his account, Yu-Chun had not yet upgraded, so he was not aware of this rule. This was all because of Li Qian, who was so distracting. Originally, Yu-Chun had planned to upgrade, but was pulled into a room by her, and had been entangled for over an hour, which delayed him. Yu-chan awkwardly cleared his throat and glanced at Li Qian, who was wrapped in the down jacket, her eyes filled with resentment. Li Qian felt inexplicably scrutinized, instinctively puffed her chest, and glared back fiercely. What are you staring at? Is it my fault? Do you believe I will drag you back into the small room and squeeze you dry? As soon as she spoke, she realized what she had said, and her face flushed crimson. She quickly buried her face into the collar of the down jacket, afraid to look at anyone. The surrounding girls let out a suppressed burst of laughter. Yu-chan shook his head helplessly. This woman truly was becoming more and more fierce. Indeed, it is women who cause trouble. He quickly shifted the topic. Since Yaoer has acknowledged me as daddy, I will naturally take good care of her. Moreover, Yu-chan's gaze swept over Shan Shanyo Ya's spirit. Your sister is now my spiritual servant, and Yaoer is my subject. My people, I will take care of myself. Shan Shansa was momentarily speechless, a complex emotion surging within him. Thank you so much. This powerful Huahua man was even more like a true hero than he had imagined. There is no need for thanks. Your goal is revenge, which does not conflict with my own. Yu-chan's eyes glinted with killing intent. He had originally planned to wait for the eternal tree and mother fungus to recover. His next target was to dismantle that Jinhua shrine, gather the ghostly souls, complete the silicon-based civilization's tasks, and replenish energy for the particle sword. Those who offend Huaxia shall be punished no matter the distance. Those old ghosts can already be resurrected. This blood debt must be repaid with their eternal suffering. Guesa, do not be anxious. Please wait a few more days. I will help you take revenge. Yu-chan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. He had this confidence. As long as he waited for the eternal tree and the mother of fungi to complete their upgrades, these two terrifying entities from a higher civilization would become the sharpest spear and the strongest shield in his hands. By then, he would directly bring this moving fortress of war to the so-called divine toilet. In Yu-chan's mind, he had even envisioned that scene. The roots of the giant tree tore through the earth while the spores of the fungi obscured the sun. He believed that whatever monsters were hidden beneath the divine toilet could not withstand the ruthless crushing of these two entities from a higher civilization. At this moment, Yu-chan's mindset was entirely different from when he first arrived in this world. His true enemy had always been just one. It was the game itself, along with its ever-escalating difficulty, that could destroy everything. As for those so-called right-wing cult forces, these maggots crawling in the ashes of the old world order, he did not take them seriously at all. Gue Sejun, please trust me. Those people are nothing but dry bones and attuned to me. Killing them one by one is— Yu-chan's words were not deliberately ostentatious, yet they were mixed with an air of disdain for the world and a chilling, murderous intent. That feeling did not seem like boasting, but rather a declaration of a fact that was already destined and indisputable. This overwhelming confidence, derived from absolute strength, made the renowned assassin Yamashita Saka. What he saw as an unshakable right-wing cult alliance appeared to this young man from Huahua as merely a trivial matter to be handled with ease. However, the feeling Yu-chan gave him was devoid of any arrogance or superficiality. He sincerely believed that this man before him could accomplish it. You just need to protect yourself for now and wait. Leave the rest to me. Yu-chan reminded again. Moments later, Yamashita Saka bowed deeply once more, his head nearly touching the floor, his posture extreme. Thank you so much, but I must leave here first. My Kusanagi sword can sense those remnants of militarism, and they can sense my position through the other two artifacts, so I must keep moving. Yamashita Saka's thought shifted, and 12 submachine guns appeared out of thin air, neatly arranged on the polished marble floor. The cold black gun bodies glinted ominously under the luxurious lights of the mall, each representing a bloody massacre that had occurred not long ago. He knew that Yu-chan's team had guns which proved they had a stable source of ammunition. Meanwhile, the guns in his hands had long since expended their bullets during infiltrations and escapes, leaving them as nothing more than a pile of useless scrap metal. Yu-chan's gaze swept over those submachine guns, and a thought crossed his mind. Clatter! Several heavy magazines flew out of nowhere, crashing onto the ground, and producing a crisp and pleasant metallic clashing sound. He bent down casually, picked up a gun, and operated it with one hand, his movements so skilled they were astonishing. With a flick of his index finger, the empty magazine fell off. He quickly grabbed a fully loaded magazine and inserted it with precision. Click! A clear mechanical locking sound echoed as he pulled back the bolt, chambering around. The entire motion was seamless, exuding a violent beauty. After confirming the caliber was correct, he took out 4 more fully loaded magazines from the storage and returned them along with the submachine gun he just loaded to Yamashita Saka. I don't need these guns. You should keep them for yourself. Yu-chan's tone was flat. He had an entire shipping container of arms, and found these few police weapons with limited lethality unworthy of his attention. This apocalypse is incredibly dangerous. With these guns, it will be easier for you to take down the little Japanese. To take your revenge. Yamashita Saka was completely stunned. He stared in disbelief as Yu Chen not only refused to take the weapons, but also provided him with ammunition more precious than gold in this world, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. This Hua man. His ambition and vision far exceeded his imagination. He stopped being pretentious and solemnly accepted the weapons, every gesture filled with a sense of ritual. If you can help me take this blood feud, then my life Yamashita Saka will belong to you from now on. Yu Chen wanted to say that he did not take in males, but seeing the resolute expression on his face, he could not refuse at this moment. After speaking, Yamashita Saka turned around and quietly bid farewell to the graceful figure hovering in midair and the girl tightly clutching his thigh Nayao. In the next moment his figure suddenly became blurry as if a drop of ink had dissolved into the deep shadows, and with a few silent flickers he completely vanished. A storm caused by misunderstanding finally calmed down. The heavy aura of bloodshed in the air slowly dissipated with Yamashita Saka's departure. Yu Chen then drew the particle sword and slashed at the Yamato order which had been left behind by the stone well and still exuded a sinister aura. He did not want to be tracked in such a peculiar manner again. As the sword fell, the token shattered. A massive and pure spiritual energy was frantically absorbed by the particle sword, causing the blade to emit a joyful hum, as if sighing in satisfaction after a hearty meal. Particle sword energy reserve 86. This unexpected gain inexplicably lifted Yu Chen's spirits. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the group of enchanting women behind him, each with their unique beauty. All right, stop dawdling. Everyone rest up, and we'll go home after dawn. The coldness in his voice faded, replaced by a hint of warmth. Home. These two words carried a strange magic, instantly relaxing the tense nerves of all the girls who had been on edge all night. Yu Chen did not immediately rest. He brought up the regional channel interface. He carefully checked the player level rankings and found that several players were stuck at level 9. The leaderboard was set to update at noon the next day, so his name had not yet appeared. Not a single level 10 player had emerged in the entire abandoned city. No. 91 area. This completely confirmed Yamashita Saka's statement. Level 9 to level 10 indeed had a special threshold. Understanding this, Yu Chen closed the channel. He walked straight to the corner and waved at the 3 core members who had just relaxed. Come, let's have a brief meeting. The ones called were the still flushed-faced Li Qian, the gentle Jiang Shui, and the calm and insightful Shui. Li Qian was sulking on a large LV hardshell suitcase wrapped in an oversized men's down jacket. Hearing the call, she was unwillingly pulled over by Jiang Shui and Shui Bingyue, one on each side. She was still mumbling in a voice only she could hear. What meeting? It's the middle of the night. Why are you dragging us 3 here? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were throwing a silver party. Yu Chen, uninterested in her grumbling, directly pulled up his Lord panel. After casually selling some luxury items he had looted on the trading interface, his currency balance reached a neat 1000. He first raised his level from 6 to 9. 600,700,800,900, totaling 3,000 currency. With the confirmation of his thought, a large sum of money vanished in an instant. A torrent of warm energy surged through him, without warning, every cell in his body rejoicing as they greedily absorbed this suddenly appearing energy. However, when he tried to click the upgrade button again, the golden button turned into an unpressable gray. A line of cold prompt text then appeared. Promotion to Stage 2, LV10 requires comprehension of an exclusive skill related to one's own talent. His level had indeed also gotten stuck at level 9. Next, Yu Chen lightly tapped on the names of Li Qian and Jiang Shui. Spend 7,000 currency to raise both from level 5 to level 9. 2 gentle beams of white light lit up from the void like warm moonlight and seamlessly merged into Li Qian and Jiang Shui's bodies. They felt a strange energy permeating their bodies from head to toe, a sensation far more pleasant than soaking in the most comfortable bathtub. Every inch of skin and every bone was reshaped and strengthened by this energy. The vitality drained from the tense battle was completely replenished at this moment, and they even felt stronger. Their senses became unprecedentedly sharp. Li Qian could even distinctly hear the faintest rustle of a cockroach crawling over a chip bag in the shadow of a distant shelf. Is this level 9? Li Qian felt the surging power within her, her eyes reflecting a hint of unbelievable astonishment. However, just as Yu Chen was about to continue and push her to level 10 in one go, a cold system prompt unexpectedly sounded in his mind. The citizens Li Qian and Jiang Shui have reached the current stage bottleneck LV9 and cannot continue to level up. Promotion to Stage 2, LV10 requires comprehension of an exclusive skill related to one's own talent. It seemed that both of them, like him, needed to comprehend a skill to advance to Stage 2. Meanwhile, Li Qian and Jiang Shui, feeling the unprecedented vitality within them, felt as if they had boundless energy. Especially Li Qian, she turned her head, her watery peach blossom eyes filled with a hint of provocative allure, staring directly at the contemplative Yu Chen. Her gaze flicked to Jiang Shui beside her, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Hey, since everyone is so energetic, shouldn't we do something? Li Qian gazed at Jiang Shui and Yu Chen, her eyes blazing with intensity. The moment her words hung in the air, time itself seemed to freeze. Jiang Shui's delicate cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Li Qian a reproachful glare. Clear, unspoken, and unmistakable. How dare you, woman? Saying whatever comes to mind. Xiao Qian, I must conduct a comprehensive physiological and psychological assessment for you. Shui Bingyue's eyes shimmered with analytical curiosity, as though scrutinizing a rare and fascinating case. Your dopamine and epinephrine levels may have surged beyond normal thresholds, preliminarily diagnosed as post-combat hyperarousal syndrome, colloquially known as sexual addiction. Li Qian paid no heed. Having just ascended to level 9, she felt an inexhaustible surge of vitality coursing through her veins. Her fiery phoenix-like eyes locked onto Yu Chun without restraint or pretense, raw, unfiltered, and utterly candid. She stepped forward, nearly pressing herself against him, her warm breath grazing his earlobe as her voice dropped low. Husky, sultry, deliberate. Shall we try? What if it aids our cultivation breakthrough? We're all stuck at a bottleneck. Why not test it? No loss, only gain. Yu Chun was left half amazed, half baffled by her sudden, audacious proposition. This woman truly grew bolder by the day. Before he could utter a word, Shui Bingyue spoke first, calm, detached, and impeccably objective. Theoretically speaking, Li Qian's proposal exhibits exceptionally high feasibility. What? Both Yu Chun and Jiang Shui turned to her in stunned disbelief. At that very moment, Mambua's voice resonated within Yu Chen's mind. Master, this is the method to awaken a new skill. Li Qian triumphantly tilted her chin toward Jiang Shui. See, even Mambua approves. I told you it would work. Jiang Shui was speechless, her cheeks deepening to a rosy hue as she muttered softly, I suspect you're simply addicted. Yu Chen looked upon the three extraordinary women before him, each distinct in temperament, each breathtaking in grace, and a quiet wry smile touched his lips. Enough teasing. If this is to be treated as a scientific experiment, then let us proceed. Yu Chun cleared his throat, reclaiming the solemn authority of a lord. He fixed his gaze on Li Qian, his expression turning grave and resolute. Are you certain you wish to proceed now? Absolute focus, and full uncoerced consent, is required. Nonsense. Li Qian rolled her eyes. When have I ever been anything but willing? Hurry up, no dawdling. I still need to reach level 10 to thrash someone. With that, she seized Yu Chen's arm once more and dragged him, familiar practiced, back toward the VIP lounge. Bang! The door slammed shut again. Li Qian's strength talent investigation granted her the ability to retroactively perceive past events. With Yu Chen's spiritual energy amplifying her senses, her perception expanded infinitely. She saw the bullet's path slicing through air, saw every tremor in a zombie's muscle fibers, saw the subtle distortion of light as Yamamoto moved across the hillside. Countless fragments of past battles streamed through her mind, rapidly flashing, then dissolving, reassembling. Gradually, those past causes began converging toward future effects. She stood, as if suspended above the river of time, not merely observing its upstream currents, but faintly perceiving the ripples yet to form downstream. That's it. A cry of exhilaration erupted within her consciousness. Clarity flooded her being. Congratulations, Li Qian. You have successfully awakened a new skill, combat precognition. Combat precognition, LV. One consumes 10 points of spiritual energy to project and simulate within the mind the most probable action your designated target will take within the next second. Effect magnitude is modulated by the disparity in spiritual energy between user and target. Success. Yu Chen's heart leapt. Then he waited expectant for the talent's reciprocal boon. Yet no notification sounded. Not one. Time stretched. Long enough for Li Qian's stamina to deplete entirely. Yet Yu Chen remained unrewarded with any new skill. Meanwhile, her level advanced to level 10 first tier. Hey, scoundrel. She murmured weakly, couldn't you be gentler? I feel like my bones might scatter. You're complaining after receiving such favor. Yu Chen chuckled softly, his fingers threading gently through her sweat-dampened hair. Humph. She huffed petulantly, but lacked the strength to protest further. She sensed it. The bond between them had deepened once more. Not merely physical, but etched into the soul itself. A permanent, indelible mark. How does it feel, the new skill, eh? Yu Chen asked. At the mention, Li Qian instantly revived. Propping herself up, she stared at him, eyes alight with fervor, incredibly potent. Right now I can almost tell whether you'll kiss me, or swap my backside, in the next heartbeat. Yu Chen, what utter nonsense. He pushed the irreverent woman off him and rose to his feet. Enough. Dress quickly and step out. Next. Li Qian blinked, then comprehension dawned. Sourness edged her tone of, knew it. You scoundrel never had pure intentions. Is it Jiang Shui's turn now, your little steward? Yu Chen offered no reply, only opened the door. Outside stood Jiang Shui and Shui Bingyue. At their emergence, Jiang Shui's expression flickered with unease. Shui Bingyue meanwhile immediately scanned Li Qian's status panel. Success. Level 10 confirmed, Shui Bingyue stated with unwavering certainty. Shui Bingyue. Between you two, who shall go first? Li Qian asked bluntly, her gaze sweeping across them both. From a tactical standpoint, Jiang Shue's ice affinity talent delivers superior crowd control and defensive utility. Prioritizing her advancement aligns with optimal team-wide benefit. Bingwe, skip the analysis. It's inevitable. Better early than late. Earlier means earlier pleasure. Li Qian pressed impatiently. Well, truthfully, I'm not quite prepared yet. Jiang Shui should go first. For once, Shui Bingwe appeared faintly flustered. Jiang Shui's face, however, ignited scarlet. She hadn't expected Shui Bingwe to thrust her so directly into the spotlight. She stole a glance at Yu Chun, then ducked her head swiftly, her voice barely a whisper. I defer entirely to the Lord's judgment. Her demure shyness formed a striking contrast to Li Qian's bold assertiveness. Delicate, tender, uniquely captivating. Then, it shall be Shui. Yu Chen declared his decision, his voice softening perceptibly. For Jiang Shui, the girl who was in name and essence his first, his patience and tenderness ran deeper. Shouldn't we go inside the lounge? Jiang Shui asked quietly, glancing at the still open door. No need. Yu Chen shook his head, glancing toward the other girls nearby, already dozing off. Here is sufficient. Perhaps insight emerges more readily outside the confines of walls. With that, he took Jiang Shui's hand and led her to a secluded corner. No fierce collision, no overwhelming force. He lifted her gently, cradling her with quiet reverence. Release your spirit. Feel my spiritual energy. Try to command the ice elements, not as tools in your hands, but as extensions of your own body. His voice carried a hypnotic calm, soothing Jiang Shui's fluttering nerves. Obediently, she closed her eyes, letting his familiar, comforting spiritual energy envelop her, guiding her awareness inward toward the primal source of her talent. She perceived the restless agitation of every water molecule in the air, sensed the molecular reorganization and crystallization induced by sub-zero temperatures. Those frigid elements stirred to life beneath her perception, transforming into disciplined soldiers awaiting her command, her inspection, her will. A profound sense of mastery welled within her. With a mere thought, an exquisitely translucent ice flower bloomed upon her fingertip, its petals intricately veined, lifelike in form, radiating denser, purer energy than any prior manifestation. Congratulations. Jiang Shui has awakened a new skill, Frostcraft. Frostcraft active skill consumes 50 points of spiritual energy and vitality to sculpt ice into sentient constructs of arbitrary form. Construct durability and offensive power scale directly with the user's spiritual energy and invested vitality. Another divine tier ability. This meant Jiang Shui could conjure frostbound puppets for battlefield synergy, or even erect massive fortifications, ice ramparts, bridges spanning chasms. Soon Jiang Shui too reached level 10. Yet Yu Chen still received no talent reciprocity. His own level remained stubbornly anchored at level 9. On his interface, the golden level up button remained dull, unresponsive gray. Monbua, you wretched trickster, explain yourself now. He muttered under his breath, frustration simmering. Why do they reap the rewards, while I am the one sweating? A chime resonated in Yu Chen's mind, responding to his vexed murmur. Yu Chen's breath hitched slightly. Let me use your mobile phones as a metaphor. If your talent is a unique Android operating system, then all the talents awakened by your subjects are merely applications developed based on this system. Operating system. Application. These two terms echoed in Yu Chen's mind, dispelling his earlier agitation with a sense of operating system. Application. These two terms echoed in Yu Chen's mind, dispelling his earlier agitation with a sense of clarity. His thoughts stirred. A faint golden virtual panel unfolded before his eyes, his gaze fixated on the level section. LV9, the upgrade button still grayed out and unattainable. Yet below that, a line of small gray text, almost blending into the background, suddenly became strikingly clear. Talent comprehension progress 20. So that's how it is. The connections he made with Li Qian and Jiang Shui, delving deep into the essence of their souls, were not in vain. The sweat he expended had not evaporated into thin air, but had transformed into experience points for developing his divine talent. Yes, master. The voice of Monbua echoed again, as if it could perceive all his thoughts. The more you interact with them, the faster your comprehension will grow. Yes, master. The voice of Monbua echoed again, as if it could perceive all his thoughts. The more you interact with them, the faster your comprehension will grow. What is this? Working hard to get rich. He shut off the panel and scanned the corner. Li Qian was not sleeping well. Even in her dreams, her lips curled into a proud arc. The oversized down jacket that belonged to him hung loosely on her shoulders, slipping down with her gentle breaths, revealing a glimpse of her fair collarbone. Jiang Shui curled up beside her, her sleeping face serene, long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes, pure and beautiful, unlike anyone in this apocalyptic world. Forget it. Sweating it out is better than bleeding on the battlefield. Yu Chen finally clarified the reality, a weariness from deep within his spirit finally grasping his consciousness. Don't my Yuya keep watch, call me if anything happens. Yes, master. After giving the instructions, Yu Chen leaned back on the soft leather sofa, and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, when the first ray of light pierced through the giant glass dome of the shopping mall, slicing through the darkness that had lingered all night, Chen opened his eyes. A night of rest had completely restored his vitality, and he felt even more invigorated due to his level increase. The girls gradually woke up as well. After yesterday's battle and bathing, their temperaments had undergone subtle changes, shedding some of their delicate grace and gaining a unique resilience of the apocalypse. Chen and Jiang Shui's transformations were the most pronounced. Having stepped into level 10, their presence and perception were utterly transformed. Chen stood casually, yet she radiated like a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura that commanded. In contrast, Jiang Shui's demeanor was more reserved, surrounded by an almost imperceptible chill, her beautiful eyes cold as ice, yet when she looked at Chen, they melted into a pool of spring water. Master, how do we get back? Shui Bingyue calmly pointed out their current predicament. The subway tunnel is probably blocked now. Chen frowned. He then moved to the edge of the window and looked down. The streets of Silver Plaza were still teeming with clusters of zombies. The writhing carpet of rotting flesh had lost most of its numbers due to last night's lure, yet the remnants still sent chills down his spine. Attempting to walk back would be akin to a pipe dream. As everyone was having breakfast, Chen mentally issued a command. Yuya, scout again for any usable routes nearby. Yes, master. During the day, Yuya couldn't remain in the light for too long. Her spirit could only penetrate building after building, returning with new intel through the windows. Master, no viable routes were found. Yuya's response made the girls' hearts sink. It seemed they could only attempt the most perilous escape on foot. However, I spotted an abandoned armored vehicle from a special police unit about 500 meters away to the southeast. This discovery instantly reignited the atmosphere that had just turned silent. An armored vehicle. Chen immediately knelt on the ground, retrieving his sniper rifle and looking southeast through the high-powered scope. The shot steadied. Indeed, he saw the police armored vehicle surrounded by a black tide of corpses at the intersection in the street. It looked like a moving fortress of steel. Ordinary zombies couldn't bite through it unless it was a giant corpse, otherwise they would never crack its shell. It was practically a custom-made vehicle for their return home. He immediately shared the good news with everyone, and joy blossomed on the girls' faces. Thus the plan quickly took shape. As usual, let Yuya control a zombie to lure the zombies away from Silver Plaza with a cloudburst grenade. The explosion roared in the distance, instantly attracting the horde on the street, which surged towards the sound like a tide. After waiting for half an hour, only a few hundred zombies remained on Silver Plaza. Chen's gaze fell upon Chen and Jiang Shui. Now it's your time to shine. His voice was calm, yet you two will lead the way while I support Shui, Bingyue, Jin Pinger, and the others from behind. The order was given without a hint of room for negotiation. Chen and Jiang Shui, who had just leveled up to 10, were the sharpest blades in his hand. And a blade must see blood. Understood. Jiang Shui replied crisply, without hesitation. She yearned to prove herself to show Chen that she was no longer the girl in need of protection. Chen licked her lips, excitement igniting in her eyes, her expression suggesting that she was not about to undertake a dangerous task, but rather to enjoy the most thrilling ride at an amusement park. Don't worry, master. She threw a flirtatious glance at Chen, her gaze, then sweeping over the other girls. With our current strength, we guarantee that none of your little treasures will be harmed. Chen could not be bothered with her teasing. He turned and began to check his 191 rifle. Click. The crisp mechanical sound was the most reassuring melody in this apocalypse. Action. Chen's voice rang through the team channel, clearly reaching everyone's ears downstairs. In the next moment, two agile figures flashed out from the breach on the first floor of the mall, dropping to the ground. Chen moved like a nimble leopard, landing silently, tightly gripping a newly issued submachine gun, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Jiang Shui was as light as snow. The instant she landed, a thin layer of ice formed beneath her feet, gliding silently, her hands wreathed in chilling air. The two moved in perfect harmony like phantoms, weaving through the shadows of death, swiftly advancing towards the armored vehicle. The scattered zombies along the way barely had time to let out a howl before Chen's precise shots blew their heads off, or Jiang Shui's ice spears pierced through them. Chen's sniper scope continuously scanned for any dangers that might arise, providing them with an absolute. Following Silver Plaza, they began to move towards their target intersection, collecting everything they could see from the first floor shops, without any reservations. The 500-meter distance was covered in just an hour under the clearing efforts of the two level 10 powerhouses. They arrived at the street intersection. The horde surrounding the vehicle had long since been lured away. The armored vehicle stood quietly in the center of the intersection. It was entirely black with sharp angles and 3 deep shooting holes on the side of the vehicle. It looked less like a manufactured industrial product and more like a steel beast lying in wait in the apocalypse. Holy crap. Even the police flower Chen couldn't help but curse when she saw the full view of the vehicle, her voice filled with uncontrollable joy and professional excitement. The invincible T-59. This thing has only appeared in concept displays before, and yet the Neon Police Department actually has it in service. Indeed, only a prosperous area like Silver Plaza could afford such top-tier equipment. Li Qian rushed closer, her fingers almost reverently brushing over the cold armor, her eyes shining as she spoke rapidly like a flood unleashed. V12 twin-turbocharged diesel engine 7. 8-liter displacement. Look at the seams of this armor. It's made of titanium alloy-lined ceramic composite armor capable of withstanding 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds. The V-shaped anti-mine design at the bottom can withstand at least 15 kilograms of TNT explosion. Additionally, the interface on the roof is reserved for remote-controlled weapon stations. A fully enclosed independent air circulation system. Bulletproof, antimine, chemical-proof, radiation-proof, and poison-proof. This is simply a mobile fortress of the apocalypse. Jean Pinger and Lin Hui beside her were left dumbfounded, completely unaware of what these specifications meant. Li Qian turned back, noticing their bewildered expressions, and grinned, summarizing in the simplest terms, "It means that unless a main battle tank comes rolling in, we can sit safely inside this thing." Just like its brand name, Invincible. Invincible. The very words made all the girls gasp in astonishment. After a brief moment of excitement, Li Qian quickly regained her vigilance, pressing her ear tightly against the steel plate, holding her breath to listen. Inside, there was a profound silence. "Master, there's no movement inside." "Be careful. The quieter it is, the more likely there is a problem." Li Qian then placed her hand on the car door, discovering that it was not locked. Yu Chen's voice was steady, his rifle trained on the door, his finger resting on the trigger. Li Qian exchanged a glance with Jiang Shui behind her. Jiang Shui understood, gathering her chilling energy as a thin layer of frost silently seeped through the door's gap. Click! Li Qian yanked the door open. A wave of intense stench of blood and decay surged forth. Roar! A pair of emaciated claws lunged directly at Li Qian's face. However, just as the deadly claws were about to touch Li Qian's skin, the entire trajectory of the zombie's attack had been vividly previewed in Li Qian's vision. Battle foresight. Her body reacted even faster than the commands issued by her brain. She leaned back at an incredible limit, evading the lethal claw wind that grazed her nose. Then at the moment her body rebounded, the submachine gun in her hand instinctively raised, letting out a short roar. Da-da-da. 3 shots fired. The bullets accurately drilled into the zombies' eye sockets along their trajectory. The scalding brass shells traced elegant parabolas in the air, and the gunfire illuminated the interior of the armored vehicle, revealing the figures of 3 other zombies. Puff! There were no screams. The back of the zombie's head was completely blown off by the combined ferocity of 3 violent energies. Black putrid blood mixed with grayish-white brain matter instantly splattered across the metallic interior walls. The zombie fell backward helplessly. "Is that all?" Li Qian smirked with disdain and cold elegance, her body returning to a steady posture. The gun remained steady, aimed firmly at the depths of the vehicle, where 3 other zombies, also clad in police combat gear, were roaring as they rose from their seats. Her voice was filled with absolute disdain as a level 10 powerhouse towards these inferior beings. "Schwerer, freeze them." "Okay." Jiang Shui's response was immediate, without a hint of hesitation. She didn't even look at the specifics inside the vehicle, placing absolute trust in her teammates' judgment. A delicate fair hand pushed forward gently. An absolute zero cold current surged into the narrow vehicle. Crack! Crack! The piercing sound of ice crystals forming echoed in the enclosed space. The smell of blood in the air was immediately overlaid by the frosty breath. The 3 zombies that had just risen were firmly pinned in place by the thick solid frost, frozen to the floor and seats of the vehicle, completely unable to move. They struggled frantically, their upper bodies futilely lunging forward, the bones scraping against the ice with a creaking sound, their throats roaring with impotent rage. At that very moment, bang! 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 Li Qian's submachine gun fired again. The bullets tore through the air, traversing the partially open vehicle door with undeniable precision, exploding the 3 frozen roaring heads one by one. Blood and ice shards flew everywhere. A deadly assault was effortlessly neutralized by 2 level 10 top powers. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. All cleaned up. Li Qian blew on the still smoking muzzle with a graceful posture, stepping onto the armored vehicle. She effortlessly grabbed the nearest corpse by the collar and dragged it out of the vehicle. The other frozen bodies were similarly cleared away. Then Li Qian and Jiang Shui took disinfectant from the storage, quickly wiping away the bloodstains inside the armored vehicle. "Wow, Master, there are still good things in this car." Li Qian's voice soon carried an uncontrollable excitement from inside the vehicle. Soon after, she dragged out a brand new police-grade reconnaissance drone from under the driver's seat. Its rotor design and camera module far exceeded the civilian models they had previously captured. "Get in the car." Yu Chen's sniper scope swept one last time around the street corners, confirming no potential threats before he issued the command in a deep voice. The girls quickly boarded the steel beast, exuding a cold aura. The heavy door closed with a bang after the last person entered. The muffled sound of the door closing seemed to completely isolate all external dangers. The girls were very excited. The interior space of the vehicle was immense, easily accommodating 8 people. Inside the vehicle, a faint buzzing sound from the independent air circulation system mixed with a reassuring absolute silence. Chen sat in the ergonomically designed driver's seat, his fingers brushing over the cold metallic control panel, the complex buttons and screens radiating a glow of technology and power. He turned the key. Vroom. The V12 twin-turbocharged diesel engine let out a deep power. A strong vibration clearly transmitted through the seat to his body, allowing every cell to feel the surging power of this steel giant. This unparalleled sense of security enveloped everyone inside the vehicle. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen's lips. He pressed down on the accelerator. The steel beast responded instantly, its massive body charging forward with an outrageous force. The scattered car wrecks and toppled billboards on the street appeared as fragile as paper before it. With the clanging sound of metal crushing, all obstacles were easily smashed and crushed. After leveling up to level 9, Chen's mathematical law skill had an effective detection range that skyrocketed to a terrifying 90 meters. Within his domain, any zombies hidden in the shadows of buildings or terrain collapses were displayed in his mind as red highlighted data streams. When encountering small groups of zombies, he couldn't even be bothered to let Chen and the others fire. He directly drove this mobile Doomsday fortress crashing through. He crushed those roaring monsters that lunged at him into indistinguishable piles of meat. The return journey turned into a thrilling rampage. The girls in the vehicle no longer felt the tension and vigilance from before. Each one was excited with the joy of returning home radiating from their faces. In less than half an hour, they could already see the familiar massive canopy of the eternal tree from the observation window of the armored vehicle. Home was right in front of them. Chen was in high spirits, even contacting Su Jior, who stayed at home through the intern. His voice carried the exuberance of a triumphant return. Jior, Joy, are you all well? Immediately Su Jior's anxious voice came through. We're all fine, but it seems someone misses you very much. You better wash up. Chen interjected beside him. Don't listen to Xiao Qian's nonsense. You guys set the pot. I brought top-grade Wagyu Kin food whey for me to improve everyone's meal. Chen hurriedly changed the subject. He could even vividly imagine Su Jior and Joy's delighted expressions when they saw these top-tier supplies. Are you saying you didn't think that way? Chen snorted, not letting him off the hook. A bout of teasing lightened the atmosphere in the vehicle, prompting laughter from the girls. Chen indeed had such thoughts, with Chen stating it so bluntly his face couldn't help but flush slightly. Thinking about the imminent deep connection with them to return the invigorated spirit accumulated along the way due to his level up, a broader smile spread across his lips. But at that moment, 2 massive shadows that obscured the sky suddenly swept across from the clouds above. Everyone felt the sky outside the vehicle darken suddenly. It wasn't dark clouds. It was a pure light-devouring, heart-pounding darkness. Chen abruptly looked up, gazing through the thick, bulletproof glass at the sky. When everyone saw the true nature of the shadow, each person's breath was instantly sucked away, paralyzed by terror. And the target locked by that shadow was precisely the direction of home. It was the eternal tree. In the next moment, Chen's entire blood seemed to freeze instantly. No. His pupils contracted violently, and then with all his might he shouted into the team channel filled with endless fear, "Joe, be careful." It was a gigantic winged corpse beast, its size defying imagination. Its bird-like head and human body with wings spread nearly 100 meters wide. The wings of the corpse beast were not made of flesh and blood, but rather constructed from countless eerie, decayed bones, each joint shimmering with a deathly gleam like a blade. The winged corpse beast dove from the clouds, its enormous bony wings obscuring half the sky. Its target was none other than the eternal tree. A terrifying explosion resounded, causing everyone in the vehicle to shudder intensely. Chen watched helplessly as the winged corpse beast slammed into the trunk of the eternal tree with the force of a meteor. The entire giant tree trembled violently, tilting dangerously to one side. Countless splinters and leaves exploded into the air. Don't. Chen's eyes widened with fury as a beast-like roar erupted from his throat. Inside the tree hollow there was Su Jiu. There was Qiaoyi. There were his women. Voices from the channel carried the uncontainable screams of fear from the girls inside the tree hollow. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Ah. We're going to fall. Lord, please come back. Amidst the chaotic cries, Chen's sanity was instantly consumed by flames of fear. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator of the armored vehicle, the V12 engine roaring with rage. Damn it, stop for me. The steel beast charged forward wildly, but that small distance seemed utterly insignificant against the devastation wrought by the winged beast's attack. The winged beast had adjusted its stance, its enormous bony wings rising again, preparing to launch a second. If it came a few more times, the eternal tree would completely topple, and the girls in the tree hollow would plummet into the corpse pile below like dumplings. The armored vehicle was too far away. There was no time. Chen's eyes turned blood red, his mind blank, consumed only by burning rage. Chen, you drive. Before his words had even finished, Yu Chen's figure vanished from the driver's seat. He drew his particle sword, his mind racing. Teleport. His figure left behind trails in the air, each flicker covering 9 meters, wildly leaping between the shattered streets and buildings. The surrounding scenery blurred into a stream of light. At this moment, Yu Chen cared not for the energy consumption of the particle sword. His mind was focused on a single thought. Faster. Even faster. Each spatial jump brought intense mental fatigue, his temples thumping as if about to explode. But he pressed on, teleporting again and again. In less than 10 seconds, after countless times of consuming energy, he appeared on the rooftop of a skyscraper 100 meters away. The fierce wind whipped at his clothes. Yu Chen did not look, but with a thought, a menacing weapon that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen appeared on his shoulder. Red Arrow 21, a man-portable anti-tank rocket launcher. Li Qian had said it was the anti-armor weapon of the frontier troops, capable of penetrating even main battle tanks. Kneeling on one knee, he steadied the heavy tube against his shoulder. The cold sighting device immediately pressed against his eye socket. Mathematical law talent activated. In his vision, the entire world transformed into a model composed of countless data streams. The flight trajectory of the winged beast, wind speed, humidity, and even the weak points in its skeletal structure were all analyzed and quantified. At that moment, through data analysis, Yu Chen shockingly discovered this winged beast's true target was not the girls in the tree hollow, but rather the enormous root of the giant tree below. Its target was in fact the massive corpse trapped beneath the eternal tree. It sought to feast on the flesh and blood of that giant corpse. But that was no longer important. Anyone who dared threaten his women, no matter who they were, had to die. The anti-tank sight glowed green, the target. Countless streams of data refreshed wildly on Yu Chen's retina, and finally a red highlighted data link firmly locked onto the head of the winged beast. That was the core of the winged beast, the key to a killing blow. Yu Chen's breath momentarily halted, his finger firmly pressed down on the trigger. Whoosh! A missile trailing a blazing tail shot forth with fury, tearing through the sky with a sharp whistle aimed at the winged beast. However, the winged beast seemed to sense the deadly threat of the rocket, suddenly flapping its bony wings to evade rapidly. But it was too late. Under the precise prediction of mathematical law, the missile followed a perfect arc, slamming into the base connection of its left bony wing. Boom! An orange-eared fireball erupted violently. The violent shockwave mixed with the high-temperature metal stream of the armor-piercing projectile instantly shattered the surrounding eerie white bones. Screech! The winged beast let out a piercing, heart-wrenching howl. Its enormous left wing was actually blown off in half by this blast. Countless shattered bones mixed with blackened flesh rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. The enormous body, losing its balance, tumbled helplessly through the air, crashing into a nearby office building. Bang! The glass curtain wall and reinforced concrete of the building crumbled like cookies before it, creating a massive hole. The severely wounded winged beast was utterly enraged. Its crimson eyes locked onto the source of its injury. Just a few hundred meters away on the rooftop where Yu Chen stood, the gigantic winged beast abandoned the eternal tree, roaring with resentment and murderous intent, charging towards the building where Yu Chen was. Come at me. Yu Chen's expression was as cold as ice. He had already loaded the second rocket. Die for me. The second missile soared outward once more. This time the winged beast desperately flapped its damaged wings, frantically dodging between buildings, trying to shake off the deadly pursuit that felt like a parasite. But the automatic tracking system of Red Arrow 21 clung tightly to it. Realizing it could not evade, the winged beast let out a reluctant screech, violently using its intact right wing to slam against the rooftop water tank of another building. Clang! The massive stainless steel water tank was sent flying, perfectly blocking the path of the missile. But the second missile exploded midair, sending water splashing everywhere. The winged beast seized this brief respite, not looking back as it fled into the clouds, its damaged form in disarray. It escaped. It was driven away by 2 missiles. Yu Chen slowly lowered the still-smoking rocket launcher, his blood feeling as if it were on fire. But before he could rejoice, the next moment Xiao Yi's anxious voice came through the internal channel. Lord, come back, quickly, someone is hurt. Xiao Yi's voice was filled with helplessness and panic. Yu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes, which had just been excited from repelling the enemy, were instantly swallowed by anxiety. He tossed the heavy rocket launcher back into the storage without a glance at the fleeing winged beast. Yu Chen's figure had already leapt off the edge of the rooftop. Teleport! 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 Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding all consumption. He was anxious, wondering who had been hurt. Sujior, Xiao Yi, or someone else. Thoughts raged wildly in Yu Chen's mind. He quickly returned to the armored vehicle, using an unrestrained teleportation. Li Qian was already in the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator, causing the armored vehicle to roar like a beast as it charged towards the trees. When the car door opened, the sight before everyone took their breath away. In the middle of the giant tree, a terrifying hole over 3 meters in diameter lay bare, with countless broken wooden fibers exposed to the air. That was the wound left by the collision of the winged beast. The entire trunk of the giant tree leaned nearly 20 degrees to one side, as if it would topple at any moment. The appearance of the winged beast had already frightened away most of the zombies. Chen ordered the combat team to quickly clear out the remaining zombies. Afterwards, he returned the armored vehicle to the warehouse and led the team back to the tree hole. Even the steel door used to seal the entrance had twisted and deformed. "My lord, you're back." A sobbing voice from within the hole came from Xiaoyi. Inside the tree hole, chaos reigned. The once warm and cozy hall now resembled a place ravaged by a hurricane. The ground, covered with a fungal carpet, was littered with splintered wood and leaves that had fallen from the ceiling and walls. The girls were in shock. Many collapsed on the ground with tear-streaked faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The air was thick with the scent of wood dust, the earthy smell of soil, and a hint of blood. "The Lord is back." Upon seeing Chen's figure, the previously suppressed cries and the atmosphere of panic among the other girls instantly found an outlet. Su Jiuer was the first to rush over. There was a scrape on her forehead with drops of blood seeping from her fair skin, but she paid it no mind as she grabbed Chen's arm, her voice trembling. "My lord, are you okay? You were the one who drove that monster away, right?" "I'm fine." Chen nodded, quickly scanning the area, noticing that most of the girls had only minor scrapes and bruises. However, in the center of the crowd, Shi Yao was kneeling on the ground, urgently attending to a girl lying there. Shi Qiao and a few other girls anxiously assisted, handing over clean rags and water. Clearly, she was gravely injured. As Chen approached, he saw that the girl on the ground was Bai Ji, the campus beauty of the normal university, who usually exuded grace and tranquility. At this moment, her face was as white as paper, her eyes tightly shut, and her left arm was twisted at a strange angle, the bone clearly broken. More critically, a sharp piece of supermarket shelving had penetrated deeply into her abdomen, which was originally meant to support the door. Blood had already stained the fungal carpet beneath her. "What happened?" Chen strode over, his voice chilling. "Just now, the tree shook violently, and Bai Ji tried to hold the door. I didn't expect the sudden impact would cause the iron frame to pierce her." Xiaoyi explained through tears, her face full of guilt. "Step aside." Shui Bingyue firmly pushed through the crowd. "No, don't move her. The iron frame might have injured her internal organs. Pulling it out will cause massive bleeding." Shui Bingyue urgently stopped, then took out the anesthetic wooden spike she had made last time to alleviate Bai Ji's pain. She pressed down hard on the flesh around the point where the iron frame had pierced, trying to slow the bleeding, but blood continued to pour out between her fingers. "My lord, quickly give Bai Ji some life force. Her vital signs are rapidly declining. If we don't stop the bleeding, she won't last much longer," Shui Bingyue urged. Chen hesitated no longer. In this life-and-death crisis, he couldn't care about etiquette. "I apologize for the intrusion." He bent down and directly kissed Bai Ji's cold lips, which were pale from blood loss. Waves of pure life energy mixed with a domineering fungal power surged into the girl's body. Chen closed his eyes, allowing the fungal perception to probe into the wound. In his vision, the iron frame pierced through the abdominal wall, narrowly grazing the intestines, yet it had torn through an artery. "Found it." With a thought, Chen willed the fungal power to transform into millions of nanohands, skillfully avoiding the iron frame, locating the ruptured blood vessel, and began to pull and stitch it together. However, the effect was not ideal. This external energy transfer was far less miraculous and efficient than during the gene fusion with Li Qian last time. Although the fungal power was domineering, the energy transmission through a layer of flesh greatly reduced efficiency. Moreover, the cold iron frame itself was a massive obstacle, interfering with the precise operation of the energy. The rupture of the blood vessel moved sluggishly and contracted under the influence of the fungal power, but the flow of blood only slowed, not completely stopped. But Bai Ji's wound was in her lower abdomen, too close to the pelvic area. Under the current circumstances, a deep fusion couldn't be performed. Even so, Bai Ji's face gradually regained a hint of color. Shui Bingyue could clearly feel the faint pulse beneath her, which was starting to regain strength. She looked at Chen with eyes full of shock. No need for surgery, no need for instruments, directly repairing the blood vessel inside. This was simply a miracle. Shui Bingyue thought to herself how wonderful it would be if she could awaken such a talent. A few minutes later, Chen opened his eyes, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. The internal bleeding has been temporarily stopped. The panic within the tree hole was finally quelled after he returned and demonstrated his miracle. The girls looked at him with eyes filled with awe, and even more so with fervent admiration. But Shui Bingyue approached him, her voice low and her expression incredibly serious. "The external injuries and fractures have been dealt with, and your ability has stopped the internal bleeding. However," she paused, her face filled with helplessness, "that iron frame must be surgically removed immediately." Upon hearing surgery was needed, Chen immediately thought, "Didn't we bring back a large amount of medical beauty instruments and medications from Yinzhou?" Yet Shui Binji's voice carried a deep despair. Those instruments can perform such surgeries, but I need an... Moreover, my experience is limited. This type of penetrating abdominal injury is an extreme challenge for me, and the success rate is less than 10%. Then what should we do? The girls beside them panicked. Unless... Shui Bingyue looked up at Yu Chun, her cool eyes flashing with hesitation and struggle, ultimately turning into a determined glint. Unless I can awaken a stronger healing ability, and I need an assistant who has also awakened a medical talent. Yu Chen instantly understood her meaning. He now looked at the medical school beauty who had always presented a calm and professional image, yet at this moment, she was voluntarily placing herself in an incredibly awkward position to save someone. That's not difficult, us men are best at this sort of thing, Jiang Shui immediately said. Li Qian beside her also grew anxious. What that means is to save someone, one must first be cut open. Su Jiuer reminded her. Bingyue, have you finally figured it out? This is something you must voluntarily agree to. Shui Bingyue nodded, still maintaining her calm and professional demeanor. What are we waiting for? A life is at stake, you all hurry and cut. Li Qian's sharp eyes were filled with anxiety, wishing she could immediately push the two together. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Yu Chun and Shui Bingyue. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the dust of sawdust, and a tension intertwined with ambiguity. Yu Chun ignored the teasing from the women. He stood up and walked directly in front of Shui Bingyue. Her cheeks were redder than usual, yet her gaze remained astonishingly calm. Shui Bingyue nodded, her slightly trembling eyelashes betraying her inner unrest. Yu Chen said nothing more. He reached out and took her hand. Her hand was cool, trembling slightly, the icy touch instantly conveyed to him. Shui Bingyue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She tilted her head back, the long fair neck forming a graceful arc, embodying a resolute posture that entrusted everything to him. Inside the treehouse, the fungal blanket was soft and elastic. Let's begin, Shui Bingyue said, closing her eyes. As the awakening commenced, she forcibly maintained her consciousness with astonishing willpower. At this moment, she felt countless medical knowledge diagrams of human anatomy, models of cell division, and molecular formulas of drugs flashing through her mind, like a frenzy being forcefully deconstructed by that foreign energy and reassembled in a higher dimensional form. The voice was fragmented and faint, resembling not a surge of emotion, but more like a scholar delivering a shocking academic report. Yu Chen's expression darkened. This woman is truly a monster. At such a moment, she still had the mind to engage in academic research, even analyzing the energy attributes of the eternal heart and particle sword within his body. However, it was this extreme focus and calmness that allowed Shui Bingyue's perception of her talent to reach an unprecedented realm. Ding. The awakening subject, Shui Bingyue's grade talent medical miracle, has awakened. Acquired skill healing, LV1. Consuming 10 mental power can restore 100 health points to the target. Congratulations, Master, you have simultaneously gained the Dao Doctor ability, LV9. You can understand the target's ailments through observation, listening, questioning, and palpation with 90 accuracy. Yu Chun was overjoyed. This ability was as if he had become a general practitioner himself. Indeed, he murmured softly with a hint of emotion. If only I had awakened earlier, I wouldn't have had to deal with such trouble every time I was injured. Hearing this, Shui Bingyue, with her eyes tightly closed, trembled slightly, murmuring in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Who told you to only want the most beautiful, not the most useful?" No matter how small the voice, it could not escape Yu Chen's terrifying LV9 hearing. He paused for a moment, then a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Then I shall redeem myself for the past lack of appreciation. Outside, the other girls were also busy. Under the guidance of Su Jiuer and Xiao, they quickly sprang into action. Some carefully lifted by Ji onto a makeshift operating table made from the fungal blanket, using sterile cloth and alcohol scavenged from the silver pavilion to quickly set up a simple surgical environment. Others, led by Jiang Shui, began urgently selling off some food supplies through the trading platform to gather enough currency for Shui Bingyue to reach level 10. Everyone understood that while LV1 healing might sustain by Jia's life, performing such a complex abdominal surgery required Shui Bingyue to awaken an even stronger second skill. This was also what Yu Chun instructed. He wanted to go all the way. Would you like to consume 4,500 currency to elevate Shui Bingyue to LV9? Yes. Congratulations, Shui Bingyue, you have successfully comprehended the exclusive skill, God of Surgery. God of Surgery active skill, consuming 10 mental power, allows for a perfect surgical treatment. Current success. This skill was simply tailor-made for the upcoming surgery. Yu Chen glanced at the comprehension progress bar, which had surprisingly risen to 35. This skill was simply tailor-made for the upcoming surgery. Yu Chen glanced at the comprehension progress bar, which had surprisingly risen to 35. Shui Bingyue slowly opened her eyes, and in those eyes, which always carried a sense of coolness and detachment, there now lay an ocean of medical knowledge. She looked at Yu Chun no longer as if she were looking at a man, but rather as if she were observing the most perfect medical specimen. Shui Bingyue's gaze made Yu Chun feel as if he were being seen through completely. The door of the treehouse creaked open slowly amid an oppressive silence. All eyes instantly locked on. Li Qian stood with arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall, her sharp gaze fixed intently on the narrowing gap of the door, her expression a complex blend of anxiety, curiosity, and an unacknowledged thrill. Yu Chun emerged first. A faint weariness shadowed his features, his spirit and body both drained by the ordeal, leaving delicate dark smudges beneath his eyes. Shui Binghua followed closely behind. The moment she stepped into view, every girl present caught her breath. She remained unmistakably herself, serenifest, statuesque, poised. Yet she was profoundly transformed. Her skin now glowed with a soft, luminous sheen, her gait held the slightest tremor, and a lingering flush still warmed her cheeks. That uniquely youthful shyness, freshly awakened, softened her icy composure with an unexpected beguiling grace. Well, our divine physician has finally emerged from seclusion. Li Qian's teasing lilt shattered the chamber's hush. Her gaze flickered lightly over Shui Bingyue's slightly unsteady legs, and a mischievous curve lifted the corner of her lips. Judging by that look, the awakening process must have been exceptionally intense. This deliberately ambiguous quip sent waves of crimson flooding across the girls' faces. Several timid ones bowed their heads in flustered silence. Shui Bingyue's delicate brows drew together, and a tide of mortified blush surged from her throat up to her ears. Yet she merely cast Li Qian a cool, dismissive glance, her voice remaining astonishingly steady. Is the operating room prepared? What are the patient's vital signs? Ignoring Li Qian's provocation entirely, she strode purposefully toward the makeshift surgical table woven from fungal matting. Professional, composed, as though the harrowing, intimate encounter she had just endured were nothing more than a rigorous academic exchange. A dedicated medical room has been cleared, and all requested instruments are ready. Jiang Shui responded immediately. Meanwhile, Li Qian sidled up to Yu Chun with a sly grin and nudged him playfully, whispering silkily into his ear, "Be honest, between me and Bingyue, who's more radiant?" Yu Chun ignored the enchantress's taunt and hurried after Shui Bingyue. Inside the medical chamber, Bai Ji's hemp robe had been carefully cut away, revealing his motionless bare form lying upon the table. Yu Chun stared down at the unconscious Bai Ji and drew a slow, steadying breath. His Dao physician ability activated. He extended a finger and gently pressed it against Bai Ji's radial pulse. In an instant, his perception shifted. The world before him dissolved, not into flesh and blood, but into cascading data streams and intricate, three-dimensional organ models. Bai Ji's entire physiology became transparent within Yu Chen's mind. Shattered forearm bones, torn musculature, the grotesque iron scaffold piercing deep into his abdomen, and the severed branch of his abdominal aorta. Every injury blazed in vivid red, precisely tagged and quantified. Iron scaffold penetration depth 12.7 centimeters, lacerating abdominal aortic branch rupture diameter 0.8 centimeters, ongoing internal hemorrhage. Left ulna and radius comminuted fractures, 3 ribs hairline fractures. A torrent of millimeter-precise diagnostic data flooded Yu Chen's consciousness. He raised his eyes and met Shui Bingyue's gaze midair. From the gravity in his stare, she instantly grasped the severity of the injuries. She stepped forward, her hands, now even more elegantly slender and pale, reaching for a gleaming, newly acquired scalpel salvaged from the Ginza Aesthetic Center. Everyone out. Absolute silence during surgery. The girls held their breath and withdrew swiftly, tension coiling thick in the air. Begin. Shui Bingyue's voice dropped low and resolute. In that instant, her demeanor crystallized into the singular, unwavering focus of a master clinician, her scalpel steady beyond human measure. Not a tremor, not a hesitation. The blade descended, parting skin and muscle with flawless precision, skirting every critical nerve and vessel. Its fluidity and accuracy rivaled that of a world-class neurosurgeon performing a life-or-death operation. Yu Chun stood utterly transfixed. Was this the power of a level 10 awakened cultivator wielding her unique skill? Forceps. Don't lose focus. We've seen this before. You're not unfamiliar with anatomy. Shui Bingyue's cool voice cut through his reverie, mistaking his stunned silence for inappropriate distraction. Yu Chen snapped back to reality and handed her the instrument without delay. Guided in real time by Yu Chen's Dao physician ability, Shui Bingyue operated at breathtaking speed. She didn't need to look. Her awakened intuition about the human body was so profound, each incision, each suture, each maneuver unfolded with instinctive perfection. Separating adhered tissues, clamping bleeding vessels. With painstaking care, she eased the lethal iron scaffold from Bai Ji's torso, until with a metallic clatter it landed in the stainless steel tray. Only then did their taut nerves ease, just slightly. But the procedure wasn't over. Yu Chun immediately directed fungal growth to suture severed vessels, and instinctively reached to kiss Bai Ji, intending to transfer life essence, as he always had. Conserve your life energy. Shui Bingyue raised a hand, halting him decisively. Healing, art level 9. She murmured softly, expending 10 points of spiritual energy. Then her pale palm settled gently over Bai Ji's abdominal wound. A warm, soothing radiance, imbued with 900 units of life essence, flowed from her palm into Bai Ji's body. Instantly, the incised wound began to writhe and knit itself closed before their very eyes. Severed vessels reconnected. Damaged internal organs pulsed with renewed vitality. In under 5 minutes, an operation that would have consumed hours and carried dismal odds in the old world concluded flawlessly. Bai Ji's breathing grew deep and steady. Color returned faintly to his pallid cheeks. It's done. Chen watched awash in quiet awe and a subtle bittersweet pang. He wondered, with Shui Bingyue's ability now at their disposal, would he ever again be able to bestow life essence through a kiss? Yet in his heart her gift held irreplaceable weight, not merely saving one life, but forging the most vital safeguard for their entire settlement. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them both after the surgery. When they finally stepped out of the medical chamber, the women waited in silent vigil for news of Bai Ji's condition. "She'll awaken once the anesthesia wears off," Shui Bingyue announced calmly. A muffled cheer erupted from the waiting group. After living side by side for over 10 days, they had become sisters. No one wished to lose another. Amid the celebration, Xiao Yi rushed forward, tears streaming as she buried herself in Chen's embrace. "Promise me, you'll never go out alone again, okay? Every time you leave, something terrible happens here. I'm so afraid." Her trembling confession pierced Chen with guilt. He recalled. Each time he'd ventured forth, crisis had followed his return. It seemed undeniably true. A cursed pattern had appeared. There, don't cry," he murmured, gently patting her back. "Look, I returned safely, didn't I? And Bai Ji is saved too. I don't care." Xiao Yi clung tighter, pouting against his chest. That monster was terrifying. "From now on, if you go out, I'm coming with you. I'll stick to you every second." Chen gazed down at his secretary, so endearing, so tender, and felt something stir tender and undeniable deep within his chest. All right. I love having you cling to me. But let go for now." Reluctantly, Xiao Yi released him. Chen's free hand drifted downward, then paused. "Look, I brought you." With a thought, a beautifully wrapped box materialized in his palm. "Here, your dowry as promised." The other women instantly gathered, drawn by the exquisite packaging, but Xiao Yi simply cradled the box tightly to her chest, unwilling to open it yet. To her, it was far more than a present. It was a vow, a harbor of peace. "And you?" Chen turned his gaze elsewhere. Su Jiuer knelt on the floor, tenderly coaxing Lin Nayo with gentle words. Once a national icon, she now radiated pure maternal warmth, offering delicate pastries, bite by bite, to the little girl. "Lord, this little sister you brought back is absolutely adorable. Can she sleep with me tonight?" Su Jiuer looked up at Chen, her eyes crinkling with mischief, like a fox who'd just stolen honey. Chen's heart sank. He'd been planning to restore Su Jiuer's and Xiao Yi's attributes tonight, but if Jiuer was sharing a bed with Nayo, then who would he sleep with? On the other side, the strongest Xiao had already rolled up her sleeves, directing several girls to unload various top-grade, canned goods, Wagyu beef, and luxury meal kits brought back from the Silver Zone. "Sisters, the Lord has returned in triumph. Let's have an extra meal at noon." The enticing aroma of food mixed with the girls' cheers of survival began to permeate the hollow of the tree. Jean Pinger, Lin Hui, and Wang Yuyan were surrounded by a group of girls vividly recounting the thrilling moment. You didn't see the woman with the split mouth. With a swing of her giant scissors, the very space twisted, only to be brought to tears by the lords singing obediently, acknowledging him as the master. Wang Yuyan glanced at Chen with a strange expression as she said this. "Can the lord really sing?" A girl in the crowd asked curiously. Of course, a song of Outside the Shen Garden moved even the female ghost. The surrounding girls gasped in suppressed excitement. "I really want to hear the lord sing. Ooh, I would be willing to lose my heart." "Right, that would definitely be romantic. A boy who can sing is the most handsome." Suddenly, a few girls in the crowd began to swoon. "Not only that, the Lord led us to conquer the Silver Zone, which is why we have these delicacies now." Lin Hu's face still bore traces of excitement and admiration. And that Black Dragon Society, dozens of people amidst a hail of bullets, was also cut through by the Lord with rivers of blood flowing. Jiang Shui added her experience. The most impressive part was at the end. 2 rocket shells that literally blew off the wings of that colossal giant winged beast, forcing it to flee with its tail tucked. Jean Pinger's voice was the loudest as she animatedly gestured. Its wings spread as wide as an Airbus A380. One rocket shell went off with a boom and half of its wing was blown away. The second shot directly scared it into hiding in the clouds. These words painted grand scenes in the minds of the girls who remained behind, and their gazes toward Chen grew ever more fervent. This was no longer mere admiration, but almost akin to a faith in a deity. Chen thoroughly enjoyed the fervent worship of the girls. This was what he deserved. Yet deep inside, he did not feel even the slightest relaxation. Instead, this heavy responsibility gave rise to an unprecedented sense of urgency. From From the moment he felt stuck at level 9, he sensed the vast energy within him being suppressed, unable to break, through creating a subtle clash that made his blood surge restive and restless, with energy nowhere to be released. This was not the heat of desire, but a yearning to break free from the bottleneck of power. To suppress this feeling, he opened the regional chat channel hoping to distract himself. As soon as the interface popped up, the regional wealth ranking had undergone a dramatic change. Level ranking in 1. Chen LV9 subjects Li Qian LV10 Jiang, Shui LV10 Shui, Bingyue LV10. What the heck? Who is Chen, the top-ranked powerhouse? He is a level 9, leading 3 level 10 subjects. What is this? How can a territory have several awakeners? The idiot upstairs who says a territory can only have one gifted individual. We have 2 here. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. But this is just too outrageous. Our entire district hasn't even seen a single level 10 gifted individual, yet he already has 3 level 10 powerhouses under him. How can we continue to play like this? This is no longer a matter of play, this is about unifying the entire district. It seems this territory will come to revere Lord Chen. Yes, this Lord Chen is incredible. Not only is he the strongest, but he is also 3rd on the wealth ranking. The idiot upstairs in this world, the one who is first in power, must inevitably be first in wealth too. These pieces of news quickly exploded within the channel. Everyone felt that the newcomer Chen would soon replace the previous 2 powers and become the regional overlord. After all, this world is based on strength. Chen checked, and the wealth rankings. First was the Emperor of Jinling. The second was that right-wing evil cult Tianju Society. The third was him. And that newly appeared giant tree must be Lord Chen's territory, right? Wasn't the Death Wing just driven away by him? Yes, that howl from earlier was definitely from the Death Wing. I could tell it came from the direction of that giant tree. You guys don't need to guess that it was done by the newcomer Chen. I stood on the roof of the nearby apartment and saw with my own eyes the Death Wing's wing get blasted off. This is just too intense. How can the head powers cope with this? Our girls' high school club wants to date Lord Chen. Not just intense, but simply divine. The Death Wing has destroyed countless territories in our area, and it has always chased after people to kill. When have we ever seen it so embarrassedly flee? It is a creature that even armies cannot deal with. The discussions about the battle between Chen and the winged beast had already flooded the screen. Death Wing. It turns out that the giant winged beast is called this name. Chen captured the key term from the idiot upstairs. Armies also need weapons. That sound just now, I guarantee with my life, was our Wagwo's Red Arrow 21 anti-tank missile. The newcomer Chen is one of us. An ID called Ling Feng Fei Shui spoke up. Again, it was him. This Ling Feng Fei Shui was the one who identified the anti-material sniper rifle last time. Chen thought to himself that this person must have served in the Huaguo army, otherwise how could he be so familiar with the sounds of standard equipment? Knowing that Chen is most likely a Huaguo person, at once all Huaguo people in the channel began to cheer and celebrate. Just as everyone was in a state of jubilation, a message from the Emperor of Jinling was highlighted and pinned. Emperor of Jinling. The newcomers should be aware that the Death Wing is not an ordinary mutated creature. It possesses extremely high intelligence and holds extreme grudges. Do you think you drove it away? No, it will remember your scent, remember the location of your territory, and then it will return with its children. Gulu Wazue, its children. What are those? Jinling Emperor. All the winged zombies flying in the skies of Tokyo and Nanjing are its offspring and servants. What you've provoked is not just a monster, but an entire flying army. Hearing this, Chen's expression gradually, he continued to scroll through the Japanese messages. Baka, it seems the city is going to be ruled by Huaguo people. It has been confirmed that the newcomer Chen is indeed one of them, and he possesses heavy weaponry. Japanese, but he is too happy too early. The Death Wing has a very strong sense of revenge. Last time a territory used a heavy machine gun to injure one of its feathers, and as a result it brought its entire family dozens of winged beasts, and besieged that territory for 3 days and nights, leaving it in ruins. Japanese, they have gotten themselves into big trouble. They have offended the overlord of this sky, and will never have peace again. Japanese, this is great. Let the army of Death Wing tear them apart. We should go and occupy his territory. You should know that tree can burn for a long time, even if used for firewood. Japanese, but quickly another voice appeared. You idiot upstairs. Lord Chen being able to resist the Death Wing is our hope. Have you forgotten how many of our compatriots have been captured and eaten by those winged beasts? Now that someone is avenging us, you hope for his demise. Japanese, Baka. Do you idiots in Hida not think about the Empire at all? No matter how powerful he is still a Huaguo person. Japanese, so what if he is Huaguo? Isn't our Yamato people always worshipping the strong? Japanese, if Huaguo rules over us, they will seize our women and plunder our resources and wealth. Japanese, that beautiful person also came and forced our women, seizing our resources. Why could we previously worship beautiful countrymen and not worship Huaguo people? After all, Huaguo has been our father for thousands of years. Japanese, Baka, that's different. It's because the bloodline of beautiful country's father is noble. Japanese, go to hell with your bloodline. If we talk about bloodlines, we are the closest to Huagua people. Japanese, the person upstairs is absolutely right. The right-wing idiots are indeed out of their minds. At this time, they still do not understand the need for unity. I have decided to lead all my female subjects to pledge allegiance to Lord Chen. Japanese, right? No longer wanting to hide in the sewers. Following the strong is the only way to survive. Japanese, Chen had no interest in these debates. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force, and a single phrase kept swirling in his mind: the Death Wing is extremely vengeful. An airborne army. He must find a way to immediately enhance himself. Break through this damned level 9 bottleneck. After lunch, in the upper-level conference room of the tree, holy air was still fragrant with the rich aroma of beef and luxurious dishes. Chen gathered 5 people: Su Jior, Li Qian, Jiang Shui, Shui Bingyue, and Xiao Yi. He spoke candidly about the threat of the Death Wings and his current predicament of being stuck at the 9th level bottleneck. Once he finished speaking, a subtle silence fell over the conference room. Su Jior was the first to break the silence. Cradling the already asleep Lin Nayo in her arms, she spoke gently, her voice filled with an undeniable concern. I believe that even if the Death Wings are approaching, you should exercise restraint, my lord. Otherwise your body will suffer. Isn't it true that the Death Wings haven't arrived yet? Let's take a few days off, and when the time comes we will all cooperate with you. The gazes of the women inadvertently fell upon Chen's eyes, where a faint ring of dark circles became the most direct evidence of his excessive demands. They all wore expressions that said, we are doing this for your own good. I'm doing this for everyone after all. The Death Wings could retaliate at any moment. I remember there are still dozens of anti-tank missiles in the warehouse. That should be enough to deal with the Death Wings, so my lord, just take a few days off. Li Qian spoke up, and her words further solidified the other women's convictions. Chen, full of youthful vigor, could no longer hold back. He glared fiercely at Li Qian. That enchantress was actually hindering him at a critical moment. Jiang Shui had been silently observing, and seeing Chen's displeased expression, she finally spoke. It seems we need to establish a reasonable mechanism to help the Lord improve. She took a deep breath, her cold gaze sweeping over all the core members present, her tone as serious as if she were announcing a military regulation. Currently, those who have experienced awakening with the Lord include me, Jior, Li Qian, along with Bingyue and Xiao Yi. As more people join in the future, if not managed properly, the Lord's health could deteriorate, posing a greater threat than the Death Wings. Her words silenced everyone. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to desires. Now that the territory is materially sufficient, Chen, a vigorous man brimming with energy surrounded by a group of beautiful women, it would be unnatural if they didn't think about anything during the dull times of the apocalypse. Therefore, they must establish a management protocol to protect their only man. What you mean is a schedule. Su Jior walked over holding Nayo, her smile slightly faded, her fox-like eyes now filled with scrutiny and vigilance. That's one way to understand it. Jiang Shui nodded, her expression unchanged. In the future, the Lord's state and the territory's development needs must be prioritized. For instance, if the combat personnel's abilities need to be enhanced before a battle, prioritize arrangements for Li Qian and Jior. If healing and logistical support are needed, prioritize Bingyue and Xiao Yi. In daily life, the focus should be on maintaining the Lord's willingness and emotional stability. Her words were extremely rational, as if planning a distribution chart for the highest strategic resources. However, to everyone's ears, the meaning changed completely. I have no objections. Li Qian was the first to voice her opinion, licking her sensual lips, her gaze fixed intensely on Chen. As long as you don't keep me waiting too long, I will listen to my sisters. Xiao Yi's cheeks flushed deeply, her voice as soft as a whisper. Shui Bingyue also added in her usual academic tone. From a medical perspective, regular genetic exchanges benefit the energy balance within the Lord's body, while excessive frequency can pose potential health risks. I suggest we establish a data model to accurately assess the benefits and costs of each awakening to maximize gains. Chen felt overwhelmed by this information. A schedule, a data model. He felt less like a lord and more like a rare strategic resource that needed to be scientifically fed and periodically bred. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Ahem. Chen cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Let's forget about the schedule. He waved his hand seriously. I am full of energy and haven't yet fallen to the level of needing a plan. I still want to level up soon. This is a core decision. My lord, you must listen, as this is also for your own good. Jiang Shui's attitude was exceptionally resolute. Yes, we sisters have decided to let you rest. If the Lord is unwilling, then go find other girls. The meeting ended in this strange atmosphere. Chen stood in place, his gaze sweeping over these stunning women, each with their own unique charm. Li Qian's fiery allure, Jiang Shui's cool demeanor, Su Jior's seduction, Xiao Yi's shyness, and Shui Bingyue's intelligence. Outside, there was also a group of top beauties waiting to be developed. What a deadly dilemma. The core meeting forced him to rest, but the shadow of the Death Wings loomed ceaselessly over. His current awakening progress was only 35, far too slow. If the meeting could not yield results, he could only break through one by one in private. But now who should he approach first? Awakening requires focus and consent. He wasn't familiar with the other girls, so it seemed he had to work on the 5 women he knew well. Yu Chen's gaze first fell on Su Jior. However, when he saw Su Jior's pure and maternal expression and glanced at Lin Nayo beside her who was holding on to Su Jior's clothes tightly, the words he wanted to say were swallowed back. He couldn't possibly discuss such inappropriate topics in front of a child. Jior Nayo is still small. If you take her to sleep alone, what will you do if she cries in the night? He'll keep you company at night instead. It's fine. Su Jior interrupted him with a beaming smile, her fox-like eyes curving into charming crescents, warm and considerate. I promise to take good care of little Nayo. You've been tired all day, I'll rest early. Don't think about anything else, okay? Her remarks were watertight, directly blocking Yu Chen's path. Yu Chen felt a tightness in his chest. The restlessness stemming from being stuck at the 9th level bottleneck surged even more. He could only shift his focus to another debtor, Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi was carefully tending to the just awakened and still somewhat weak by Ji. When Xiao Yi felt Yu Chen's intense burning gaze upon her, her pretty face flushed instantly, and her body. She resembled a frightened deer, quickly lowering her head, pretending to adjust the blanket over, by Ji, not daring to make eye contact with Yu Chen. Well, one is entangled with a child, and the other is shyly avoiding him. Yu Chen felt like a farmer coming to collect a debt, but instead he was being stylishly evaded by 2 of the most exquisite beauties. Not to mention Jiang Shui and Shui Bingyue's clear refusals, along with a string of murmurs. Yu Chen could only comply, and prepare to return to his room to rest. At that moment, a lazy yet teasing voice floated from behind him. How is it? Our invincible lord is This brazen provocation made Yu Chen's heart skip a beat, and the suppressed demonic fire within him surged instantly. Before he could respond, another cold voice devoid of any emotion interjected. Nonsense. Jiang Shui had approached at some point, her beautiful face icy. She glanced at Li Qian, who was flirting in front of Yu Chen, then at the embarrassed Yu Chen, her lovely brows furrowed tightly. Xiao Qian, didn't we agree earlier? Let the master recover a bit. Have you seen how dark his eyes have become? His well-being concerns the safety of the entire territory. You cannot behave recklessly. He needs to exercise restraint. Jiang Shui's words were like a bucket of icy water, instantly dousing the amorous flames that had just ignited. Oh, but now it's our big steward who won't allow it. Don't blame me. Li Qian raised an eyebrow and stuck her tongue out at Yu Chen and Jiang Shui. Yet she showed no signs of restraint, instead becoming even more brazen, her soft and warm body pressed tightly against Yu Chen. In a suggestive posture, she leaned close to Yu Chen's ear and whispered in a voice only the 3 of them could hear, devilishly. I want to give it, but others won't let me, huh? You. Jiang Shui's face flushed red with anger from her words, her chest rising and falling. Yu Chen thought that it seemed he would have to endure and wait a few more days to talk about it. But just then, screech. A sharp, piercing cry suddenly echoed from the high skies outside the tree hole. The sound was filled with brutality and resentment, piercing through the clouds and invading the eardrums of everyone inside the cave. Then came the second sound, the third. The shrieks rose and fell, instantly shattering the enchanting atmosphere that had just arisen in the cave. The girls, who had just been reveling in joy and satisfaction, suddenly froze, their smiles replaced with pale faces as they looked up in terror towards the cave entrance. What's going on? Yu Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the chilling aura of death. He dashed to the reinforced entrance, peering through the observation hole. It's that monster returning. He saw dozens of enormous black shadows swirling in the dim yellow sky around the eternal tree. At the forefront was the death wing, which he had injured with the red arrow 21, now returning so soon. Its wound was oozing pus and flesh, its scarlet eyes like searchlights fixated on the eternal tree below, emanating a terrifying, killing intent that chilled the bones. It really came back for revenge. Su Jior clutched Lin Nao, her voice trembling. And Li Qian's charming smile had vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Behind the death wing, dozens of medium and small-sized winged corpses circled, forming a spiraling, ominous death army. They did not immediately launch an attack, but circled high above, the heavy sense of oppression suffocating all the girls inside the tree hole. Suddenly, one of the winged beasts let out a sharp screech and dove down violently. Its enormous claws easily grabbed a discarded bus on the ground, then it flapped its decayed wings with all its might, turning the several-ton heavy iron mass into a projectile hurled towards the eternal tree. Boom! The heavy bus smashed into the sturdy trunk of the eternal tree, producing a deafening muffle. The bus crumpled into a twisted heap of scrap iron upon colliding with the resilient trunk, rolling down and kicking up clouds of dust. Provocation. This was a blatant, unreserved provocation. They feared the power of anti-tank missiles and dared not approach, instead using this method to harass and retaliate. The girls in the tree hole were terrified by this sudden attack, screaming, their hearts, which had just settled, gripped once more. Jiang Shui's face went deathly pale. Just moments ago she had firmly insisted that Chen should exercise restraint and rest, but reality slapped her hard. The enemy gave them not a single moment to breathe. Do you still think the master can rest now, my big steward? Li Qian's voice carried a hint of mockery, but her gaze was sharp, fixated on the cave's exit. Jiang Shui moved her lips, but could not utter a single word, her face filled with regret and self-blame. Shut up. No words that are detrimental to unity should be spoken again. Chen snapped sharply, interrupting Li Qian. Shuer and Zhou are ultimately doing this for my sake. We just need to solve the problems we encounter. He knew this was just the beginning. These winged beasts could track by scent. As long as the eternal tree remained here, this harassment would not cease, and would only escalate. Chen retrieved the QBU-30 heavy sniper rifle from the warehouse, its massive frame exuding a metallic beauty of violence. All combat personnel set up fire points at the cave entrance. Everyone else retreat to the back of the tree hole. He calmly issued orders, and the girls immediately sprang into action. Chen knelt on one knee, resting the heavy rifle against the observation hole, the cold sight instantly locking onto the most boisterous winged beast in the sky. Mathematical parameters activate. Wind speed, humidity, distance, target trajectory. Countless data streams flashed across Chen's retina, constructing a perfect ballistic model. Bang! The gunfire detonated within the tree hole, and the 12.7mm armor-piercing explosive round pierced through the air like a death ray. In the next second, a winged beast the size of a car, which had been hovering at low altitude, did not even have time to let out a mournful cry before its entire head exploded, bursting into a foul mist of blood. The headless corpse tumbled through the air, falling helplessly to the ground. Bang! Another shot. Another winged beast trying to evade was instantly shredded at the base of its wings, spiraling down with a wail. These two clean shots temporarily stunned the airborne beasts. However, the leading death wing let out a mocking. It shot upwards, swiftly retreating, accurately hovering between several skyscrapers a kilometer away from the remaining winged beasts responded in kind, scattering and using the surrounding tall buildings as cover, constantly changing their flight paths. Their speed was too fast. So fast that even Chen's mathematical parameters could lock on instantly, yet the bullet's flight gave them enough time to react and evade. The ensuing distance far exceeded Chen's effective range of 99 meters. Damn, this beast is too cunning. Chen cursed inwardly. They had managed to ascertain the limits of his sniping capability after just the last two attacks. The humiliation was still to come. That group of winged beasts, confirming their safety, began a new round of They grabbed the wandering corpses on the ground, flew to their maximum distance, and then, like tossing garbage, hurled the howling living corpses towards the cave. A still writhing corpse was accurately thrown into the cave entrance, crashing onto the steel plates with putrid blood and entrails splattering everywhere, the intense stench spreading instantly. The girls emitted waves of retching and screams. This was no longer a physical attack, but a blatant psychological. Although it couldn't cause substantial harm, the humiliation of being toyed with like a trapped beast ignited Chen's. Meanwhile, the winged beasts, having tired from flying, perched atop the skyscrapers to rest, their crimson eyes still fixed intently in this direction, as if to say, "We won't leave, let's see who can wear whom down." The deadlock was more despairing than a frenzied attack. Inside the tree hollow there was a profound silence. The girls, their faces pale, gazed at the group of nightmarish monsters outside, then looked at the exhausted and silent Chen, a flicker of despair rising in their hearts. Especially Jiang Shui, Su Jiuer, and Li Qian. On their faces, besides unease, there was an indescribable, complex emotion. Just an hour ago, they had united with firm resolve, forcing Chen to rest in the name of for your own good, preventing him from seeking a breakthrough. But now the cruel reality lay before them. Rest. Facing such a cunning and patient, terrifying enemy, resting was tantamount to waiting for death. Chen slowly retracted his sniper rifle and stood up. "Master, what about the anti-tank missile? Let's fire one." Li Qian gritted her teeth and said. Chen shook his head, his expression dark. "It's useless. Those missiles may track automatically, but if the enemy hides in the densely packed buildings, the missile will be detonated by the buildings." This death wing not only held grudges, but was also terrifyingly cunning. It was using a method akin to boiling frogs in warm water to wear down their energy and patience. But the eternal tree still needed 5 whole days to finish its upgrade. During these 5 days, they would be constantly overshadowed by this group of reapers circling above. An unprecedented agitation burned wildly in Chen's chest. Level 9 bottleneck. We must break through to level 10 and unlock new abilities to have a chance to fight back. I'm determined to do this. The scene outside made Su Jiuer and the others realize that Chen truly had everyone's best interests at heart. Just a moment ago, Jiang Shui and Su Jiuer, who had urged him to restrain himself, now lowered their heads in shame, not daring to meet his gaze. "Now who thinks I can rest?" Chen's voice was hoarse and deep, filled with an irresistible sense of oppression. "The death wing is waiting outside. You all see it. My power is insufficient. The eternal tree cannot hold out for 5 days. To survive perhaps only by my breaking through to level 10 will there be hope. He paused, his gaze finally resting on the pale-faced Jiang Shui and Su Jiuer, their tightly pressed lips holding a weightier question than any accusation. My comprehension progress is still lacking 65. I need you to help me break through. In the next moment, Yu Chun suddenly stretched out his arms and pulled both women into his embrace. Li Qian, Shui Bingyue, and Qiao Yi followed closely behind. Then he strode back into the meeting room. None of us want our home to fall into danger, right? Yu Chen lowered his head, speaking earnestly to the four. The four women fell silent instantly. Indeed, their home, the only harbor protected by the eternal tree, was now being eyed covetously by the group of reapers circling above. This is also for everyone's good. Yu Chen suddenly grinned, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. That smile was wild and direct, leaving the four girls astonished, completely unprepared for his unabashed request, as he offered no pretense. Xiao Qian, there can't be no one guarding outside. His voice was low, carrying a commanding tone, yet mingled with a hint of reassurance. I need you to lead Team 2 and hold the combat post. What the hell are you not bringing me along? Li Qian's brows furrowed tightly, her voice rising in evident She stepped forward, seemingly wanting to ask more. Yu Chen did not respond, merely giving her a significant wink, a message in his gaze that only Li Qian could understand. He spoke, his voice laced with subtle temptation. Hold on first, I will come find you tonight. The moment these words left his mouth, the meeting room froze. The other three women's gazes turned simultaneously to Li Qian, their eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and hidden envy. Li Qian's expression shifted from shock to a blush that quickly faded. Yu Chen gave Li Qian no chance to retort. He raised his hand and directly pushed her out of the meeting room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. That loud sound seemed to isolate all the external clamor and unrest outside. Outside, Li Qian was first stunned, then furious, and finally her anger turned into a playful smile as she licked her lips. This guy is getting more excessive, actually not taking me along. Fine, let's see how I deal with you tonight. The light in the meeting room was ambiguous. At this moment, Jiang Shui felt the most guilt. The self-righteousness that arose from for Yu Chen's good was now torn to shreds by the cruel reality. She knew that at this moment Yu Chen no longer needed any words, what he needed was action. Yu Chen's gaze was deep as he sensed the unique wave emanating from Jiang Shui, born from guilt and determination. He understood that this was the comprehension he needed. 3545. Just then Su Jiuer seemed to remember. She cautiously took out a blue diamond-shaped pill from her private storage and handed it to Yu Chen. It was the little gift from the unscrupulous seller when Yu Chen purchased contraceptives last time. This. You should take it or it should help you. Su Jiuer's voice was as soft as a whisper, almost inaudible, her gaze flickering, unable to meet Yu Chen's eyes. Yu Chen looked at the blue pill, a mix of bemusement flashing in his eyes. He knew its purpose, but at this moment his physical condition did not require such external assistance. Jiuer, do you think I need it? Who do you look down on? He chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, but more. He reached out, pinching Su Jiuer's soft face, the touch of her skin being tender and elastic. The unique scent that belonged to her grew even stronger at this moment. But since this is your kind intention, I will reluctantly accept it. He tucked the pill into his pocket and turned his attention back to Su Jiuer. Her body trembled slightly, but she did not retreat. Instead, she moved a bit closer to him. The sound of her heartbeat was particularly clear in the silent meeting room. 4560 Shui Bingyue. 6070 Qiao Yi. 7085 Yu Chen gasped, feeling the increasingly surging power within him. Almost there. Just 15 more. The progress bar was stuck firmly at the 85 mark. This progress isn't right. Mumble, what's going on? Yu Chen questioned in his mind. Why can Xiao Yi and Jiuer provide 15 progress while Jiang Shui and Bingyue can only offer 10? Ding. Manboss prompt sound immediately followed. Master, each citizen's first comprehension can provide you with 15 progress. After that, with the repetition of comprehension information, the progress provided will experience a diminishing return effect. Manboss' explanation instantly clarified Yu Chen's confusion. So that's it. He suddenly realized his inner confusion dissipating like fog being cleared. This was not random, but followed a fixed mechanism. However, what followed was a heavy sense of oppression in Yu Chen's heart. Who else could he find for the remaining 15 Even if he brought Li Qian in from outside to comprehend, it would only yield a maximum of 10 comprehension. That still left a 5 gap. Yu Chen walked to the inner window of the meeting room, gazing at the vast hollow hall. There were still a group of stunningly beautiful, unparalleled top school flowers. They sat or lay, their faces still bearing the terror and confusion brought by the death wing, their eyes filled with uncertainty about the future. They were precisely the resources that could provide progress.